Greetings, ladies and managers, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series The Survivor Becomes a Dungeon. If you're new to this series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 63, Vidmori Point of View. With the current business settled, I go ahead and dismiss Dread and the sinners back to their training room and make my way down my mountain, after encouraging Basti to go enjoy the festivities as well. She was a little reluctant, but didn't argue to the point as she made her way out. Before long, I find myself in front of the hidden door with the snake wolf den, crossing through the nearly natural-looking stone barrier before looking about. Inside appeared to be some kind of map room. More specifically, what came to mind was that this was a war room of some sort. There were all sorts of maps that looked old, even in this room where things had previously been preserved like the other rooms. There looked to be a globe of some sort, maps of cities, counties, countries, continents, and all kinds of things. I'm not sure how accurate all of these things are nowadays, but they are pretty interesting to look at. For the maps in particular, there is a considerable amount of writing and notes on a lot of them, but they're all still written in German, which means I still can't read any of them. The real focus of this room was the massive table in the center of it all. It looked like an ornate metal table that was filled with a deep layer of grayish-brown sand, though, looking closer, there seemed to be a large number of other colors mixed in the grains. There was some sort of simple-looking console at the end of the table, and there also appeared to be a slot for one of those special crystals that seemed to be of standard for most of the special equipment around here. Coming around to look at the console, there seems to be a few different buttons with German writing underneath each. Well, I can't read any of these. I do recognize the symbol for a power button, which was on a distinctly red button. There was also a rewind and fast-forward button, for some reason, as well as a stop and possibly a pause button. There were a few other buttons and a couple of dials, as well as a joystick of some kind, but I couldn't intuit their functions. Aside from all that, there also appeared to be a place to put your hand on, almost like a hand reader or identification scanner, but nowhere near the high-tech looking. Since I have all the time in the world for the night, I decide to go ahead and mess around with the table. Based on my estimation from looking at the guts of the table of sand, the hand reader is more like a receiver of some kind, where a user would place their hand and pour mana into the table to power it up. Looking closer, there even seems to be a meter above the hand reader that resembles an old-fashioned LED display. Well, I don't exactly have hands. I decide to pour some of my mana through the receiver and watch as the meter begins to fill up. The display starting with a red light that turns yellow and then becomes green as the bar fills up all the way. The cost to power this thing wasn't much at all, and I could tell I already naturally replenished what I used to power it. While the meter was filling up, the rest of the console lit up. The red power button slowly and dimly flashed, enticing me to push it. Now, there is always a sense of caution when glowing red buttons. They can either be really good or really bad. Though I've looked around enough before powering this thing, and there's nothing overtly malicious. So I don't think I'm about to blow up my mountain, I think. Eventually, after weighing the pros and cons of turning this thing on, I decided just to go for it. Though the real problem came with actually pushing the button. For some reason, there was just a bit of an issue when I tried imagining pushing down the button, which seemed odd to me. I can carve a mountain and conjure spears out of the stone, but I can't push a button. However, I do come up with a solution quickly enough. Borrowing one of the stars from the training room, I do my best to line it up before dropping it onto the button. I'm not ashamed to admit that it took me more than once to try and get it perfectly lined up, but eventually I managed to drop it just right and push the button. Though, when the button was pressed, a very faint pinging sound echoed seemingly from the table itself, the sound vaguely reminding me of a sonar pulse. Movement catches my eye as the sand has ripples and waves forming throughout the table, nearly everything shifting around before rising as apparent objects and colors take distant shape. It's my mountain. My entire mountain just rose from the sand, though more shapes kept forming as the rest of the table filled up with details. It mainly was nothing but trees, but I did see a longhouse from the view of the table map, along with a bunch of tents that probably belonged to the Empress and her people, as well as the Drake Wardens. It's rather strange to see the entire forest from above. So far, I've only glimpsed sections of it from Jack and the others. Well, it isn't the whole forest. I can see trees getting cut down in the middle along the edges of the table, not to mention the mountain line of my mountain being cut off in the middle of the air as the length of it heading north and south exceeds the current view of the map. I can't help but wonder that if the map can be used without any gems or crystals fitted into the slots, then what is the point of using them? I'll see if I can find any lying around later. For now, something else caught my attention. With my new perspective on my territory, I can't help but notice many irregularities in the tree lines on both ends of my mountain. Some trees were distinctly shorter than the rest, like it took much longer for them to grow than the surrounding trees, as well as quite a few oddly square fields and grasses and flowers. I'm almost positive that some of these clearings looked like farmland that had been entirely overgrown. Most of the stuff is on the side of the mountain facing the theocracy, but there are a few on the side facing the hegemony, but not nearly as much. So based on what I heard from Tobias and from what I can see of the land itself, there most likely is a city that surrounded this mountain, but it's all long gone. Not even any ruins or rubble or anything like that. I know there was some kind of battle, as far as I can tell after looking over the other core chamber. But how far did the extent of the battle damage go? Why is there nothing left but an outline of a city? I go ahead and leave the table on for now, since I'm not about to sit here for another 20 minutes trying to drop a stick on the button to turn it off. Instead, I decide to look around the room some more until I find some more of these shaped crystals, and eventually I do find them. A lot of them, in fact. There were several somewhat organized chests filled to the brim with these crystals. While they did appear to be some German writing within them, there are also numbers listed in what I can only guess is a day, month, and year format that many Europeans use. Not that I know how they actually list dates in this world. Well, I do know now since the memory just surfaced, but that's because I didn't have the time to think about it until now. From what I can see of the crystals that I looked at, each of these has an estimated duration of an entire month based on the list of numbers etched within. Maybe they would hold records of what was monitored on the map. I know one thing for sure. I need someone with hands to do this for me, since I'm not about to try aiming a crystal into a fitted port like that. I'll just leave these things alone for now. I'm sure the sun is going to come up soon enough anyways, and I've got official business to attend to soon, no doubt. Revire point of view. The party was going relatively smoothly. Honestly, she was more surprised by the variety of foodstuffs and abundance they seemed to have. Between the loaves of bread, cheese, meats, and all sorts of herbs and seasoning, she couldn't help but wonder where it all came from. She, of course, tried a little of everything that she could, but she didn't feel the need to really eat. She already ate very little due to her manner sustaining her body and her long-lived nature. That's not to say she can't eat a lot, but she just doesn't feel the need to, especially after Vitmori brought her back from death and gave her enough mana to etch a full circle around her mana heart. She couldn't help but smile at the memory. Vitmori probably doesn't even know what he's done. After all, mana rings affect the amount of magic one can call upon at any time, as well as improve the vitality and extend the lifespan of those who are able to etch them into their mana hearts. Of course, not everyone needs rings to do this, since magicless warriors can still have powerful mana hearts that give them strength and abilities beyond the average person and extend their lives to an extent. But not as much as being able to form rings out of all that mana. Having one ring is good enough for most spellcasters, and developing a third ring is the pinnacle for most short-lived races. Beyond that, dwarves, elves, fiends, and fae are the few that can reach the level of having a fourth ring and maybe a fifth ring, if they are exceptionally talented, have the connections to acquire and consume enough magical materials, or are just old enough and knowledgeable enough. Often a combination of all three. Finally, the sixth and highest ring that has been recorded being achieved, those belonging to the dragon lords in the far northeast. Perhaps there are others at such a level that are beyond that, though they haven't stepped forward. Then, there she is, a young elf barely getting through her second century and already onto her fourth ring. She probably is the youngest to achieve that acclaim, even if it wasn't done naturally. She was pulled from her thoughts as she suddenly hiccuped, having not even realized that she was on her third cup of rum. Following her previous 3 cups of rather sweet wine, it was a good thing that she was sitting right now. She could almost certainly feel the earth shifting beneath her feet. She was going to definitely regret this in the morning if she couldn't remember that hangover-curing spell when she woke up tomorrow. Though she didn't really remember much after that, as the next thing she knew it was morning already, and the sun peeking in through the folds of the tent had her reeling like a vampire as she grunted and groaned while rolling over in her cot. She lay there feeling dead to the world until suddenly a wider beam of light slips in as the usually pleasant but now grating voice of the Empress calls in. "Good morning, up and at them. I need you ready to be one of the witnesses towards the alliance agreement," she exclaimed excitedly. How are you not hungover? I saw you keeping pace with Lanzek at some point last night," Ravaya asked miserably as she pulled a pillow over her face and sighed deeply. Historietta just chuckled with amusement as she stood in the tent doorway. "Poison/venom resistant. Alcohol is a form of poison, and my body is good at neutralizing it faster than most," she explained rather openly, not feeling the need to hide it since she mentioned it during their last talk with W.R.E. Ravaya lay there momentarily and shook her head, soon regretting doing that as she huffed. "You're just as bad as the dwarves." Historietta grinned a little bit. "It's actually what helped out trade deals with the local dwarven merchant groups," she mused before finally leaving her alone as she stepped away. "Come on, we're heading up in 20 minutes, she called out, probably speaking to others who were also going up at this point. Ravaya couldn't help but lay still for another few minutes as she contemplated playing dead, though eventually she sat up and began massaging her temples while murmuring softly to herself. All right. Now, what was that damn spell again?" End of chapter. Chapter 64. W.R.E. Point of View. I don't think I've ever had this many people in my chamber. At Historietta's insistence, she wanted a lot of witnesses for this particular occasion. Something about the magic in the contract having a more potent effect the more people there are to observe the following events. So ultimately, I decided just to call in everyone I had in direct bond with, which meant that Ravaya, Riona, Rita, Dread, and the Sinners, Basti, the Cubs, Jack, Frisbee, Lugosi, Grim, Zazita, and Trisha. I would have invited Ururu, but he was still resting after I granted him that title. His manner seems to be behaving weirdly, but I'm not sure what's going on with that. As for Trisha, while she's not bonded to me, she does work for me, so I think that qualifies for her ticket to this event. Historietta, for her part, brought Tobias and 3 of his Drake Wardens along with her 4 ladies-in-waiting. Looking among them, a couple of the ladies were holding small, ornate metal boxes while standing behind their Empress. One of the Drake Wardens had carried a relatively larger chest, which he held close to his chest. I did, at the very least, resist the temptation to peek into these boxes, figuring that it would ruin the surprise, and I didn't want to be rude to Historietta since this was plain on her face that she was rather excited about this. While the Empress was setting up, I could see Trisha watching the Sinners with wide eyes and looking somewhat perturbed, and it was only just now that I realized she hadn't actually met any of them since I put new souls in their bodies. She didn't say a word, but kept looking between them and Zazita, clearly expecting some kind of answers later. Rita seemed to take an interest in chatting with Ravaya, talking about things regarding magic and a few other topics that I chose not to eavesdrop on overtly. Those 2 mages quickly grabbed the attention of Envy and Sloth, wanted to discuss things about magic as well, only to realize that I could sense some mild anxiety coming from Ravaya, as well as a plain curiosity from Rionum at the sight of the Sinners, most likely due to the fact that the last time they saw these people, they were just killed by her and Rionum along with my beasts. However, they didn't seem to know what to make of Dread and Gluttony, which was probably due to the fact that they were unrecognizable in the new forms. Regardless, Ravaya managed to be polite with Envy and Sloth for the time, even if I sensed a need for an explanation from her as well. I'll leave that for another time though. Finally, it seemed Historiata was ready to begin, flashing a smile at my call before speaking up. We stand here today to witness the forming of alliance between Vidmore and Emperor Herodias Lionheart of the Lionheart Empire of stalwart unification and the future descendants of the Lionheart line. She pauses, likely out of anticipation, though it seems her cheeks do vaguely flush for some reason. She takes a very quick moment to collect herself before taking a soft breath and continuing to speak. We welcome Vidmore to this world and meet his requests for peaceful relations with open arms. In anticipation of the power Vidmore will eventually wield, we decided to declare the no-man's land of Lictrin's Folly as Vidmore's territory, to do with as he wishes, under the protection of the Empire if any wish to contest the claim. Officially, he is recorded as a previously unknown and powerful druid who has decided to base his sanctuary in these dangerous lands. Through Vidmore's generosity, he was allowed a settlement to grow on his land and under his protection, she explains, looking at everyone present as she mentions the official story before continuing. The true identity and status of Vidmore, on who and what he actually is, will be kept secret on our end, and if anyone were to reveal this information without the consent of Vidmore, Vidmore will then be granted their permission to deem whatever punishment is due towards the offender. She mentions looking at her own ladies-in-waiting at the mention of that before glancing at the Drake Wardens. Clearing her throat, she keeps going. We stand to work towards Vidmore's benefit and swear to never intentionally cause harm to his representatives, vassals, and any under his care. We ask that Vidmore do the same regarding the Emperor and his family and servants, she says before looking at my core more pointedly. We understand that the political landscape is confusing and ever-changing. If Vidmore or his people encounter any criminal party in the Emperor's lands, we grant him freedom of discretion in handling them, whether it be a petty crook or a corrupt noble, as long as sufficient evidence is brought to light for the latter. The Emperor will back your decisions. Well, how about that? Official permission to be judge, jury, and executioner, should it ever come to it. The Empress continues as she moves on from the topic, smiling a little now at what was coming next. In return for the generous gifts offered by Vidmore during his initial request for peaceful relations, the Emperor has prepared gifts of equal value and is prepared to offer more if Vidmore deems the gifts to be of lesser value than initially predicted. She then gestures at one of her ladies, beckoning them forward as the woman opens the chest that she was holding. Inside was 6 rectangular black marble tiles with a single gem embedded near the bottom of each surface. First up are the communication slates, otherwise known as slates, she stated, a grin forming on her face. Of course, I would probably be the only one to get the joke here. They look almost like smartphones, after all. These are experimental communication devices with a connection range that spans most of the continents, though the farthest limit distance has yet to be determined. These slates have the capabilities to send your voice to another slate that has been synced to your slate, as well as sending magical letters if verbal communication is not a choice. She still couldn't help but smile as she pulled the slate from her pocket and held it up for others to see. She then pressed her thumb against the gem as the screen of the slate glowed and displayed an image. The slate must be attuned to the user, and only the attuned individual can activate the slate, as it is protected by charms against those who try to access the slate without permission. After the slate is activated, you may select who you wish to speak with or send a message to, as a list of synced slates will be detailed on the slate's display. She sounds almost like a saleswoman at some sort of convention, and she certainly has almost everyone's attention. In fact, the only ones who don't seem particularly impressed are the ladies-in-waiting, Revia and Zassita, for whatever reason. She goes on to show off the magic item for a time before finishing up, as she has the lady set the chest down on my steps. I decided to mess with her after that little display and take the entire chest into my storage. Her surprised expression after watching the chest disappear into nothing was just perfect, though she quickly recovered as she waved the Drake Warden over with the larger chest. The man opened the chest before holding it out for all to see. Looking around, I saw Trisha's eyes immediately light up with recognition. Inside the chest were a number of silvery blue ingots of metal with the Empire's insignia stamped on them. Once everyone got a quiet moment to look, Historietta continued. In anticipation of Vitmori's growth as an individual ally for many years to come, we present 30 ingots of Imperial Mithril, as well as a detailed instruction manual on how to process the metal tiles and how to recreate our blend of mithril for future production, she stated plainly, as there was nothing to really explain since everyone was at least aware of mithril. The chest is then set on my steps, and I once again just pull it into my inventory, much to the evident delight of her Historietta as she watches it happen. Finally, she gestured to the lady with the last chest and spoke, "And at last we present you with the Imperial token," she says as the lady opens a small ornate chest and reveals a tile that appears to be made with a combination of black metal, gold, and perhaps mithril, along with a diamond embedded in the middle of it. These have a special enchantment that is specifically marked with each creator's mana. With only one maker having been produced these in the Imperial family's request in the last 200 years. This token allows you to enter any Imperial city without question. It even grants you entry into the Emperor's own castle if you, your vassals, or your representatives choose to visit, she explained as a lady showed off the token. We also extend an invitation to you, your vassals, or your representatives, to come to the peace banquet, which will be held in 2 months' time, she mentioned with a bow of her head. The chest soon also sat down, and once again I put it into my storage. She then procured a scroll of fine white parchment and unfurled it, holding it out to my core before holding out a fountain pen. This here is a magical enchanted contract. Emperor Ferodius has already signed and infused his mana, and the contents within are everything I've detailed. While you don't have to sign it yourself, you will need to infuse your own mana to seal the contract, she explained before looking among my people. Well, this was an important moment if ever I saw one. I look among my people for a few seconds before speaking out. Ravaya, as my first representative and as the one who helped facilitate this whole thing, I would like for you to sign my name. I could sense she was somewhat surprised, but she stepped forward while appearing calm and collected. Thank you for your honor, Vitmori, she stated respectfully before walking up to Historietta and taking up the pen. After a moment, she went on and wrote out my name on the paper, using that ridiculously flowy alphabet. Once she finished, I sent out a very small dose of mana and swirled it into the paper. Though, as soon as I'd done that, the pure white paper suddenly shifted into a sort of gold color. The contract has been made. Thank you for being our ally, Vitmori, Historietta finished, with quite a smile as mostly professional air about her seemed to vanish as she rolled up the contract and put it away. Now, then, how about we go and eat some breakfast? We're absolutely famished, she said cheerfully as she looked at the others, murmurs of agreements coming from most of the group. If you'll excuse us for now, I'll come back and pay you a visit later, if that's all right, she asked as she looked back to my core, smiling some more as she just seemed to relieved that everything went well. I don't see why not, I replied simply. It's not like I'm going anywhere, and I can guess what she wants to talk about. With that, most everyone began filing out of my chamber, and I went ahead and dismissed my people as they all left en masse. Before long, I'm alone again, and suddenly the room felt rather empty. Well, that is until I heard Ururu begin moving around. I don't exactly look into his den, but there is a lot more movement in there, unlike moments ago. I think I need some help, her voice called out from within. Wait a minute, a voice. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Vitmori Point of View. Yeah, that was a voice all right. Ururu, is everything all right? I asked as I draw my perspective closer to his den. As much as I just want to look inside to see what's going on, I do want to respect his personal space. Yes, no, I'm not entirely sure. Well, I am completely fine. The tight spaces, I am afraid things are just a little too tight right now. Even as he was saying that, I could sense a rather tense spike of anxiety rushing through his mind as I heard him shifting around a little bit before hurting himself somehow. All right. Just stay still and do your best to relax as much as you can. I'm going to take a look and see what's happening." I do my best to console the guy as I look closer, entering his den before being met with a wall of scales. This is a lot of scales. Moving around and getting a whole picture, it seems Ururu had a major growth spurt, almost double in length, getting to be around 30 feet long, as well as an extra half of his original width thicker. He definitely wasn't getting out on his own, though I'm worried about trying to pull the stone away from around him while there is so much pressure against the walls of his den. Though, as I look at him, I can see that his mana is still swirling around rather actively, as if he were exerting himself somehow, not to mention how agitated he seemed. "Okay, so you're pretty packed in there, buddy, and your mana is going pretty well too. I'm going to need you to close your eyes and calm yourself. Try taking some slow, deep breaths before exhaling slowly. Time your breaths to be around 4 seconds. Think you can do that for me?" "Yeah, okay, yeah, I think I can do that," he replied while offering a nod, though immediately regretting it as he smacked the top of his head against the ceiling of his den. I watched as the serpent writhes for a couple more moments, doing his best to adjust to the cramped space, before huffing as he finally attempts to relax. It takes more than a few minutes, but I can see that he finally gets into the rhythm of things as he begins to relax. When that happens, though, his mana starts to condense more and more the less stressed he appears to be. I almost don't believe my eyes, only to remember that I don't actually have eyes. As I watch Ururu shrink and shift, his very flesh moving and adjusting in shape as he seems to develop a slender torso, complete with a torso, arms and hands. The transformation doesn't seem painful, more slow and perhaps uncomfortable to experience. He looks smaller again, his body going back and down around 15 feet in length. However, the part of his body that now makes his head and torso appears to be 6 feet long. Looking him over, he seems somewhat similar in shape to the snake-kin woman that I saw in the photo back in the other core's bedroom. However, he appears distinctly masculine, and his colorization is not the pure white of snakeskin woman was. His intricate black and white pattern was still decorative across his entire body, the pattern even accenting his previously expressive face, allowing him to emote more easily, the confusion being rather plain on his face as his black scale brows furrow. "Ururu, how are you feeling? Better? Worse?" He certainly doesn't look or even feel stressed anymore, just confused based on what I can feel. Hell, I'd be confused if I suddenly sprouted arms too. I feel strange," he said after another minute or so of just laying within his den, apparently coming to terms with something or another. "Yeah, I bet. It looks like you're not just a snake anymore. Come on out into the light and let's get a good look at you," I offer, reaching out and carving a broader entrance to his den in order to accommodate his new shoulders. Ururu moved soon enough after I prompted him, doing a mix of crawling and slithering as he pulled himself out of his den, now bathed in the light of the sun and my core. He slithered through the stony stand before pushing himself up and looking himself over. "Oh, I'm different," he murmurs aloud, his forked tongue flicking as he speaks and starts to examine the rest of his body, twisting and contorting in ways no average human could ever manage, his torso displaying the same flexibility as the rest of his body. Yep. It seems that you're now something along the lines of a beastkin, more specifically a snakekin perhaps, though I have a feeling that you're not stuck with that shape. I'm speculating here, but his mana is much denser in his body right now, at least compared to earlier when it was coursing wildly through him. He tilted his head curiously at the idea, relaxing his body as he stopped twisting around to look at me. "Really? I think you might be right," Ururu considered as he blinked, now staring at his scaly hands, curling and fixing them curiously. "I was much bigger just now, wasn't I?" He considered with a smile as he looked to my core before starting to experimentally roll his shoulders and flex his arms, just messing with his new limbs now. "Now that I think about it, if you're a person now, you're probably going to need clothes. It wouldn't be proper for you to be running around naked now. I think I'm going to have to come up with some way to compensate the tailor at Haven. This is already the third person she's had to make clothes for." He blinked a couple of times before looking back at me. "I have to wear clothes now. Those things look too snug and uncomfortable. I'd rather just be a snake," he mentioned with a sigh. I couldn't help but be amused, chuckling internally as I looked through my storage before finding some of the battle skirt that one of the bandits wore before setting it out in front of Ururu. "Here, at least wear one of these until you get some proper clothes. As a person and as a man, you have to cover your middle region at least to keep others from being uncomfortable." Ururu picked up the brown piece of leather, looking somewhat skeptical as he furrowed his brows before sighing and nodding. "Yeah, I understand. Fine, I'll wear it," he relented after a few moments as he went about putting it on. "Good. For now, go and meet up with Dredd and the Sinners. I want you to get familiar with hand-eye coordination. While I don't expect you to be doing a lot of fighting, it is a good skill to have, hopefully letting you be less clumsy. I'll reach out to Zassita later to ask for a tailor to come up and take your measurements. That way we can get you some proper clothes made for you. Who knows, you might like them," I offered reassuringly. Ururu was still fiddling with one of the buttons as he glanced over at me, looking very skeptical about the whole thing already. "Sure, I suppose we'll have to see," he said, finally managed to get the button as he smiled to himself. "Oh, and don't worry about your tent. I'll redesign it so that you can fit in it more comfortably." Ururu perked up at that, flashing a warm smile as he nodded. "Thank you, Vidmore. Well, I'll be off now," he said as he began slithering forth, going on his hands and stomach at first, and then stopping after a moment and deciding to slither with his torso upright as he made his way out of my chamber. While he's gone, I go ahead and reach out to Zassita about arranging clothes for Ururu. The shepherd responded dutifully as he said he would handle it. Afterward, I decided to go about collecting things from the forge room, from the old dungeon, and bringing it up to the simple little smithy that I had going on the top half of the mountain. I put quite a lot of work into it after all, and I don't want it to go to waste. On the other hand, there was a lot of modern equipment and machines in that room that I don't want to explain just yet. Not to mention, I need to examine all weapons and armor that was left in there. So for now, I set up all the equipment that didn't look overtly modern in my smithy, even taking one of the anvils since it looked much nicer than the one I cobbled together. All in all, it looks like a proper workspace, probably because a lot of the equipment came from a much nicer space than this one. But Trisha doesn't need to know that yet. Now that I think about it, I know exactly how to compensate the tailor, as well as fulfill Trisha's current orders for tools. I make my way back down and enter my workshop this time as I go from station to station and proceed to pack up tools with the stuff I find, save for the modern-looking tools and machines. Everything from the carpentry station, most of the things from one of the workbenches with the tailoring equipment, as well as the several bolts of cloth and a few spools of thread. I'm pretty sure Zassita has been wearing a vest made of deer hide, so there might be someone who is good with leather. So, with that in mind, I grab a set of tools from the cobbler station and some leather working tools from the forge room. All in all, it's a large haul of things that I'm sure will make things a lot easier going forward for those people. I must have taken longer than I thought after going around and setting these things up, because I was suddenly aware of Historietta was making her way into my chamber. "Hi there, Vidmore. I hope now is not a bad time," she called out, tapping her knuckles against the stone of my entryway. She stepped in further, looking around at my murals of Basti and the cubs, Ururu with a recent addition of Frisbee, Jack with some of his birds, and finally Dredd with his sinners. That particular mural section is still being adjusted, considering Dredd and Gluttony's new forms. As for Lugosi, I haven't gotten started on his part of the wall. Though, maybe, I'll incorporate Grimm's mural with his, since they joined around the same time. "You're good. I was just elsewhere for a moment. You wanted to talk, right?" I spoke up as she took a few steps into my chamber. She seems to smile at the sound of my voice before turning to address my call. "Yes, it's been forever since I could just, talk openly, freely, like I'm just a person and not some noble or something," she mused excitedly as she cheerfully began walking around my pedestal. I know you said you probably won't be good conversation, but that's fine. I'm just hoping that you'll let me be a little selfish and listen to me talk, she mentioned as she slowed to a stop before looking at me, anxiety plain in her face as she seemed to wait for my permission. By all means, I really don't mind at all, I offered. She seemed like she really needed it after all. Do you want a seat? I asked, since it felt like a hospitable thing to do after all. She seemed to be pleasantly surprised by the offer, but smiled cheerfully at that. Oh, yeah, sure, please, and thank you, she enthused. No problem, just give me a moment. Well, all right. Now there's just the matter of procuring a chair. I did eye a bench that I made for Grim, which was now in my storage, but I decided against it. If I remember correctly, a nice-looking chair was in the other Core's bedroom. I'm sure that she wouldn't mind me borrowing it for his storietta. Sure enough, it was where I remembered, and it was a padded chair made with a purple fabric that was embroidered with black flowers. In the next moment, I set it out in front of my Core, her storietta looking at it over with a broad smile as she took a seat before sighing with delight as she slumped into it, looking anything but the proper lady that she was supposed to be. You know, I'm so jealous that you have such huge inventory space. All I've got is 5 slots for things, she mused, smiling now as she shifted around before laying back against her armrest with her legs hanging off the other armrest. I've got a couple of potions, an emergency coin pouch, and a dagger. I can only imagine how convenient it would be to have an entire chair in there, especially my favorite chair. Gosh, well, it wouldn't be that convenient, she seems to admit after thinking about it, though she then chuckled a bit. Oh, that it would be such a fun power to whip a chair out of nowhere like that, she mused, chuckling. Ha! Well, I don't actually know the limit of my storage. I have a quarry's worth of stone, dirt, and ore in there, a few trees, and a bunch of other things, I mentioned, not really wanting to explain the 100 or so humanoid skeletons that I've stashed away, amongst other things. She smiled some more. That's awesome. She chuckled a little more, though she started to look somber as she considered shifting to lay on her side now that she was stared into my Core. When did the zombie apocalypse start? I know that you said it started when you were 19, and you were in your 50s when you died. Doing the math, well, I've been here for 26 years, and I died around 2028. Got killed in this wild bus accident, she mentioned, snickering for some reason despite her mood. I'm sorry, it's just, it's silly now that I'm saying this out loud. But stories about other worlds usually start with a bus running over the protagonist. It's kind of sort of a trope in manga. I never thought that it would apply to me. I couldn't help but offer a little smile at a tangent, even if she didn't see it. I think I remember that. I never read manga for myself, but my beloved would always talk about that thing whenever we had a moment to relax. I think it's safe to say she probably doesn't know what I know, and that little face she made spoke volumes about how much the idea of an apocalypse is distressing her. I just want to know how things went down. How close was I before the end came for everyone else? My friends, my family. She spoke softly now, her eyes watering as the woman curled in on herself, shifting to at least sit upright before bringing her knees to her chest. I take a moment to gather my thoughts, thinking hard on how to phrase this, but in the end, I decided to be direct. Well, we were deep into the apocalypse by 2028, especially when it started in 2020. So I don't think you have much to worry about. We're from different worlds, after all. She blinked with surprise, raising her head from her knees as she sniffed. What? You're not pulling my leg, are you? She asked as she energy returned to her as she wiped her eyes. So that means everyone I knew is fine. They didn't suffer or die in the horrible apocalypse, she exclaimed, tears of joy rushing down her cheeks as she jumped up to her feet. She paced back and forth in celebration before rushing up to me and giving my Core a big hug. Yeah, they didn't, I replied a little blandly. I completely get where she was coming from. I would have loved to grow as an ordinary man and live in a relatively peaceful world, grow old and have grandkids. But that didn't happen, and I had to do many things to survive. She seems to realize her faux pas and pulls away rather sheepishly for a grown woman. Right. The apocalypse was still very a real thing for you. Not like the movies or on TV, but real. She wipes her cheeks, taking a shuddering breath before sitting back down, bringing her knees back to her chest. Could you tell me about it, if you don't mind? I still want to hear, she asked curiously, her tone sounding rather sincere. I am pretty surprised, but I don't think I mind at all. Sure, I suppose that's fine, but where should I start? I thought to her. She offered a small smile. I'd say the beginning would be a good place, she said as she settled into the chair. Huh? Well, all right then. I was enjoying a nice cup of tea at a cafe in Seattle, just reading the news on my phone. End of chapter. Chapter 66. With Maury point of view. I never realized how refreshing it would be to talk about my experiences. Sure, the things that happened were horrible, but that was my life, and I have no doubt that I've been desensitized to many things. So to see Historietta react so vividly to the events of my past helped remind me of a few things I might have lost inside. How some things should make me feel sad, or how I should still be angry about the actions of others, instead of feeling all, grey about it. I told her about the first couple of months into the apocalypse, about the friends that I had made, the friends that I had lost, and the things I had to learn about interacting with ordinary people who weren't nearly as prepared as I had been, as well as all the things I'd seen as I journeyed along the western coast of Washington to Texas. At some point, she decided to tell her story, how she was reincarnated as an infant in the Count's household, and how she was one of 2 sisters and 3 brothers. She told me of her distant father, who only began paying attention to her when she showed promise to the household, or about the kidnappings that she had to endure from criminals trying to get a payday from her affluent father. Around then is when she met Herodias, who stumbled across her while hunting monsters in the woods after she managed to rescue herself from her kidnappers. She even talked about how she was still undergoing the trial set by his father for him and his 2 brothers, living undercover as a wandering warrior with the 2 closest friends, Raccoon, and 3 other guardians he met and recruited on his travels around the continent, living as everyone else would with no support from his family and seeing how the world really is. Our talk finished for now when her stomach began to rumble. It seemed that we had lost track of time and she had missed lunch. The blush on her face when that happened was rather amusing as she chuckled to herself. It seems that we may have lost track of time. That was nice with Maury, thank you, she said politely as she flashed a smile. Do you think we can try doing this again? It might be difficult to visit, but maybe we can sync slates, she asked, seeming somewhat hopeful. Sure, I don't see why not. Give me some time to figure it out and I can sync them up before you leave. Actually, after you eat, I want you to get Revire and ask Zassiter to take you to the Snake Wolf Den. I have something to show you there. I figured, after all the talking we did, I could trust her a little more with some of the information I had. Who knows, she might actually have some better insight on things since she's been here longer and been around the people here. She seemed slightly surprised by that as she considered what I said. You mean the Spitterwolves, right? Spitterwolves? So that's what they're called. I suppose that fits. I concede. They do spit their venom a lot as a primary attack, so it only makes sense. Historietta chuckled softly at that. Well, in any case, I'll see about doing what you asked. See you soon, she said warmly, before making her way out and down the mountain. Isak point of view. It seemed like he was going to be a punching bag today, especially since his sparring session today was Xanathal. Jazz had decided to join in on the fun and teamed up with Xanathal to try and teach Isak how to deal with combat against multiple opponents. Though at some point it became a brawl between the 2 of them after Isak was sufficiently pummeled enough as the 2 adults went at it. They must have hit it off or something since the last Isak had seen of them. They were heading off into the woods together. It was just after lunch when Sylvia presented Isak with a new set of armor, and it definitely looked rather wild. However, he loved it. It was the first armor set that he could call his own, and he could certainly appreciate the care and craftsmanship that was put into this equipment. He had just finished strapping on his kite and arm guards when he stepped out from behind cover to present himself to the dwarf, who looked him over and whistled. I was worried about how it would look once it was all put together, but you wear it well, Isaac. Get used to it, and I'll see about getting you some shaped metal tiles fitted on you. Apparently, Vitmori's finally got that forge going, according to Zassiter. So that we might be seeing some metal production soon. Isaac let out a rare smile as he looked himself over, admiring himself. I know Trisha's been rather anxious about returning to the forge. He then rolled his shoulders, testing the flexibility of his new equipment before frowning a bit. I don't really see the point in continuing my training as a guard. We've got Vidmori and his beasts patrolling around and defending us. Right? He said, as he brought his arms up and ran his fingers along the chitin. Sylvia appeared surprised by the sudden change in topic. Having been reveling in the rare smile from the young guard, she wanted to say something, but you could tell he wasn't done yet and opted just to listen. He sighed softly. The only reason I've been training so hard was to make sure that we stay safe in this dangerous place, but now that we've got Rionum, Jazz, Revire, and even Rita amongst us, not to mention Xanator and even Cinco, who are more than enough to defend this place, that's still not even considering everything Vitmori is doing. I just wonder if it would be more useful for me to pick up a trade and be useful to the group instead of wasting resources swinging a sword around. Sylvia nodded intently, not finding any reasonable faults in his argument. However, she decided to speak up regardless as she walked up and gently dug a knuckle into his ribs and offered a smile as she looked up at the young man before her. Well, all that sounds reasonable, yes. It might certainly be more helpful for you to pick up a trade. Perhaps carpentry with Wooty, or even hunting with Cinco. But don't ever think that your efforts are wasted. You are young, yes, especially in the eyes of a dwarf like myself. But it's the responsibility of adults like us to guide young people like yourself down whatever path you choose to follow. She pulls over a chair before standing on it as she reaches out to pat Isaac's back. I believe the real waste here is for you to give up on your efforts after you've done so much to get to where you are. Isaac still had a frown on his face, appearing more contemplative than anything as he mulled over her words and feelings. However, he was soon interrupted when he heard movement around the corner. I think you're right, kid. Your efforts would be a waste as a guard, the voice said as Dubois stepped into view. The old Drake Warden offering a bit of a amused smirk as the two other Drake Wardens soon followed him. But Jolie here thinks that you've got promise as a future Drake Warden, perhaps even as a Drake Rider, he mentioned, as he gestured to the brown-skinned half-elf. The woman flashed a smile as she gave a small wave with one hand while clutching at some sort of egg close to her chest with the other. And quite frankly, I think you've got a spark and you're young enough to fit in with the other apprentices. Unless you really want to give up and take a respectable trade instead, the older man taunted, though he was more egging Isaac on. Sylvia was about to snap at the man, but immediately caught on to what seemed to be happening here. Glancing over at Isaac curiously as the Drake Warden made their way over, Isaac scowled at the man's words, ready to pick a fight as the hand fell on the hilt of his blade while taking 2 steps forward. Though he quickly stopped in his tracks as Tobias continued to speak. He didn't really know what to make of the offer, though he had already made a promise to himself as he sighed and shook his head. No, I'm not planning on leaving here. I'm not planning on going anywhere, so no thank you, he said, standing a little taller and looking more tense. Tobias's brow quirked as he flashed a grin, reading the young man like a book as he stepped forward and clapped Isaac's shoulder, before then draping his arm around him and pulling him in close, loudly whispering as a conspiracy with the young man. Don't worry, kid. You won't be leaving your little sweetheart anywhere. We're moving in, he explained with a grin on his face. So, how about it? Isaac made a half-hearted attempt to pull away, but he looked clearly thoughtful on it as he glanced at the older man and quirked his brow. So, what do I have to do? End of chapter. Chapter 67. Revire point of view. The last thing Revire expected was to be invited to go cave exploring with the Empress. But here she was, following the shepherd as he led the way to the Spitter Wolf den. During the walk, her curiosity got the better of her as she spoke up. "Shepherd, what exactly are we going to be doing here?" Zassida glanced back and flashed a fang smile. "W.R.E asked for any questions to be reserved until the end of the tour." At that, Historietta snickered softly with amusement, and while Revire did get the joke thanks to having an understanding of Earth humor, she was vaguely annoyed at being kept in the dark. Before long they reached the den, the mouth of the cave being defended by two healthy-looking spitter wolves, the wolves standing as Zassida approached before sitting down and relaxing, seemingly allowing them to pass. "It is such a shame that most wildlife around here is so aggressive in nature. I would love to have a spitter wolf to raise and care for. They're such beautiful beasts that are the best of both worlds," Historietta said with mildly exaggerated disappointment. Revire looked at the Empress curiously as they walked, passing through the first room and making their way deeper into the den. "What do you mean by the best of both worlds? Do you have something similar back in your world?" "I wish," Historietta mused with a smile as she looked over to Revire. "I mean, that spitter wolves are the best combination of good fluffy boys and cool skatey boys," she gushed. "I would love to see a puppy of them, but that might be asking for too much." Revire considered this, and had to admit that she could understand the appeal. "Well, they certainly are cute when they are young," she mentioned, flashing a bemused expression over to the Empress. Historietta gasped before flashing an excited grin as she stepped closer. "So you do get it. I knew that we could be friends," she teased before chuckling softly, though she got quiet as she watched the massive spitter wolves come to meet the group. "Oh, it's Lugosi. Hello," she said as she gave an excited wave to the spitter wolf. Lugosi was confident in his approach, though his ears did pull back for a moment at the excited woman, remembering how aggressively forward she was the other day. However, he collected himself as he looked at Zassida and offered a wolfish smile. "Welcome, Shepherd. What is going on?" he asked simply as he sat back and looked between the trio, his tail slowly wagging as he waited. Zassida smiled as he gestured to the two women. "W.R.E asked me to bring them downstairs, and he feels they might know more about the situation than he does." Lugosi bobbed his head in understanding. Okay, so you're here going to go to the room where I found a cool stick, my cool sword," he stated, before correcting himself as he glanced happily at the sword strapped to his side. "I'll come with," he said simply, as he just invited himself before looking at a certain she-wolf, the she-wolf bobbing her head as Lugosi looked back at Zassida. "Let's go," he called to the trio as he stood and led the way, scampering off deeper into the den before leading them down a hallway, which led to a set of stairs. "Whoa," Historietta said softly as she looked down the staircase before following along with the others. "This place feels old, like really old." She then flashed a bit of a smile. "I almost feel like Indy exploring some lost ruins," she mainly mused to herself as they passed by traps that had already been triggered and cleared. Revire had to think about that for a moment before speaking up. "Are you perhaps referring to Indiana Jones, an academic adventurer who explores ancient ruins while often fighting with evil humans?" Miss Historietta looked pleasantly surprised by Revire getting her reference and flashed a smile as she glanced back at the elf. "Do you know about Indiana Jones?" she asked with a healthy mix of delight and curiosity. Revire tilted her head side to side before offering a bit of a smile. "I know of him, at least, but W.R.E read several books detailing his adventures." Historietta smiled some more as they turned ahead, eventually coming down to a chamber with a clear spring. Looking around at the old architecture, she looked curiously at a few things before coming across the spring. "Whoa, that's a whole lot of ooze." Revire looked over curiously, vaguely intrigued as she looked between the Empress and the spring. "How can you tell? It looks nearly indistinguishable from water." Historietta scratched her cheek as she averted her gaze. I just have an eye for these things," she mentioned before offering a sheepish smile. Raegar felt she was hiding something, but it wasn't her place to question, as it looked to see Zassita waiting patiently for them on the other end of the room. "Sorry, Shepherd, we are coming," she said, as she made her way over. Historietta followed close behind as they crossed the threshold into the next room. Is this? Historietta was speechless as she glanced between Zassita and Raegar. Before anyone could respond, Lugosi called out from atop the massive cracked dungeon core, "This is where I found my stick." But Mori called out from within them soon after, "This is the core of the person before me, and she was from another world, like Historietta and myself." Raegar and Historietta share a glance, though Raegar steps forward as she begins to look around. "So, this is the Lichtren's chamber. This must also be where the final battle took place," she exclaimed excitedly, having heard the stories of what might have happened, though she stopped in her tracks as she stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Wait, was she an otherworlder? How do you know this?" she asked as she looked around the room, not entirely sure where to face to address Mori, who was now obviously in the room with them. After a few moments, a dim ball of green light appeared in the room and floated around before coming down in front of Historietta and Raegar. "Because she was still around until a few days ago, damaged and unable to repair her core. I also found her room, not to mention that she's sitting right there," he explained, the ball of light coasting across the room before hovering above the strangely serene-looking skeleton sitting on the throne. "Oh my! I can't even imagine being trapped and alone for over 600 years, Raegar said sadly, still not entirely sure what to make of everything here, as she began looking over the room. Historietta breaking off to do her own examination. At the same time, Zassita settled down on some rubble. "How do you know that it's been 600 years? Mori asked, his curiosity evident to Raegar as she glanced over to the ball of light. "Well, that's because it was around when my grandmother was alive. She knew of Lichtren and the plan to destroy it. I mean, her." She corrected herself as she looked at the skeleton that was on the throne before stepping away. She only heard about it indirectly, though. A majority of the elven tribes were isolated and kept themselves separated from the matters of the short-lived. She paused as she comes across the woman with a circlet melted into her skull, and her eyes widen, and she continues to speak. "That didn't stop the humans from convincing a tribe of elves and dwarves to procure a hero from their people and outfit them for battle. This right here was the elven hero. I don't remember all the details, but this equipment reminds me of what I read about the Archon Igus, a specifically woven armor designed to resist all forms of intangible magic. Though she obviously didn't wear it right, or she might have made it out alive," she explained derisively as she shook her head at the ancient elf corpse before stepping away. Historietta spoke up from the other end of the room. "I found the dwarven hero. Poor bastard got crushed but didn't have the good fortune to die right away," she said as she tapped the armored corpse with her foot. So where is the human hero?" Raegar pondered aloud as she looked around. "He's probably this black bone spot on the ceiling," Mori chimed in, the ball of light rising up to the ceiling to illuminate a shadowy outline of a humanoid shape, a fiery red spear embedded center mass to the skin. "Ah, yes. That's probably it," Raegar said simply, looking more impressed at what happened than anything else. Historietta looked around quietly, looking from where the stain on the ceiling was before glancing back down at the cracked core and then back up to Lugosi, who was sitting atop the core. She offered the Spitter Wolf a smile and waved at him. "Oh, Lugosi, come down here for a moment. Can you show me your sword, please?" she cooed to the wolf. Lugosi's tail began to wag curiously, before excitedly making its way down. "Sure, you also want to see how cool it is?" he asked excitedly, reaching around with his teeth as he grabbed the handle, drawing the blade as it hummed with life as he swished it around before slowing to a stop so that she could look at it. Historietta flashed a smile, though she slowly reached out and gently patted the top of Lugosi's head's fur, taking a moment to relish how fluffy it was. Lugosi appeared anxious for a brief moment, but at the petting, he closed his eyes and slowly leaned into it. When she pulled away, he opened his eyes and watched her curiously as she examined his sword. "This is a vorpal sword, an enchanted mithril blade of human design. It makes it easy for the wielder to cut through most materials, and the singing the blade does when it is swung causes the blade itself to vibrate intensely and make wounds very hard to heal," she explained methodically, almost as if she was reading something. Lugosi's ears drooped again as he listened to Historietta speak. "Does that mean that I can't keep my sword? Does it mean it belongs to someone else?" he asked, a hint of a whimper in his throat as he watched her. Historietta smiled kindly as she affectionately ruffled the top of Lugosi's head. No, the sword is yours. The owners of this blade are long dead, so nobody can take it from you," she explained, reassuringly as Lugosi's tail began to wag excitedly as he hopped around cheerfully, the sword humming and whirring with each sway. Revias flashed a small smile at Lugosi before looking at Vimori's ball of light. "So you said that you found the Lictrin's room, and that is the skeleton used to be the Lictrin herself. Does this mean that she could make herself a body?" "Like an avatar of some kind," Historietta chimed in. But Mori doesn't answer as the ball of light flits out the room and returns the way they came. Zassida stands and follows as everyone else makes their way out. The ball of light went across the string of ooze and parted the wall to reveal what looked to be a bedroom inside. The others don't really make a move, unsure of how to make it over to the room, until the stone bridge starts to form before them. "Sorry, I almost forgot that you all need to walk to make your way across." Revia smiled with relief as she crossed the stone bridge. "Thank you, Vidmari," she enthused before looking around the room with surprise at how typical it seems. She spotted a small drawing that wasn't really drawing and looked it over. "This was Lictrin, but she looks like a normal person. How could this be the dread dungeon of undead and monstrosities that threatened to bring ruin to the land?" Revia pondered aloud, looking the picture over thoughtfully. "She was a German too," Historietta mentioned casually as she picked up some drawings for a wooden person of some kind. "Oh, so you know German?" But Mori asked, the anticipation nearly palpable in his thoughts. Well, no, not exactly," Historietta said, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. "It's thanks to one of my skills. I learned multiple languages back on Earth for various reasons, so that allowed me to be granted the linguist skill when I got granted the system. I'm technically still developing it, but for now I can at least read any language. Eventually, I should be able to understand and speak any language, but that's not my immediate future." "So you're saying that if I bothered to learn more languages, then I might not have even had this issue?" But Mori sounded noticeably annoyed, but more tired than anything as the ball of light swirled around over Historietta's head. "Hey, you don't have any right to complain," she mused with a smirk on her face as she glanced up at the ball of light. "You've got 4 times as many titles as I do. It's not my fault you maxed out your combat and utility skills. I'm just lucky to have a strong enough build to make my way through a political drama rather than your city builder survival sim." She chuckled to herself as she looked over the papers some more. "Anyways, based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like these were instructions to build a wooden soldier. The crystal in the chest would be filled with the instructions, and then it would be given autonomy." Revia barely understood any of that, still contemplating the history that she knew. But she made her way to Historietta and peeked over her shoulder and hummed thoughtfully. "Now, I'm no artificer, but I did spend a couple of decades studying magic tool creation and runic etchings on a whim, so I should be able to put something like this together." Historietta looked over at Revia, appearing somewhat confused by the words that just came out of her mouth just now. 2 decades? On a whim?" she echoed with uncertainty. Revia shrugged a bit. I did other things, of course." "Well, if that's the case, there's a couple more rooms I want you all to check out." But Mori started as the ball of light heads out the room, leading everyone back up before stopping in an empty chamber that passed through earlier. Only this time, another wall opened up, revealing an intricate workshop filled with all sorts of stations and unusual machines.
Holy crap, what's a place like this doing in some cave? What the hell?
She said excitedly as she moved from one station to another, recognizing various things but not touching them. Raegar looked over things more slowly, recognizing a few things here and there from Vitmori's memories, while other things didn't look too out of place in her own world. However, she stopped as she came across a station with a wooden soldier laid out across it, a blank command crystal just lying beside it, ready to be filled with instructions. Before she could do anything, she was interrupted by Vitmori's thoughts. I can tell what you want to do, and while I do appreciate it, there are more important things to do right now. She sighed internally and nodded as she relented for the moment. All right, one more stop. This one I do need help with, he mentioned as the orb of light made its way out of the room, leading everyone back up to the Splitter Wolf Den. Zasada decided to excuse himself since he felt his role here was done, and Lugosi went off since his curiosity was satisfied. When the orb of light led them to another wall, it began to open like the others before, slowly.
Whoa! Look at this! Now that's high fantasy! A magic map table!
Historietta exclaimed excitedly as she walked over, quickly examining it before approaching the console and looking things over.
I see. So this is the thing that can show the current state of things, but also record and display previous events.
She then noticed the slot for the crystals, her finger trailing the edge of the slot as she looked around.
Hey, Vitmori, do you know where I can find one of these things?
Yeah, there are a gobble of chests that are full of them over there, he mentioned as the ball of light led her to another part of the room. Meanwhile, Raegar's attention was drawn to the maps on the wall as well as the globe, having never seen the world like this before. Her interest grew as she recognized old nations and borders from her history studies that no longer existed. As she paged through the maps and various documents written in a language she did not recognize, she found a crystal that was marked with a date just over 600 years ago. She plucked it up and looked it over curiously, nearly about to say something when Historietta called out,
Hey Raegar, come look at this!
Historietta beckoned her over as she fiddled with the console after sliding a crystal into the slot. Raegar walked over, approaching the table as the sand fell flat before rippling in waves and rising up once more. Before their eyes was a bustling little city encompassing the mountain, hundreds of buildings littering the place, great farms with many fields that showed signs of crop rotation, and wild fields allowed to revitalize naturally, all accompanied by an impressive fortress wall surrounding the entirety of the city, with towers and gates set up equidistant along the perimeter to allow lots of traffic for people coming in and out.
This was Slytherin's folly. It's amazing. It's almost as big as the imperial capital city.
She then looked at the crystal in her hand and held it out to Historietta.
Here, try this one next.
Historietta, for her part, was using the console to scroll around the map, zooming in on buildings and other city sections, before noticing Raegar holding another crystal.
Oh, sure,
she says as she offers a pleasant smile, disconnecting the currently loaded crystal before comparing the two dates.
These are 2 months apart,
she commented before loading the crystal up as she tapped away at her console. The sand fell flat before rippling as the display rose again.
Why is everything on fire?
End of chapter. Chapter 68. Raegar Point of View. Her eyes were in disbelief as she watched the simulated stacks of black smoke and flames burn the once beautiful city, the intricately planned array of buildings having been leveled into rubble. The image didn't linger for long, and after a couple minutes, the sand fell flat, the crystal not having much information stored in it apparently. Historietta seemed to be staring into the middle distance before frowning as she turned on Raegar, her voice cold with fury.
Do you know why this happened? You said that this place was a dread dungeon of monstrosities and undead. That looked like a prosperous city full of promise. Hell, it looked almost peaceful.
Raegar was taken aback at the Empress's tone, not having expected her to aim the anger at her. Raegar, for her part, was at a loss for words. This was just a piece of history she knew a vague amount of information about, a mere blip in the grand scale of things. However, she was just witness to history playing out, and it was nothing like she was told. The Empress stared at Revive for a couple more moments before shaking her head as if she frowned some more. No, you're too young. You probably wouldn't know much more than what you've already told us. She reasoned as she sighed heavily and ran her fingers through her hair before looking back over to Revive. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that, she said before looking over to the ball of light that hovered above them. You wouldn't happen to know anything more, would you? She asked Vidmori before looking at the console. She then pulled out the crystal from its slot and examined the date once again. Pray not. I'd had my suspicions that something happened, but I didn't have anything concrete until now, he replied within them as he coasted around. Lichtren to keep a journal of some kind. Many journals if her room's personal bookshelf is anything to go by. Revia soon managed to collect herself as she looked between Vidmori's light and the Empress, feeling distinctly out of place again as they conversed. Historietta hummed thoughtfully for a moment before speaking up. As much as I would like to ask for you to just give me those journals, I have a feeling that it would probably be best to leave those here. I don't want the mere idea that I brought books from Lichtren's folly to get around. That just sounds like a bad idea, she considered as she sighed a bit, setting the crystal back down on the console. But then again, you don't have the means to even read any of these on your own, do you? She considered as she now ruffled her hair in contemplation. Revia decided to pitch in as she looked between the pair. Couldn't you teach Vidmori your translation skill? It sounds considerably like magic. Surely there's a method for him to learn. Historietta blinked curiously at that, glancing over at Revia for a moment before looking up to Vidmori's ball of light. I don't know, she admits as she taps her chin thoughtfully. It's more of a passive skill, so I don't know if it can be translated into actual magic. Revia considered this as she combed through her studies of magic in herself. I know of translation magic. However, it only works through verbal communication and requires expensive ritual components, she offered before continuing. My point is that magic does exist in our world, and the idea of it, so there should be a method of some kind to make it accessible for Vidmori, or even myself, she explained, feeling only a little bashful at including herself in this. Historietta had to agree with that idea, even if she didn't know what to do about it. If there's a system in place to handle these skills, there has to be something happening when my skill activates. Well, I was told there would be others from other worlds here, so maybe something is in place to handle the interaction between those with systems, Vidmori mentioned, while Historietta seemed to look at something that wasn't there while her hand tapped at various things. Though she suddenly stopped as Vidmori had mentioned something that caught her attention. Wait a minute. You got to interact with the administrators, like they actually gave you information directly? She asked, seemingly stunned by this revelation. Yes, though why do you say they? I've only spoken with one as far as I know. It was a woman, or at least they had a feminine voice. He explained, though uncertainty was evident in his voice. Where'd you get the term administrator? Historietta took a moment to consider what she just learned as she leaned back against the table and looked up at Vidmori's light again. It was just something I started calling them, since I'm not sure what they are. They could be anything from gods to maybe even above gods, she explained, as she scratched the side of her head. All I know is that sometimes when I examine certain things, the writing style of descriptions change. It mostly depends on whatever I examine, whether it is a weapon, a magic tool, a book, or even food. She looked vaguely upset about something before seemingly getting over it and shrugging it to herself. In any case, based on what you just said, there might be other people from other worlds in this world, which doesn't really matter in this case, but the idea that we would interact would surely be set in place, right? Revia felt a little more out of place again as she listened intently. She had barely comprehended that beings of higher power had placed Vidmori here, not to mention that there are more than one different world beyond her own. Still, the idea that the Empress herself may have a possible direct line to the gods and that they take time out of their day to describe food to her was just too much for her right now. Honestly, she was starting to feel a little nauseous at the concepts placed before her, as she had to lean up against the room wall to steady herself. She could feel Vidmori's attention seemingly linger on her for a moment as the ball of light coasted by her before coming over to Historietta, as he then spoke up. I think we should move this conversation somewhere more private.
Historiator perked up in the tangent and glanced over at Revire before flashing a sympathetic smile. I agree. Don't worry, Revire. I'm sure that Mori will walk you through any questions you have as best he can, she said kindly, walking over and patting Revire's shoulder before making her way out of the room and stepping past a few curious spitterwolves who were looking into the new space in their den.
She's right. We'll talk later. Just go and rest and relax. We'll have plenty to talk about soon enough.
With that, she could feel his presence fade from the room as the ball of light blinked out. Revire takes her time while leaning against the wall, a few more of the adventurous spitterwolves making their way into the room as they sniff about. One even approaches Revire, checking on her and seemingly noticing her distress. This does manage to get a smile from Revire as she reaches out and pats their head for a moment. The wolf apparently indulged her for a couple moments before pulling away to examine the room. After a couple more minutes, Revire just let out a heavy sigh as she pulled away from the wall and started heading out of the room. Though, before she left the den, she looked back the way they went down earlier and decided to make her way down again. Before she knew it, she found herself in front of a wooden soldier she had come across earlier. True, but Mori told it to relax. However, there was nothing more relaxing for her than losing herself in a complicated task. At least, that was the excuse she gave herself. She looked over at the wooden soldier more closely, and the figure looked mass-produced, or at least it had a lot of fitted parts that looked easy to replace and remake. While she would readily admit that the build was good, she felt that she could do better. No, she had to do better. If even the Empress was being more helpful to Vidmori than his first representative, Revire knew that she needed to step up and prove herself. Even if Vidmori hadn't asked her to do this, she wasn't about to let herself fall behind. Taking a moment to gather some familiar tools, she got to work on disassembling the wooden soldier, planning on rebuilding it better in any way she could. Vidmori point of view. This whole thing reeks of some kind of ancient cover-up or conspiracy, like some shadow society of some kind have decided to keep secrets. You know, how history is written by the victors and all that. Historietta speculated as she leaned back into a padded chair, getting comfortable after I set it back out for her.
I have to agree. I don't like it, but then again, it's also been 600 years since that happened. Sure, it is terrible, but I doubt that we're going to find any information about Lichtgren outside of her own journals. Besides, don't you have more pressing matters to worry about? I mean, she's an empress to a relatively massive nation that was entered peacetime. As annoying as bureaucracy may be, it's a vital necessity to a country that she will no doubt have to participate in, whether she likes it or not. We're going to be pretty busy here in the near future. In any case, it's been over 600 years. I'm sure that you can hold off on a few more before digging into an ancient cover-up some more. Historietta sighed a bit, having a guess at what I was alluding to. I know. I just felt so mad when I saw that place just disappear like that. An entire city full of people, gone. It just made me think of my home with Pharaoh, only to then hear that the only thing people know about that place is a monster that threatened to destroy everything. But that monster was one of us, she said as she gestured to herself. A person, a normal-looking person from a world nearly like ours, placed here without any choice of their own and wiped out from an unknown reason. Doesn't that bother you? She asked as she looked into my core, her eyes seemingly searching for something within my swirling rings of mana. Yeah, it does, especially since I'm more likely to be the one who's destroyed under mysterious circumstances. After all, you're the beloved empress of one of the most politically powerful people on the continent. She does have a point in the end, but it's not like there's anything that we can actually change at this point over what's happened so long in the past. As if that only puts the second largest target on my back, next to Pharaoh himself, she mentioned as she scooted around the couch to lay across the armrests of her seat. His brothers still have claims to the throne, even if they seem to hold no interest in having it. They could have backers that want them to have it anyways, not to mention that my position is still politically at risk amongst the nobles until I have my first child with Pharaoh, and maybe now that we're in peacetime, we can start trying. However,
I know it's only a matter of time till some sort of conflict arises from either the theocracy or maybe even the hegemony. Though that is not considering the potential assassins trying to kill the ruler of the expansionist empire, she says with a soft sigh and shakes her head. I'm not much of a fighter. Sure, I'm scrappy when I need to be, but all I can do is just try my best to survive if it comes down to my life being on the line.
Just trying to survive at the end of the day, You said titles grant access to certain skills and abilities, right?
I asked, considering my next move. She blinked a couple times before looking over to me from where she lay, curiously scooting back around as she sat up and leaned forward in her seat. Yeah? What are you getting at?
Want me to grant you a title? I've been granting titles to those in my care, and they all seem to have some kind of effect, if you're interested.
She definitely looked intrigued by the idea as she sat upright, a smile creeping on her face. Sure, yeah, that sounds great, she exclaimed enthusiastically. I can't help but smile at her excitement, though I can guess that she's excited by the idea of getting more things to mess with.
All right, then let's see here. Historietta Lanehart, I grant you the title of Survivor. May your instincts lead you true and help you persevere to see the next day.
I wait for something to happen, though I am more than a little confused when I don't feel my mana going into her or anything at all. Though, looking over at Historietta, her eyes seem to be looking something over as she flashes another smile. Become a protectorate of a dungeon Vitmori, accept or decline, she read aloud before glancing me and nodding. I accept. At that, mana began pouring out of my core and into her. At first, I was surprised and a little worried that the draw of mana was bigger than usual, because, from what I know, that much mana should cause a living person pain if not processed correctly. Yet, it seemed that I worried for no reason, as she seemed perfectly fine. Her eyes soon widened as they flicked around, seemingly looking at many things. Strangely enough, I don't sense anything from her despite whatever sort of bond we just formed. It makes me wonder if a protectorate is somehow different from being a vassal or a representative. Whoa! Look at these notifications. I have access to magic now, she exclaimed excitedly. I still need to train, of course, but apparently my mana heart got developed and then my MP bar exceeded a certain threshold and formed a mana ring, she explained as she tapped at invisible panels. Oh, what is this? She said softly to herself before looking over at me and reading whatever she saw aloud. Blessing of the Survivor. The Survivor is the one who has lived through many ordeals and come out the other end. While not entirely unscathed, they are still alive. You now have a small fraction of the Survivor's luck. Survive any fatal experience playing dead to those around you until you deem it safe to revive. If your physical body is mostly destroyed, you'll be resurrected at the core within the hour, at no cost to your protector. Cooldown 25 days per use. She stood excitedly as she approached my core before leaning in and giving me a big hug and putting back. Thank you, but Mori, you have no idea how much this means to me, she said, doing her best to remain calm as she gently wipes at her eyes. Oh, and it looks like I got a tattoo of some kind, she said as she looked at another panel that seemed to pop up. She looks it over before glancing at her shoulder, pulling back the collar of her tunic as she does her best to look at it. It's an emerald rose, and it's so pretty. I always wanted a tattoo, she said as she offered a smirk of amusement.
Well, that's not exactly what I planned, and I can't help but feel there is an outside influence in what just happened, but it worked out in the end. I just can't help but wonder why the mark looks like my family's old logo. End of chapter. Chapter 69. But Maury's point of view. Nice. This is all that I can bring myself to say, as I half wonder if I can sue the gods for copyright infringement, or if copyright even works across different worlds. But Historietta looks happy with the mark she got, so I'm not about to kick a fuss over something like this. Historietta, for her part, looked delighted with her new tattoo as she kept looking over her shoulder at it, before a thought crossed her mind. I wonder how the court mage is going to react to me suddenly having a mana ring. She then flashed a cheerful grin as she settled back in her seat and looked over my core. I wonder how I should surprise Pharaoh with it. Maybe I'll forget to add ice to his drink one day and cool it with my magic. She mused as she chuckled. Her thoughts had obviously moved on from the earlier somber topics. That is all well and good. Just be mindful of that magic as a tool and a weapon before you can consider it a plaything, I warned. Just like anything mundane, it could be deadly if misused. Even though I say that, the best way to practice any skill is through experimentation and play. Do you think I was parkouring away from runners easily without goofing around on urban obstacles courses growing up? Of course not. Just make sure you know how to play properly, and for that, you'll need a solid foundation of the basics and discipline to know how to play. At first, it looked like Historietta was gearing up for something along the lines of an indignant response, but as I spoke, she appeared to be more understanding as she looked down at her hands before nodding and sighing a bit. I suppose you're right about that, and I wouldn't want to hurt my darling Pharaoh over a joke accidentally. Fine, I'll see about speaking with the court mage when I get back home. It'll still be nice to give that guy a surprise. She mused as she managed to smile again at that idea. Sounds good. Oh, before that, I need to hear what you know about the Gaian theocracy and the hegemony of the Blue Sun. The memories I had of the two places were incredibly biased at the end of the day, and I should try and gather more information on some kind of a clearer picture. Historietta seemed to be surprised by the change in topic, blinking a couple times before sitting upright in a chair and then thinking about it. I'm afraid we don't know all too much about the hegemony. A spy enclave has yet to be established there, since it was one of the last territories aside from the theocracy in Pharaoh's path of the continental unification. She then tilted her head thoughtfully before continuing. We do have the makings of a spy network in the theocracy, but it's very limited and aimed at the trafficking of beastkin, and not much else just yet, she explained, now all business as she recounted the information she knew. What we do know is that small groups of beastkin have been vanishing from the theocracy, the most vocal speaker of this being that lizardkin in your community, Zassiter. Without him, we wouldn't have discovered what was going on so early, she admitted with a sigh. As for the hegemony, all we know is that affluent merchants are buying up the people being smuggled into their country. But instead of money, they give the people from the theocracy a few wagons of goods and merchandise, she mentioned, her brow furrowing with confusion. Which doesn't make any sense. Sure, the goods are relatively good quality, but they're nowhere near worth what I would think a wagon full of people would be equal to. So, I was right. The exchange of goods doesn't make sense. I might have something to do with the secret chest hidden in the cart, I decided to offer. Historietta perked up curiously at that comment. The secret chest I mentioned as I lay out the chest I found under the driver's seat and set it down on my steps. Even I can't look inside, so it appears to have some serious magical protection of some kind. Historietta can't help but look intrigued as she stood, approaching the chest as she held out her hand and narrowed her gaze before frowning. I can't investigate it either, though it could just be my skill isn't high enough quite yet, she said as she sighed softly while letting her hand fall back to her side. Yeah, then none of the paladins, acolytes, or even Rita knew anything about it, so it must be secret even to them. At that revelation, Historietta couldn't help but look over at me curiously, and I could tell by her expression that she wanted more details. Since we've already shared this much with each other, I go ahead and tell her about everything that's happened so far, with what became of the paladins and acolytes, how I brought them back as new people, how I absorbed the memories of those who died to my vassals, and how I now have two people in custody from the theocracy who most likely have intimate knowledge of what exactly is going on with the trafficked beastkin. I see. So you are going to kill them? To get their memories, I mean? She asked, seeming a little hesitant about the question, though she also appeared to be rather morbidly curious, and her expression was anything to go by. I don't know. I got a considerable amount of information from Rita and the others about the theocracy already, even what little they observed of Dyrosa's slaves. From there, I described the hegemony capital from the perspective of Rita as a young mage who actually grew up in the country. The hegemony was also a sort of meritocracy, a place where money and merits would get you anywhere. Rita proved her abilities as a capable young mage and earned her way into a country's magic academy on a scholarship of excellence. She described her time there as best the years of her life, emphasizing how great things were. Between the school founding and the accessible exotic components were thanks to the capital's international trade routes. She has no doubts that she would have been able to etch her second ring before the time was over. When asked about the slave trade, she expressed how there was no slave trade, at least not legally. The most common form of work and payment was by promising time. What that entailed was a form of indentured servitude as a form of loan,
and how those loans and deals were tightly managed by the Bank of Hours. The example she provided was how a penniless adventurer prospect could put up their time as collateral for arms and armor, promising to either pay back the total cost of equipment or work for around 2 to 5 weeks to pay back the equipment. Whether they were partially able to pay back their loan, or if they were unable to pay back anything at all, that's the extent of things. That is how it was supposed to be. She didn't want to tell me about how exactly she ended up as a slave, and having seen her memories, I respect her wishes and not share them either. Her Historietta had been listening with rapt attention, having pulled out her slate at some point and began taking extensive notes about everything I had told her. However, as I finished up for the moment, Historietta nodded thoughtfully. Fair enough. So the hegemony doesn't have an official slave trade, but there is a slave trade going on between the factions within the theocracy and a faction within the hegemony. People are being traded for whatever it is in this mysterious box with some protection of charms on it. There's likely been a similar box for each trade, and since it's coming from the hegemony, anything could come through that port of theirs, she reasoned as she looked between her notes, the chest, and myself. However, her attention was suddenly grabbed by something as she offered a faint smile. Oh, my investigation skill went up. She then eyed the chest, holding out her hand before frowning and sighing a bit. And it still isn't strong enough to figure out what's in the chest. She then sat her slate down before leaning back in the seat and flashing a bit of a smile. I suggest we apply Occam's razor to this particular set of questions. Now that caught me by surprise, wondering what a simple solution could be. And what do you suggest? She flashed a grin before speaking. If we want to know what's in the chest, then all we got to do is take the chest to the one who wants to open it. Just have a few of your sinners complete the delivery. They don't need to pretend to be someone they're not, since they're already the people who work for this particular faction, she explained as she chuckled mischievously. Then it's a matter of figuring out who is the one meant to receive the package, figuring out what was in the chest, and preventing any more deals from happening, which is admittedly more complicated, but it's a direction. That actually isn't a bad idea at all. Hell, if I just implant whoever I send back with the knowledge of their body's memories, they won't have to act or pretend. They could just slip back into their role as a genuine double agent. I like it. Though if we're going to stop the trade deals, how about we outright create antagonism between the two factions? Prevent the practical reasons for the theocracy to keep rounding up more beastkin. Historietta snapped her fingers before shooting me finger guns. I like it. But how are we going to go about ruining both sides of the trade deal without both groups catching on something being wrong? She considered before looking into my core. I think you're going to have to kill at least one of your two people from the hegemony, she stated soberly, not exactly pleased with the decision since she was the one suggesting it. Though, with my abilities, it is a pragmatic solution. It was then I noticed that Basti seemed to be hanging around the shadows around my chamber, but as soon as I saw her, she was gone, heading somewhere else within my mountain. I think you're right, but who would be the one to kill, if not just both outright? I understand her hesitation regarding taking a life, though unfortunately, I've had plenty of experience in this subject. Ultimately, I have no hard feelings about what needs to be done after witnessing Rita's memories. I'm not so sure, and I don't think that I have the stomach to make that call, Historietta admitted as she sighed softly. Before I could speak up, I was hit with a sudden rush of vital energy. Oh, it looks like we won't have to make that choice. Dahlia, point of view. It was only a matter of time. Those holding her prisoner here would have to slip up some point, and when they did, she'd capitalize on it. She's already done all she can to get ready, and the fools didn't even search her properly. Between her torn sleeves, which she used to wrap her fingers up to reduce her exposure to the spittable venom, her hidden dagger she can throw at the first person to enter the cell, and her own claws, which she meticulously spent the last several hours sharpening, she felt confident that she could handle any beast or man that stood in her way. The hours continued to drip past into eternity, her nerves fraying as she desperately listens for any signs of life or activity anywhere nearby. But she hears nothing, no life, breathing, or even a breeze. The air was getting stale, but she could still breathe well enough. Hunger was starting to set in, though she had no idea how long she'd been here. She had no frame of reference, not even the red light from before, nothing but absolute silence as her heart thundered unbearably loud in her ears. Suddenly, her nose finally caught a whiff of something, of food. Turning to look, her night vision almost struggled to make out a wooden bowl filled with hot, fresh ice. "When did that get you?" she murmured, to nobody in particular. It was only then that she noticed the cup of fluid beside it. It was odorless and possibly clear, so it had to be water. She couldn't smell anyone else who could come by. Hell, she didn't even hear anyone come in. The food couldn't possibly be real. That's it. She's hallucinating. She shouldn't touch the rice or even water. The next thing she'll know, her teeth will be broken from trying to chew on the obvious rock that it is. Eventually, the bowl of rice and water disappear, just like she thought it would. It wasn't real, after all. Focus. She had to focus. Any moment now, the opportunity to escape will present itself. She'll get out of here, damn the rest. She'll make it out of here and kill all the others who dared to stand in her way. She'll kill them all. Seconds, possibly hours later, she finally senses something else. A scent. A beast was here, perhaps standing right in front of her, but she couldn't see them. "What is this? Show yourself," she murmured with all the aggression that she could muster, though her ears perked when she heard something in response. "What is this? Show yourself." It was her own voice, but rougher and raspy, as it seemed to echo from around the room. Her body stiffened, and she could feel her back tighten as she was suddenly hyper-focused. There was a very real threat in the room now, and she was certain of it. "Show yourself, coward! Face me!" she yelled out, her back against the wall as she forced herself to stand. In the next moment, she saw eyes in the darkness, a deep green like her own. They stared up at her for a moment, but she watched as they rose up, coming up to her eye level. "Show yourself, coward! Face me!" the voice yelled back in her face, the hot breath beating against her snout. But before she could respond, she noticed that her throat had been slashed open, the warm blood filling her senses as it spilled down her chest. She looked to her own eyes in front of her, her eyes staring back into herself, when her voice reached her own ears. "Don't worry about Diarosa and your job security. I'll tear it all down by borrowing your face." She smiled a smile that was her own, but not her own, as she choked on her own blood. The darkness faded into a deeper black than she's ever known. End of chapter. Chapter 70. Fitmore Point of View. Seeing Basti with the face of a dead woman was jarring, to say the least. Dahlia's corpse had laid in her cell just moments earlier, yet here Basti was, a nearly exact replica of the now very dead woman. I could sense Basti was rather pleased with herself, curiously checking out her fingers and rolling her wrists with simple delight. "Well, it's nice not to fall too far behind Brururu. I'm not satisfied with this body, not at all," Basti stated simply, as she began looking over her arms before looking over at me and flashing a rather feline-looking smirk. "Well, I suppose it isn't my body, now is it?" She chuffed with amusement as she moved to sit down on my steps, before sprawling out Dahlia's lithe figure and laying back rather comfortably. There was a rather distinct disconnect between what my eyes were seeing and what I knew to be happening. The view was distracting, to say the least. Basti was lounging on my steps like she usually did, but it was dramatically more provocative than when she was just a big cat. But at the same time, the shape of the woman Basti was borrowing was an utterly trash beastskin, and thus ultimately rendered my feelings about the display to be more neutral than anything. "It really isn't right. You don't intend on keeping that form, do you?" I still wasn't sure about the extent of Basti's abilities, and as happy as I am to see her grow, her current appearance just makes me distinctly uncomfortable. Basti glanced over at me from where she lay, before sitting up and looking herself over. No, I don't think I'll ever use this form after I've done with it," she said as she flexed her hands again, before looking over at my core intently. "Then I can tell that I'm making you uncomfortable while looking like this," she mentioned, her tone a little more somber than before as she sighed a bit. "And that's the last thing I want to do to you. I've yet to decide what my body will ultimately look like, though I suppose I have plenty of time to think about it while borrowing this one." She mused a little before reaching out to touch my core, though she stopped short, pulling away for a second. In the next moment, she enveloped herself in shadows before reverting back to her old self. Now back in her big cat form, she brought her paw up to my core and gently pressed her paw pads against it. "There. Is that better?" she asked, almost sweetly, in a near whisper. her voice sounding like what I could only imagine what a bar of melted dark chocolate stirred into a warm glass of milk tastes like. It's one thing to know her intent and thoughts back when she was just a beast, before she could speak and emote clearly, and it's entirely something else to hear her speak with those intentions in mind. I could only imagine the goosebumps that would have formed on my skin if I had listened to her whisper to me like that when I had a body.
Yeah, I suppose that is an improvement.
Apparently something about my response amused her as she chuffed and smiled some more before lounging back on my steps. I'm glad to hear it, she replied pleasantly as she stretched before getting comfortable once more.
So, since when did you realize you could shapeshift like this?
I asked after a few moments of silence had settled between us. She hummed thoughtfully before rolling over to face my core. If I had to pick a moment, then I suppose it was the morning after I broke Lichtron's amulet. There was a dense concentration of mana that ran through me after I shattered it. She considered before smiling as she watched the swirling lights of my core. If that mana did something to you, then something was of course bound to happen to me, she mused before rolling back over to face the entrance of my chamber. I made sure to share what I got with our cubs, though whether or not they'll capitalize on it and shapeshift like me is up to them. Though I have a feeling Basmori will develop first, she mentioned, a sensation of warm pride just emanating from her as she settled in. I was vaguely surprised when she referred to them as our cubs, but I wasn't about to argue or even deny that. Those kids are in my care, and like many others before them, I do consider them as my own at the end of the day.
Sounds exciting. I'm looking forward to it,
I replied, though I had something else in mind as I watched her.
No rush, but I think you should go visit Dread and the Sinners while you might have Dahlia's memories. You're probably not used to moving around with her body, let alone moving around while having arms and legs. I need you to get what training you can before you leave in a couple days.
Right, she's going to have to leave soon. I feel almost reluctant to let her go, especially for the infiltration job. Those were always exceptionally high risk, even if it could snag an outfit that helped me blend in with nobodies. But here she was, needing to impersonate someone outright. I do suppose it helps that she looks exactly like the person she's pretending to be, and has their memories to boot. But I still can't help but worry. Basti seems to sense my worry as she leaned up against and pressed her forehead against my core. I'll go and train now. I ought to do my best to ensure that I don't mess anything up, she mentioned with a small smile before standing on all fours. I wouldn't want anyone to think your right hand is lacking after all, she mused almost mischievously as she started padding away, making her way out of the chamber. I'm not sure how to move forward with Basti. She was just a beast to me, a friend and trusted partner, but a beast. I knew that she had affection for me, but back then it was more like knowing an ostrich had a crush on you or something. But now she was a person, and I need to be serious about her feelings. But before that, I need to figure out how I feel. Remy, point of view. She was watching him again. He didn't even need to look at her to know that she was around the corner, peeking at him as he worked on preparing dinner for the group. Luna spoke up with a bit of a smile as she sidled up beside him, setting down some freshly washed wild tubers on the counter before glancing over her shoulder and looking back to Remy. Your admirer's back. I knew that you were handsome for a rat, but you've got her locked onto you. The wolfkin teased kindly as she patted Remy's shoulder before stepping away to the other side of the workspace. Remy smirked for a moment before sighing softly as he set the tubers down in his cutting board to start working on them next.
It's not a bad feeling at all. I just wish she was more willing to just approach,
he confessed, speaking very softly since he knew Luna could hear him regardless while doing his best to ensure Mina, the new Rat King girl, didn't know that they were explicitly talking about her. Luna casually bobbed her head as she began cubing some thick chunks of venison. Well, perhaps she doesn't know how to approach a boy her age, she offered as she glanced over in the direction of the peeping rat. His ears twitched thoughtfully as he cubed the tubers, sliding them over into a wooden bowl and setting them with the other ingredients for tonight's stew. But, she was just by my side nearly the entire night during the party, and now she can't stand within a few feet of me. What gives? He asked, not understanding what was going on at this point. Luna had to think on that for a moment before smirking with amusement as she looked over at Remy again. She had quite a few drinks with her friends that night. No doubt that liquid courage helped her push her to be a lot more outgoing than she normally would have been. She mused with a stifled chuckle, sliding the meat into another bowl before stepping away and bumping her elbow against Remy. I'm gonna go wash off this blood real quick. See if you can't get her to help. Maybe putting her to work will distract her enough to open up, she offered as she made her way out. Remy's tail curled as he considered what Luna said. After another moment, he set his knife down before wiping his hands off on his apron. Taking yet another moment to consider his approach, he turned and made his way over to Mina's hiding spot. As he walked closer, he could hear the nervous shuffle of her clawed feet skittering away from the corner that she was hiding against. Rounding the corner, he stepped into the woman's communal quarters. Nobody else was there, save for Mina, who seemed to be busy herself with folding blankets that didn't really need folding. He couldn't help but smile at how cute he found her. Her reddish-brown fur was rather glossy and well cared for, and she had the nicest pink eyes he'd ever seen. He caught himself staring for a little too long, though, and cleared his throat as he collected himself, which unfortunately caused her to jump. Hey, sorry if I scared you, he mentioned apologetically after watching her jump. I was wondering if you want to help out with dinner. I remember seeing you help out with the meal prep the last night's feast, and figured you knew your way around the kitchen, he explained as he offered a kind smile. She kept her back to him for now, her ears twitching rapidly for more than a few moments. Remy waited patiently, but even he could sense that she was more than a little anxious. It's okay if you don't want to, I was hoping that we could chat while we worked. Maybe, if you want, he offered, his own ears starting to twitch nervously as he quietly swallowed. He heard her mumble something as he took a step to leave, his ears perking and flicking as he looked over at her. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. She finally turned to face him, at least face his direction, as she stared down at his feet while fiddling with her thumbs together. I would love to help her, if you'll have me, she said, speaking up just enough for him to hear her words. Remy couldn't help but smile. She even sounded nicer than he remembered as he waved her over. Great, just go rinse off your hands and I'll get an apron ready for you. At that, Mina nodded as she walked closer, glancing up at him occasionally before scurrying past him as she went off to do as he asked. Now feeling moderately more confident, Remy went back to his cutting board, finishing up with the tubers as he scooped them into yet another bowl. Taking a quick moment to rinse his knife and poured with some water that he had set aside for the specific task. He went about preparing the vegetarian meal for the herbivores in the group. While he was washing the brown rice, he could hear Luna one-sidedly talking to Mina as they came back from the cleaning up. Though, as they got closer, he quickly realized Luna was telling her about him for some reason. His ears burned as Luna rounded the corner with a smile on her face, Mina following close behind. He's also deceptively strong. You should see him holding those bags of grain around. Even I was surprised, she mused cheerfully. Mina nodded intently, her ears fully perking up. She seemed happy to listen as Luna carried on. Though, as they rounded the corner, Mina hesitated upon seeing Remy, who greeted her with a smile. She didn't get to stay still for long. Luna's hand suddenly finding her way to Mina's back, and the Raccoon got coaxed forward faster than she had planned. Taking a moment to collect herself, she looked between the duo and silently waited for instruction. Remy waited silently as well, glancing between her and Luna, who shrugged as she smiled and busied herself with the bones of the meat that she'd carved earlier, before walking over to a large pot and tossing them into a warming water. So, do you know how to make a flatbread? We're going to be making a lot of it since we have quite a few people, he mentioned as he brought over the flour, some salt, and a jar of butter, and a bottle of milk. We're lucky that a couple of the shiver steeds were still giving milk. This will really help with the nutrition going forward, as well as further increase the variety of meals we can prepare, he mentioned cheerfully, as she swished the bottle around before setting it on the table. Mina offered a small smile and nodded a bit more, managing to move her gaze up to his chest now as she then turned to look over the ingredients before taking a handful of flour and sprinkling it on the counter. Remy watched her for a moment before going back to mixing the ingredients into a bowl, though the longest step ended up being having to melt the butter using the heated metal spoon. Soon enough, the dough was mixed together and poured out onto the flour-covered counter. Mina immediately got to work on rolling the dough itself, being rather thorough and precise with all of her movements. "Oh, I was right. You really do know what you're doing," Remy mentioned with a grin as he went back to working on the next batch of dough. "How long have you been cooking? When did you get started?" he asked, hoping to get her talking while they worked. Mina seemed to perk up a little more at the compliments, though her ears fell at the question. She kept working, not daring to mess anything up. She didn't say anything at first, and Remy relented, going back to his prep work when she finally mustered up the nerve to speak. I started when I was 10. I've been cooking for 5 years, she explained, her tone rather reserved and a little flat. Remy nodded along as he offered another smile. Looks like I have you beat by a couple of years, he mused kindly. I got started when I was 8, and I've been doing it for around half my life, so about 8 years, he mentioned warmly, reminiscing about his experience. Mina seemed to be saddened by that revelation. For so long? And when you were so young? How awful, she murmured, tears welling up in her eyes. Remy seemed more confused by this than anything as he prepped the counter with flour, not having seen the tears yet. Awful? No, I loved cooking. It was one of my favorite pastimes, and I got really good at it over the years, he enthused warmly. Mina just seemed more distressed, but kept walking regardless. I was a good girl, so Mistress Diarosa allowed me to pick some skills to learn as long as they benefited her. Cooking was something I did a lot, she explained softly as she stared down at the dough, rolling out another piece of flattened dough. Remy exchanged a glance with Luna at that comment, not sure what to make of what Mina just said. So you worked in a noble's household before this? He asked curiously. Mina looked confused by that question. No, I wasn't one of the maids. I was Mistress Diarosa's personal slave. I've been tending to her needs for years now, she mentioned, though a smile started forming on her face. But not anymore. Thanks to the great V.R.E, she mentioned, finally looking up at Remy's face. So when did V.R.E free you all? She asked sincerely. End of chapter. Sylvia, point of view. Sipping at some stew, Sylvia found herself sitting in a small circle of some of the women in the community. Primarily, it was a few of the other mothers and Miriam, the lot of them chatting about nothing in particular as they discussed the day. Sylvia was barely paying attention at first, that is, until she heard Org being mentioned. Zoning back into the conversation, she wiped her lips with a thumb before listening to what was being said. She still doesn't talk all too much, but she does seem rather spirited as of late, especially around that little dungeon boy, Grim, Harriet mentioned with a cheerful smile. She was the dogkin woman who had been in charge of the general education of the kids, as well as one of the 3 adults who kept track of the children throughout the day while everyone else worked. Don't you think so? She asked as she looked over at Sylvia, her fluffy ears wiggling with delight before taking a bite of some flatbread. Sylvia had to consider that, and she ultimately had to agree. Org had always been a reserved little girl, but ever since they ended up in these woods, she'd been gradually coming out of her shell. She certainly has. I think the adversity of what we all have gone through in these last several weeks has tempered her and allowed her to start properly developing in a way that she's unable to back in the city, she explained with a small smile. The woman nodded in agreement, mentioning things about their own children before Harriet piped up again. Now that I think about it, Org seems to have a great affinity with quite a few manor beasts, as well as Grim in particular, she considered as she took up a bowl of stew, sipping at it and sighing with delight before continuing with her thought. I mean, the cubs, spitterwolves, and birds get along with everyone and seem to tolerate the children and their mischief, but they all really seem to like Org. Perhaps she has a talent for interacting with animals. She smiled as she looked at Sylvia and the other woman. Sylvia had to reflect on that. It was something she noticed but hadn't really put any thought into until it was brought up. Perhaps she's always loved animals, and I did notice a considerable amount of strays on our street, she mentioned now as she thinks about it. Some things were lining up that didn't make sense before. At that, the rabbitkin woman spoke up. It was Cinco's wife, Farah. Perhaps she should get an apprenticeship with Sin. She may be a little too young for the hunting aspect, but he was a ranger back in the capital. Working in nature came easy to him. He's already training Mitchell, though, so we'll have to see if he's even willing, she offered as one of her long ears wiggled while she spoke. Sylvia flashed a bit of a smile. I appreciate the offer. I'll have to ask and see what she wants. But for now, I think it might be better to wait and see how things are after winter. I heard from Zassiter that they are expecting a lot of people in the near future, so our group dynamics will surely change quite a bit, she mentioned, causing several ears to perk. Sylvia smirked a bit, feeling rather pleased to be able to lead the conversation some more. He mentioned that the Drake Wardens are entering the Vitmori's service, and Vitmori is allowing them to build their keep on this land, she explained, before taking a mug and sipping some water. Farah considered what she knew before pitching in. Sin mentioned that he knew of the Drake Wardens. Supposedly, they're an international guild of some kind, real hush-hush secretive types that work in all sorts of places, she explained, speaking in an almost whisper as she glanced around. He once told me how he watched two of them run down and take out a trio of rock trolls with their drakes. It was an intense battle, she explained with no small amount of awe in her voice. They're actually trying to recruit Isak into their order, she mentioned, glancing over at Miriam, who looked surprised by that little tidbit of info. They even said that he had the makings of a Drake rider. This caused the woman to murmur excitedly, a few of them tossing glances at Miriam as they seemed to know something that she didn't. After a couple moments, Miriam spoke up, concern plain in her voice. So, when does he leave? Well, did he say yes? She then considered what she asked before shaking her head. Oh, what am I saying? Of course he said yes. That sounds like the dream, she admitted, almost wistfully. The woman glanced between Sylvia and Miriam, eagerly awaiting the scoop as Sylvia milks the moment for a few more seconds before continuing her story. Well, he nearly turned them down, but then they said that they'll be moving their order here. He decided to accept their offer, she mentioned with a grin. Really? That's great to hear, Miriam exclaimed cheerfully, though her cheeks blushed as she realized how loud she was just now, clearing her throat before speaking up again. I'm glad to hear that he's getting the chance. It's not every day someone gets scouted like that. The women all share amused glances before Harriet speaks up. Does anyone know how winter preparations are coming along? I've been so busy with the children that I haven't been following along, she mentioned, sounding vaguely apologetic as she sipped at the stew broth before taking another bite of the flatbread. Sylvia considered the question as she spoke up. Well, Zassiter previously mentioned that between the hunting, Cinco, and the others we're doing, the gathering field trips with Fratisa, Woody, and the kids, we are doing pretty good on food in the short term, she considered before leaning into the table on her elbows. With that said, we really are just waiting on Woody to finish perfecting the smokers for food preservations. However, with the Drake Warden setting up shop here, we might not have to worry as much. With a group as big as theirs, they'll no doubt be able to procure far more food than we ever could. Either the manpower or money. I'm sure that we can come up with the means to trade for food if it comes down to it. That's not to say that we should quit our preparations. We're not about to start mooching off our new neighbors, now are we? She stated as she looked to the others with a quirked brow. The other woman hummed and nodded in agreement. The talk turned to other things as the night went on, though something caught her attention as she spotted movement outside. 3 spitter wolves carrying a large cloth bundle in their teeth were being led in by the massive spitter wolf, Lugosi, soon crossing through the clearing and approaching the longhouse where everyone had been dining. This, of course, caught the attention of almost everyone, though the Empress spoke up first in the other end of the dining hall. Hey, Lugosi, what's up, fluffy boy? She enthused warmly as she stood at her seat and waved at the massive spitter wolf. Lugosi's ears drooped with a flash of anxiety as he realized everyone was staring at him, though his tail wagged slowly as Historietta called out to him. Hello there, he said quietly before speaking up as he sat back, the other 3 spitter wolves following suit as Lugosi looked among the group. If the leatherworker, carpenter, and tailor could come forward, but Maury apologizes, but he does not know your names, he exclaims as he looks expectantly at the group. After a pregnant pause, Sylvia stands, glancing over at Miriam and encouraging her to follow. Woody gets up from his place beside his son and some of the other men as the trio comes up to Lugosi. Oh, what's going on? Sylvia asked as she checked out the sheath she made for the wolf, nodding intently to herself as it seemed to be fitting well on Lugosi. Lugosi wagged his tail slowly as he looked among them before offering a wolfish smile. But Maury wishes to offer his thanks for the work the tailor and the leathermaker have performed for his people. However, while he does have some of this world's money, he wasn't sure how to pay you. He also mentioned that money might be useless at a time like this since you probably have nowhere to spend it, Lugosi explained as he looked amongst them. Sylvia couldn't help but agree, though she was vaguely amused as she listened to Lugosi explain Vidmori's thought process. Lugosi continued as he lifted a paw and gestured for his wolves to set down the bundles. One bundle was much bigger than the rest, though the two smaller bundles sounded significantly heavier as the sound of clunking metal rang out. Instead, he decided to offer these tools and supplies to the U3 specifically, as they will benefit the group as a whole and make your winter preparations easier. He then looked amongst the three people in front of him, and before lowering his ears and sighing a bit, I'm sorry, but which one of you is the tailor? He asked, sounding genuinely apologetic that he couldn't know who was who. Miriam offered a kind smile and raised her hand. At that, Lugosi smiled and looked over at her. But Maury has a commission for you and intends on compensating you for your time. Okay, sure, I'm interested, Miriam replied with a considerable amount of surprise at that, though she didn't look too troubled so far. Lugosi bobbed his head in response before continuing. With how many people will be coming into his territory in the near future? He asks that you prepare bandanas for all his birds, wolves, cubs, and any future beasts that may come into his service. That way, we can be more easily identified as in being in his service, rather than being mistaken for a wild animal. He also requests for you to make an outfit for a tactician Ururu, as he recently gained the ability to become beastskin, and currently has no proper clothes to dress himself with, he explains, his tail starting to wag more actively as he relaxes despite all the gazes on him. In exchange, he will owe you 2 favors and will compensate you with either small gems, rare metals, or coin if you prefer. Miriam looked clearly taken aback by the scale of the order, as well as some of the information that was just laid out. Wow, sure, I'll be glad to help. It might take a while, though, with my current setup, she admitted apologetically. Lugosi bobbed his head once more as he tapped one of the bundles with his paws. That brings me to what Vidmori has arranged for you all. In these bundles, you'll find tools for felling trees and woodworking, leatherworking, and tailoring. He also included several sets of scissors and a large variety of brushes, nail clippers, filers, and a few other things for something called, hygiene, he explained as he looked among them. Before he could continue, Vera had jumped up in excitement. Finally! She exclaimed, looking embarrassed as she sat down again and anxiously sipped some water. This earned a confused head tilt from Lugosi before looking back at the trio. With that said, Vidmori hopes that you'll be able to be more thoroughly prepared for winter, while also freeing Trisha to work on his requests and allowing her not to feel too worried over completing the group's requests. He explained cheerfully regarding Trisha, as he knew who she was. Trisha, for her part, seemed to be mildly embarrassed at being unintentionally called out like that, her cheeks flushing under the gaze of a few people as she suddenly became very interested in her stew. Lugosi then looked back over at the trio and stood. I hope all of you have a good rest of your night, and sorry to interrupt, he expressed sincerely before leaving, the trio of spitter wolves padding after him. There was a buzz of excitement in the air as a few people got up to gawk as Sylvia, Woody, and Miriam opened the bundles of equipment and tools. Farah, getting her hands on the combs, brushes, and scissors, her cottontail wiggling audibly as she hops in place. I can finally cut hair again, she gushed cheerfully before pointing at some of the others and smirking mischievously. And some of you really need it. I don't even think about hiding it from me tomorrow, she mused and rushed over to Cinco to show off with the tools. Though, as they were looking everything over, something was nagging at the back of Sylvia's mind as she glanced over to where Lugosi made his exit. Did that wolf just say that the giant snake just became a person? End of chapter. Chapter 72. Vidmori Point of View. I find myself getting more worried about others nowadays. It's an odd sensation that I haven't experienced to this extent in many, many years. In the end, back in my old life, I didn't care for much after I lost those I cared for. Sure, there were probably still people who cared for me, even worried about me perhaps. But I didn't care. I couldn't. My heart was too tired, and there was no place that I could call home anymore. I was just moving forward with my day-to-day, making sure I had enough to eat and drink while killing the zombies that came my way. Sure, I helped those that asked for it or needed it, but ultimately, I was living for myself. It's small wonder that I volunteered for the job that killed me, a potential cache of supplies in a warehouse that was stashed in the first few years of the apocalypse. When things turned bad, I should have just cut and run, left the others to fend for themselves as I made my escape alone. But what did I have to live for? Ultimately, the fact that I got bit probably drove me to make the sacrifice play. I'm pretty sure I led the horde far away enough, and if the others were brave enough, they should have been able to get back for at least some of the supplies, now that the zombies were no longer concentrated in their place. But that doesn't matter anymore, since I died and moved on to a new place. Now I have people to care for and look after, trusted allies that trust me unconditionally, and I have to do my best to make sure that they survive and thrive in a world that is wholly unfamiliar to me. Thinking about it, I have been neglecting Dread and the sinners. I've been judging them through the memories of people that their bodies used to be, and it is definitely not fair to them as a wholly new and entirely innocent beings. Back when I first made them into what they are now, I used the bare minimum of mana that I could spare, and it shows. Sure, in the last month or so, they've all done their best to develop their own mana hearts, but they're still lacking compared to the years of training and discipline the previous owners of these bodies had developed. Ultimately, I decided to finally grant them the memories of the people they used to be, the people whose faces they now wear. Leading them up to my core chamber, Basti joined them as she had little to do. Ururu had gone off to join Frisbee in the greenhouse rooms. They haven't had much time together since Ururu developed into more of a person. Frisbee was pleased, to say the least, and the last I saw of them, they were sitting together, with Frisbee resting in Ururu's coiled lap as they held hands and talked about how the sprouts were doing. As for everyone else, they gathered in my core chamber, settling down into the stone sand as I instructed them to lie down in a circle. I was about to give them all of their memories back, and while I had done this already with Basti, I was admittedly worried about doing it at the scale. Ultimately, I figured that I should get it done all at once, and then we can sift through everything after it to make sure that the right memories ended up in the right people. The process began as I started with Dread's memories, thinking of his early life as a child, growing up in a church orphanage, going through his learnings and studies as he grew up as a soldier of the church and stood out with his potential for growth and capacity for mana absorption. He was something of an investigator, not for the church, but for a faction within the church who was responsible for the trafficking. His job was to track down dissenters against the church and to primarily get rid of the beastskin wherever possible while not drawing attention to the church. He was a perfect soldier of the church and was loyal to a fault in no small part to his grooming as a child. The memories kept flowing into him as I turned my focus over to Pride. She had a similar childhood, though she went through some more disgusting things as a young orphan girl trying to make something of herself in the church. Having been convinced that such sacrifices were needed by both the men and women of the cloth, it made me sick, having to live through them so vividly. Of course, not everyone in the church knew these practices, but far too many were in places of great power and influence. Pride emerged on the other end as a powerful woman who had to get tough too early in life. Letting the memories flow even more, I made my way over to Wrath. She was a quiet child, reserved and reclusive. She had a family and loved ones, enjoying a peaceful life on a farm in frontier land. That was until her life was turned upside down by a roving band of marauders. They didn't even want the food or coin, from what I can tell from her retroactive examining her own memories and using church resources to investigate what happened that day. They turned out to be a mercenary band who showed up to kill a neighbor of hers that cheated one of them. Everything else was just collateral. Her life, home, and family were just an afterthought in all of this. She took the lives of many that day. Her young body, developed by hard labor, along with great genes, led her to being a furious whirlwind that liberated many limbs from torsos using a variety of farming tools. The church found her and turned her fury into a righteous one. She was blindly loyal to the church that had taken her in where she had nowhere else to go. Greed was up next. He was a relatively normal man. His parents were mercenaries, and he followed in their footsteps. It turns out that he was just really good at his job and was part of a notable mercenary company that was based out of the theocracy. He had recently taken a job regarding a delivery from the church that was heading to the hegemony. The pay was good, especially since they could cut through the lictor's folly. He had heard of this job before and heard it paid really well. He was just lucky to be able to sign up this round for the pay. His mercenary band was still back in the theocracy, likely still awaiting his return. Envy and Sloth turned out to be acolytes cut from the same cloth, as it were. They grew up together at a church-run orphanage outside of the capital, and were transferred to the capital after displaying talents with life magic, which was prized above all else. Sloth had made it easier time than pride, and genuinely good people surrounded her. Envy, however, fell prey to the voracious woman in the church, being instructed in other forms of life magic and seeing the crueler underbelly of the church. He didn't leave, though. He couldn't leave. Not with so many eyes on him, and with Sloth also in the eye of the church. For her talents, rather than the secrets like he had known. He was instructed to join this delivery like I had done before on the last delivery half a year ago, and the year before that. Only this time, Sloth had volunteered to join the escort, joining on the excuse that she would get to see lands outside of the church for once. She was granted permission, though she didn't know the truth behind these deliveries, like Envy had. Following them were Gluttony and Lust. The two were part of an adventuring team that recently suffered a critical failure, the rest of their party falling in battle to a monster nest. This delivery job was supposed to be their last one before they retired. Lust was hoping to buy a tavern in a small town from an old man who had been looking to sell, and Gluttony was going to live it up as a tavern's guard for the food and drink. Things didn't turn out well in the end, of course, and here they were now. Going through the 8 entire lifetimes was no simple feat, and the whole process lasted throughout the entire night. Dread and the sinners had been writhing in pain for the entire experience, and I could tell that something was changing within them. The memories seemed to contain a soul, as it were. The memories ending up being the sum of a person, and that would take its toll. For one, their eyes no longer faintly glowed, appearing almost wholly normal, if not for the fact that the irises were still green. Their skin now had normal, healthy hues and appeared full of life, unlike those close imitations it used to be. They were no longer just egos, but a hybrid of an imitation souls I created in the people they used to be. All 8 of them became dramatically more powerful, Envy and Sloth developing their second mana ring, while their mana hearts pulsed with the vitality of a warrior. For the rest, their mana hearts pulsed with vigor of high-end warriors, though Dread, Pride, and Wrath developed a mana ring around their hearts, as the needed requirements to be a paladin as their bodies used to be. As they woke with the rising sun, they all had various reactions to the situation they found themselves in. Dread was the first to rise, getting to his feet silently as he seemed to examine his new body. There was no sign of any external emotion, yet I felt a maelstrom of emotions and thoughts coming from his mind as he internally debated the dogma that was beaten into his young mind, and the fresh perspective of the past month living without those views and now having become a beastkin himself. Pride was sick to her stomach, fresh wounds in her mind as she was suddenly aware of her repressed memories. Despite the tears in her eyes, I felt a fury like no other for the indignation and cruelty she suffered in her youth, and the trials that she had to face just because she was a woman and was targeted by those who were supposed to watch out for her. Wrath was stoic. Her mind was cool and calm, yet she had a clear and direct goal in her mind, the utter destruction of those who had led her to bring suffering to others without her realizing it. Envy and Sloth woke up next. It seemed some of Envy's memories bled into Sloth, Envy feeling relatively sullen as he was reminded of his youth, but Sloth clung to him, tears in her eyes as she sobbed for her childhood friend, shedding tears he never shed for himself. I could feel his resolve wavering, but Envy managed to keep his composure as he embraced Sloth, his better half and trusted friend, feeling that he shut away a long time ago. Greed woke with a start, remembering himself and looking over his surroundings and silently considering what he should do. I could feel his mind wandering back to his home and his allies. I could see him looking over at me, his brow furrowing in thought as he considered what was in his power to do about the cruel underbelly of his hometown. Lust and Gluttony were the ones to wake up last. they were relatively fine compared to the rest of the sinners. Gluttony was more impressed and intrigued by her bear-enhanced form, while Lust was just happy to be alive. It seems the two of them were just excited to be alive and to have each other. After a few minutes, Dread spoke up, his fur bristling with anticipation as he looked over at my core. "You didn't have to give our memories back. You didn't have to give me my memories back," he said slowly, his cadence much more natural and lifelike compared to the stilted and relatively rigid manner from before. "Yet, you did anyways, and I am grateful. If you let me, I shall continue with the mission you set before Dread. I'll root out the rotten aspects of the church and set it ablaze, if need to." Pride spoke up at that, even if she wasn't Pride anymore, as she sniffled forcibly, willing herself to calm down. "Same here. I can't believe that there was so much I ignored. I closed my heart to many things, and I forgot to open it again after I was all said and done. I'll do whatever it takes to cast down those bastards in the ivory towers." Wrath was silent, but she watched intently, her thoughts following the same path as the other two paladins. "I'm in. No more little boys have to suffer as I have," Henry stated coldly, as he gently rubbed Sloth's upper back and looked over at my core. Greed piped in as well, as he crossed his arms. "I have no real part in any of this, but kids and innocents being put through the kind of suffering is not something I can turn a blind eye to. You have my support, and I'm sure my people will be up for it if I can get to them," he stated, letting his hands rest at his sides. Lust and Gluttony shared a look, and Gluttony gave a nod of confirmation as Lust sighed before looking over at me. "We're in. Oh, we have a demand." The others look over curiously, and even Wrath quirks a brow at that. However, Gluttony piped up this time with a grin. "We want you to build a tavern for us to run when this little village of yours gets going." "I think I can manage that, sure," I offered kindly. Soon enough, the 8 of them began to discuss a plan on how to move forward. However, as the talks went on, Revire walked into the chamber, the bags under her eyes now apparent while looking at everyone curiously, as she seemed to realize there was something different about everyone. After a few moments, she looked over to my core and spoke up. "I'm sorry, it's now a bad time, but I have something for you, Vitmori, if you could come to the workshop." Oh sure, Revire, but have you been up all night? Are you feeling okay?" I can't help but ask. She looked more than sleepy. She seemed downright exhausted. She offered a small smile as she shrugged a bit. "Nah, but it was worth it. Come along," she said as she began hurriedly making her way down the mountain. End of chapter. Vitmori, point of view. As Revire made her way out, Dread and the others decided to go back down to the training room to talk, clearly needing some more time to plan before they made their trek back to the theocracy. Meanwhile, I followed Revire instead of going directly to the workshop. I'd rather not ruin whatever surprises she got lined up, and honestly, I'm pretty worried about the state she was in. She seemed cheerful enough. Instead, she appeared outright ecstatic as she hurried down the steps. Taking a closer look at her, I'm surprised to see that her mana is nearly totally exhausted. While her mana heart still pulsed steadily, the 4 rings swirling around her heart are thin and faint. From what I know about magic, if she is able to sustain most of her bodily needs through mana alone, then there is no surprise that she looks so worn out, as badly as she does now. "What have you been up to? No wonder you look terrible. Your mana is nearly depleted." Revire just smiled to herself as she continued her descent. "I just wanted to make myself useful, and I may have gotten carried away. No worries, though. I'll get something to eat soon and sleep later, and I'll be fine soon enough," she mused as she gave her dismissive wave with her hand. "Besides, you'll see soon enough, though I am grateful that you're accompanying me. It's nice to know that you haven't gone ahead and looked at my work before I could show it to you myself," she mentioned, as she cast a glance in my general direction. Before long, we were approaching the Spitter Wolf Den when we came across Historietta. She was harassing/doting on one of the wolves standing guard at the mouth of the cave, though if the wolf's tail was anything to go by, it didn't mind. I went ahead and conjured myself a green ball of light, just so Historietta knew I was around, having it hover around Revire's shoulder on our approach. Historietta happened to glance our way, a smile on her face at first, and a look of worry made its way over her expression as she looked over at Revire. "Whoa, you look wiped out. Are you all right?" she asked before glancing at something and frowning a little more. You exhausted your mana, didn't you? You're also entirely sleep-deprived, aren't you? She stated knowingly before glancing over at my ball of light. Don't you have labor laws in your world? Why are you overworking her? She asked accusingly. She clearly cared for Revire, and I suppose it would make sense since she'd likely known her longer than I have. Before I was able to make my case, Revire spoke up with a smile as she held up her hands in placating manner. It's okay, Your Majesty. I lost track of time with the project I took on without Vidmori's approval. I promise, it is not his fault. Historietta appeared to be satisfied, but she still looked concerned for Revire as I pitched in. She's got something to show me, but she promised that she should eat and sleep once it was done. With that, she appeared to relent for now, as she returned to casually fondling one of the Spittlewolf's fluffy ears, before looking over at me. I see. Well, if you don't mind, might I join? I wanted to check out those journals one more time before I had to go back home. If that's okay? She asked, seemingly embarrassed about a little outburst a moment ago. I didn't see anything wrong with that, and I was just as worried about Revire when I saw her, so I could see where she was coming from. Sure, I don't mind if you come along, and feel free to look at the journals. It's not like I can do anything with them. With that, Historietta appeared to relax visibly and smiled as she bobbed her head. Thanks, Vidmori. She then looked over at Revire and smiled a little more. Lead the way. With that matter settled, the two made their way inside the den. Lugosi didn't seem to be among the wolves, but the she-wolf that appeared to be in charge of the affairs within the den watched the duo as they crossed, her eyes not leaving them until after they made their way out of the den and out of sight. Soon enough, they made their way into the workshop, and the first thing I spotted was the wooden soldier from before. Only it looked nothing like it did before. Revire stood beside the workstation as she gestured to the wooden figure and flashed a grin. Ta-da! I rebuilt the wooden soldier. Honestly, I ended up taking the whole thing apart, but I made sure to reuse the wood. It was such a high quality that it would have been a waste not to, she explained as she looked over her work. It looked almost lifelike, and the face, I recognized the face. That's my face. This is me, isn't it? How did you know what my face looked like, let alone the rest of my body? I couldn't help but ask, though looking at it again, I realized why it took me a moment to recognize my own face. It was a younger me, possibly my late 30s, instead of my 50-year-old mug that I had originally gotten used to. Hell, it looks like she's even got the musculature right, and, if I'm not wrong, I can see the imitation of a number of scars from old gunshot wounds and knife wounds, amongst other things. At least, she had the decency to wrap a length of cloth around my waist. Though, before I could worry too much, I took a peep at my younger copy and saw that she had decided not to be as detailed down there as she had been with the rest of my body. Dude, you were jacked as an old man, weren't you? Historietta said with a mix of amusement and awe as she looked over my younger copy. I mean, I kinda had my doubts, but between all of your titles and your build, I can easily see that you were a badass Revire told me about. She mused as she poked at my wooden abs, looking at one of the scars that trailed along them. My already piqued curiosity ended up growing even more curious as I watched Revire intently. She suddenly appeared rather bashful, her cheeks and tips of her ears becoming noticeably red as she brought her hands to her face to hide her expression, and failed terribly while doing so. As a mage, and with a particular field of study and knowledge, I am able to dreamwalk and review my dreams or others for an outsider's perspective. You may have unintentionally shared many memories with me over the last several weeks, and I may have thoroughly explored them while I slept. Her ears were very slightly flicked as she became even more red before clearing her throat. I etched an illusion spell into the primary gen to have your avatar appear as lifelike as possible once you take control of it, to help with accuracy. I reviewed many of the memories I had already seen to figure out the details of your physical form. She then swallowed, her embarrassment becoming even more pronounced somehow. Before I made sure to pass by these memories quickly to respect your privacy. However, for the sake of detail, I had to refer to many memories while you bathed and occasionally skinny-dipped with your beloved. You never revealed as much skin that I needed to refer to as any other circumstance, especially during your physical peak. She huffed and shook her head, glancing over at Historietta, who looked endlessly amused, showing off the biggest smirk that she could manage. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm flattered that she put in that much effort, but now I can't help but see her as a peeping Tom and voyeur after she mentioned which memories she ended up referring to accomplish these goals.
I see. Well, tell me how you made this. I'm not seeing any knife marks on the wood, nor do I see any wood shavings or any dust from sanding and wood down anywhere around here.
Revier cleared her throat, appearing rather eager to accept the change in the topic as she looked over to my orb of light. You're absolutely right. I actually didn't carve any wood at all. I used a technique that's similar to the method we elves use to build the sentinels that guard our grand archives. Normally, this process would take the average artificer several days to charge the wood with enough mana to weave it like threads, let alone actually shape it and weave the wood into a humanoid form. But this wood has been soaked in mana for several centuries at least, making it extremely malleable. Not to mention that I have a magic ability that was way beyond the average artificer, she explained with a grin, having since calmed down from her earlier and feeling rather proud. When you take control of this avatar, you should be able to use 5 of your 6 senses with ease, she mentioned as she patted my younger copy's shoulder.
Wait, you said 5 out of 6. Aren't there only 5 senses? I asked, half wondering if I misheard what she had said.
Revier seemed to look perplexed at my question, but it seems even Historietta was confused at the mention of 6 senses. Yes, your 6 senses: sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and mana. Any mage worth their salt is able to sense the flow of mana, though it takes a truly skilled mage to determine the difference and details in mana beyond sensing where it is.
Ah, I see. So I'm assuming tasting is out of the question? I asked, looking myself over once again.
It was a bit of an eerie feeling to stare at the lifeless face of my younger self, though I can confidently say that Revier managed to keep my looks well beyond the uncanny valley. Revier seemed to look somewhat regretful once I asked the question. She sighed. I'm afraid so, Vitmori. The sense of smell was by far the trickiest sense I had to recreate for something that is not of the flesh and blood, but taste is beyond my capabilities with a wooden figure, she explained as she shook her head.
It's fine. I was just curious. I suppose I wouldn't even need to eat, considering that my body would be made entirely of wood, I consider.
By all accounts, this outstanding work, my only complaints being that my privacy had been violated for such a thing to be accomplished. But, oh well. What sort of gem or crystal did you write the enchantments on? A diamond? Historietta asked, looking over my younger copy with a more studious gaze than a naughty one. It seems she was admiring the craftsmanship rather than my musculature, as far as I can tell. Revier was quick to respond, looking pleased with that question was. I used a chunk of Lictrin's core as the vessel of the enchantments, she mentioned before looking at my ball of light. And don't worry, Vitmori, historically fragments of shattered core have been proven to be the highest grade of materials, able to handle the most enchantments while also conducting mana the easiest. In previous cases of its use, there have been no signs of the beings in the core ever re-emerging within the tools and pieces of equipment they were used for, she quickly explained. That feels, rather morbid, especially since I see my own core as myself, a very being. Then again, I've been making diamonds out of people, so, fair enough.
Well, all right then. Now, how do I go about controlling this thing?
Revier paused momentarily as she tilted her head to side, before shrugging a bit. I'm afraid I don't know the specifics of such a ritual. It's not like I've ever helped a dungeon core inhabit a physical body before, she retorted, sarcasm dripping from her exhausted-sounding voice. Though, like with most magic, I'm sure if you project your will and intent, you'll be able to connect to this avatar with relative ease, she explained, being more helpful after amusing herself for a moment. A ritual, huh? So I just need to speak words of intent and something should happen. I go ahead and send my orb of light to enter my younger copy's chest for dramatic effect. Though afterwards, I reached out with my mana and began swirling it around the wood until I found the vessel, as Revier put it. Vessel painstakingly created for me, join with me and become my extension. Allow me to traverse this world with your aid. Once I finish, I feel another measure of mana pouring into the vessel until it ignites like a mana heart. More and more mana continues to flow as rings develop around the artificial mana heart. The flow slowed to a stop after a stable 3 rings formed, and as I studied the vessel, I could see the faintest of threads leading up to where my core was at the top of the mountain. I can feel the connection, and it wasn't anything like when I formed bonds with any of my people or beasts. It's like it's right there, just out of reach. I focus a little harder and reach out as if to share senses that I've done with my beasts. Suddenly, it's like the room has shifted, and instead of a face of my younger copy, I'm looking at the ceiling. Did I do it? I spoke out, and suddenly my own voice reaches my ears and I can hear Historietta shift away with what I assume is surprise. I go to sit up, having to actually think about how to move for a little bit as I push myself up to a sitting position with relative ease. Turning my head and shifting my eyes side to side, all sensation feels new and strange, though I suppose this is a brand new body that has never done any of this before. I look between Historietta and Revire before flashing a grin. So, how do I look? I couldn't help but ask as I brought my hand up, noticing how it now appeared to be flesh tone. My flesh tone, a sun-kissed brown, with the added details of hairs along the back of my head and fingers, as well as a faded scar of a burn between my ring finger and pinky knuckles. Well, you're hairier than I imagined, but I suppose manscaping isn't that important in the apocalypse, Historietta mused teasingly as she flashed a grin. Revire seemed to look closer at me, grabbing my wrist and making me turn it around, individually wriggling my fingers before smiling as she gazed into my eyes. I dare say my finest work. Well, Vidmore, welcome to being amongst those with bodies, she mused before yawning. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go eat before I pass out, she mentioned as she turned to walk off, clearly done for the day. Historietta smiled as she watched Revire leave before meeting my gaze. I suppose you ought to get some clothes arranged, but this means you'll be able to personally attend the peace banquet. Shame you won't be able to eat the food, though, she mused as she sighed with exaggerated disappointment. What are you planning to do first with your newfound body? I had to think on that for a moment, though a smile grew on my face as I moved to stand, pushing off the workbench. I stumbled a little at first, having pushed off harder than I needed to since I was both stronger than I remembered and not as heavy as I was before. Though I got my balance soon enough. Now steadied on my 2 new feet, I flashed a grin over to Historietta. I think I'll go for a walk, maybe touch some grass, I mused cheerfully as I walked out the workshop, one foot after the other. End of story. Chapter 74. Vidmore Point of View. I was a few steps out of the workshop when Historietta spoke up. Before you touch grass and all that, mind walking me down to Lectrin's room? I was kinda hoping not to have to go down there alone, she mentioned, looking up at me as she flashed a smile. I didn't see anything wrong with that, and I figured I ought to get my steps in anyways, and put this new body through its paces, before I go out into the open. Sure, why not? I simply reply. With that, I decided to lead the way as we descended. As we walked, Historietta piped up to fill the silence. I know that I was kind of evasive about my answer back there, but you look pretty good. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that you're like a character from a TV show. She mused as she walked by my side. I could sense her eyes on my body, and not in the metaphorical sense, but I could tell where she was looking, and the fact that she was looking at me without looking at her, I couldn't help but wonder if it was one of those skills I'd have. But I didn't wonder for too long as Historietta spoke up again. Especially with all those scars and wounds on your body. Some of those look much nastier than TV would have suggested. Though I suppose special effects can only go so far, she surmised before poking the scar along my stomach. How did you get this one? She asked curiously before looking back up at me. I jumped a little when she poked at me. Even if I saw it coming, the sensation of being physically touched was almost jarring after being deprived of it for so long. Even though I knew which scar she was talking about, I made a show of shifting around before looking down at the scar and humming thoughtfully. Well, that one was a close call. It was somewhat self-inflicted, though entirely unintentional, I mentioned absently as I touched the imitation of the old wound. Meanwhile, Historietta had a look that simply begged for me to continue as she seemed to listen to it with rapt attention while we walked. It was about 4 years into the apocalypse. A PDA hired me to watch his back while he went onto a scouting run in a place where there was a reported bandit activity. Oh right,
A PDA is—" I went to explain, though Historieta grinned as she spoke up.
"I know about PDAs. Phoenix Down agents, right? Members of a secretive military group that worked towards the benefit of humanity," she said before continuing. "Revire told me about them. She claimed that was one of the good things happening during the apocalypse." I'm again surprised that she knew about the things of my world, but I suppose I shouldn't question it too much as I flashed a grin.
"Well, anyway, we had been out scouting for about 2 days. I watched his back while he used a special watch to scan the bandit camp from a distance to map it out and prepare a plan of attack. We had been moving from rooftop to rooftop, doing our best to stay out of sight and remain silent, which meant any zombies we encountered had to be put down with close combat rather than guns to pick them off. Even if they were silent, they weren't entirely quiet, and a person could easily pick out the sound on a clear day if they were paying attention."
Historieta nodded intently at that, still listening as we were about halfway down now.
"All that to say, while we were moving to the next scouting point, I heard a sound of creaking wood underneath the PDA's foot as we crossed the rooftop. Before I knew it, I had lunged forward and grabbed the guy by his pack before throwing him back, but that only caused me to be the one to fall instead. The wood crumbled beneath my feet, and I fell through 2 floors of water-rotted floorboards before crash landing on a desk. I was lucky that my pack took the brunt of the fall, but it didn't help that some of the wood splinters that crashed through skewered me. Most of it was splinters, but one thick shard pierced clean through. Luckily, nothing vital was ripped apart, but it really sucked to move. Luckily, that PDA didn't leave me for dead, though I was nearly killed by a lone zombie who wandered in after I crashed into the room.
I couldn't help but grin as I recalled the memory. It was a pretty close call, but I survived that encounter.
I managed to crawl away from where I crashed, landed, and hid behind a filing cabinet. I wasn't going to be swinging around a weapon anytime soon, but I had this spring-loaded telescopic baton with a spike welded onto the tip that I used with great accuracy to quickly and quietly put a freak down. Afterwards, it was just a matter of keeping myself still and awake until the PDA found me. We ended up having to cut the bigger wooden splinter out of me, and it was not a pleasant experience, to say the least. Luckily, between some strong painkillers, a bottle of vodka, a knife, and some staples, we got me patched up enough to make the trip back to the settlement, to have my wounds properly treated and cleaned. I was out of commission for a month, but I earned my keep by helping train up some folks with gun handling and close combat, as well as a few odd jobs here and there.
Historieta seemed to take a few moments to digest my story, though I could feel her eyes look at the particular scar once again before looking at a few others. "Wow, just wow," she said, after a bit but before smiling a bit. "You must have a high pain tolerance. I don't think I could even move if I was messed up like that," she considered as she absently touched her side.
I chuckled a bit at that. "Yeah, I've had lots of experiences getting hurt. A few times were especially bad, though it's just a matter of doing your best to not let the shock settle in and to keep your mind focused on a single goal, even if that goal is just to keep your feet moving." Though, with that said, we finally reached the slime spring room as I glanced over at Historieta. "So, what are you looking for within these journals?" I asked as we entered Lichtrin's bedroom.
Historieta hummed thoughtfully as she picked up a journal she looked at before, then glanced over to a small bookshelf with similar-looking books. I just want to know what happened back then. Maybe we can help prevent whatever happened to her from happening to you," she explained as she looked over at me. "But ultimately, I'm just curious about what life was like for a human from another world like us," she admitted as she flashed a sheepish smile.
"Well, it's not like I can use them in this current state," I mentioned with a shrug before smiling a bit. "Tell you what, you can take all these books as long as you translate any recipes, rituals, or anything you think might be useful to me," I offer as I make my way around to Lichtrin's wardrobe, snooping around for any clothes that might fit me. Alas, they're all rather petite and not nearly big enough to fit my body. Historieta looked pleasantly surprised by my offer, though her expression turned into one of uncertainty as she looked over the books again. "I don't know. I still feel there might be bad news to bring books with me from a supposedly cursed and blighted territory." I smirked a bit at that description before shrugging as I shut the doors to the wardrobe. "Well, don't bring them with you, not visibly at least. Didn't you say you had some sort of storage space?" I mentioned as I walked back over to her and looked over the bookshelf.
Historietta seemed to think on that as she held one of the books. I mean, I do, but I only have one free slot left. Maybe if I take a knife out, I could possibly carry 2 books, she considered, as she glanced between me and her hand.
Couldn't you just tie a bunch of books together and store it in your slot as a book bundle? I considered.
I mean, if she has a pouch of coins in her inventory, what's stopping her from having a bundle of books? What do you mean I can't do that, right? She suddenly looked somewhat perturbed as she considered the possibilities of my suggestion. Meanwhile, I collect the remaining 19 books from the bookshelves, setting them all out on a desk. After a moment of thought, I decided to go after a pillowcase from the bed, peeling the covers off the pillows before loading all 20 books inside a pillowcase and tying off the ends to make 2 impromptu sacks.
Here, 2 bags of books, give it a try,
I offer, feeling more than a little amused as I watch her glance between me and the bags of books. I watched as a knife suddenly appeared in her hands. It was a simple but fine-looking dagger. After setting it down, she held her hands over the 2 sacks before touching them. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen, but in the blink of an eye, the 2 bags disappeared, and Historietta looked ecstatic. Oh, awesome! Holy crap! This opens so many possibilities for the kinds of things I can store. Sweet! She exclaimed excitedly as she hopped around, pumping her fist in the air before catching herself, her cheeks flushing as she suddenly remembered that I was standing there, watching her get all excited like that. Sorry, I suppose I might have gone a little carried away, she mentioned before clearing her throat. Anyways, I'll see what I can do about working on these, though I think you should pay me a visit if you want the fruits of my labor, she mused cheerfully as she started making her way out of the room. I'm sure that I should have a decent amount of these translated by the time Peace Banquet comes around.
I suppose that's as good as time as any. Sure, why not?
I didn't really have a deadline in mind after all, though I could tell that she was just excited to have me over, as if she was just inviting a friend over to her house. Good. I'll be expecting you then. Don't be late. In fact, you should show up early, okay? She mused, now especially cheerful at the current developments. Oh, I can't wait to start reading in full. I wonder when she started keeping her journals, she considered excitedly, as we started making our way back up the steps. We make our way back soon enough, though I stop as I peer into the workshop and stroke my chin thoughtfully. I could feel Historietta watching me curiously as she decided to speak up. What's up? Did you forget something?
No, well, I was actually thinking of how to cover up better. I'd rather not look like I just stepped out of the shower after all, I mused as I gestured to the simple white cloth around my waist. The fact that I was basically in a towel didn't seem to click until just now. If Historietta's expression was anything to go by, she suddenly smirked and snickered at my expense. I suppose it would certainly help with your image if you put something on. Though, are there even clothes to be found in there? She asked as she followed me into the workshop and looked around. Doesn't look like it, no, I replied as I wandered over towards the intricate loom before looking over to the bolts of fabric that I had picked through the other day for the care package I sent to the Gosi. I guess I could just wrap some cloth around me until I get something proper clothes made, I considered aloud as I looked through the bolts of fabric, spotting what looked to be cotton fabric dyed black and plucking it from the other bolts. Oh, thinking of dressing like an ancient Roman or something? She asked, a hint of amusement in her voice as we came over and looked between me and the bolt of cotton fabric. Want some help? She offered, with a smile as she held out her hand. I returned the smile as I passed the bolt over, holding my arms out as she began wrapping me in the cloth, generously using the 16 or 20 feet of cloth as my left arm and chest were covered, with the remaining 6 feet or so having been bound around my waist to keep the wrapping under my lower half secured in place. Looking myself over, I couldn't help but smile. The black cotton felt nice against my wooden skin, and despite the excess cloth, the way she had wrapped it around my waist proved to look somewhat slimming. Well, what do you think?
I asked as I flashed a grin over at Historietta while slowly spinning in place. Historietta seemed to scrutinize me rather seriously, looking me up and down and pacing in a wide circle around me before speaking up with a verdict. Meh, you look good enough for a fancy mannequin, she teased with a smirk as she looked over the workbench with all the cloth, finding an oversized safety pin as she came around and pierced the cloth around where she tucked in the end of the piece of cloth. There, now that should definitely help keep things in place, she mused as she bobbed her head with a satisfied nod before flashing a sincere smile. You look good, go for a walk, but make sure to come over to Haven to say goodbye when I leave later today," she said cheerfully as she bumped her fist against my chest.
"Sure, I'll come by,"
I offered a smile in return as we made our way out of the Splitter Wolf den. On our way out, though, just about every wolf turned to look at me, and I could feel their surprise radiating from each of them as they laid down submissively as I walked past. It was just a little unnerving, though I suppose I am their boss and the reason all of them are alive. I hesitated as we approached the mouth of the cave. The sunlight pouring in from the outside was nearly blinding to my new artificial eyes. But I couldn't help but push forward. The anticipation of being outside far more overwhelming than any trepidation I might feel about being limited by my bubble of influence. I finally stepped out, and for the first time, everything is clear. There is no cloudy barrier between me and the outside. It's just forest as far as my eyes could see. If I was made of flesh, I think I might have shed a few tears. How I've missed this, the smell of nature and the beautiful lush greenery. I could feel Historietta watching me a little more before going off towards the haven. As for me, this walk has been a long time coming. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Vidmori Point of View. I can't remember the last time I was able to freely take a hike through the woods without having to be vigilant for zombies. The smell of nature, without the tinge of rot and ruin in the air, was so refreshing. Despite having no lungs to breathe with, I find myself enjoying the experience. Before long, I find myself sitting in the shade of a tree, leaning back and resting along the trunk as I quietly observe the tree line. I watched a small animal scamper around, animals that look remarkably like rabbits, along with other various rodents, though before long, a small herd of white deer pranced along, grazing and moving along through my territory. I find myself holding my breath, even if I don't need to breathe, as I watch them settle around me, seemingly resting for the moment. It's almost as if they don't see me or even recognize my presence. Well, if I have stealth skills, I've likely activated them somehow, which explains what the deer are doing. Well, either all that, or they don't recognize a magic wooden man as a threat for some reason. After what felt like an eternity of peaceful silence, I could hear the birdsong getting louder around me, as well as many curious eyes. Focusing back at the moment, I look about and sense quite a few of Jack's crewbirds twittering at each other as they look me over with unbridled curiosity. Though it isn't long until I hear more fluttering as Jack swoops in, landing before me and looking me over. As soon enough, there is recognition in his eyes as his feathers poof out and his wings flap once before offering me a salute. "Boss Vidmori, it's a true surprise, and a delight to see you out and about," he enthused, a cheerful whistle coming from him before he then looked around at all the crewbirds lingering and watching me. "What do you lot think you're doing? Scram! The boss isn't some piece of fruit you can gawk at," he exclaimed, flaring out his wings admonishingly, which caused the others to scatter. Though he startled the deer while he was at it, the small herd scampered off, leaving the two of us alone. I couldn't help but smile. Even my quiet time had been interrupted. It was nice to finally meet Jack in person, as it were.
"It is nice to see you too, Jack. Have you grown bigger?"
I mentioned as I looked at him. The last time I gave him a once-over, he was around the size of a raven. Now he looked to be bordering on a raptor status, which was impressive for what used to be a little round bird. He was somewhat sleeker now, and his pointed beak did seem pointier than before. Jack preened a little as he sauntered around in front of me. I had my suspicions, but I think that even you've noticed my growth. Yes, I've been working my hardest and patrol the outskirts of your land, and I've killed many beasts who dared to cross me. Why, there was this one particularly hardy plant monster that tried to lure me in with a perfectly vibrant red fruit that looked just a little rotten. It, of course, could not fool me with a mere trifle such as that. I, of course, knew what it was on my approach, and managed to successfully dispatch it, lest it attempts its pitiful tricks on birds of a lesser instincts or ability. He enthused proudly, as he seemed to preen and looked generally satisfied with himself. I could tell that he wasn't being entirely truthful with this particular story, but his results still spoke for themselves as I grinned cheerfully at him.
"Very impressive, Jack. I'm glad to hear you're doing so well,"
I mentioned as I get to my feet. Jack hopping back to give me some space before flapping up to my shoulder and settling there for a moment.
By the way, I've been meaning to tell you, but the other day I discovered a magic map room that shows my territory from an aerial point of view. I figured that you might want to get together with Ururu and Legosi and maybe check it out when the three of you get a chance. I feel it might be rather useful for the three of you when it comes to coordinating patrols and having a more detailed understanding of my territory.
I had been thinking about how best to use that room, and while I now have my own body, I would like for the three of them to get used to this particular room, since I'm almost positive it'll help them with their duties overall. Jack tilts his head at that, not fully understanding the concepts I just put before him, but seemingly understanding the main point.
Aye, very well. I'll see about running the others up then, he replied, with a bob of his head. He then whistled thoughtfully before looking at my face. How long have you had a physical body?
The question vaguely surprised me, though I couldn't help but flash a smile as I glanced over at him.
Not long at all. In fact, I think only you, Revire, and Historietta even know about it.
Jack seemed to be amused at that, a smile appearing in his eyes as he bobbed his head once again.
I see. Well, if you'll excuse me, boss, I have somewhere I need to be right now.
With that, he quickly took flight before disappearing beyond the tree line. I was alone again, just me and the trees for now, as I took a deep breath and savored the scent of nature, exhaling out of habit. I looked around the tree line while briefly wondering where I should start walking towards to get to the haven, since I've never personally been there. Not to mention, I don't even really know where I am. After a moment of thought, I opted to close my eyes with a little concentration. Something almost instinctively seemed to point the way as I started walking again. Trisha point of view. Trisha found herself staring up at the mountain once more with the delivery of tools, supplies, and equipment that Legosi had brought over. She knew that the more pressing of her responsibilities had been handled already by V.R.E. It was a little disconcerting, to say the least. She was supposed to make those things for the group. That's initially why she asked V.R.E. for a forge. She had heard from Zasita that V.R.E. had been building a forge for her, but did he figure out how to make things on his own, or something, and decided that he didn't need her after all. With all this pondering, she ultimately ended up just giving herself to a headache as she sighed softly, her heart simply longing for the heat of the forge. When she sighed, the crimson ball of fur that had been lying in her lap stirred, looking up at her with seemingly genuine concern.
Newt,
it choked out, sitting up to reach up and tap her cheek with the pleasantly warm paw pads. Trisha couldn't help but smile at that as she reached out and scratched the young cat's throat and chin.
Oh, Heftio, you're too cute. I can't possibly stay in a bad mood around you,
she cooed affectionately as the young feline murred audibly at her touch, though after a few more quiet minutes, his ears suddenly perked as he went silent, his fluffy little ears twitching and flicking as he turned to look off into the distance.
What is it, boy? Do you hear something? Is it trouble? She asked,
an edge of anxiety creeping along her throat and into her voice as she watched Heftio react to something out of view. Before she knew it, the crimson cat had leapt off her lap and began running.
Wait up,
she called out, scrambling to her feet as she then ran after him. Following after Heftio, she heard meows and yowls of the other cubs in the near distance, soon returning to a clearing to the haven and rounding the longhouse. She spotted a man that she hadn't seen before, swarmed by the 4 cubs. At first, she thought they were attacking him, but it seemed that they were actually showing affection. Even the usually standoffish V.R.E. was all the way up into the man's shoulder, nuzzling their head against his neck. Grim even hurrying over to hug the man's other leg, his fluffy little tail wagging audibly with excitement. She wasn't sure what to make of this, though she spotted the others of Haven starting to gather with varying degrees of curiosity. However, she noticed the Empress looking amused by all of this, having made eye contact with her as she watched everyone instead of the new man. The man, for his part, had a face that looked intense yet handsome. His vibrant green eyes carried a certain coldness despite the joyful smile he had on. His gaze sharp and piercing as they passed over her. He carried himself like the veteran warriors and adventurers that she had seen come into her father's shop. Despite how relaxed he appeared to be, she could tell that the man was a predator. His exposed chest and right arm were riddled with wounds, and his clothes looked both comfortably luxurious while being incredibly simple looking. There was something about him that intimidated her, though she couldn't help a nagging sensation in the back of her head that she knew who this was. That was until Zasita stepped forward, followed by Rita, Zassita getting to one knee and bowing his head, while Rita gave a slight bow of her head in show of respect, but not lowering herself to the extent Zassita had.
"But-M-O-R-E, it is an honor to see that you've obtained a physical form. Welcome to the haven you created."
At that, Zassita practically bounced up to his feet, looking down at the man and flashing a warmer smile as he cleared his throat.
"Sorry, I was just so overwhelmed. I completely forgot that you don't care for such formality,"
Zassita mused, carrying himself much more casually now than he chuckled a bit. The man chuckled heartily, in a great mood as it seemed as B-Robbo continued to nuzzle into his throat. The man returned the gesture by nuzzling his chin against the black cub. Meanwhile, Rayleigh was laying happily on the man's right arm, mewling with delight and clearly too excited to use her words. Sekar was scaling his back as she moved Clamor onto his other shoulder, while Heftio started his own climb as he was the last to arrive.
"It is fine, Zassita. This was a recent development, so I apologize for not letting you know when I was on my way,"
he expressed sincerely as he plucked Heftio from his side and cradled the cub in his left arm.
"I just promised to see Historiator off, and I'm one to keep my promises,"
he expressed simply as he then looked to the people of the community.
"I also wanted to personally thank you all for looking after my cubs. I was sad when they moved out, but they've clearly come into their own while being amongst you all,"
he mentioned as he returned Sekkar's nuzzles with his chin while he spoke. This caused many folks to start murmuring amongst each other. It was one thing to be told that the dungeon call in the mountain used to be a man, and it's something else entirely to see the man standing before them. Sylvia was the first to approach, eyeing the man curiously before lowering her head and looking back at him.
"I've never got to say this before, but thank you for saving us and giving us a new home, and thank you for saving my daughter,"
she expressed as she lowered her head once more. Org, for her part, just offered a bit of a smile and waved as she stood behind Sylvia, peeking out from behind her mother. The man who turned out to be B-Robbo looked vaguely uncomfortable, but offered a kind smile.
You're welcome, but you don't need to thank me. It was just circumstances and coincidence that everything happened as it did. But I am happy to see you're doing all so well. I do hope that I didn't interrupt anything,"
he expressed as he returned Org's way with a small wave of his own before looking to the others.
"Oh, and before I forget, I should properly introduce myself. Better late than never,"
he mused with a cheerful smile as B-Robbo mushed his paws into B-Robbo's cheek.
"My name is B-Robbo, a man from another world who ended up here somehow, and I hope that we get along and that you're all able to thrive on my land,"
he said, bobbing his head politely. With that done, it seemed it was a perfect excuse for everyone else to approach and greet the man, shaking hands as the thanks and names were exchanged. It was all rather charming, B-Robbo looking almost ecstatic to meet everyone. It was all going smoothly too, until Basti came out of nowhere and tackled the man to the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 76. B-Robbo Point of View. It was a surprise, to say the least, when Basti tackled me down to the ground. The cubs were fine, though Grim seemed surprised by the whole exchange. But in the end, he was just happy to be involved in whatever was happening. The people were taken aback but appeared to be more confused and perhaps even amused at the scene developing before them. Basti's tail had flicked this way and that, her whole body seemingly rumbling with delight as I felt her unintentionally flexing her claws into my back. Zassita spoke up first, looking pleasantly amused as he looked between Basti and me before looking back at me.
"I suppose there are others you left out regarding your latest change,"
he mused before looking at the others.
"Come along now, everyone. No point standing around. We have work to do."
This earned some smirks of amusement from some of the adults, but the kids were just happy to see Basti stopping by. The cubs and Grim lounged around for a few moments, but they also dispersed, going off to play with the other kids or hang around their mentors.
"So, I guess you're cozy where you are?"
I asked as I glanced back up at Basti. While the new wooden body was definitely strong, I was not in any sort of position to properly resist or squirm free. Not that I was actively trying to do so. She rumbled out another purr before leaning in and whispering once more, "Consider it as punishment for not telling me that you were planning on getting a physical body," she mused almost mischievously as she now began to knead her paws into my back. Well, it felt nice in a way. The sensation of relief wasn't really there. considering that I wasn't really made of meat like a normal person. Though, as her paws kneaded against me, I could sense that she had a realization as she let out a huff that sounded vaguely disappointed. "You're made of wood?" she asked quietly, confusion plain in her voice, as she let herself flop down against me and rested her chin atop my head. "Why are you wood?"
Well, probably because this was all rather impromptu," I replied with fake amusement. "Revia surprised me with an avatar, as she put it. A real body is probably a long way away, but for now this'll have to do if I want to be mobile."
I just laid there for a time being, the pressure of the weight being quite apparent to me. However, it wasn't uncomfortable, the sensation of pain apparently not registering.
"However, considering that I can now leave my bubble, I was considering joining you on your mission to the hegemony. I'll follow from afar and see what I can do while you assume the role of Dahlia,"
I mentioned, a smile on my face as I slowly shifted around to look up at her more directly. Vasti's eyes dilated with anticipation at the suggestion, humming some more as she stood and slinked off of me before lying in the dirt. I really like that idea," she mentioned as her eyes flicked and wiggled. Now that I'm freed from the confines of my right hand, I go about standing while dusting myself off.
"It'll be interesting to see the world beyond the confines of my forest. I have memories of a place, but I'd like to see it for myself. Maybe make some connections and find some friends."
If I were flesh and blood, I could swear my heart would be racing with the idea of an expedition. It had been years since I'd ventured into new territory. Even the warehouse that got me killed had been mapped, though obviously it wasn't adequately scouted. But that was beside the point now. Basti hummed thoughtfully at that before nodding. "There are many targets, as you know. It'll take a lot of work to deal with them all of them," she mentioned, her tail lashing and curling as she considered the task before us. I couldn't help but agree. I've dismantled many groups before. It usually just requires the removal of leaders or key figures in a group to create disorder and leave hostile groups in shambles. However, the difference here is that this is a civilized land, with a lot more people and stable influence and structure. Nothing like the volatile apocalypse that I'd grown accustomed to. So Basti was right. It would take a lot of time, at least until I find a suitable figurehead or a faction to oppose these slavers for me. Hence, the need for me to go and try to find friends and allies.
"It'll be a good way to gauge our neighbors and the people who make up the general populace."
Basti seemed to nod intently, and I could tell that she was at least getting most of the concepts I'm running by her, probably thanks to Dahlia's memories. "Again, it just sounds like a lot of work. What about home, the mountain and the haven? Are you just going to leave them be?" she asked as her head tilted curiously. I considered that, soon glancing over at the faint, intangible thread that connected the body to my core at the top of the mountain.
"I think I can manage to maintain both, though I'm certain I can rely on Ururu to look over the home front for the day-to-day if need be,"
I considered as I looked back over at her.
"I may be inhabiting this body, but it's still only an avatar. My true body is in my core at the top of the mountain. I'm fairly certain I can change my focus between this body and my bubble of influence," I explained, guessing for now, as I didn't want to experiment out in the open on the off chance that returning back to my core would make my avatar collapse like a sack of potatoes. This appeased Basti as she nodded intently. "I see. I suppose I ought to get back to my training if we are to leave as soon as possible," she considered, seemingly a little somber, as she watched our cubs among the people before looking at our mountain. "I don't think I've ever truly had a place to call home. My memories of life weren't exactly clear. All I knew was that I was alone, and my hunts were poor in the last few weeks with my cubs on the way," she said softly. I knew of her life before me, though it was interesting to hear from her perspective. As she spoke, I decided to sit down beside her, my legs crossed as I scooted closer, before reaching out and gently running my wooden fingers through her head fur. Basti seemed to smile softly while shifting around as she laid her head on my lap and continued to speak. "I went up that mountain to die that day. Something in my basic, animalistic mind didn't want my cubs to be eaten after I'd passed. I would have preferred that they starved rather than end up as someone else's meal," she admitted as she nuzzled into my stomach. "But then there was you, my small little bead in the dirt, and you aided Basmori for no reason other than you felt like it. I knew somehow that I could leave them in your care, and you would have watched over them as I entered my final sleep."
She then rolled over onto her side before looking up at me while still resting her head on my lap and leaning into my touch, a smile forming on her feline face. But there you went again, not allowing me to even have that rest. You had my life, and you gave it back freely, even at the cost of yourself. Time and time again, you provided for and protected our cubs more than any other mate ever would have, she said, her voice rumbling with evident affection. I suppose now that I've had time to understand my new awareness, I can see that my affections have been rather one-sided, she considered as her tail curled and her ears flicked. She sounded more somber, but not too much as she gazed up into my eyes. I hope that you'll continue to care and look after us, even if my affections are unrequited, she said softly, now almost murmuring as she huffed softly and proceeded to pull away. Even if Basti had just been above average in intelligence for an animal until a few days ago, she was surprisingly mature and wise now. I highly doubt at all that was simply due to the influence of Dahlia's memories, so that means that she had been wise and mature all on her own. I didn't let her get too far as I came up beside her and patted her upper back. This caused her to stop as she looked up at me, settling down as she watched me intently while her mind swirled with emotions, though she maintained a stoic expression. Basti, let me just say that I do care for you as my trusted friend, partner, and ally. I started off as I took a knee to be closer to eye level with her, even if she did have to look down at me now. However, I recognize your feelings for me, and I will not ignore them. All I ask is that you give us time. I want you to get to know me as a person, and I will like the chance to get to know you as you are now, a person like myself, I explained as I offered a small smile. Is that all right with you? I asked gently as I held her gaze. Basti hummed thoughtfully, returning the smile as she leaned in and pressed her forehead against mine before quickly trotting away. She soon stopped a little ways away and glanced back at me as she spoke. I suppose it'll have to do for now, she replied coyly, one of her ears spluttering with delight as she hurried off. I couldn't help but smile as I watched her go. I could sense that she was in a much better mood than a moment ago. Getting to my feet, I make my way over to the part of the clearing where the tents had been set up. All but 2 of them had been taken down at this point, everything else having been loaded onto various drakes. Drake wardens and imperial ladies move around, working to clean up after themselves, as it were. I, of course, felt many eyes on me, though nobody actively approached me at first. That was until Dubois made his way over with a grin on his face. So would Maury. I didn't think that I would be seeing anything like this anytime soon, he mentioned as he came up beside me and watched his subordinates work on packing up. You certainly got a rather striking figure, seeing you now. I have no doubts that you are certainly a capable warrior. I couldn't help but flash a grin as I looked over at Tobias. I could tell that he wasn't paying me any sort of lip service, and was sincere with his words. Well, not exactly in the flesh, and while I appreciate the vote of confidence, my combat experience is limited to a type of monster called a zombie, as well as a variety of mutant variants of zombie and normal human beings. I have no doubts I'll need to reevaluate the skills and techniques in my repertoire for mana-enhanced warriors and magic uses, not to mention all the strange and unique beasts and monsters I may have to encounter. Tobias looked curious about my initial comment, so I opted to hold out my hand to him. He takes it up after a moment and his brow quirks with mild surprise, almost immediately bringing his other hand over to feel up the rest of my arm. Wood, how interesting, he mentioned, while trailing off as he tried to examine my features with his eyes alone while pulling away. Well, you certainly look like flesh and blood. This is some incredible spellcraft for sure, he mused kindly as he met my gaze once more. I couldn't help but chuckle softly at his reaction as I nodded intently. Well, I have Revaya to thank for my current condition. She exhausted a considerable amount of mana to craft this avatar for me, I said, letting my arm fall to my side. Tobias nodded intently before smiling a little more as he looked out at his subordinates again. As for your combat experience, I'm sure you'll have little issue adapting to new enemies. You are already a considerably powerful being after all. He then shot me a glance and smirked a bit. And don't forget that you are also a mana-enhanced warrior, as well as a magic user of a kind. Just train yourself in your new capabilities, and you should be able to carry yourself just fine amongst the rest of us, he expressed, sounding rather sincere as he patted my shoulder. It felt oddly comforting being advised by an even older and more experienced man than myself. I'm reminded of that saying, to beware of an old man in a profession where others die young. I suppose it applies to both of us, but Dubois does seem to have at least a decade on me.
Well, keep that in mind, I reply, with a bit of a smile as I look over at him again. When do you think you'll be back?
Dubois looked at the skyline for a moment before looking over at me once more.
2, maybe 3 weeks. I still need to inform the commander of the southern border of my findings here, but considering the circumstances and our current lack of a place to call home, I'm certain I'll have no qualms about making the journey here,
he explained as he looked over his arm and absently fastened some of the straps on his braces.
We will also need time to commission and escort some builders to come out here to start working on the wooden fort and living arrangements, which will need to be completed before winter starts in full. So all in all, lots to do,
he mused with a mock sigh of exhaustion and a shrug before flashing a smirk.
Thankfully, I can leave most of the more difficult work to the young ones, so there's that.
I couldn't help but return the smirk and chuckle of amusement.
Yes, I suppose that is the perk of having both age and experience,
I mused before spotting Historietta making her way over. I glanced back to Dubois and held up my hand again.
Stay safe on your way out. I'll see you soon.
Dubois glanced over at Historietta before nodding as he firmly took up my hand and shook it, before lowering his head in a show of respect.
Thank you again for welcoming us in your land. I'm looking forward to our next meeting,
he expressed sincerely before pulling away and joining the other Drake Wardens in the final check of their equipment. Historietta approached as she smiled up at me.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye for now, she said as she bumped her fist against my chest. Take care of yourself, old man. I can't wait for you to visit the capital. Hopefully, I'll have some stuff for you to use by then, she gushed with a mischievous look. I can't wait for another talk. Maybe we'll have some more interesting stories next time we meet, she mentioned with a clap of her hands.
I offered a chuckle as I decided to return the gesture by gently bumping her shoulder with my fist.
Be careful what you wish for. There's a reason "may you live in interesting times" was often used as a curse, I mused. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. See you then,
I offer as I take a step back. She also took a couple steps back, turning to leave, before stopping and casting a glance back at me.
Don't forget, you now have a friend in a high place. If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call on me. I'll do what I can, she insisted,
sounding rather serious now before offering a small smile again. I couldn't help but grin a bit before bobbing my head in understanding.
Sure, the same to you. After all, if you need something done and don't know who to turn to, just let me know. I'll be there.
Historietta grinned at that, apparently genuinely happy by my offer, as she turned and joined the Drake Wardens and the ladies-in-waiting. The group now mounted the drakes before quickly taking to the skies and heading for the horizon. I watched them for a while more, though soon enough I'm back in the moment as I rubbed the back of my wooden head before looking around. What to do first? Honestly, now that I am really thinking about it, I'm just itching for a fight. It isn't long until I spot my target and make my approach with a grin on my face as I tap his side. The massive bullkin getting startled by my apparent silent approach as he looked over at me from his seated position, chewing audibly as he crunched down on a hard vegetable of some kind.
"Vidmore, how may I serve you?"
he asked with measured deference while maintaining eye contact. I could feel my imaginary heart pounding in anticipation of what could come next as I flashed a grin, and I was as charming as I could manage.
"Hey, Rhiannon, mind sparring with me?"
End of chapter. Chapter 77. Isuk Point of View. Things had settled down around the haven. The Empress and her ladies and almost all the Drake Wardens had just left towards the horizon, leaving them with 2 Drake Wardens who were apparently supposed to be tending to the eggs that they had given to Vidmore. Speaking of Vidmore, it looks like he walks amongst them now. Isuk wasn't too sure of what to make of the man. He had listened to a few stories Zazzita had shared of Vidmore's world and the things Vidmore had survived. Yet, when he saw him, he could see what Zazzita talked about. The pressure he exuded was on par with the veteran adventurers, and even the paladins of the church that he had seen passing by while serving as a guard. Despite the kindness Vidmore displayed, Isuk felt that something was off. He felt Vidmore was too put together for a man who had slaughtered thousands of undead and slain several dozen men and women. Isuk couldn't even imagine the burden of killing another sentient being, let alone the supposed kill count W.R.E managed to accrue. It unnerved him, though. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder how strong someone would have to be to achieve the feats that he had heard about, especially as the human in the world without mana. Though, as he sat up by the old fireplace outside to start sharpening his blade, he spotted a crowd forming as W.R.E and Raccoon left the longhouse. The duo made their way into a clearing and started talking, though the fact that people were beginning to cluster around had piqued his curiosity. Making his way over, he sidled up to beside Cinco and spoke. What's going on here?" he asked in a hushed tone while crossing his arms. Cinco flashed a grin as he looked at Isak and was quick to explain. "It seems we're about to get a demonstration on how W.R.E fights," he said as his ears waggled with anticipation. Though Cinco looked vaguely startled for a moment but immediately relaxed as their very earth shifted. A sort of sparring ring with a fence formed in mere moments, separating the people from the duo. Isak glanced over at Cinco curiously. "You okay?" he asked as the others started to spread out more evenly around the quickly formed ring. Cinco flashed a bit of a smile. "Yeah, sorry, I just felt the ground shifting. I didn't realize W.R.E could shape the earth so quickly without chanting or preparing a spell. I wasn't expecting it at all," he explained, before looking back at the forming spectacle. Isak nodded intently, deciding to step closer and watch the fight as closely as he could manage. His hands resting on a stone fence, though as he quickly realized he found himself next to Miriam, who seemed to notice him at the same time and greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Isak," she said quietly, and a small hand wave. Isak choked on his words for longer than a moment, but smiled in response. "Hey, Miri," he said with a smile on his face. "Oh, where's my hay?" Tricia asked with an amused look on her face as she peeked around from the other side of Miriam before settling against the stone fence. He didn't even realize that she was there and cleared his throat. "Hey, Tricia, what are you all up to?" he asked as he managed to properly collect himself now that he had a topic to focus on, glancing over at Raccoon and W.R.E as they seemingly discussed some more, having waved Zasita over. Tricia grinned as she looked at W.R.E and Raccoon. "Well, I gotta see how W.R.E fights so that I can get an idea of what sort of weapons he uses. I'm the one who's going to be equipping him after all," she explained after gesturing over to Sylvia, who was on the other end of the ring standing with Zasita. "She's likely doing the same regarding what sort of armor that should suit him best," she mentioned, before settling on the stone fence again. Miriam nodded intently at Tricia before looking over at Isak. "W.R.E asked me to outfit all of those in his service. That likely means W.R.E himself, so I'm going to get his measurements once he's done," she explained as she clapped her hands together. "Besides, it might be fun to watch. There's not much to do now by the way of entertainment nowadays, and watching your sparring sessions are always good to pass the time with," she's enthused cheerfully. Isak nodded before looking away as he could feel his cheeks burn at the idea of Miriam and been watching him get his butt handed to him most days to pass the time. I see," he replied slowly, before focusing on W.R.E and Raccoon. "Are you sure you don't want armor? I know this is just a spar, but why take the hit if you don't need to?" W.R.E asked Raccoon as he looked at the bullkin. Raccoon offered a confident smile. "I appreciate the concern, W.R.E. However, I'll be protected without armor," he stated before continuing as he noticed W.R.E's confused expression. "It's called bark skin, though I can actually go up to stone skin thanks to you improving my mana heart." Though, at that W.R.E continued confusion, he decided to explain a little more. "My mana flows through my body and forms a protective shield in my skin. It takes effort to maintain, but it can protect a warrior if they're caught out of armor or reinforce what armor they have." At that W.R.E nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. So I won't worry too much about holding back," he said with amusement as he held out his hands, piles of stone falling from seemingly out of nowhere. He then plunged his hands into the stones. He first drew out what looked like a blunt dagger, tucked it into a waistband of his clothes. Next, drawing out what looked like 5 stones in the shape of throwing knives, tucked those away in his sleeve, when he then drew out a stone short sword. "You use an oversized greatsword, right?" W.R.E asked, as he shaped the remaining stone into a weapon, similar to the one that Raccoon is usually seen carrying, before handing it off with a little bit of struggle. "Damn, I really don't want to be hit by that," W.R.E mentioned with a grin. Rhiannon responded with a chuckle as he hefted the stone blade onto his shoulder. Zassida spoke up once it appeared that Mori and Rhiannon had readied. "All right, we shall have a good clean fight. The terms of victory are as follows," he started to say, gesturing to Rhiannon first. "If Rhiannon is able to hit Vitmori 3 times, he wins." Zassida then gestured over to Vitmori. "If Vitmori is able to knock Rhiannon off his feet, he wins." With the rules established, Zassida snapped his fingers before calling out, "Begin!" At the command, Rhiannon moved deceptively fast, swinging the massive stone sword in a wide horizontal arc. Vitmori seemed to just barely duck under the swing, having dropped to his hands and knees before rolling to his feet as Rhiannon brought down in a follow-up vertical swing, which dented the earth where Vitmori was just moments ago. Vitmori retaliated by flinging out 2 stone throwing knives, their dull edges impacting along Rhiannon's forearm and wrist, owning a wound from the bulkin as he retaliated with a greatsword and a downward diagonal swing towards Vitmori. Vitmori moved to dodge, but the sheer wind pressure of the stone blade sent Vitmori tumbling to his hands and knees as he fell to one side. The man had a rather surprised expression on his face from what happened, though it was immediately replaced by an amused grin as he got to his feet. Now drawing his stone sword, he decided to close the distance with a fierce lunge. Rhiannon reacted quickly again, bringing the greatsword around and smashing Vitmori's sword with a downwards vertical slash, following it up with a hard kick to Vitmori's chest while he was vulnerable in the interrupted lunge, which sent the man flying against the stone fence. The stone fence held against impact as Vitmori pushed off the fence and got back to his feet, seemingly fine after the impact. "So that's how it's done," he exclaimed to nobody in particular. Taking out the stone dagger, he tucked it away and fused the remains of the stone blade into a dagger, making the knife a little longer, though not quite the same length as the short sword it was before. Rhiannon respectfully allowed Vitmori to gather himself before lunging forward, the wind starting to swirl visibly around the stone blade as he did a wide overhead swing, bringing the sword down on Vitmori. Though, instead of dodging away from the blade this time, Vitmori dramatically picked up speed, leaning into the wind of the sword before sliding between Rhiannon's legs while smacking the stone knife against the bulkin's calves. Though, as Vitmori went to get back to his feet, he stumbled and rolled, losing his footing as the speed burst he managed to use a moment ago appeared to run out and ruined his momentum. Rhiannon was quick on the backswing, pivoting on one of his hooves as he brought the stone sword down on Vitmori. However, he was anticipating Vitmori to have moved faster to avoid the swing. Instead, there was a resounding crack and a sickening crunch as Rhiannon cleaved through Vitmori's waist. Screams of panic were heard from the crowd as Isak's skin went cold, wondering if he'd just witnessed a death. This was supposed to be a sparring match between 2 great warriors. How could it have gone this badly? Rhiannon looked relatively calm for someone who just killed someone, though Zassida was quick to move, leaping over the stone fence and hurrying over to Vitmori's broken body. Vitmori, are you okay?" he asked as he grabbed Vitmori's torso by the shoulder, turning him around. Surprisingly, Vitmori responded quickly enough as he sighed audibly. "Damn! Thought I had a chance in the end," he said, disappointment clear in his voice before he seemed to focus on the moment and looked over at Zassida. "Whoa, hey, when did you get here?" he asked curiously before furrowing his brows. "Why can't I feel my legs?" he asked, much to Zassida's apparent confusion as the lizard king stammered a bit. Being somewhat propped up by Zassida, Vitmori looked down at himself and seemed somewhat surprised. "Ah, that's why I can't feel my legs. Well, I suppose that's my loss," he said as he looked over at Rhiannon before glancing up to Zassida. "Do you mind, bringing my legs over? I think I should be able to reattach them myself." Zassida still looked rather confused, but nodded as he gingerly laid Vitmori on his back when he stepped away, going over and grabbing the lower half of Vitmori's body. Though as Zassida grabbed one of the legs, he immediately realized what was going on, and as he looked at the others, "He's made of wood, he'll be fine," he explained as he brought the legs over, flipping them around right up before lining them up to Vitmori's torso. Rhiannon looked over at the others who had been watching the fight and quirked a brow curiously. "Did you all not know that he was made of wood?" he asked, plunging the end of the large stone sword into the dirt and leaning against it as he seemed rather relaxed despite cleaving a man in half just a few moments ago. The others needed a moment to wind back down, the shock and subsequent reveal having been a jarring spin of emotions as they now lingered to watch Vitmori put himself back together with morbid curiosity. but Vidmore, for his part, set about reconnecting his torso and his legs. Threads of solid wood started reaching out from the waist, and he had made contact with his legs. Similar threads stretching out from that point as the legs were slowly scooted through the dirt until they fused back together. Within moments, he managed to start wiggling his toes before pushing up to his feet. He wobbled for a moment, nearly losing his balance, though he caught himself quickly enough before approaching Rhiannon and holding out his hand. "You were excellent. Thank you for showing me how much I've got to work on," he said with a cheerful smile as Rhiannon gladly met his hand and shook it. Isak simply shook his head at the sight before looking over at Miriam and Trisha, addressing Trisha in particular. "Well, what did you make of all of that?" Trisha seemed vaguely unnerved before looking over to Isak and shrugs a bit. "Not sure. From what I could tell, Vidmore isn't particularly weak, but Rhiannon simply outclassed him in an overall ability," she considered, gradually collecting herself as she spoke. "I think Vidmore likes to be quick on his feet, preferring small blades and throwing knives based on what he made for himself. However, I have a feeling that this is what he resorted to, using out of convenience. Ultimately, I'll have to ask him what he would like for himself," she explained as he pushed away from the stone fence. Miriam seemed to have calmed down from earlier, looking rather embarrassed as she was one of the few who had screamed after seeing Vidmore in Cleveland too. "I think that I would like to see less dismemberments in sparring matches. Otherwise, it was quite impressive display from Rhiannon," she said with a small smile before looking over at Vidmore. "Not to dismiss Vidmore or anything, he performed valiantly against a much more powerful opponent. I'm certain it's only a matter of time until he's able to fight on par with a warrior like Rhiannon," she expressed encouragingly, though Isak wasn't sure who she was trying to support, since Vidmore was off talking with Rhiannon while cleaning up the sparring ring. The earth and stone shifted as it all started to sink into the ground. Trisha nearly fell over as she failed to notice the fence disappearing until it was almost too late. Isak smirked with amusement at Trisha having to catch herself, though as he looked back over at Vidmore and Rhiannon, as some small part of him felt confident that he could probably take on Vidmore as he was right now. Though another part of him had to wonder, if Rhiannon was that strong, how powerful was Basti if she managed to slaughter Rhiannon before he could put up a proper fight? End of chapter. Chapter 78. Vidmore Point of View. Well, that fight went about as well as I expected. Between the slight disconnect of having to think about how to move and command my new body, and facing a warrior experienced in combat against other beings of this world, I knew I didn't really stand a chance. However, it was an excellent opportunity to figure out how people in this world fight. After Rhiannon dismissed himself, I was approached by a few people. Trisha and Sylvia were the two I immediately recognized, though. After a couple moments, the names of the remaining two came to mind, that being Miriam and Isak. I offered a smile at their approach as my hands came up to the black cloth that Historietta wrapped around me. I only had barely noticed that it was starting to unravel and fall off due to it being ripped apart after Rhiannon cut me in half. "Hey there, what's going on?" I asked with a healthy amount of curiosity in my voice as they drew closer. Miriam was the first to speak up, even if it looked like Sylvia was about to speak as well, though she patiently held her tongue and listened as Miriam patted my arm in an encouraging manner. "You did very well out there, Vidmore. I feel that you performed valiantly against a superior opponent, though I am certain that with time you'll be able to reach Rhiannon's level," she enthused cheerfully before looking me over. I was a little surprised by her opening. Had I really performed so poorly that I needed my spirits lifted like that? Well, I can't sense any ill intent from her. In fact, she sounds rather genuine, even if the expressions of those around her betrayed that they felt she made a faux pas. After a moment, I decided just to match her energy and smile a little more. "Well, thank you for your kind words. I shall do my best to get the hang of my new body. Maybe I'll figure out how to make use of my mana heart while I'm at it," I said, before looking amongst the group as a whole and continuing, "Was there anything else?" Sylvia piped up at that as she stepped forward beside Miriam. "Vidmore, if you would allow us to borrow you for a little bit, we would like to take your measurements so that we can get started on making your clothes and armor," she explained, Miriam offering a nod of confirmation at that. Trisha spoke out as she stepped out from behind Miriam and offered a bit of a smile. "And I was hoping to talk a little shop, figure out what sort of weapons you were looking for, and maybe we can see to that forge you've prepared for me," she explained, sounding somewhat hopeful near the end. I couldn't help but smile a bit and nod. Very well, feel free to take your measurements, I said, as I looked between Sylvia and Miriam, though I looked over to Isaac and as he stood close by. Can I help you with anything? I offer, since he seemed to be waiting so patiently. Isaac was vaguely surprised when I addressed him, and after he took a moment to look between the others, he shrugged and then looked back at me. I'm just here because I don't have anything better to do, he said simply, as he nodded at his own words. I wasn't sure what to make of that, my head tilting ever so slightly at his words before Miriam grabbed at my arm.
Come on, let's get you inside, she said excitedly, leading me into the longhouse and sitting me on one of the benches along the tables. Wait right here. I've got to go get my things, she said cheerfully, enough that she stepped away, Sylvia following after to grab her own things.
So, Isaac started to say, trailing off as he seemed to need another moment to gather his thoughts. When was the first time you killed someone? He asked, owning him a smack against the back of his head as Tricia frowned at Isaac.
You just sat down. Who starts a conversation like that?
She admonished before looking at me while shaking her head.
Sorry about him. I think he has a bad case of foot and mouth,
she explained apologetically to me before staring daggers at Isaac. I couldn't help but offer a kind smile as I leaned back against the table behind me. It's fine, I don't mind, I offer in response, before looking at Isaac and looking him over. He definitely looks like some kind of warrior between the well-cared-for sword on the hip and the unique set of armor that he wore. Why do you ask? Have you killed anything or anyone before? I decided to start with regards to Isaac's question. Isaac averted his gaze, and I can feel the sense of embarrassment coming from him. Though about what, I'm not sure.
Not really, no. I haven't gotten the chance. I was just a guard recruit before this. A few weeks fresh out of the apprenticeship, and assigned to my own set of city guard armor, he explained, staring at his hands as he wrung them together. I reached out, gently patted his shoulder, and gave him a little shake before putting away. I don't know what sort of expectations you were raised on in this world, but there's nothing to be ashamed of when it comes to having never killed anyone or anything before. The act of taking a life is a weighty one, and it should never be taken lightly, I explained as I watched him closely. Isaac nods intently, and I could see that he had a lot on his mind, though before he could continue, Miriam returned with the tools, followed closely behind Sylvia as the duo set their things down to the table behind me. All right, but Maury, would you mind taking off that wrap? It's too thick to even think about measuring over, she explained politely as she procured a roll of measuring tape. I bobbed my head in response. Sure, no problem, I replied, as I stood before shrugging off the ruined black fabric. As it fell to the ground, I heard an eep sound coming from Miriam, though Sylvia let out an impressed whistle. I couldn't feel the eyes wandering my back and shoulders, and watched the four of them look at my chest and stomach, their eyes tracing the recreation of the injuries I sustained until my late 30s. Sorry if they're disturbing to look at. Medical professionals were few and far between, and dangers were plentiful. I often had to treat my own wounds in the field, and they never were pretty, I explained with a dry chuckle as I rubbed the back of my head. Hell, these aren't even all of them. Revire recreated my body while I was in my prime. I still have a couple decades of wear and tear not present here, I mused, hoping to lighten the mood. Though looking over to Miriam, that didn't really seem to help. Well, was all that came from Tricia as she took the seat beside Isaac. Miriam just reached out and gently placed a hand on my shoulder. I could feel the unfiltered compassion coming from her as she looked up into my eyes. You sure have been through a lot, haven't you? Nat, damn. I wasn't expecting that. It's a good thing I'm just wood right now. I have a feeling that some tears might have escaped if I was flesh and blood. I'm able to contain myself well enough as I reach around and gently pat Miriam's hand before putting back. Yeah, but I think I'm in a better place now, I offer in response. I have a feeling that she might not entirely believe me, but she didn't push the topic as she started measuring my arms while Sylvia was about measuring my legs and feet. While that happened, I decided to look back over at Isaac and offered a bit of a smile. Let's continue our talk later, if you don't mind, I offered. It's clear that the guy's after something, and I don't want to outright ignore him. This earned Isaac a curious look from Miriam, though Isaac averts his gaze as he nods. Sure, all right, later, he replied almost sheepishly. After a few moments of silence, Tricia spoke up while staring at the scars along my back. So, Maury, I've got some big questions for you, she said as she stood and walked around in front of me to make eye contact
while making sure to stay out of Miriam and Sylvia's way as they measure my chest and hips. Meeting her gaze, I offer a smile and nod. "Sure, and I might have some big answers," I replied with amusement. This managed to wrangle a smile from Tricia before she continued with her thought process. "What sort of weapons do you want me to make for you?" she asked as she held her gaze. "Weapons, huh? Right. Now that it has come down to it, what do I want? I trained with all sorts of weapons during my youth, but what should I use now? My mind does wander to the fancy-looking bow next to the elf corpse in Lichtrin's chamber, as well as the red spear embedded in the ceiling, but those would just draw too much attention. I also shouldn't limit myself to the gimmick and improvised weapons that I had to rely on more often than not. I had a professional blacksmith with a fully stocked forge and all the supplies I could procure for her. I want a short sword, a dagger, a set of 10 throwing knives, a spear, and a bow with 30 arrows, then have barbed tips, I listed out before offering a bit of a smile. I'll let you decide on what to use to make them, but don't use the mithril stuff. I don't want to attract too much attention. Rather than look intimidated by the size of my order, I could swear that she had a fire of excitement in her eyes. "Yes, sir. Well, I may need help making the bow and arrows. I should be able to handle making the arrowheads just fine. I'll just be able to manage everything else myself, though. No problem," she exclaimed, as she flashed a toothy grin and thumbs up. Though, after a moment, she had a curious look on her face as she looked over at me. "How do you plan to carry all of that?" she asked, slightly tilting her head as she stroked her chin. I chuckled softly as Miriam measured my neck while Sylvia took precise measurements of my hand. "I have a magic storage place where I can keep it all. Remember how I pulled out all the stone from nowhere?" I offered as an example, and after a moment she understands and nods intently. Sylvia spoke up as she finished committing my measurements to memory. "Your armor will be simple yet practical, as you obviously don't have any gooey bits that need protecting. But you need to at least look the part," she explained with a hint of amusement while looking me over. "Since you like to be light on your feet, I'll get you set up with a set of leather boots, pauldrons, braces, and gloves. You won't look particularly impressive, though I have a feeling you wouldn't care about that," she listed out before nodding to herself with satisfaction. I returned a nod with a bob of my head. "Sounds good to me. Just let Lugosi know how many hides you need for the leather. He'll have his pack bring you the materials as long as you let them have the meat," I offer as Miriam pulls away, finishing up with her own measurements. "Do you have any preferences for clothes?" Miriam asked as she glanced over at me before stepping away to put the measuring tape away. I think about that for a moment before speaking up. "I don't have any preferences about the colors of my tops or bottoms. All I ask is that they're all made with long sleeves," I explained, though I considered something else as I glanced over at her. "I would like a brown cloak if it isn't too much trouble." She flashes a bit of a smile and nods intently. "Of course, but Maury, I'll get right on it," she said cheerfully, moving to leave with Sylvia as they grabbed their equipment. Isaac moved to leave as well, heading outside, though he was soon intercepted by one of the Drake Wardens and dragged off somewhere. I took a moment to collect what remained of the black fabric that wrapped around my body, tearing a hole in the middle of one of the bigger pieces before putting it on like a poncho. "There we go, at least it won't be exposed," I mused cheerfully to Tricia, earning a bit of a smile from her as she nodded. I could tell that she was clearly excited to see her new workspace. After a moment to consider it, I decided that I should make her first day in my service to be really special. Though at the same time, I wanted to be alone with my thoughts for a little while as I looked over her again. "Go get Revia, Rita, and Heftio. I'm going to go on ahead of you and wait for you." This earned a curious look from her as she nodded and went to step away. "Sure thing, boss," she replied as she walked off. With Tricia on her way, I started heading up my mountain and got over how the fight went in my head. From what I can tell, Rhiannon managed to circulate his mana through his body. It flowed and pulsated with his heartbeat, much like his own blood. While I don't have blood, I did appear to have some sort of vein circulating a minimal amount of my mana, which was what appeared to keep my body functional and mobile. I had to consider what Rhiannon had told me about his bark skin and the stone skin defense. Based on what I saw, it seemed Rhiannon had to actively will the defenses to take effect. Actually hitting Rhiannon with my stone blade confirmed that there was something at work that reduced the impact of my strike. Reviewing the battle some more, it was clear that Rhiannon had also used a form of mana to cause some kind of whirlwind to spin around his greatsword. The effect of the wind was rather potent, as it was enough to knock me off my feet even without direct contact. It probably didn't help that I'm not as heavy as I used to be, but that is not something I mind all too much. After all, a lighter body means lighter steps. Rhiannon had a decent mana capacity, though it was nowhere near to the extent Revier or even Rita. It was considerable as far as I can tell without refining the mana in his mana heart into mana rings. From the looks of it, mana hearts and mana rings serve two different functions which appear to be complementary to each other. Mana hearts serve to improve physical capabilities in someone's body, spreading the mana around in order to be used in various ways. And with enough skill and know-how, they're able to extend that mana out into a weapon, shield, armor, or even their own skin. Even minor magic can be used as long as someone has mana heart established. That is, if what Heftio told me was accurate when he and Trisha fended off one of those feral goat horses with a burst of fire breath. As far as specifics of mana rings, I'm still not too sure. I'll need to talk to Revier and Rita about it. But it seems the more rings you have, the more complicated the magic you are able to use. I have a feeling that it is like the difference between using a lighter to illuminate a room to using either a torch or a flashlight to illuminate the room. Using a torch or a flashlight are both valid escalations from using a lighter. They're two completely different methods to achieve similar but overtly different effects. Before I knew it, I had been sitting on the steps leading up to the entrance to the smithy while watching the horizon. It was nothing but trees as far as the eye could see, and it was beautiful. The forests around the settlements back home had been gutted for wood and fuel over the years. Conservation wasn't really considered necessary since the world had already ended as far as my generation was concerned. Aside from that, there was usually enough to go around when the supply lines weren't being interrupted by raiders or the communities outside of the alliances. The only things we needed to keep scavenging for were the non-renewable goods and equipment, like the stuff at the warehouse. Things that weren't easily sourced, even if we were making excellent progress with the mass 3D printing, though it all was moot for me now. The musings of my old life came to an end as I spotted Heftio excitedly leading Rita, Revier, and Trisha up along the steps of my mountain. Heftio was the first to reach me, lunging onto my leg as I scooped him up and brought him around to my shoulder. "Glad you all found your way up all right. Sorry to wake you, Revier," I mentioned apologetically at the sight of the elven woman. Revier yawned, shrugging but flashing a smile. "It's all right. You wouldn't have woken me for nothing after all." Rita looked around curiously, not having been at this part of my mountain yet. I looked over at Trisha and waved her over. "Come along, your forge awaits," I said cheerfully as we all headed up the rest of the way. Within a few minutes, I led the group down the magically illuminated tunnel and into the forge room. Trisha, for her part, was ecstatic as she moved from one end of the room to the other, before hopping around with a grin on her face before going over to Heftio and scooping up the cat. "Heftio, the fires of the forge await!" she exclaimed, Heftio growling with delight as she wiggled about excitedly. I couldn't help but grin how excited she was, but I cleared my throat and spoke up. "Before you get started, we have a bit of business to attend to." Trisha looked fairly surprised, but nodded as she clutched Heftio close. "Oh, sure, boss, what's up?" "Do you have a last name?" I asked curiously. Trisha looked taken aback by my apparently random question. No? Are you offering?" I chuckled a bit at her reaction before nodding. "Yeah, among other things. I would like to form a bond with you if you are interested. I'll grant you a last name and a title. These two things will grant you a considerable amount of power and allow you to communicate with all my non-verbal beasts," I explained, gesturing to Heftio as Trisha glanced down at the red cat and looked rather thoughtful. Trisha starts to say, lifting Heftio up and looking him in the eyes. Heftio offered a feline smile and gently pressed his paw against her cheek. Trisha chuckled a bit before bringing him back down to her chest and looking over at me. "I'll do it, thank you." I nodded intently and looked over at Rita and Revier. "Do you mind coming over? Trisha has a mana heart but no mana ring, and I have a feeling that she's going to need some help forming her first ring." Revier and Rita share a glance before nodding as they approach, the two women placing their hands on Trisha's back. Trisha looked rather confused at the mention of mana rings and gulped with anxiety, though she remained still. After another moment of considering what I want to say, I approached Trisha and looked down into her eyes before placing a hand on her shoulder. "I welcome you into my service. I grant you the title of Arsonist and bestow you the last name Vulcan.
May you grow and become your best self as we go together into the future.
At that, the 2 doses of mana start flowing into her. Strangely enough, it doesn't flow from my avatar, and is instead flowing down from the core above as Trisha jolts and shudders from the rush of mana. Thankfully, both Rita and Ravia set to work and quickly stabilize the teen blacksmith, her mana heart growing and pulsing dramatically when a ring starts to spiral and swirl around it. Trisha, panting heavily, clutches her chest and shuddering, looking between Rita and Ravia, before looking over to me and flashing a wild grin. "Oh, what a rush! Say, what is an arsonist?" End of chapter. Chapter 79. Widmori Point of View. Work had begun almost immediately as Trisha got the forge going, talking with Heftio as she started going through the motions. It was clear to me that she was already off in her own little world. Rita had lingered to watch the work for a moment, but I could tell that she was bored of this before long and began making her way out of the forge. Ravia had stood around for a little while longer before also making her way out, though she waved for me to follow. Seeing no reason not to, I joined her and fell in step beside her. "So, how does your avatar feel? Trisha and Rita mentioned you battled with Rionum," she asked as she glanced over at me. I could see and feel in her eyes wandering my body, though I could sense that it was strictly analytical as she reviewed her handiwork.
Well, I lost for one," I mentioned with a bit of a smile and shrugging in a bit. "Reaction time wasn't as fast as my original body, though it was fast enough. I think I figured out a hint in using mana to enhance my physical capability, but I was unable to maintain my boosted running speed. My overall physical capabilities were good despite my low weight, but how heavy I am doesn't really matter to me. If I do need more weight, I'm sure I can manage with some kind of metal or stone weights." Ravia's intrigue and curiosity were palpable as I spoke. I could sense that she wanted to take down notes, but she realized that she forgot her notepad back at the longhouse. Focusing back on me, she nodded intently at my words before speaking up. "It sounds a lot like delay that people with artificial limbs experience. The suggested remedy for that is to just use the limb as much as you can. So I suppose it's only a matter of time until your avatar feels natural," she suggested as she absently ran her fingers through her hair. "As for making use of your mana heart, I'm afraid I don't have much experience in actively using it. The only benefits I truly make use of are the ones that maintain my body with the reduced need to eat, sleep, and drink. Though I'm sure Rionum could advise you," she said before looking unsure as she tilted her head side to side a bit. "Well, he's knowledgeable and able to explain things easily enough, but he hasn't shown much talent in actually teaching," she admitted with a little shrug. "Well, how common are mana hearts and magic users? Now that I'm really thinking about it, the only thing I've seen with mana hearts were mostly those in my service, aside from the Drake Wardens, Bertisa, Jazz, Lanzek, and Sylvia. Issa looked like he had the glittering lights around his heart, but he had not actually developed one yet. Even Dahlia only had a mana heart. It wasn't even that impressive." Ravia seemed to need a moment for that. I could feel her own mind swirling with information as she considered my question. 1 in 10 people naturally develop mana hearts. 1 in 20 will develop their mana hearts to effectively use in combat at Rionum's level, and 1 in 40 are able to cultivate their mana hearts to develop a single mana ring," she explained, before looking over at me. "And that is only considering the short-lived races," she mentioned as she looked back out at the tree line below us. "You won't encounter many as powerful as yourself, or even as powerful as I am, but there are many ways to develop mana hearts and mana rings. So there'll be more than predicted amount of those with mana hearts here and there, especially in the service of nobles, affluent merchants, amongst the guilds and the various academies," she explained as she listed them out on her fingers. "I see. Well, maybe I'll see for myself once my armor and equipment are ready. I was planning on joining Basti and visiting the hegemony and investigating the trafficking on their side of things. I decided to mention it as we neared the base of my mountain. I could feel Ravia looking at me curiously at that. "Are you sure you're up to it? I mean, no offense, but this world is nothing like yours. I just don't want you to be taken advantage of or misled," she expressed sincere worry and concern plainly on her face as she watched me. I couldn't help but be amused by that as I returned her look with a quirked eyebrow. You may be 4 times older than me, but I'm still a grown man capable of caring for myself. People will still be people, no matter where they are from, as long as they can still be swayed by words, actions, kindness, or violence. I should be fine wherever I end up. I was half joking with that comment, but as far as I've seen with people in the Haven, even if they looked different, they were just people like I used to know. I could sense Revine's uncertainty, though she soon accepted my words and decided to move on to the next topic as we got down into the woods.
Well, if you're going on a trip, would you mind if I took Rionum and visited my clan? She asked curiously. I could tell that she wanted to go no matter what I said, though she also felt that I wouldn't say no to something like that, and she wouldn't be wrong.
Leaving so soon? You haven't even been back for a full week, I mused, deciding to pry just a little bit before letting her do what she wanted.
Revia seemed to catch on to what I was after and obliged with a bit of a smile. Well, I need to go report my status as possibly the youngest elven mage to etch their 4th ring of mana around their heart, she enthused proudly, though she then looked rather sheepish as she scratched the back of her head. It's also been a decade since I last reported back, and I'm one of 15 elves to actually wander beyond my clan's borders, so I should probably inform them of the events of the world sooner rather than later.
She chuckled a little bit before looking back at me. If it's okay with you, I would like to return the remains of the elf we found in Kriegmensch's chamber to my people. The armor she wore was lost treasure for the elven people, and returning it should do well to endear the clan to you and possibly the Empire. Thanks to your alliance with them, she explained, the anticipation clear in her eyes about the possibilities.
Just admit it. You have a hard time staying in one place, don't you? I had to tease gently before smirking a bit. Though I do appreciate you going out of your way to find me more friends in this world,
I said as I looked over at her, glancing at my mark around her throat.
Sure, go for it. Just let me do this real quick,
I mentioned as I stepped closer, reaching out and gently poking her neck. I could feel her jolt with surprise, though she remained still as her mind hummed with curiosity at what I'm doing. To be honest, I'm not even sure what I'm doing, but I focus as I trail my finger from her neck down to her shoulder and pull away. The mark had seamlessly moved away from being so clearly distinct on her neck, down to her shoulder where most other people tend to have it.
There. Sorry if that was uncomfortable, I said as I flashed a small smile. But my mark looked too much like a collar on you, and that wasn't sitting right with me, I explained as I rubbed the back of my head. I'm not sure why I did this right now, but it felt right. Revia looked surprised to say the least, absently touching her neck and swallowing. I could sense a flurry of emotions coursing through her mind, but overall, I could feel that the collar-like mark did bother her, at least in the corner of her mind when she saw others with my mark in more discreet places. After a moment, she smiled at me as she looked up into my eyes. Thank you, Vitmori, for your help and your permission, she says while looking away, still absently touching her neck as she continues on our way back to the Haven. Though, as we drew closer, she glanced back at me and flashed a smile. Say, how about I show you some of the basics of magic? I'm sure you'll have a handle on it in no time, she mentioned with a grin. That sounds good to me, I replied with a bob of my head.
Revia nodded in return before looking away. Give me some time to set things up. I'll come get you in a little bit, she said as she stepped away and went in a different direction than Haven. I watched her go for a couple moments, but I made my way over to the clearing soon enough as I walked around. Most people are working on various things, though I do see a cluster of people working around a log, stripping it of bark using the new tools I had given them. I make my way over, spotting a beaverkin man snacking on some bark chips as he seemingly takes a break while LanScaper leads the group now.
You are Woody, right? I asked,
not entirely sure of the name since it felt a little on the nose. The beaverkin man jumped a little with surprise, having been lost in thought while enjoying his snack. Looking over at me, he offers a grin before standing as he tucked the remaining wood chips he had into his pocket, all the while doing his best to chew what he had in his mouth before swallowing and clearing his throat.
Guilty as charged, he expressed cheerfully as he stepped up to me. Is there anything I can help you with? He asked and absently wiped at something on the edge of his lip. Yes. Tricia mentioned that you would be making my bow and arrows for me. I just wanted to know if there's anything I can help you with to get you started, I explained as I glanced over at the work that they were doing.
Woody looked thoughtful. his beaver tail tapping almost absently against the dirt behind him. I know that the shepherd's assessor said that we should be doing work on our own so as to not burden you. However, if you are offering your help in exchange for something, then I suppose we are not burdening you anymore, and this is just an exchange of service," he reasoned with a shrewd smile before continuing. "We need much more wood than we are able to process ourselves at the rate that we're going. Between firewood and construction materials, we need to get a lot of this set up and drying if we want to make any considerable progress on construction after winter has passed," he explained as his tail tapped the dirt again. "Now, I did hear those Drake Wardens were planning on coming with builders and supplies in the next couple of weeks, but wood is a long-term commodity that has lots of uses," he explained, now all business. Though, even as he spoke, he reached into his pocket and popped a wood chip into his mouth every now and then. "If you don't mind, could you use some of that dungeon magic of yours to take down 20 trees for us?" "Only 20 trees?" I asked before chuckling a bit. I certainly don't mind the work, and I do have a lot more mana to work with than I had several weeks ago. Plus, Woody did have a point. This sort of stuff is no longer a one-sided charity of giving them whatever they need. They're doing stuff for me now, and I'm working to earn it, even if I think 20 trees don't exactly equate to a bow and arrows. Woody nodded as he chewed on some bark. "Yep, for now. It's not like we're gonna stop cutting down more trees, though we won't be as rushed if you can do this for us. And, as impressive as the longhouse you made is, what we need now are simple buildings for us to grow into before we improve on them later," he explained, as he wiped his lips absently. "All we need to do is build the frames and floors of buildings, and then we can make some bricks with clay and dry grass to fill out the rest," he said while nodding at his own words. "I see. So how am I going to break these trees down, and where do you want them?" I asked while looking over at the tree line and considering what trees to take down. Woody hummed thoughtfully at that. "Well, you can put the wood behind the longhouse. That's where we have been putting it up to now," he mentioned, before looking back up at me. "If you could break them down 4 trees into manageable logs for firewood, 8 trees into planks, and then the remaining 8 trees into squared posts for the frames," he listed out before snapping his fingers as he considered something else. "If it's not too much trouble, could you also pile up all the tree branches next to the wood? As for the bark," he trailed off, in the middle of biting down on another chip from his pocket. He pulled it away before clearing his throat. "Could you set up the bark near the fireplace? Vitissa has been asking for some to make some kind of medicine and other stuff. Apparently, it's got some sort of stuff and such to make lots of things and few medicines," he explained, before shrugging as he finally popped the piece of bark he had into his mouth and chewed. "I just think it tastes good," he mused with a smile. I chuckled a little bit as the last comment before rubbing the back of my head and looking back at the tree line. "Sure, I'll see what I can do." With that, I step away towards the tree line, Woody looking to the others and getting back to processing the current log that they were working on. It doesn't take long to go around and gather all the trees, since I'm able to take everything from the leaves to the roots all at once. The only thing I had to actually take my time with was making sure the trees I collected were unoccupied, and then taking a moment to fill a new hole with dirt so nobody fell in and got hurt. It was actually on my way back when I encountered Sylvia, who smiled as she spotted me and made her way over.
"I heard from Woody that you were helping us gather trees for us. Could you make sure some of that bark comes my way?" I need it if I want to start making leather for your equipment," she explained as she walked with me.
"Of course. Do you think you'll have it ready anytime soon?" I asked as we started heading back to the clearing around the log house. Though, at that, I could see some kind of unease coming from Sylvia as she slowed her pace to stare at me.
How soon are you thinking?"
she asked before picking up the pace to walk by my side again. I looked over at her and offered a shrug. "Sometime next week. Once I have some weapons and clothes, I'll start walking towards the hegemony and, But before I could continue, Sylvia started to chuckle before a full-on belly laughing at me as she wiped some non-existent tears, looking over at me and laughing some more as she soon doubled over at my expense. To say that I was a little annoyed would be accurate, but moreover, I was just confused by her reaction. It took almost a full minute before she managed to get a hold of herself. Even then, she was still snickering as she placed a hand over her mouth before speaking up.
Oh, such a silly human. I don't know how they did things in your world, but proper leather for armor takes at least 2 months to be armor grade, and that's not even considering all the other prep work I had to get done. She was panting, taking slow breaths as she did her best to compose herself, though she still turned red from the strain of not laughing at me each time she looked up back at me, having physically placed her hand over her mouth to do so. Forget about the leather. I'll make you some hide boots and gloves and get Miriam to see what she can do with some quick and sturdy armor. Just leave it to me, Montmori, she mused, smirking at my expense as she smacked my lower back a couple times before walking off. Well, there goes my self-esteem. I suppose the only experience I have is the stuff I scavenged that was already put together, or from armorers who already had a supply of treated leather ready to be committed to make armor per request. To get my mind off that blunder, I set to work sorting out the wood into the requests Woody made for me. I end up sitting cross-legged in the dirt and closing my eyes in order to focus on the details of the work. I can feel the mana be expended, and while it does consume more mana than when I usually interact with things in the vacuum of my storage, I can't help but be pleasantly surprised that I'm even able to do this much in this avatar. That is, being able to visualize my storage space in the same abstract nature I used before I had a body. Before long, all the wood has been sorted out into neat piles behind the longhouse, and I go over to the outdoor fireplace to find Vertissa getting a massive pot of water to boil over an open flame, the herbalist Lizardkin flashing a fanged smile at me as she pokes at the fire with a stick. Sekka meowing politely as she sits beside Vertissa, but doesn't move from her place as she watched intently. Hello, Montmori. I take it that you have the bark Woody asked you to collect for me, she asked, appearing to be content with Sekka sitting halfway in her lap, which was a huge improvement from when I last saw her, hurriedly rushing out of my med bay after seeing what I had done to Dread, her head full of anxiety and doubts.
Yeah, where should I leave them? There's a lot, you know, I mentioned, as I made my way closer, reaching out and gently doting on Sekka by scritching her throat before stepping away to give Vertissa her space. I could see her eyes wander as she looked around before pointing at a spot a couple feet away from her.
If you could leave them there, that would be great, thanks,
she said as she brought her hand back and down on Sekka's back as she stroked the blue cub's fur. I can't help but feel she's underestimating how much tree bark I collected. In the end, I settled with just dropping off a good 30 pounds of bark, and with that, I could sense that Vertissa wasn't expecting nearly that much.
Perfect. I'll get to work refining all of this, she said pleasantly.
She didn't visibly betray her surprise, though instead of bobbing her head as she went back to prodding the flames underneath the pot. Before I could get into anything else, Ravaya came into the clearing and waved me over, her hands and knees covered in dirt. Making my way over, I look her up and down, quirking my brow with curiosity. I see you've been playing in the dirt, I mused kindly. Ravaya, for her part, looks confused for more than a few seconds before remembering something and looking at herself. She chuckles a bit as she scratches the back of her neck.
Yeah, about that, well, it's better if I show you, she said with a small smile before leading me out of the clearing. We walked for a few minutes before coming across a smaller clearing. The smell of fresh-cut grass in the air as I see the results of Ravaya's efforts. In the middle of the clearing was a magic circle with a variety of runes strewn all about the place. While I can read a few of the things here and there, I'm not too sure about the specifics, though I sense Ravaya is more than ready to explain everything in just a moment as she beckoned me to come to the middle of the circle. Kneel down here. We are going to check your affinities, she mentioned, moving to get out of the circle while stepping carefully between the lines and runes. I watched as she walked. I made sure to follow her example, crossing into the magic circle as I knelt down in the middle. My affinities? I parried curiously. I mean, I knew I had 3 aspects, but I don't know if that's the same thing she's talking about. Yeah, we're going to see what magics you have the greatest connection to, the base roots of which are the primal elements found in the world, things like fire, water, earth, and air, amongst other things, she explained eagerly, as she pointed to the 4 big circles within the magic circle, before gesturing to the numerous smaller circles. Beyond those, there are other magics which are more esoteric beyond the base elements. From there, I can see how best to guide and instruct you in the branches of magic that comes easiest for you, she said as she sat down cross-legged in the grass. Go on, reach out and run your mana through the magical circle. I'll make sure everything stays stable and review the results," she mentioned, eager anticipation just radiating from her like a ball of light. I look around myself for another moment before following her instructions. Closing my eyes as I reach out with my mana, I can feel things happening around me, my mana pulsing and resonating as I meet Revire's mana in the magical circle. "Wow," is all she says as I go to open my eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 80. But point of view. My eyes opened to an array of lights floating around me. It was rather beautiful display as I slowly glanced around. Looking towards Revire, I could see and sense the bewildered curiosity playing on her face as she looked between each orb of light, clearly getting more information from her side of this magic circle than I was. "What is it?" I asked carefully, not wanting to break her focus too much from whatever she was doing to maintain her end of the magic circle. Revire took a few moments to gather herself as she spoke up. I'm not sure what to make of all of this," she admitted, looking around some more before continuing. "This magic circle displays your magical affinities as you are now. Generally, this is used for fledgling mages who are still in their discovery stages, as it were, in order to set them down into the easiest path. However, affinities can be developed and discovered over a mage's lifetime. New paths forged which can broaden your range of magic," she explained before gesturing to all the lights. "Well, you don't have access to all the magics. I've never seen an inexperienced mage with a connection to so many parts of magic, especially with such a deep understanding at that. You have a connection to all 4 primal magics. While it is not unheard of, it is still surprising for one as inexperienced as you. Air is the weakest, then water, then you have a good bond with earth, and finally, there's fire. If I didn't know better, I would have said that you were a fire elemental, or perhaps even a fire dragon," she explained, excitement creeping into her voice as I sensed her marveling at the possibilities. "You have such a deep understanding of fire and its properties. Though I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised as to how you have such an understanding," she mentioned, her expression and tone going somber at the realization she had. This confused me for a moment before I remembered she'd seen my memories. "Ah, right, yeah. I suppose I could do it," I replied. "Fire has been my greatest ally and my worst nightmare over the years. I've experienced its use in all aspects of its nature, and I know exactly what it can do to a human body, amongst other things." I offered her a small smile as I watched her fret over bringing up that part of my past and spoke up to try and console her. "Don't linger too much on it. It was quite literally another lifetime. Don't let my memories burden you," I offered in a gentle voice. I could sense Revire taking my words to heart as she sighed softly, collecting herself as she looked amongst the orbs of light once more. "Beyond the 4 primal magics and the related fusions of those magics, you have access to many rather unusual and esoteric branches of magic," she mentioned as her eyes continued to wander. "Darkness and light magics, opposites and unusual branches to fully specialize in," she said as she tilted her head. "Adventurers and criminals generally tap into those branches for the illusions they can access, as well as stealth magic and the aid in their endeavors," she explained. "Though you have an understanding of both branches, you have a much greater connection to the darkness." "Well, I did most of my work in the dark. I learned to move in the shadows and conceal myself from my enemies. As for light, well, I'd say that you would be surprised at how much there is to know about light," I mentioned with a bit of a smile, though I considered what she had said and tilted my head a bit. "I also think that you'd be surprised by the depth of darkness and shadow. It's more than illusions and stealth, I'd say, and I don't mean that poetically," I mused as I pointlessly rolled my shoulders. "Besides, you might want to see what Basti can do with shadows and darkness. I'm sure even you can learn from her." Revire nodded intently, and I could sense that she felt unsure about my claims. She was keeping an open mind about my unique situation as she looked to the different areas of Magic Circle. "Spatial magic was to be expected if we consider your ability to store vast amounts of things in your personal storage space. Though here is an unusual one," she mentioned as she brought a particular orb of light to focus. "Soul magic. Even I know very few with natural affinities for soul magic. Usually they're used by churches and places of law and order to measure someone's character. It's rare to see anyone even having a connection to it, but their services are valued and sought out by if a mage is shown to have a talent in this field," she explained as she made her face. I could sense that she was considering me and something she had seen before speaking up. "That reminds me, you've created artificial souls before, haven't you? Dread and the Sinners, right?" she said slowly as she mulled over the idea. "It's something called an ego, which is usually only applied to things like weapons and armor. They're incredibly rare and are often used as partners to mages and various warriors, using their innate properties to guide, protect, or magically heal and support their wielders, though most instances are usually made by friends, dragons, and fae. However, even elves, dwarves, and the odd human mage have created them before, but I never heard of ego being potent enough to control and manage an entire body," she explained, mulling over the information as she scratched the back of her head. I consider her words before offering a piece of information that might be helpful for her in her endeavor to understand me better. "They might have something to do with the aspects that I was granted when I was placed here in this world." At the mention of aspects, I could see her pointed ears twitch with surprise as she looked at me with wide eyes. I could sense that she was heavily doubting what she heard just now and hesitated to speak, so I just continued. "Upon my death, I heard a voice listing all these titles and explaining how I affected those around me in my world, those I killed, those I saved, and how many zombies I exterminated," I explained slowly. The whole experience is all somewhat surreal now, if I'm reflecting on it. I suppose I was numb to the experience due to the sheer shock and confusion of what would suddenly happen to me. "It was something called karmic influence, though I'm still uncertain about it all. Perhaps if I had access to that system Historietta talked about, I would know more. But it's not like I care all that much, since I don't need to know how everything in the world works to live in it," I said, doing a little bit of a hand-waving, though Revire seemed to listen intently, patiently waiting for me to say the point of what I had to say. "I was granted the aspects of life and death during that time, and later, after Basti put an end to what was left of Lichtrin, I inherited her aspect of creation." Revire's face was calm and stoic as she closed her eyes, though her mind was a swirling storm of theories, ideas, and speculation. We sat silently for a few minutes before Revire opened her eyes and sighed softly. "A lot of things are starting to make sense now," she admitted, as she looked into the orbs of light around me. "I was uncertain what to make of what I saw when I first looked at the magic you had access to, which is why I was saving them for last," she said as she brought forward 2 orbs. "Life and death magic. Your connection to them is even more potent than your connection to fire, healing, and destruction. Communication with those beyond the veil of the Aether, and being able to pull those beyond the veil back into their mortal forms or other vessels. If I had to put a sort of label on your connection to these forms of magic, it would be a term aspect. Not even the Saintess of Gaia can claim to have such a strong connection to life magic as you. Not that you even know how to harness that magic, though the same could be said for your connection to death. Not that I know any publicly labeled figures to be known as Saint or Saintess of Death, but you would have a deeper connection to this branch than them." I nodded intently. It all sounded very impressive, but I'm still having a hard time putting weight behind all these concepts and ideas, though I could sense that all this is starting to stress Revire somehow. What is bothering her, in particular, is not clear to me. Your ears twitched with surprise when I mentioned aspect. Why did the word get a reaction out of you?" I asked, cutting to the point as best I could. Revire's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as one hand reached up to her ears before she cleared her throat and spoke up. "I recognized the term since I had read about it during my historical studies. It was used to describe individuals who had been blessed by the gods. Aspects were often either great heroes or great evils who were blessed for their achievements. Though, it was often recorded that aspects were granted their blessings in anticipation of what they would do," she said as she ran her fingers through her hair, staring at the ground before looking up into my eyes. "I'm not worried about you or how you would use your powers. You're a good man, and I have no doubt that you would use these powers mostly for the benefit of others," she said as she offered a smile, though she furrowed her brows and continued her thought. "What I am worried about is why someone of your potential would appear in this world as you are, not to mention the idea that multiple gods and goddesses seem to have their eyes on you and the Empress of all people," she explained,
sounding a little bewildered as she considered Historietta.
An escalation like this does not bode well for the future,
she said while sighing some more. I do want to say that I was told there would be some calamity around 4 years from now. What it is, I don't exactly know, but it is something at least. I mentioned it, since this was the only thing that came to mind when she talked about the future. Revaya looked surprised, but didn't really seem to panic or look overly concerned, managing to remain apathetic towards the information.
I see. Well, that would make sense, especially making you this powerful if the supposed calamity is in the near future. But what could be brewing in the background for your presence to be needed?
She pondered, maintaining her composure as she viewed everything in a strictly analytical way. Well, didn't you mention there was some kind of warlord on a path of conquest overseas? It's what the whole reason Emperor Ferodius performed his warpath of unification on this continent, I mentioned, looking at the orbs of light around me before looking into her eyes and watching her while she looked elsewhere thoughtfully.
She hummed and thought, it is possible. But can we really consider that to be a calamity?
She asked as she returned my gaze. Well, I can't say for sure, but all it takes is a single stone to cause a wave. Who knows what that warlord's warpath will lead into or disturb? I offer for her consideration.
Revaya nodded intently before dispelling the magic circle and standing.
I did note that there were more orbs of light that we hadn't reviewed, but it seemed like we were moving on at this point.
Well, in that case, we shouldn't dwell on what may be and focus on what we can do now. And what I can do now is show you the basics of how to wield your abilities so that you can be ready for whatever may come, she exclaimed, full of false bravado and fake enthusiasm.
I could tell she was putting on a brave front and wasn't taking her own words to heart, but I was not about to call her on it. I stand as well, walking over and patting her shoulder. Well then, I'll be in your care, I say as I flash a small smile. Revaya returned my smile, this time managing to pull a real one on her face as she looked around.
I think we should make our way to the river. With fire being your primary element, it would be better to be closer to a water source, she considered, a hint of amusement in her voice.
I chuckled softly, bobbing my head in agreement. Lead the way. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Ferodius' point of view, 10 years earlier. His heart was pounding in his ears, the thrum of battle lingering longer than it needed to, as he pants heartily. He looked around the wooded area, between the trees, around the trampled grass, and all he saw were the mangled corpses of monsters. He forced himself to focus, and before long, he could sense and hear his friends and allies. They all seemed to be okay, if not reasonably exhausted. Sound off, he called out, wiping the blood off the blade on his pant leg before sheathing it as his tail curled and lashed behind him. Here and okay, a voice called out. It was Brazel, a young half-orc archer, who wielded a bow that was impossibly hard for most people to draw and used unique, heavy arrows. The grey-skinned fellow stepped out from the brush and into view with a toothy grin, his face, chest, and right arm coated in blood that wasn't his own, as he used a dirty rag to polish off his knife. Those bastards sure do get the drop on us, Rhodey? He mused cheerfully enough. Ferodius couldn't help but smirk a bit at the half-orc. It was a very close fight, but they did slaughter the infestation of branch bugs that had been terrorizing the local farming villages. At the very least, they culled the population, and they shouldn't be an issue until next spring. His ears twitched as he heard the squelching of bug flesh, turning to see Monty, a human teen warrior who planned to open a restaurant when he saved up enough coin to retire. He was currently grabbing tokens from each branch bug for proof of their total kill count. Upon seeing Ferodius spot him, Monty smiled and waved a branch bug head.
I'm good over here,
he chirped, stuffing the head away in a large sack before moving to the next one.
I hate bugs,
a voice said as they came up behind Ferodius. Though he didn't need to turn to know who it was, Regan stepped up beside Ferodius, the half-elf wiping blood off the end of his magic staff.
All those extra spindly limbs and the disturbing screeching, ugh,
he complained as he shuddered before stamping the end of his staff into the dirt and leaning into it.
I would rather have gone after those grappler bears that were seen near that mining town. At least they have a good decency not to swarm and get gooey blood all over the place.
Herodias couldn't help but smirk with amusement at his best friend's expense. Before he could respond, Regan was nearly knocked over by Danica, a young dwarven teen with an impressive goatee and an equally impressive hammer. As she smacked Regan's back over a few times, quit your belly-aching spells, I keep them off you well enough, she mused mischievously, before going over to join Monty with the monster butchering. Regan scowled with vague annoyance before sighing as he turned to face Herodias. Are you absolutely certain you want all of these individuals as your guardians? He asked, lowering his voice to a near whisper as he spoke privately. At least reconsider Danica, if only for my sanity, he mentioned, not sounding serious, but making his point. Herodias' ears twitched as he flashed a small smile, speaking softly to keep the conversation between themselves. Why not? They're all good people, strong for their age too. I'm sure they'll be up to snuff by the time the trials are called to a close. They've had this conversation a few times now, but it was only this time that Herodias really felt genuinely confident of the people he'd gathered. The members of their party had shifted around a few times over the last couple of years, with Brezio being the latest member and Danica being the longest-standing member so far. Besides, you're just jealous she's paying more attention to Monty than you nowadays, aren't you? He teased mischievously, speaking normally as he waggled his ears while looking over at the half-elf. Regan flushed, though a frown was soon on his face. As if, like I want a woman with the shape of a barrel, he retorted as he looked away. Danica called out from where she was, ripping off some dark bug limbs with Monty, no doubt planning on adding that to dinner tonight. Don't worry, Spells, you're too much of a twig for me anyways, she called out playfully, taking it all in stride as she grinned while the other guys chuckled at the scene. Herodias couldn't help but laugh at his friend's expense before joining the others as they rounded up the bugheads. All in all, they managed to kill around 37 bugs, and for 3 silver a head and the reward for a job itself, it was looking to be a good payday for their efforts, not to mention some extra protein for the next few meals. The day soon turned to evening, and their party had set up camp amongst the trees during their trek back to the nearest guild hall, a few towns away. Monty had got a fire pit going and set about making dinner, which was comprised of fire-grilled and salted bug legs, some hard bread and dried fruits. Danica meticulously tended to everyone's weapons, ensuring they were polished and free of any bug guts or blood that was possibly missed earlier. Brazel had procured a hard case with a latch, pulling out a lyre which he began playing, the delicate-looking instrument producing a sweet little melody as the group waited for the food to be cooked. They had been resting around the fire for some time, the bug meat ending up giving off a rather delicious smell, admittedly. Monty still tending to the fire while turning the legs over a portable wire grill. It was peaceful and quiet, save for Brazel's music. That was until Regan started shifting around his tent, stepping into the open while clutching his staff. He only had his pants on, but he looked serious as his eyes stared into the darkness around them. Well, it was dark for most of them. With the aid of flame light, they could peer fairly far into the darkness. Only Monty was relatively blind to anything beyond the reach of the flame light. What is it, Spells? Danica spoke up, tossing Herodias a sheathed blade and passing over Monty's spear. Brazel set his lyre down and collected his bow as he notched an arrow. Regan looked around, his eyes darting side to side. Movement. We have trespassers who crossed the first threshold of security perimeter I set, he explained in a hushed voice. How many? Herodias asked as he drew his blade, retrieving his shield from beside his tent and standing at the ready, his tail curling close as his ears twitched and strained to catch any sounds beyond the crackle of the wood in the fireplace. Regan pointed his staff in a direction as the group turned and readied themselves. We got 3, and they're closing in on us. They must have seen the fire, he reasoned as he twitched. They're 60 feet away. They have just crossed the second threshold, he reported, though his brow furrowed as he tilted his head. Hold on. 4 more trespassers just crossed the first threshold in the same direction as the first group. What does that mean? Brazel asked as he drew his bow, the weighty limbs bending in response to the half-orc's strength as he aimed into the grey darkness. Regan didn't answer at first as Brazel's narrowed his eyes. Spotted the first chap.
It looks like people in dresses, he exclaimed, confusion apparent in his voice, though he didn't let his arms relax. Regan had his eyes shut for a moment before opening them. Adjust your aim a finger to the left and down. Fire, he ordered, Brazel making a slight adjustment as the heavy arrow was loosed with a twum and an animalistic yelp sounding out a split second later. In mere moments, the three figures Brazel had spotted were now in range of the flamelight. There were three women, two looking relatively untouched, save for some bruising and torn clothes. It was the third woman that caught Ferodius's eyes. She was pummeled brutally, her lips split, and one of her eyes had swollen shut. Her dress had been ripped into shreds, and she was absolutely drenched in blood. He wanted to say something, speak to her, but he heard howls in the air and remembered that at least three more things were chasing these women. Regan stepped forward, raising his staff and firing off bolts of lightning, the energy arcing through the air and colliding into what appeared to be an enraged hound, frying the beast. There were two more left, having avoided being caught in the blast of electricity, as both Monty and Ferodius stepped forward. The human brought his spear low before deftly thrusting it into the open maw of one of the hounds, while Ferodius brought his shield up and bashed the remaining beast in the middle of its lunge, stunning it for a moment when he followed up and a downward slash and beheaded it. The whole ordeal was over before it really began. Danica stepping forward and examining the beast's corpses as Ferodius looked over to the woman. "What's going on here?" he said, doing his best to present a gentle display despite the fresh blood coating his blade and arm. The trio of ladies, upon closer inspection, were just girls barely older than Brazel, but younger than Ferodius. Two of them were clearly shaken, but doing their absolute best to maintain their composure. The third, the worse off one, seemed to be hardened and collected, yet her gaze was distant and not focused. While she certainly looked like she was beaten to shit, because she was, Ferodius realized that most of the blood on her body wasn't hers as it coated her right arm and chest. If he had to guess, she had managed to kill someone with that blood-drenched dagger that she was clutching. It took a few moments, but a wolfkin girl with mostly human features spoke up. "I am Lady Narva Fondelay, daughter of Viscount Fondelay," she said before gesturing to the younger of the trio, who was a half-elf that was shuddering almost uncontrollably despite trying her best to remain stoic. "She is Lady Roche Ferdina, daughter of Baron Ferdina." She then gestured to the battened teen woman and spoke up, her own voice shaky and faltering from whatever experience they had gone through. She is Lady Historietta Blackstone, daughter of Count Blackstone," she explained, taking a moment to clear her throat before looking among her rescuers. "We had been kidnapped 3 days ago, coming from a banquet in the capital. They were planning on holding us for ransom, but we overheard them talking of using us," she said, choking on her own words, trying and failing to maintain her composure as Danica went about getting the ladies to sit by the fire, though Historietta remained standing where she was. They planned on having their way with us before throwing us away once they got their ransom. It was a day later that Historietta got the attention of one of those vagrants and began insulting him and his mother. She seemed to be somehow accurate as she managed to enrage him to the point where he entered the room we were locked in," she said, shivering as she recalled the event. "We begged her to stop and to not make things worse. However, it was too late, and he started to pummel her. We could do nothing since our arms were bound, but somehow she managed to free herself in the midst of the beating and got her hands on his knife." She then glanced over at Historietta, a mixture of fear and awe in her voice. "She spilled his guts and freed us and managed to get a jump on one of the other bandits, killing him in his sleep. We managed to escape, but after some time we heard those foul beasts hot on our heels. We saw your fire in the distance and ran towards it, hoping for the best," she said, gravely taking a wooden cup with water as Monty passed him to the two ladies, Historietta still standing off to the side. Brazel spoke up, having returned to the camp with a bloodied arrow, and he looked amongst the others. "Those hounds were domesticated. Someone sent those things after these ladies," he said, not having been there for the story. Danica nodded at his words. "Yeah, we have a kidnapping situation on our hands. These ladies just escaped," she explained, Brazel's eyes going wide before bobbing his head and clearing off the arrow, and tucked it away in his large quiver. Ferodius approached Historietta, reaching out to touch her shoulder, but then, thinking better of it,
"You all right, Lady Historietta? Can I get you something to eat or drink?" he asked softly, his tail curling tightly behind him in distress at seeing the young woman in such a state. It took a moment, but she seemed to come out of a fugue and looked directly at Ferodius. She averted her gaze, seemingly looking at something, before croaking out some incomprehensible words and curtsying. It was almost regal as she grabbed what remained of her tattered dress to do so. Lady Nerva spoke up while watching this take place. "I'm afraid Lady Historietta can't speak right now. That vagrant she antagonized had grabbed her by the throat before she'd been slammed around. Frankly, I'm surprised she can even breathe properly." Ferodius looked and felt distressed, worry plain on his face, even as Historietta offered a small smile and wincing as she did so. Regan soon returned from the shadows as he spoke. "I've reinforced my security wards with more lethal charms. We shouldn't get any more uninvited guests of the unsavory sort," he said, heading over to his tent and grabbing his pack. He soon returned with a small vial of red liquid and uncorked it. "Here, a healing potion. I just bought it last week," he explained, before going around behind her and placing a hand on her back. "Don't mind me, I'm just going to use some life magic to amplify the potion's effects," he explained gently, the faint blue light radiating from his palm as Historietta slowly downed the potion, wincing with each swallow. Monty offered a smile as he set some bug legs and dried fruits on some wooden plates and passed them to the ladies. "Sorry about the cuts of meat, but you should eat up and gather your strength. We still have a bit of a trek before we're back in a major city," he explained. The two ladies certainly looked skeptical at their plates, but they managed to give their thanks. Despite their reservations, they were soon digging in, breaking the fire-charred chitin to get to the soft meat on the inside. As the minutes ticked by, Ferodius procured a water skin, a change of clothes, a towel, and a spare set of shoes, and came over to Historietta and Regan. The duo was now sitting on the ground, with Regan on his knees behind her. Regan's magical light was still glowing as Historietta's skin gradually stitched itself back together, the bruising and swelling receding as she seemed to even breathe more easily. "Here, once you've done, I've set up some tarps and a light nearby, so you can take these and change out of those blood-soaked clothes and rinse off with your water skin," he explained before holding up a water skin in particular. "It's enchanted with water magic to refill every 6 hours, so don't worry about using it all," he mentioned. Historietta took a slow breath before speaking up, her voice still scratchy, but nowhere near as bad as it was earlier. "Thank you again. I'll be in your care," she said, bowing her head again. After a few moments, Regan pulled away and stood as he looked down at the lady, Ferodius being quick to offer his hand to help her to her feet. "All right, that is as much as I can do for now without overly exhausting you. Get some rest, and we'll do this again in the morning," he explained, shooting Ferodius a curious glance while Historietta got to her feet. Lady Historietta once again bowed her head before walking away with things Ferodius had brought. Ferodius couldn't help but watch as she left, though that's when Regan poked him in the ribs and quirked an eyebrow at him. "What do you think you're doing? You're smitten with her, aren't you? Don't you remember that you can't tell anyone who you really are?" he chastised in a harsh whisper. "Don't do anything stupid." Ferodius winced before chuckling sheepishly. He hadn't realized that he was being that obvious. Then again, Regan could read him like a book. Sorry, I just couldn't help but admire how composed and capable she is, and how she's handling herself right now. Even more so than the other ladies," he replied as his ears waggled while he scratched the back of his head. Regan nodded, seemingly agreeing with that. "You're right. It's almost as if she's gone through this before," he mentioned worriedly. "Just watch yourself. Don't go compromising your trials when you've come this far," he warned quietly as he pats Ferodius' shoulder before rejoining the group. Ferodius nodded, though he looked over the changing area he set up, catching a vague silhouette of the lady as he felt his cheeks heat up. "I'll try. By gods, what a woman." End of chapter. Ferodius' point of view 10 years earlier. The morning had come before long, the smell of delectable bug legs wafting through the air as Monty made breakfast during the last watch. Ferodius stirred from his place in the tree he had decided to sleep in, claws fixed and digging into the tree bark as he stretched his flexible feline body and yawned audibly. While he did have his own tent, Ferodius and Brazel had given their tents to the noble ladies so they could sleep in relative comfort. Brazel, for one, didn't mind sleeping in the open air. As Ferodius, he had long since grown accustomed to rougher living and was not unfamiliar with napping in trees during his youth. "Morning, Rhodey," Monty called out to Ferodius, looking up from the space between the grill as he worked hard to ensure the meal would taste even better than yesterday's, since he had a little more experience with this particular protein. "What's the plan today?" he asked, adding another leg to the growing pile of crooked legs on the wooden plate. Ferodius let out a deep sigh of delight as he managed to pop his back, finding the relief that he looked for before slumping back against the tree trunk that he had been sleeping against. He started to say, before yawning again as his left ear flicked. Don't know, he said simply, looking down at Monty before scratching the back of his head. "I'm thinking we head back to that farming village that made the commissioner. Sure, we'll have to backtrack a little, but between the fact that there is a potential bandits in the area and the state those noble ladies are in, we better off getting a farmer to give us a ride in their cart," he explained, as he decided to make his way down the tree, soon settling down across from Monty around the fire. Monty nodded intently, grabbing a plate and setting 2 cocked bug legs on it before passing it over to Ferodius. "Sounds good to me. Maybe I can get a good deal on some crops and other goods before they hit the market stalls in the city," he mentioned with a bit of a smile as he went back to his work. "Besides, I'm sure people will want to help, even not out of kindness of their hearts," Monty said simply, though that earned a curious head tilt from Ferodius as Monty smiled kindly before continuing. "They'll help either because we just saved them a lot of trouble by dealing with those bugs, thus ensuring their favor, or they'll help us in the hopes that their gracious deeds will earn them goodwill with their local lord and maybe get some breaks on taxes or things like that," he explained, before shrugging a bit. "I see," Ferodius said thoughtfully, having taken the plate and gone about cracking the bug chitin. "Well, either way, it'll be easier on the ladies, and we can rest our own feet while we're at it," he considered before biting off a chunk of the bug meat. Regan was the next to wake up, fully dressed this time as he stretched and grunted before rubbing his eyes. "Morning," he murmured before taking a seat around the fire with his pack in his lap as he rummaged through it. He then took up a small vial with green liquid after a minute or so of looking. He took a moment to eye the contents before uncorking it and downing the vial, though he immediately shuddered as he made a face. "Last time I cheap out with a herbalist," he muttered miserably. "What was that?" Ferodius asked, between bites, while gesturing at the bottle with his tail. "Some kind of energy drink. The ingredients that they told me were in it sounded right according to my research, but it may be a knockoff. The taste wasn't nearly as good as I was heard it was supposed to be," he explained as he smacked his lips, chasing down the energy drink with the water from his skin before corking it and putting it away. "Did you not sleep well or something? Bug nightmares?" Ferodius asked, licking his teeth as he attempted to free a chunk of meat that was stuck between them, though he looked genuinely concerned for his friend as he watched Regan. Regan scoffed at the notion of nightmares, glancing over at Ferodius before flashing a smile. "Nah, nothing like that. I just use more mana than usual. I would prefer a longer rest in order to recuperate better, but we would be better off resting in town rather than attempting to get a couple extra hours of shut-eye in the woods," he explained, yawning as he took up a plate of bug legs. "Though I will say the only good thing about bugs is that they sure do taste good," he mused, digging in with no complaint as he cracked the chitin. Before long, everyone else had started to wake, Brazil's not saying much as he immediately started digging into breakfast. Danica was next, ruffling Monty's hair as she passed him to go to Ferodius and Brazil's tents, checking in with the ladies. Danica was quick to leave the tent Historietta was staying in. However, she lingered in the tent with the other 2 ladies. Ferodius could hear a quiet sniffling and sobbing coming from the 2 women, his ears twitching while Danica did her very best to comfort them. His heart did go out to those ladies. They likely haven't really experienced the world, and this was their first bitter taste of it. He hoped that it wouldn't drive them from society altogether, but it wasn't anything he could really control. Well, he could do his best to show them that the world altogether isn't cruel like their kidnappers, but it would be up to them to take the message to heart. Historietta emerged from the tent that she was staying in, looking fairly rested and leagues better than she had last night. Her throat and face still looked discolored from the lingering bruising that had been left over last night. Otherwise, she appeared to be in fair spirits. Ferodius couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. She was wearing his clothes after all, and she certainly wore them better than he ever would. She managed to catch him staring and smiled in response as she walked over to the fire and settled down beside him before looking at Monty as he passed her a plate.
"Thank you, sir. I'm grateful for the meal,"
she said politely, her voice sounding even nicer than the night before, if that was possible. She ate well too, casually breaking the chitin and eating without reservation. Even the other ladies attempted to be modest and polite with how they ate last night, but it seemed her Historietta didn't seem to mind her manners. She caught Ferodius watching her again, flashing a mischievous smile as she wiped her lips with the sleeve of her shirt. "Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady while she's eating?" she teased, almost coyly. Ferodius could feel his cheeks heat up under his fur, pointedly averting his gaze as the other guy snickered at his expense. Sorry, I don't exactly have a lot of experience with noble ladies," he lied, glancing over at her, and his ears waggled. "But I was under the impression that most ladies were rather picky and haughty for the most part. He started stammering a bit, not sure what else to say without accidentally offending her as he anxiously scratched his cheek. Historietta snickered softly as she sipped a cup of water before looking at Ferodius more pointedly. "I've gone through this before, and I have little experience with survival camping and roughing it. Honestly, I'm doing a lot better right now than I originally planned, thanks to you and your merry band," she mentioned, sounding genuinely grateful at the point that she looked at the others before looking back to Ferodius. "Try everything once is a motto I live by," she said, as she worked on cracking the other bug leg on her plate. "It helped me keep an open mind about many things and allowed me to experience things I would have otherwise missed out on," she explained, as she took a bite of the bug meat, taking a moment to chew and swallow before continuing. "Of course, moderation is to be exercised with a motto like mine, but it has gone okay so far," she said with a smile. Ferodius was unsure how to move forward, not used to being on the back foot around other nobles, let alone noble girls around his age. Yet she displayed a rather unique sense of maturity that threw him off. It was refreshing, and he found himself wanting to get to know her more while he still could at least. He was going to speak up again when Danica emerged with the other noble ladies. Those two looked pretty bad. If he was being honest, they looked exhausted and emotionally drained, amongst other things. They didn't say much besides their thanks after receiving some food and water. After a while longer, Ferodius spoke again as he looked amongst his party and the ladies. "All right, everyone, we're going to be backtracking today and heading towards one of the farming villages in the area. From there, we're going to see about hiring or buying a cart and taking the road back to the city. This way, we can save on energy and avoid more danger than we need to," he explained as he looked amongst his party. He got nods of approval all around, though it looked like Historietta had something on her mind. "You're doing this because of us, aren't you?" she asked, sounding almost regretful, if not a little disappointed, as she looked at the other ladies. The other ladies averted their gazes but didn't say anything in response, as they had no footing to argue with the Count's daughter. Before Ferodius could respond, she looked back at him, gazing intently into his eyes. "I shall reimburse you once we get into the city. It is the least I can do," she said, no room for argument in her voice. Though Ferodius attempted to argue anyway, as he looked over to her. "What? No, there's no need for that. You're in our care. It's only right to make sure that you're looked after and supported, especially when you're so far from home," he retorted, his ears flicking as he watched her. "This isn't a job or a request. This is just people helping people," he said more gently as he finished up his breakfast. Historietta quirked a brow, staring Ferodius down before flashing a smirk as she finished up the last of her food and stood, looking him over when she met his gaze and spoke up. "Noblesse oblige. It is the duty of those who are well off and in positions of power to behave morally upright and act for the benefit of those in their care, to watch out for those who we are responsible for. You have done me a great service, and you did so freely and at the inconvenience to yourself and those who follow you. It would be a disgrace if I did not compensate you for your services," she stated with a grin before starting to step away. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some flowers to pick," she said simply as she moved away from the group. The others ate in silence for a little while longer before getting to their feet to start packing up camp now that breakfast was done. However, Ferodius was lost in thought, occasionally glancing in the direction he'd last seen Historietta before going back to his packing. He was in awe of her. She had brains, ferocity, compassion, worldliness, and a strong sense of duty. He had never heard of the concept of noblesse oblige, but it was something he knew that he was going to live by if he ever ascended to the throne. No, when he ascended to the throne. By the time she had returned, the camp was packed, and they were ready to go. The walk, in itself, was uneventful, feeling more along the lines of a simple hike through the woods if it wasn't for the quiet whimpering of sore nobles' feet. Ferodius felt that the ladies were at least lucky in the sense that they had been kidnapped while they were wearing flats. He couldn't even imagine having to run or even hike in heels like they would have likely worn at the banquet that they were coming from, though he was more impressed by Historietta once again, the noble lady having kept pace with him as he walked at the head of the group. As the group, they had to stop multiple times for the other two ladies, the whole walk taking much longer than Ferodius would have liked, though they eventually ended up at the village as the sun began its descent into the horizon, smokestacks rising into the sky as families no doubt got ready for dinner. As militia guards came out to meet the party, the man flashing a smile as he recognized Ferodius and his group. "Ah, good evening. I take it you're back from the hunt?" he asked pleasantly, though he only then just noticed the ladies, looking curious but waiting for Ferodius to speak. Ferodius offered a kind smile as his tail curled up behind him. Good evening, yes, we finished the hunt. 37 bark bugs have fallen by our hands," he enthused before clearing his throat. "In all actuality, we are here on more serious matters. We found these 3 noble ladies who'd been kidnapped and are now escorting them. We are looking to hire anyone with a cart or a wagon willing to go to the city," he said, his ears flicking as he considered something else. "In fact, we are willing to escort a group of wagons with produce and goods for free if you allow the ladies to ride along as passengers," he offered. Though before the guard could respond, Ferodius reached into his coin pouch in his pack and procured 8 silver pieces, and placed them in the guard's hand. "Bring this to your village head. Tell him that we are also looking for a room and board for the night, if anyone is willing to take us in." The guard stammered a bit at the overload of information, taking a moment to consider everything Ferodius said as he glanced over at his fellow guard who had been standing at the village gate. He then looked back to Ferodius at his party before lowering his head and with a nod. "Very well, sir adventurer. Come in and wait. I'll go fetch the village head," he said, taking one curious look at the ladies before allowing them through the gate and hurrying off to find the village head. "Well, it looks like we'll get to rest with a roof over our heads at least," Regan said, as with a bit of a smile, rolling his shoulders before leaning on his staff, looking admittedly worn out. "Maybe we can get some fresh vegetables and soft bread too," Monty mentioned as he flashed a grin. "Those village mother types always cook the best foods for the soul," he mused cheerfully. "Ah, gods, soft bread," Danica parroted almost dreamily. "Probably fresh baked too," she considered with a smile. All right, enough talking about food. You're making me hungry," Ferodius mused as he looked amongst the party. 2 of the ladies had taken to sitting against some random crates along someone's fence line, looking especially exhausted. But Historietta seemed to be fine overall, if not as tired as Ferodius's group. She caught him watching her again and only offered a smile but didn't say anything while they waited. Before long, the guard returned with an older rabbitkin man. He appeared to be in his late 50s, but stood strong and tall and smiled at the group. "Welcome back, adventurers. I'm glad to see your safe return and hear of your success. It seems we have some business to talk about, but for now, let's get you all inside and fed. I'll have someone draw water for baths. No doubt you are all rather weary and could use some creature comforts," he said as he looked at everyone. Ferodius smiled before lowering his head out of polite respect and looked up at the village head. "Thank you for your hospitality," he said politely, as his left ear flicked contently. The rabbitkin flashed a charming grin. "Thank you for your work. It's thanks to you that we won't have to worry about our fall crops later this year," he expressed before turning to lead the group. Historietta came up beside Ferodius and smiled as she nudged him with her elbow. "You handled that pretty well. Good work, Mr. Adventurer," she mused almost playfully before looking after the rabbitkin man and speaking more softly into Ferodius's ear, causing them to waggle with a sensation of her breath. "He's a good man. You can trust his sincerity," she whispered before stepping away and rejoining the other ladies. Ferodius could feel his face warm up, his heart thumping at the sudden interaction that he had with Historietta. He wasn't sure how she knew what she knew, or how she even knew that he had some doubts about the village head, but he'll admit there was something that he was vaguely worried about. But if someone of her character said that he could trust the village head, then he would let his worries rest. It's strange, though. How is it that he could so readily trust the opinion of a girl he barely met a day ago? Maybe Regan was right. Maybe he really is hopelessly in love with that girl already. End of chapter. Ferodia's point of view, 10 years earlier. It wasn't long until some arrangements were made for the group as a whole. They were set up in the village's community hall, essentially the building where the villagers held meetings and discussed important topics. Thus, nobody was actually in there right now, allowing the party to move in for the night without inconveniencing anyone. Spare bedrolls, blankets, and pillows were produced by various households around the village, which served to make tonight's sleeping arrangement much more comfortable than what the group was generally used to. 4 baths were drawn, the ladies and Danica being allowed to go on first, while the guys set about making the community hall livable for the night. Well, while Brazel and Monty set things up, Ferodius and Regan went with the village head to talk business, and they found themselves in a rather modest but warm home in the center of the village, sitting at a table across from the village head. The village head's wife had taken a moment from meal prep to serve a pot of tea, setting it up in the center of the table along with finely made clay cups. Regan moved to pour the tea, diligently serving the village head first, since they were currently in a position of power between the trio. The village head looked pleasantly surprised by the little act of respect, and after Regan served Ferodius, then himself, the village head took up a cup before breathing in the scent of the tea and then taking a sip. After another moment, he set the cup down and looked between the two adventurers curiously. "I hope you don't mind, but can you clarify what your ranks are?" the village head asked, seemingly doing his best to direct without offending the young adventurers before him. Ferodius and Regan shared a glance before Ferodius spoke up, reaching for a tag under his shirt and holding it out. Regan doing the same. "Regan and I are emeralds, Danica and Monty are both sapphires, and Brazel is a steel, but he should be up for promotion after we turn in the bug hunt quest," he explained as he went to tuck his tag back into his shirt. "Why do you ask?" Ferodius cried as he took up the cup of tea, holding it but not drinking from it. The village head nodded intently as he stroked his chin, glancing between the two adventurers before speaking up again. "I will be blunt then," he stated as he offered a bit of a smile. "We had a poor harvest this year, and with the infestation of bark bugs, we were expecting the worst this year. But thanks to your quick action, we managed to avoid any loss of our fall crops and protect our stores from the spring harvest. However, the neighboring village and our community had to put our coin together to even be able to afford your party, and we had just barely met the minimum for commission," he explained, swirling the cup of tea around before taking another sip and continuing to speak. "We are unable to afford any kind of escorts this year, and our harvest is actually rather bountiful compared to the last one. So there is more of a risk," he said as he looked between the two adventurers once more. "Since you were the first to offer, I hope you forgive our greed for putting this burden on you. But would you be willing to escort both our people and the people from the neighboring village to the city? We won't make you work for free, but we won't be able to pay the usual commission for someone of your rank," he admitted as he waited for the two to respond. Regan and Ferodius shared a look, taking a moment to silently communicate with their expressions before Regan decided to speak up as he leaned forward on his elbows. "If, and I do mean if, we do agree to escort both of your groups, how quickly will you be able to mobilize and head out?" he asked, before taking up the cup and sipping at the tea. The village head seemed to perk up, his ears flicking with delight. "We can send a messenger bird to the neighboring village, and I'm sure that we can be ready to leave before lunch tomorrow," he said as he watched the duo intently. Regan and Ferodius shared a look again as Regan spoke up. "So we'll be leaving in the afternoon. A trip on average would take at least 2 days and a night. However, if we are moving with a caravan of villagers, we'll probably won't be making great time. No offense," he mentioned, as he looked at the village chief, who shrugged in understanding.
So this trip will most likely take 3 days and 2 nights. But we will likely have safety in numbers despite the large amount of cargo, he summarized for Ferodius. Ferodius nodding intently at the breakdown.
Of course, a few of our militia will accompany the caravan, as they'll be the ones making the trip back. So you'll have some support.
The village head pitched in as he waited for their answer. Ferodius's tail curled and tapped against the chair and considered things, taking a sip from his own cup of tea and savoring the taste before speaking up. I'll need some time to discuss this with my group. And ultimately, the decision will need to require the ladies to weigh in, since they are the ones who will be most affected by all of this, Ferodius stated as he sat a little straighter. We'll try and have an answer for you by dinner time, he mentioned, sharing a nod with Regan. The village head nodded in understanding as he looked between the two adventurers.
Of course. We'll look forward to your answer then. Thank you for what you've already done, the village head said respectfully.
Ferodius moved to stand, dismissing himself, all while Regan took a moment to down the rest of the tea before standing and following Ferodius as the duo made their way out of the village head's home and started walking towards the community hall. So, what do you think we should do? Regan asked, glancing over at Ferodius as they walked. Honestly, Ferodius asked as he looked over to his friend and began offering a nod as Ferodius looked ahead while they walked some more. I think we should just spend the coin, buy a cart and a couple shiver steeds, and get going. I think it's a big risk to travel with that much cargo, that many people, and with 3 noble ladies in our care. The longer they're stuck with us, they're not in care of their families, the greater the chance they have of something going wrong, he said, before stopping short of the community hall's doors and stepping away around the corner and leaning up against the wall, lowering his voice as Regan followed close by and leaned against the wall beside Ferodius. But then I think about what she said, Ferodius mentioned as he glanced over at Regan. That concept of noblesse oblige. Sure, to them I'm just some adventurer, but you and I know who I am. These people are my father's subjects, my subjects. What kind of man would I be if I were to blatantly ignore the plea for help when I'm in a position to offer that help and make a difference? Helping them here and now could be the difference between life and death for some of these people, or some other unforeseen consequence if we were to ignore them. He considered as he looked away from Regan and looked up to the violet and orange glow of the evening sky. Regan couldn't help but smile at Ferodius, even if he didn't really like the idea of Ferodius getting close to that noble girl in the middle of his trials. He could see the future king of this nation growing into the right kind of man Ferodius needed to be before his very eyes. After a moment, Regan decided to prod Ferodius a little more as he spoke up. You're just one man. You can't help everyone, you know, he said, hiding his smile as he watched his friend develop a little more. Maybe, for now, I can't. But I can help these people now, can't I? He said more resolutely before looking at Regan as he stood up a little taller. I'll make the case to the others, but again, it's still up to the noble ladies since they're the ones who have been most affected by recent events, he said. Though as Regan patted his shoulder, the duo shared a smile as Ferodius led the way inside. Inside, Monty and Brazel have made good progress in making the hall cozy to stay the night. The duo had strung up the canvas and 2 tents to divide the room straight down the middle, the entryway being perfectly lined up for them to walk to either side of the canvas curtain. Taking up the left side of the building was the guys, as it were, Brazel sitting out the bedroll in the middle of the room, while Monty sits in his own bedroll along the wall with a needle and thread in hand, managing a tear in one of his shirts. Brazel is the first to notice Ferodius and Regan, flashing a grin and waving after propping back onto his bedroll. Hey, Rhodey, Regan, what's the news? He asked pleasantly. Monty looked up from his work and smiled a bit before focusing back on the tear. Ferodius smiled as he looked around at the extra bedrolls, blankets, and pillows that the villagers brought out for his group before starting to set up his own sleeping space. Regan doing the same. Well, the village head is asking us to escort the people of this village and their neighbors into the town with the season's crops. We probably won't get paid for our efforts, but that's what is on the table right now, he explained as he looked over to Monty and Brazel. All right, so when do we leave? Brazel asked, not even skipping a beat as he stretched and lay back more properly on his bedroll. Ferodius couldn't help but chuckle at that, nodding to himself as he sat down on his bedroll and began checking his gear. If the noble ladies are okay with it, then we plan to leave tomorrow afternoon once the villagers have their carts packed with their goods." The guys nodded intently and went about relaxing for a time. Though, after another 20 minutes or so, Danica and the noble ladies made their way inside the hall, looking between the two sides of the curtains, before just walking over to the side with the guys as Danica flashed a grin. "All right, you lot, the baths are ready for you," she said as she looked amongst them. Following behind her were the ladies, and they looked refreshed and almost cheerful. Lady Nerva's tail was even slowly wagging as she curiously examined the clothes that she was now wearing. All three noble ladies wearing rather nice long gowns and sleeveless tunics, their hair done up in neat braids with cotton ribbons tied into them. From what Ferodius could tell, it looked like the village girls had fun spending time with the noble ladies, and in turn, the noble ladies enjoyed their time with the village girls. For just a moment, they looked like normal girls and not sheltered nobles, having gone through a harrowing experience. Historiantes caught Ferodius watching her again, though to be fair, he wasn't explicitly staring at her this time. Even then, she smiled a little more, casually swaying side to side for a brief moment as her dress swished back and forth. Despite all the people all around the two of them, this somehow managed to be a private moment between the two of them. Ferodius's right ear flicked as he felt his cheek warm up at the view. His ears perked up as she heard a giggle at his expense. After taking a moment to collect himself, Ferodius grabbed a change of clothes and got off his feet, moving to head out, but stopping short as he came up beside the ladies. His nose twitched as he caught a floral scent hanging in the air around them. The ladies and, more pointedly, Historietta watched him curiously as he took another moment to collect his words. I just wanted to let you all know that the village head is willing to help take you all back to the city. The only caveat is that he wants us to escort a caravan of goods for him. This will add a day or so to our journey. Is that all right with you all?" he asked as he looked amongst them before gazing down into Historietta's eyes. Historietta shared a look with the other ladies, and the ladies each gave a nod before Historietta looked back up at Ferodius and smiled charmingly. "As you said this morning, we're in your care. Do whatever it is you need to do to see this through," she said before reaching out and almost playfully poking his fluffy cheek. "And I'll make sure you're compensated for your efforts," she mused before pulling away, Danica and the other girls making their way across the curtain. Ferodius was a little stiff at that, not expecting for his cheek to be poked like that. He could hear Monty and Brazel snickering at his expense while Regan just shook his head at the scene. After a little while, the four of them made their way over to where the baths were set up. It was an outdoor affair, a large pre-made wooden frame with curtains set around 4 special barrels that were placed over a fire. The barrels having been filled with water and some kind of herbs as the light steam rises from the surface. A group of village girls had waited outside the curtains as the guys went inside and started undressing. The 4 of them have seen basically all of each other before now and didn't care about seeing each other naked, though they all felt a little anxious and red in the face as they heard the murmurs of the girls just outside the curtains, as they evidently peeked in on them while the guys were climbing into the barrels of warm water. Once the 4 of them were settled in, they were mildly surprised as the girls walked in and began scrubbing their backs and washing their hair, despite minor protests from the guys. It was a rather surreal experience for Ferodius in particular, having had this sort of treatment in his youth, but not expecting to experience it again at his age now. Regan looked over at Ferodius and spoke out in an elvish dialect that he knew Ferodius knew. "Look like the village head wanted to give us some more motivation to help," he mused, before jolting a bit as one of the girls reached a little too far down with a loofah and giggled at his expense. Ferodius had his eyes closed to avoid soap getting in his eyes, as his head, fur and ears were getting scrubbed by a catkin girl. He supposed she took on the task since she would know how to do it right. "I wouldn't doubt it. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one," he replied, with a smile as he could feel the stress just melt away. Monty and Brazel seemed to relish in the attention of the girls, the 2 of them getting in their hair braided once they were rinsed off. Though, after a pleasant 15 minutes, the girls excused themselves to allow the guys to relax and soak in the warm water. Brazel was the first to speak up, messing with one of the new braids, and he smiled at the others. "This village is great. They're so nice," he mused with a delightful sigh as he sunk down in the barrel so the water was just below his chin. Another 10 minutes later, and the guys had gotten dried off and dressed. By the time they returned to the community hall, they found the ladies and Danica seated at a table that was brought in.
a pot of stew sitting in the middle of the table, joined by a basket of fresh bread and a bowl of fresh nuts. "Come along, they just brought it in," Janica said, with a mouthful of bread and a huge grin on her face. Monty and Brazel were quick to hurry over to the table, startling Lady Roche, though Lady Nerva flashed a pleasant smile at Brazel when he sat next to her. Monty finding his place beside Danica, whereas Regan ends up beside Lady Roche. The last seat was beside Lady Historietta, and she smiled almost expectantly as Ferodius settled in. The meal was mostly a quiet affair, though Lady Roche spoke up, offering a bit of a smile.
"This meal, well, it is not the finest I've ever had. I dare say it is the most refreshing, especially after the last few days we've gone through,"
she said with a cheerful smile. Lady Nerva hummed her agreement as she chewed on some of the warm bread. After dinner was done, Ferodius excused himself, making his way back to the village head's home, tapping his knuckle against the doorframe. It took a few minutes, and the older man came to the door, smiled as he spotted Ferodius. "Ah, young adventurer, you have your answer, I take it?" Ferodius looked up to the man and offered a nod. "Yeah, send your messenger bird. My party will escort your caravan," he said simply. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Ferodius' point of view 10 years earlier. Ferodius stirred late in the night. Something deep within him felt that something was wrong. He wasn't sure what it was, but there was a sensation in his heart that created a sense of unease. Controlling his breathing, he slowly got up, grabbed his shield and sword, and strapped the blade to his waist. He made his way over to Regan first, carefully placing a hand over his friend's mouth and shaking him. Regan stirred with a start, but remained silent and curiously stared up at Ferodius. "Something's wrong," like the others. "Don't wake the ladies. Follow when you can," he instructed in a whisper that was barely louder than the breath. Regan nodded as Ferodius pulled away, setting about his task as Ferodius made his way up to the door of the hall and stepped out into the cool night air. Looking from side to side, he spotted the glow of flamelight concentrated by the gates. It seemed to be far too bright for the 2 torch concerts that he saw on his way in. Straining his ears, he could hear chattering too, crude language and labored breathing. Ferodius picked up his pace, moving quickly as he took advantage of his natural feline grace and agility. He came up to the village gates and stopped short, hiding around a corner as he scouted the situation as it unfolded. What he saw were 2 different members of the militia within the gates instead of outside of them. One of them was a catkin man with an arrow having been shot straight through the left side of his chest, and a second arrow sticking out of his back as he laid on his side. Though the forming puddle of blood mud was a cause for concern. The second militia guard was a human woman with an arrow in her calf. She had already tied a tourniquet to slow the bleeding, but she had now wedged herself against the weighted barricade to keep the gate shut. Ferodius moved over, catching the attention of the militia guard. The relief was almost palpable in her eyes as she grunted with strain. As he got closer, he could see her arm was jammed into some sort of mechanism of gears which controlled the weighted barricade. She desperately clutched a club that she had forced between the gears, though it was plain even to him that her arm was broken. There were people outside of the gate. He heard grunts of effort from a few of them trying to knock the gate over, while others chatted benignly about other ways to get inside or if they should just torch the place. "What's happening?" he asked in a hushed whisper, coming almost face to face with the guard as he looked over her arm, but not daring to touch her yet. She sucked in a pained breath, but spoke softly as she looked up at Ferodius. "They just started shooting at us without any warning. I think they're taking their time since I wasn't able to raise the alarm," she explained quickly, grunting and shuddering as they attempted to knock the gate over again with little success. "I heard one of them ask what they were going to do if the ones they're looking for aren't here," she mentioned, eyeing Ferodius knowingly as he nodded before looking around. "Is there any way out of here?" he asked as he looked between her and the gate before looking down into her eyes. He could see the hope leave her eyes as she gritted her teeth before sighing, seemingly accepting her fate as she sighed and looked to the ground. "Over in the fields, one of the cattle got a little anxious and knocked over a section of the wall. You should be able to escape with the ladies that way," she explained, before grunting again as the gate creaked and held. Ferodius looked confused for a moment before offering a smile as he patted the shoulder of her good arm. "We're not running away. We're going out and ambushing them from behind," he whispered as he pulled away. A couple of my guys will be here in a moment. Do your best to hold out," he said as he pulled away and hurried off back towards the community hall. His party came out to meet him halfway there, looking sleepy yet alert as Brazel is the first to notice all the flame light by the gate. "What's going on, Rhodey?" he yelled, managing to have the tact to not shout or call out. Barodius took a breath, centering himself before giving out his orders. "We've got bandits at the gate, very likely the group that kidnapped the ladies," he explained, before looking amongst them. "Brazel, go to the village head's house and wake them, get them to mobilize their militia." He then looked over at Danica and Monty as Brazel immediately got moving. "We've got injured. Get a couple of potions from my pack and help stabilize the Catkin guard. He's worse off. Though keep an eye on the woman and see about closing her leg wound," he ordered Danica and Monty. Monty nodded as he made his way back inside the community hall, while Danica headed off towards the gate. Barodius then looked over at Regan and then patted his shoulder. "How's your mana right now? Think you can manage a few big spells?" Regan nodded resolutely as he gripped his staff. "Yes, I am fully recovered now." Barodius nodded back. "Good. Follow me. We're going to get the drop on these guys," he said as he turned and started heading towards the fields. Regan doing his best to stay close behind. It took an unbearably long few minutes, but he managed to find the broken section of wall. It wasn't very wide, but between his natural flexibility and Regan's slight build, the duo was able to squeeze through well enough as they made their way beyond the village walls. Barodius moved through the overgrown and wild grass along the wall, being mindful of his step to not make much noise, all while Regan does his very best to step where Barodius steps. Before long, they're out in the open, still crouched low in the tall grass. Barodius kept moving, heading for the nearby tree line another 40 feet away. But even from where they were, they had a clear view of the bandits as they milled around the gate. Once they were in place, standing as they took cover behind a couple of trees, Barodius took a head count. All in all, they were badly outnumbered. There were at least 20 to 25 of those bastards there, and they looked to be shooting the shit, not even worried about any sort of possible resistance from a little nowhere village. A majority of them looked like small fry, though Barodius could see that quite a few of them had a decent-looking armor, and around 3 of them had what looked like arcane focuses, like a staff or a couple of wands. "Damn, no wonder they're able to kidnap 3 ladies on their way back from a banquet," Barodius considered quietly, before looking over at Regan. "Think you can wipe most of them out? They have some magic uses of their own," he asked, though after a moment he couldn't help but smirk as Regan scoffed. "You talk as if some third-rate criminals, spell-slingers, are any sort of threat to someone like me," he mused as he narrowed his gaze, the end of his staff starting to glow red as he stepped out from behind a tree. Regan pointed the staff to the sky as Barodius watched a swirl of mana launch from the end of Regan's staff and into the sky, stopping in the air as it formed into a fiery red clouds. With his arms starting to tremble and shake, Regan slammed his staff into the ground as it started to rain down balls of fire into the group of bandits, the ground rumbling as flames billow out from the impacts. Screams of fear and shock are cut short as people are flash-fried. If the village wasn't alerted to what was going on by now, everyone was undoubtedly awake by now. Regan wasn't done, raising his staff with both hands and swinging it in a horizontal slash. He swirled the billowing flames into a single ball of fire while checking to see who survived. Of the 3 mages, the one wielding the staff and the one of the wand users managed to survive by throwing up a barrier of water, keeping a total of 6 other bandits alive after that fiery onslaught. After getting visual confirmation of who was left, he swung the staff down in a vertical slash, visibly straining as his arm shook from the effort. Barodius witnessed his friend's might as the final ball of fire crashed down once more and erupted upon contact, shattering the wand user's barrier and broiling another 6 bandits. With that done, Regan slumped back against the tree he had originally been hiding behind, panting hotly as a layer of sweat formed all over his skin as he started sliding down to the ground and sat on the tree roots. Barodius came over, patting Regan's shoulder as he flashed a small smile. "Great work. You good?" he asked as he looked at his friend over. Regan nodded, taking slow, deep breaths before offering a half-hearted, "Yeah, I'm fine. Might have overdone it a bit," he mentioned as he leaned back against the tree. Barodius smirked as he looked over at the remaining mage and the especially well-armored bandit. "Well, I don't know if you've overdone it, but all those guys over there are pretty well done," he mused grimly as he pulled away.
Regan groaned as he shook his head. Don't even get started. I'll be back on my feet in a minute or so. I should have enough in the tank to heal that guard you mentioned, and a few more tricks if needed, he explained breathlessly as he leaned back into the tree. Ferodius nodded as he made his way from the tree line and stepped out into the open, shield up and his sword drawn. Surrender! You're outnumbered. If you wish to see the sunrise, you'll throw down your arms, Ferodius called out. The mage and the remaining bandits scowled, but they then looked at the charred remains of their allies before looking back at Ferodius. It doesn't have to be this way. Just give us the Blackstone girl. That's all we need, and we'll leave in peace, the armored bandit said, remaining confident for some reason, despite the wholesale slaughter of almost all his companions. All the while, the mage slowly stepped behind the armored bandit as their staff's tip started glowing. Ferodius narrowed his eyes, raising his shield a little more as he pointed at the mage with the tip of his blade. I said surrender, though the mage only sneered as he lifted his staff and cast a spell. But before he could, a deep swum sounded out as he was skewered and ragdolled brutally into the dirt by an oversized arrow, the magic going wild as a ball of electrical sparks erupted in a blinding shower around them. From within the bright display, he heard the armored bandit curse and turned to run, though as another thwum sounded out, the armored bandit disappeared in a flash of light as the arrow embedded itself in the dirt. Ferodius sighed softly, lowering his blade before sheathing it as the men vanished. Did I get him? Brazel called out from the walkway along the village wall. Ferodius looked up at Brazel as he shook his head, his nose twitching at the scent of charred flesh. No, the bastard used some kind of tool to teleport away or something, he said as he sighed, looking around at the corpses before him. Got a bad feeling about this, he murmured to nobody in particular. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Ferodius' point of view 10 years earlier. The night had dragged on, yet there was so much activity as the militia was set to work clearing the smouldering bodies of the bandits while stripping them of any metals, anything along the lines of weapons and armor to sell for scrap to various smithies in the city. Brazel even got a chance to search the staff-wielding mage for any goods of interest, after Regan ensured that there was nothing cursed or useful to him on the corpse. There were a few baubles and things of worth, not to mention the staff that Brazel was now intending on pawning off for some extra coin. Ferodius made arrangements for the 2/3 of any earnings from the scrap to be given to the guardwoman who prevented the bandits from breaching the walls at the cost of her arm, since it was ultimately thanks to her that they didn't have a full-fledged fight on their hands today. Thankfully, Regan had enough mana left within him to jumpstart the healing process for both the injured guards with a mix of life magic and potions the two had already consumed. With the morning sun greeting the new day, the villagers, with help from Ferodius's party and some people from the neighboring village, had finished preparing a mass grave for the bandits a couple of miles out. Thankfully, the neighboring village had an old cleric who ran a small chapel that saw attendants from both villages on occasion. Thus, they were able to ensure the mass grave was properly blessed and guarded against malignant spirits from creating undead after such a mass death. With that grim work done, it seemed to be business as usual for both villages, for the most part at least, as people set to work loading carts and wagons with goods that were bound for the city. Ferodius found himself resting in a tree within the village, catching up on the sleepy mist while enjoying the warmth of the morning sun through the cracks of the leaves. He slept lightly, yet peacefully, wearing his travel cloak over his face, while his ears occasionally twitched as the villagers milled about. This was until a familiar set of footsteps approached. Ferodius could feel his heart flutter with anticipation, wondering how he already memorized her walking pattern as his eyes opened and peeked out from under the cloak down at the lady historietta, who smiled up at him. "You look comfortable, Mr. Adventurer. Sorry to bother you, but do you mind lending me an ear?" she asked pleasantly. Sure," his ear flicked as he replied, taking a moment to wake up before smoothly dropping from the branch he was on and stepping towards her as he looked her over, checking for himself that the discoloration of her skin was now faded, the remnants of the wounds that she had suffered a couple days ago appearing to have never existed in the first place. "By the way, my name is Rhodey," he mentioned, having now realized that while his party may have actually introduced themselves to the ladies, he had utterly failed to do so. Though, after he introduced himself, Lady Historietta made a face that looked vaguely amused and almost mischievous in nature. He could swear she almost looked feline for a moment,
though as quickly as it appeared, the look vanished as she appeared to be more composed. "So you say," she said simply, continuing to speak before Ferodius could ask what she meant by that. "I'm afraid I have to explain a few things to you. I have lied to you, out of omission, but a lie nonetheless," she explained, as she gazed into Ferodius's eyes. He was still mildly perplexed by her first comment, though he nodded intently at her words, having had his own suspicions about a few things now that he's had time to consider them. He leaned back against the tree while watching her. "I see. Well, you have my ear, Lady Historiator," he expressed as respectfully as he could manage. She bobbed her head once, seemingly grateful that he was still willing to listen to her after she made her declaration. "Lady Nerva told you that we were kidnapped for ransom, and while that may have been the case for them, their true target was me," she explained, gesturing to herself as she spoke. "I don't say this out of a place of arrogance or self-importance, but out of an understanding of who my family is," she mentioned, taking a moment to collect everything she wanted to say. Ferodius nodded once more, though he couldn't help but consider what he knew about the Blackstone family. They were a count's household, extremely wealthy and influential enough to rival the dukes of his father's domain. Count Blackstone was a lawful man, as far as he knew, with no overtly criminal tendencies or behaviors last he heard, at least before he was cut off from his influence as a prince when he assumed his identity as R.E, the adventurer. "Okay, sure," he replied simply, keeping his thoughts to himself. Lady Historiata smiled a little before continuing to speak. "My father has a very black and white view of the world, with little room for grey in his life," she started to say before stepping closer, leaning onto the tree with Ferodius before slowly moving to sit along the roots. "You are either useful to him or not, and this extends to even his own children," she said as she looked up at Ferodius before looking out to the village and the people going about their life. "I had to prove that I was exceptional and worth funding from an early age, that I was more than a token to be married off. To him, my brothers and sisters are pieces to be used, the difference being whether or not they were a mere pawn or something better. Even my mother and his 2 other wives were bargaining chips, so he would form alliances with certain other families." Ferodius listened intently. He was surprised, if only a little bit, as she talked about her own life. It was ultimately by merit for households who would carry the family name, if not preference or lack of multiple heirs, as those who would become their heirs of the household would keep the family name even if they married, which was also often the case for noble sons and daughters who married down. The idea of children being bargaining pieces was also not unheard of, yet Ferodius had never directly heard of a household that operated on such an extreme. "So how did you do it?" he asked, as his tail flicked, looking down at where she sat, his eyes lingering on her face while she spoke, though when they began to wander down, he pointedly averted his gaze to look at the villagers who passed him by without a care. "How did you prove yourself, I mean?" She took a moment to answer, though soon spoke up. "From the moment I understood my place in this world, I did my best to learn and study everything I could get my hands on, language, etiquette, law, and business, amongst many other topics and fields," she said, as she leaned her head back against the tree to stare up at the leaves. "Once I proved that I was more capable, intelligent, and knowledgeable than even my older siblings, I received my funding from my father and was finally independent of the allowances granted to me by my mother and her share of my father's wealth. From there, I had no choice but to use that money to grow even more and build myself a foundation to stand on my own 2 feet. She explained further before sighing as she shook her head. "But I'm getting ahead of myself." Ferodius couldn't help but consider if he heard something like what she said coming from someone else, it may have sounded like arrogance. But between seeing her battered half to death while the other ladies were almost untouched, and the general way she carried herself with such maturity that was beyond her years, he couldn't help but feel the sincerity in her words. Once more he found himself impressed and in awe of her, wanting to know more, wanting to just sit with her and listen for as long as she'd let him. But they were having a serious discussion right now, and he needed to focus on what she wanted to say. She took a slow breath before exhaling as she continued to speak. "You're either useful to my father, or you're not. This practice of his has earned him many devoted followers and partners, those that manage to garner his respect, or at least his attention. But for every 1 person that my father has acknowledged and supported, at least 10 have been snubbed, cast out, and discarded once they proved to be less than useful for any number of reasons," she said before looking over at Ferodius as he stared at the crowd. Though, during her moment of silence, he turned to see that she was looking at him and curiously met her gaze.
I have no idea who's behind this particular abduction and attack, but with how many people they were able to field for this and the fact that they have magic users, I do not doubt that they have plenty of their own influence to throw around, and they will likely make another attempt, if not in the next 3 days. Then sometime after that, she said with a sigh as she scratched the back of her head while looking out at the village around them. The only thing I can think of is that my father recently acquired an iron mine and had kicked out some merchants and other groups who were scalping iron from the local miners. I have no doubt that pissed off more than a few people, she considered, while shaking her head. They must be targeting me to use as some sort of bargaining chip. If only those fools knew that my father would care less in the face of such tactics. She then looked back at Ferodius. I'm sorry, she said simply as she looked away. Ferodius wasn't too sure what to make of all of this, but what he did know was that Historietta had nothing to be sorry for, as far as he could tell. What for? He asked, as his tail curled and tapped against the bark of the tree behind him. Historietta smiled up at Ferodius, though his heart throbbed as he saw the deep sadness in her eyes despite the kind expression on her face as she looked away. I'm sorry for putting those other noble ladies at risk. I'm sorry for using you to save us by leading beasts to you and forcing you all to defend yourselves. Her voice shudders as Ferodius could see tears welling up in her eyes as her lips started to quiver. I'm sorry for forcing you to watch out for me and the other ladies at a cost for yourself, and for putting this entire village at risk by just being here, she huffed, absently wiping her eyes, though the tears kept coming. I'm sorry for not warning you of the dangers that I could speak of, and for all the people that have died for me and because of me, she snuffled hard, the tears not stopping as she let out a shaky breath. Even now, I just wanted to make sure that you would still help me, despite everything that just happened. But here I am, spilling my guts because I can't help but think about all the people that died today because of me. Ferodius watched as she confessed to him her thoughts and sorrows, and ultimately he couldn't help but admire her sincere honesty. After a few moments he took a knee beside her, before shrugging off his cloak, draping it over her and partially covering her face. Though he seemed to have surprised her as she looked up at him, her lip was still quivering as she was doing her best to get her emotions back in check. He flashed a small smile as he reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder as he gazed into the one eye that peeked out from under his cloak. I don't care about any of that, and you shouldn't blame yourself. It's not your fault that you were abducted, or that you are being targeted or pursued. None of that is something that you should blame yourself for. Neither should you take on the burden of their deaths, as you weren't the one to put them in our way, he said as he tapped his free hand in a fist against his chest. As for those who died for you, well, you can't blame yourself for them either, as they died doing their jobs. But that doesn't mean that you can't remember them and thank them for their service. And the best way you can do that is by making sure their sacrifice wasn't for nothing, he explained as he did his best to reassure her, his ears waggling a bit as he considered his next words, all while slowly shifting around to sit closer beside her, with only a couple of inches of space between them. Besides, you told me to do whatever it is I need to do to see things through and make sure that you and the other ladies are safe in my care, he mentioned before patting her shoulder. So anything that happened from when you met me and from now on is my fault. Blame me for everything. Just make sure to compensate me like you said you would, he mused kindly as he flashed a small smile. The lady was quiet for some time, even as Ferodius pulled his hand away, though he remained seated where he was, keeping her company even as she sniffled and sighed out shaky breaths. After a while, she closed the distance, leaning in closer while she still wrapped up under his cloak. He could feel his heart skip a beat as he felt her small frame against him, noting how light she felt. No matter how mature, intelligent, ferocious, worldly, and charismatic she was still just a young lady who had no right to have to deal with these kinds of burdens and troubles at her age. Thank you, she said softly under her breath, staying where she was and not planning on moving any time soon. Ferodius's ears flicked as she spoke so closely to him. In response, he slowly nodded. You're welcome, Lady Historietta, he replied softly. After another moment, she spoke up. Call me Tori, she asked, though Ferodius couldn't help but feel it was more of a gentle demand. He smiled a little more and nodded again. Very well, you are welcome, Tori, he mused kindly as he leaned back against the tree to look up and watch the light cut through the leaves above him. End of chapter.
Chapter 86. Ferodia's point of view 10 years earlier. The duo had sat together for some time. It was almost enjoyable, if not for the previously heavy subject matter they had just discussed. Though despite that, they found comfort in each other's company. After a good 10 minutes or so, Tori pulled away while taking a deep sigh, and gently wiping her face despite the tears having long since dried. "Thank you, Rhodey, for lending me your ear," she expressed with a small smile. "And I suppose I ought to thank you for lending me your cloak and shoulder while you're at it," she mused as she gently pulled the cloak off before holding it over to Ferodia. Ferodia smiled kindly in response as he looked her over. Even with her face slightly puffy and messy after her tears, he couldn't help but find her beautiful as his right ear flicked. He brought his hand up before pushing the cloak back to her. "Keep it. I think it suits you," he offered, as he smiled some more, feeling his heart flutter a bit as he watched her pull the cloak over her chest while catching the slightest blush on her cheeks as she averted her gaze. I see. Well, thank you, Rhodey," she said quietly, still not looking at him as she pulled the cloak on and pulled the hood up. She glanced over at him from under the hood, a smile on her lips. "If you don't mind, I just need a little more time with my thoughts, if you'll excuse me," she said, as she moved to stand. Herodias watched her for another moment before getting to his feet as well, standing with her as his tail curled close behind him. "Oh, of course, yeah, no problem," he replied with a smile as he took a step back. Tori smiled back a little more, silently nodding as she made her way off through the village on her own. Now Ferodius was all alone, and after a talk like that, he didn't really feel the urge to try and take another nap as he left the shade of the tree and went to find Regan. It didn't take long to track his friend down. The small line of people coming out of the community hall to see him for various maladies and injuries ended up being a clear indicator of where he currently was. After the villagers watched him work his magic on the gods, they came to him for his skill as a life magic user. Ultimately, what it boiled down to was that he was now offering as much mundane medical advice as he could, based on his studies, to be Ferodius's right hand and aid, all the while doing his best to meditate and actively recover in the manner he spent this morning. The villagers were grateful nonetheless, especially when he used his magic to actually work on old injuries that never healed right, or by strengthening the lungs of a sickly child. Ferodius didn't mind the wait, watching his friend work with a vague delight as he watched Regan lightly chastise an old man for his poor working habits, while also advising the man on some cheap, natural remedies to deal with the aching joints and back. It wasn't much longer until the crowd finally dispersed, offering Regan their thanks and leaving him with all sorts of gifts and goods. Regan just sighed once he had the moment to himself, looking over the small pile of goods beside him and his impromptu healer's office, before turning to regard Ferodius with a tired smile. "It's like these people don't know about standard health and safety practices." Ferodius had to consider that, as his tail curled and flicked. "It is quite possible. You're also probably the closest thing to a proper healer for miles around. I mean, aside from the cleric, though he hardly has the mana capacity you have to do the things you can do," Ferodius considered, as he thoughtfully scratched his chin. Regan also appeared thoughtful at that revelation as he ran his fingers through his own hair. "I mean, yeah, that sounds right. But even then, most of the stuff I told them could have been prescribed by any competent herbalist or healer. It was mainly mundane advice and treatments, though there were a few people who were sick or had conditions that actually required treatment," he explained, grabbing a fruit from a nearby bowl and polishing the fruit skin on his robes before biting into the soft flesh and chewing. "Oh yeah, so what's all that about?" Ferodius asked as he gestured over to the small pile of stuff and goods. Walking closer as he picked up a piece of jerky and bit down on it, his ears waggled as he savored the seasoned piece of dried venison. Regan swallowed before sighing a bit, though he smiled as he looked other things over. "Mostly gifts, as they put it. After I made it clear that I wasn't going to take their money, they insisted on compensating me somehow. And after I denied them even that, they just unloaded the stuff on me under the idea of them being gifts," he explained, taking another bite as he shook his head before looking up at Ferodius from where he sat and swallowing again. "These village folks are all needlessly pushy about the strangest of things, eh?" Even though he spoke like that, Ferodius could tell that Regan appreciated being appreciated by the villagers, a smile clear in the half-elf's eyes despite his exhaustion. "Well, you're something of a hero in these parts now," Ferodius mused as he finished the piece of jerky he collected, almost going for another piece before deciding to hold off for now as he looked into Regan's eyes. Everyone saw your display of might this morning, as well as the aftermath. You single-handedly prevented this village from being razed and looted by those bandits, Herodias explained, painting a clear picture for his friend, and based on Regan's expression, it was obvious that he hadn't considered their point of view. Not only that, after you wiped out all the bandits, you turned around and bring a man back from the brink of death, and mended a woman's ruined arm. It's no wonder these villagers are so, pushy. Herodias enthused, a smirk growing on his face as he watched Regan start to look rather bashful at the realization of his current image to the people around him. You should count yourself lucky that they haven't started offering you their sons and daughters to get you to settle down here, and sons and daughters who will probably be more than willing to be with you as well, he mused, laying it on a little thick at this point as he chuckled. Regan managed to go from being bashful to being annoyed at Herodias as he blew the situation out of proportion, though the ends of his ears were still red as he swallowed another bite of fruit. All right, that's enough out of you, he said before shaking his head a bit. As if I have time for a romance anyways, he mentioned as he shot Herodias a look. The same could be said for you, as we're both supposed to be busy with your trials. Now it was Herodias' turn to look sheepish, and his ears waggled, deciding now was a good time to take another strip of jerky to occupy his mouth with, as he averted his gaze. No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Herodias deflected, before taking a bite out of the dried meat. So you weren't getting all intimate with Lady Historia just now, sitting shoulder to shoulder and cuddling under the shade of a tree? He asked knowingly, leaning back in his seat as he stared down the nervous feline. Herodias chewed on both the meat and his response, mulling over what to say as he gave Regan his back for more than a few moments, his tail swishing and swaying back and forth until he swallowed and glanced back at Regan, clearing his throat. Well, about that. Regan merely quirked an eyebrow and tilted his head. Yeah, well, go on, let's hear what you have to say, he pressed before taking another bite of fruit to emphasize his point. He stammered a bit more, really not sure how exactly to explain what went down. He could feel his cheeks starting to warm up as he reflected on what just happened with Tori, and how intimate it actually became. How do you even know what happened? You've been here the whole time, haven't you? He decided to try deflect to buy himself some more time. Regan rolled his eyes at his best friend, knowing exactly what he was doing, but entertaining the question as he leaned back against his chair. We're in a village. Everyone knows everyone, and interesting stories or rumors spread faster than most diseases. I just happened to hear about a pair of star-crossed lovers sharing a moment alone. A count's daughter with a mere adventurer is the hottest gossip this place has seen in decades. Regan explained before finishing off the last bite of the fruit that he'd been working on. With the way the things are, I'm almost positive the rumor will spread into the city once we escort the people there, he mentioned with a sigh as he shook his head. Who knows how this will affect the lady's reputation, especially since you can't just out and say that who you are. All I know is that people outside of this village will be talking about you, and you will be the center of attention for a good while, bringing you under scrutiny from any suitors who are interested in the lady amongst other things. Herodias shrugged a little at that. We probably won't have much trouble with that. Tori said that she earned her independence from her father and can do as she wished, he decided to say, though he immediately regretted that comment as Regan narrowed his gaze. Tori? You're calling her Tori now? By the gods, man, here I thought I was just yanking your tail. You really were getting all close and intimate now, he asked, whisper shouting as he stood and stepped closer to Herodias, glancing at the doorway to the community hall, making sure they were still alone, and then he stared back at Herodias' eyes, looking clearly displeased by the development. Herodias' ears went low, not exactly sure how to navigate the situation he found himself in. That's not the only thing, he said, as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Regan sighed, hitting levels of true exhaustion as his emotional endurance was starting to reach the same level as his mental stamina. He looked over at Herodias, moving back to his chair and crossing his arms as he watched the prince try to produce more of an explanation as to their current circumstances. What else happened? He asked simply. After another moment, he spoke up as he found the words he wanted to say. Tor, he started to say, clearing his throat before correcting himself for Regan. Lady Historietta was the sole target for the original kidnapping and subsequent bandit raid, most likely their enemies of her father attempting to use her against him. However, if she were to be taken and used for these things, she'd likely die, or worse, as her father does not care about anything beyond what is useful or not. Even his own children fall into that spectrum, he explained with a sigh, his tail lashing with frustration at her circumstances. She'll most likely be attacked again in the next 3 days, if not sooner after that, he explained, doing his best to relay an effective summary of what he learned from Tori. To say Regan was not pleased was an understatement. The poor half-elf sighed as he massaged his brow, doing his best to unravel his nerves in the midst of both manner exhaustion and mental stress. I think, I need a nap, he said simply before shaking his head. So just to clarify, we have people who are angry enough at a certain noble to try and threaten them with their family health and safety. Said angry people having enough influence to field a bunch of criminals and mages to kidnap said family, as well as access to magic tools that allow the users to teleport away from danger. He listed out as he leaned back against his chair. On top of all of that, they're likely to try again soon with either greater numbers or greater precision, and we can't ignore any of this because, he started to say as he sighed once more, because you're in love with the lady, and because we're good people, he admitted with a nod as he crossed his arms, tilting his head from side to side. This earned a sheepish smile from Parodius as he curled his tail behind him, though before he could say anything, his ears twitched as he heard someone opening the door to the community hall. Parodius turned to see the village head entering, the old rabbit-kid man smiling as he looked between the two young adventurers. The carts are all loaded and ready to go when you are, he said simply, before turning to leave as he left the door open. Parodius nodded intently at the village head's words when he looked back at Regan, who was packing up all the gifts and other things the villagers had given him, though he still appeared thoughtful. And when he finished packing, he stood tall and looked over at Parodius, squinting for a moment. He sighed and spoke. I'll grant you this. If we're able to earn Count Blackstone's favor as adventurers, we could perhaps request a favor from him and call upon him as your backer once your trials come to a close. With his support, you'll certainly have a much stronger foundation to support your selection as the next king, he considered as they began making their way outside, the stress fading from his face as he finally found a truly good benefit out of all of this. Though as the duo made their way outside, he'd spotted Lady Historietta by the carts and wagons, chatting and saying goodbye to the village girls, and just sighed deeply. She's wearing your cloak, isn't she? He asked, rhetorically, before pinching his brow and speaking softly under his breath as he shot Parodius a glance. You're going to give me grey hairs before I reach my 20s, aren't you? End of chapter. Chapter 87. Parodius' point of view, 10 years earlier. Even if it wasn't a fancy wagon by any means, the ride was smooth enough for Parodius. He found himself resting amongst the crates of goods, curled up cozily under the shade of the canvas secured over the wagon, as he dozed for a time. The caravan turned out to be a rather considerable group of people and goods, a total of 8 wagons and 4 carts that were accompanied by at least 19 other people. On numbers of their own, Parodius would have considered the caravan a formidable group. However, it was plain to see that most of these people were inexperienced with combat, beyond using a staff or sling for self-defense. Of the 19, 6 militia guards rode with the caravan. 2 of them rode along on the wagons, while the rest rode atop some warbling swifts, otherwise simply known as warblers. Warbling swifts were one of the more common domesticated mounts, being one of the easier large 2-legged birds to handle and maintain. They were moderately fast and were equally useful within the tight streets of the cities to the open fields and paths of rural life. They were the preferred mount of scouts and guards alike. However, despite their usefulness and overall mobility, the birds generally hated having to pull anything. In any case, Parodius ended up actually catching up on some much-needed sleep. His ears twitched as he heard the call of a couple warblers and their riders returning to the caravan. It seemed that the guards had gone up ahead and had found a suitable clearing that was safely away from the road for the caravan to navigate to, and set up for the night. Stretching and writhing around within the cozily snug place he ended up in, he woke himself up and moved to climb to the edge of the wagon that he was in to watch the line of carts and wagons behind him. The driver of the cart behind him offered a smile as he spotted Parodius, and Parodius returned the smile as best he could manage before being interrupted by a yawn. Looking at the sky and the sun in particular, he could guess they still had a few hours until sundown. Parodius felt they could still travel for at least another hour or 2, but then he had to consider that this wasn't just a party of 5 that could disappear into the woods without a trace. but an entire caravan they needed both time and space to move and settle down in. Not to mention the sleeping and cooking arrangements that also had to be prepared for all these people. His ears flicked in consideration, wondering if Regan had already thought of all these things when he added an entire day for the trip to the city. For another moment, he found himself impressed with his best friend, though he then had a sudden realization as he considered that if there was this much planning for a simple impromptu caravan, just how much paperwork and planning would he have to look forward to as a king? A sense of dread welled up in his stomach as he considered just how often his father was in their office from day to day. Not to mention the consistent flow of folders and papers that always seemed present on his father's desk, no matter when he saw him. For just the briefest of moments, Herodias wondered if he should try to find something else to do with his life instead of subjugating himself to several decades of paperwork. Ultimately, he resolved himself to his fate. He did want to be king, after all, and he would only be king for around 30 years or so. Well, it depended on when he had kids of his own, but that's usually how long rulers held their throne in this kingdom, and it worked well enough. Of course, other kingdoms and lands had different practices, but ever since the reign of the tyrant King Leandrus the Senile, most kings of his kingdom did not stay on the throne for longer than 3 decades, for the sake of not repeating that error. Before Herodias knew it, during his musings, the caravan had come to a stop and ended up in a fairly secluded clearing some ways away from the road. From his place in the cart, he could already see signs of having been used as camping grounds before. Perhaps this was where the villagers usually stopped from trip to trip, which would make sense to him at least. It wasn't long until the site was in a flurry of activity, the wagon with the equipment and larder being unpacked. Monty and surprisingly Tori made their way over to help with preparing dinner for the group. Brazel was spotted heading off with a couple of villagers for a hunting trip for meats to supplement their meals for the next few days. Danica found herself amongst the militia guards, badgering them with questions about their weapons and asking to take a look at them, the guards seeming more than willing to let her as they handed them over to her, much to her apparent delight. As for Regan, he found a quiet spot beneath a particularly large tree and meditated beneath it to continue recovering from his heavy mana use this morning. The ladies Nerva and Roche settled amongst the few young women who were driving the carts and wagons, enjoying their company as they seemed to have become fast friends despite the different stations. Herodias was once again left to his own devices for the most part after he had finished setting up his tent. With nothing better to do, he made his way to the edge of the camp and marked out a large circle with his blade before deciding to run through his training exercises. Half of these routines are just flashy movements and extended bouts of extreme speed, with barely any practical combat use. However, what they were useful for was for training up the limits of his body and furthering the physical feats that he could achieve while safely stressing his mana heart. He took a few more moments to get ready, stripping himself of equipment and armor before pulling off his tunic and neatly setting them outside of his training circle. Though, as Herodias stood in the center of the circle, drawing his blade and attempting to center himself, he heard Danica approaching with some of the guards, chatting as she led them over. "Oh, you're gonna like this. He's gonna start leaping and dancing around like an acrobat and move faster than most of those racing beasts you can see at the stadiums," she enthused, crossing her arms as she stood safely beyond the circle. One of the human guards spoke up, it being a young man, maybe a year or 2 older than Herodias. "Why is he going to do that? What's the point?" he asked curiously, sounding rather skeptical of Danica's claims. A Lizard King guard spoke up before Danica could properly answer, intently stroking his scaled chin with interest. "He's training his mana heart, yes. Not everyone has one, though he must be strong if he can do everything you've claimed while simply training," he considered while explaining to the younger human guard. The young guard nodded in a sort of way that showed he didn't really get it, but he was happy to watch what was going on. Danica looked mildly miffed at being interrupted, but a good mood returned as she looked over at Herodias with a grin. "Go on, Rhodey, show him your flashy footwork," she mused. Herodias sighed as he broke focus to look over at Danica. "At least my flashy footwork isn't as destructive as your training, with how much you slam yourself into trees and stone the way you do," he mentioned as he flicked his tail before rolling his shoulders to try and center himself again. The guards looked over at Danica curiously, though Danica looked more amused than anything as she crossed her arms. 1,500 years of dwarven tradition can't be wrong," she replied as she flexed her right arm before crossing them again with a grin on her face. Herodias didn't bother to reply, though he smiled to himself for a moment. His mana heart pulsed as he actively stimulated it, wheeling the mana calls through his entire body all at once with each beat of his heart. His senses heightened intensely as he could hear Danica and the guards' beating hearts and smell the herbs and meats simmering within the large pot of stew by the smoky fire. He felt the fur along his chest and shoulders shift in the gentle spring breeze, and finally he took a breath as he dialed into the moment and opened his eyes, directing his heightened senses to be focused close around him instead of the entirety of the camp. He took a step forward, moving one foot after another as he crossed the 15-foot gap in less than a second. He could hear the gasps of surprise forming in the throat of the guards as he pushed himself to cross the entire 30-foot diameter of the circle in the next 3 seconds. He could already feel the effects as he pushed himself, now doing laps after the initial burst of speed, jumping, sidestepping, and hopping around. That was until he started including his blade, swinging and thrusting, doing rather deep lunges, and jumping before forcing himself to descend faster by performing downward slashes. Herodias briefly considered manifesting flames of wind around his blade to further stress his mana heart, but ultimately decided against it since he didn't want to completely wear himself out. When he finally stopped, a good 7 minutes had passed. It was a rather good time for how hard he pushed himself, meaning that he could easily use his mana heart for twice or maybe 3 times as long in a real combat when he's properly paced himself. By the end of it, he was down on his knees, leaning on his blade as he panted heavily. He could feel the heat radiating up from his palms, ears, and feet, the heat coming in waves as he worked on cooling down. Thankfully, Danica came over and began pouring out a water skin over his head, the refreshing liquid helping him cool down much faster than he could on his own. "There you go, Rhodey, that's it," Danica said kindly before patting his damp fur with a strong open palm. "Now go and get dressed. No need to be showing off for any longer than you have to," she mused as she pulled away. Herodias smirked as he had to catch a balance after Danica smacked his back, shaking his fur out before she could get out of range. "Go punch a tree," he mused tiredly as he got to his feet, wiping the now muddy tip of his blade off on his pant leg before sheathing it where it belongs. As he looked around, he found himself feeling vaguely surprised at a small crowd that formed around his training circle. Just about everyone who wasn't cooking or hunting had stopped to watch him train. If his face wasn't already hot from exertion or pushing himself, he was sure that it would have heated up from all their curious eyes. He flashed them a smile as he ran his hand through his head fur, straining the excess water from it as it ran down his damp back. Before long, the villagers and guards dispersed while chatting amongst themselves. All except the 2 ladies, Lady Nerva and Lady Roche, having lingered before approaching Herodias once it looked like he had mostly collected himself. Lady Nerva was the first to speak up, offering a wooden cup with water as she looked up at Herodias. "That was an impressive display of power and agility, Sir Rhodey. Even my family's guard captain would be hard-pressed to meet you on even footing," she enthused charmingly, her fluffy tail slowly wagging behind her. Herodias was a little taken aback by their approach, but offered a friendly enough smile as he took up the cup of water and indulged in a few deep gulps before sighing with delight. "Thank you," he expressed with a smile as he looked between the 2 ladies. "For the water and the compliment," he mused as he held up the cup. Lady Roche spoke up as she looked up at Herodias. "What rank are?" she started to ask, her eyes having momentarily wandered to his chest before spotting the emerald tag that rested against it. "Oh, you're only an emerald. I was almost certain that you were at least a bronze, if not a ruby," she considered before looking back up into Herodias' eyes with a question being silently suggested as she tilted her head a little. Herodias smiled a bit more as his ear flicked, sending some water behind him. "I believe it is only a matter of time before Regan and I go through our promotion interviews to become rubies. It's only been half a year since we went up in rank after all," he explained. Lady Roche nodded at his words, seemingly accepting his answer. Lady Nerva piped up as she stepped a little closer, her tail wagging a little more. "Sir Rhodey, forgive me for being forward, but are you perhaps available for long-term contract work? I would be remiss to overlook such a formidable man as yourself, along with Regan, of course," she enthused before her own ears waggled a bit. "And while I haven't seen Danica or the others of your party in action, if they're anything like you, then they are surely impressive." Lady Roche frowned a bit, stepping closer and attempting to nudge Lady Nerva to the side to get Herodias' attention. "I would also like to make an offer as well.
I come from a Viscount house, and we can surely match any accommodation a Baron's household could muster, she offered, not wanting to be shown up by a Wolfkin lady.
Herodias took a step back, definitely not expecting this line of conversation, as his ears lowered back against his head with surprise. I'm sorry, ladies, but I have no plans on taking any long-term contract work. Sorry, he expressed apologetically, as he worked on relaxing a bit now that he had his personal space back, bringing up the cup of water back to his lips and taking another drink. The ladies both frowned a little, clearly disappointed, but not as much as Herodias anticipated, as Lady Nerva placed her hand on her hips. Then I suppose the rumors are true. You're planning on serving Lady Historiette, aren't you? Perhaps as her personal guard at first. She stated more than asked, as if it was already set in stone. She then flashed a mischievous smile. I suppose she has good taste, and you'd be rather comfortable if you did marry up, she mentioned, both ladies appearing in good spirits, as they considered that possible rumor mill. True, a count's daughter falling in love with an adventurer who rescued her. It's the stuff of fairy tales. Lady Roche was quick to agree. Herodias, on the other hand, ended up choking on his water and only just managing to turn away to avoid coughing water at the ladies as he panted and tried to catch his breath. His face heated up as his ears uncontrollably waggled. It's not like that, I swear, as he meant it in more ways than one. Lady Nerva smiled at Herodias' reaction and giggled at his expense. Try all you want to deny it, Sir Rhodey, but you cannot fool me, she mused, turning to leave as Lady Roche was quick to follow her. Herodias swallowed at nothing before looking over at Tori as she chatted along with the others while preparing dinner. A beautiful smile on her face as she chopped up some vegetables. His ears started to droop as he considered what Regan had been repeatedly telling him. It can't be like that, not for a long while at least, he murmured to nobody in particular. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Herodias' point of view, 10 years earlier. Dinner was delicious, but beyond that there wasn't much else to say. Herodias ate alongside Regan, the rest of his party intermingling rather seamlessly with the villagers. Even Tori had been occupied with the other ladies as they sat with her and some of the village girls, talking about this and that, as far as he could tell. He noticed that she was also keeping an eye on him of sorts, which was nice, as she occasionally looked over at him and where he sat, tossing him smiles here and there as the meal went on. Regan spoke up after a few minutes of eating, nudging Herodias with a gentle elbow. I know I'm not nearly as pretty or affectionate as the company you wish to be around, but you could at least pretend to pay attention to me, he mused kindly, offering a bit of a smile as he leaned forward to look over Herodias' expression. He could plainly tell that there was something on his friend's mind, and hoped that he could try and coax it out of the young prince without being too intrusive. Herodias looked over, his left ear flicking as he needed to take a moment to actually process what Regan had just said, though he soon flashed a small smile before scoffing a bit. Don't sell yourself short, Regan. I'm sure many people find you pretty enough. You're just not my type, he teased as he took another spoonful of meaty stew and quietly chewed. Regan chuckled a bit at that, before looking over everyone else from where the duo sat, quietly eating along the edge of the camp. Though a silence soon settled between them again, and Regan decided to get Herodias talking somehow. You know, I never really questioned it, but why did you choose to be an adventurer? Your brothers chose relatively safer lifestyles that still make impacts in their own fields. Why didn't you do something similar? He asked, bringing the bowl of stew to his lips as he drank from it quietly, licking his lip clean before looking over at Herodias curiously. Herodias' ears flicked and twitched a couple times, a clear sign to Regan that he was thinking hard about something. After a few more moments, Herodias spoke up. It just felt stifling, boring to say the least, he started to say, setting his bowl down on the dirt and leaning back on his hands and looking up at the starry sky. You want to know about the very first time I felt true excitement? Herodias asked almost hesitantly as he looked over at Regan. Regan returned the look, appearing rather curious. This was something Herodias hadn't shared before and wasn't the exact direction that he was expecting this conversation to go. He didn't say anything, but gave a nod for Herodias to continue. Herodias sighed, closing his eyes before opening them as he watched the stars again. I was 10 years old. We had only just become friends, so you weren't around me as much, he mentioned before continuing. I was spending several months at a coastal vacation home on my own with some guards and servants. It was the second time that I was allowed to be so far from home, and it was only because I had done so well in my swordsmanship training and other lessons, he further explained, sounding more hesitant even now as his ears waggled, the memories so vivid even now. There was an assassination attempt on my life. It was for some nonsense reason, of course, one faction preferring one of my brothers over me, and doing their best to curb the bloodline before we disappeared for our trials, he said as he took a slow breath, his eyes still closed as he pictured that night. 2 of my guards had been killed, and a third was being interrogated. The assassin was trying to get my guard to tell them where I had been hidden, not knowing that I was in that room watching it all unfold. Regan listened intently. He knew there had been more than a few attempts on Ferodius's life, but it still upset him since the old bastards that orchestrated these things were often acting on their own and out of their own interests. He wondered who had ordered that particular attempt, but it's likely that bastard or bastards who gave the order weren't caught and likely are still alive to this day. Ferodius slowly inhaled once more before exhaling as he gathered his words. The assassin took his time trying to get my guard to talk. In fact, he was enjoying himself so much that he completely failed to notice that I got my hands on one of the dead guard's swords. I used a pitifully small amount of mana I had within my mana heart to move quickly across the room, relying on sheer momentum to thrust the blade. But I got him, right in his lower back, and out through his chest. Ferodius finally opened his eyes and looked over at Regan, his pupils dilating as he vividly experienced the memory. The gurgling, croaking sound he made as he tried to breathe with a ruined lung was nothing I ever heard before. I wasn't even aware people can make sounds like that, he said as he brought up his hands, looking down at them as he flexed his fingers. The first thing that came to mind as the assassin crumpled upon my blade was how powerful I felt. I had defeated someone who had come to harm me, someone who took down adults that were assigned to protect me. His blood was drenched in the fur of my hands, and I was delighted, Ferodius said, sounding more than a little distressed. I got cocky and overconfident in my skills, sparring with my new guards later that month and taking advantage of the fact that they wouldn't actually fight back to blow up my ego. I shudder now when I reflect on how easily I took advantage of others and abused the power during that trip, he said as he looked up at the stars. That was until this gold-ranked adventurer party was contracted to protect me once my father's advisor caught wind that there may be other attempts on my life. He started to smile a little now, having moved on to fonder memories. I was still a rotten brat, drunk on my unfounded confidence, of course, talking shit to those low-born adventurers and trying to order them around, though they took exactly none of my nonsense. And while they didn't leave their posts, they took great care in thoroughly bullying me in the guise of training and sparring. Regan was fairly taken aback by what he had heard, not having ever known Ferodius to be overly power-hungry or even abusive. He was even more confused by what Ferodius considered to be good memories, if he was reading his friend's expression right. "So, getting bullied by adventurers made you want to be one?" he asked curiously. Ferodius smiled a little as he shook his head. "No, but they certainly humbled me. They were the first people to treat me like I was just a person. They didn't treat me with respect until I managed to earn it, and even then they still gave me a hard time," he mused a bit. "They showed me my ego for what it was, unfounded, overinflated, and disgusting. It was with them that I started to walk amongst the other people, the commoners, and saw how they truly lived without a filter of my preconceived ideals and conceptions as a prince. They opened my eyes to the world, and from then on I wanted to know more and see more," he said as he ran his fingers through his head fur before scratching the back of his head. "After I learned that I was nothing but a fish in a well, that there were people far more powerful in ways that I could never imagine, and that the only thing I had was my father's influence and name, I knew I wanted to be better. No, I needed to be better," he said as he looked at Regan. "That's why when my father announced that my brothers would be undergoing their trials, I petitioned to join them in leaving for the trials at the same time, even though I was younger than them by 2 years, he mentioned, sounding rather sheepish as he mentioned that. Regan's expression betraying that even he felt that was a stupid decision. Apparently, Regan had believed that the decision for Ferodius to start his trials 2 years earlier was due to an outside influence working against the prince, and now he just found out that it was in fact self-inflicted. Ferodius decided to keep talking, already knowing he was going to get chastised about that revelation at a later date. "I wanted to be an adventurer so that I can see the world for what it truly is while putting my life on the line. Yes, my brothers may be more comfortable acting as merchants' apprentices or a healer's assistant, but even in those professions, they won't be able to see as much as I've seen or do as much as I've done. Even now, I'm getting more and more ideas on how to improve the kingdom, and there's so much I want to do, especially now that I actually have a name for myself and power that I've earned and cultivated, not for my sake, but for the sake of others and those I care about," he expressed, the passion clear in his voice. Regan nodded at that, seeming to follow why Ferodius chose this path as he took up the bowl of stew that he'd been neglecting and warmed it with a tiny ball of fire before sipping at it again. "Well, that's a good enough reason for me. Still, I'm surprised even you had a phase in your life where you abused your influence," he confessed. But overall, as he considered Ferodius and the man he is now, he was happy to confirm with himself that Ferodius was someone so far removed from the idea of a petulant, noble child who threw their authority around because they could. Ferodius just chuckled a bit, not sure how to respond to that, as he scratched at his cheek. It was a sort of hollow chuckle, filled with regrets and other sorts of odd feelings. "Yeah, I have no excuse," he said simply, taking up his own bowl and sipping at it before making a face as he realized it was cold, though Regan was quick to eat up Ferodius's bowl as the two ate in silence again. "Should we try and recruit some more members to our party once we reach town?" Regan asked as he sipped the stew again. Ferodius's ears perked curiously, surprised by the tangent, let alone that Regan was the one who was making the suggestion. "Why would you say that?" he asked as his tail shifted around him. Regan smiled a bit at Ferodius's expression before sitting up a little straighter. "We're going up against a healer prince and a merchant prince in the future. If you want more influence, we need you to have more guardians who are loyal to more than just a coin and name. They need to trust you as much as you trust them. Not to mention the more skilled members we have that we can trust, the bigger and higher risk jobs we can take that will further increase our ranks. Plus, if you're going to keep hanging around the Count's daughter, you're going to need all the help you can get if she's going to be at risk so often thanks to her family," he mused grimly near the end, shooting Ferodius a knowing glance as he finished the last of his stew. Ferodius averted his gaze at that comment, but smiled to himself at the idea of it. Though he then spoke up as he looked back over at Regan and grinned a bit. "I do like the idea of being known as the Golden Prince," he mentioned, cheerfully enough. Regan couldn't help but chuckle as he pat Ferodius's shoulder. "First try to make it past bronze, as that is a much less flattering moniker," he mused as he stood, reaching out and taking Ferodius's bowl now that they were done eating. "Let's talk later on what sorts of people we should try and recruit next," he mentioned, appearing to be in a relatively good mood as he walked off towards the rest of the camp to return the bowls. Ferodius found himself in a good mood as well, despite the heavy topic. He felt almost refreshed that he was able to finally confide in the person he was closest to. Now that he found himself alone again, he took to watching the others in the caravan. There wasn't much to see as almost everyone started winding down for the night. He didn't even see Tori anymore, though he figured she might have gone to sleep already while he and Regan had been talking. Ultimately, the night peacefully dragged on as he maintained the first watch of the camp with a couple of the guards before finally turning in for the night after a good 5 hours had passed and his watch had come to an uninteresting end. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Ferodius' point of view, 10 years earlier. The morning came rather early, with a flurry of activity. The villagers and guards waked just before the first light and being surprisingly diligent in packing camp. Ferodius was mobile enough by then and helping where he could, only slightly groggy due to having helped with the watch the night before. While the carts were being loaded with camping gear, one of the guards who had been riding the warblers ended up rolling the ankle while carrying a crate. Their fall was rough, and the ankle was quick to swell, looking rather bad. Though, thanks to Regan and his life magic, the ankle would be healed up properly before the day was over. The problem now was that there wasn't another guard to ride the remaining warbler. Thus Ferodius found himself riding along with the caravan on a warbler, free from the constraints of being a passenger or simply waiting to arrive at the next stop. The warbler was a homely bird that had an array of black feathers that was interspersed with shades of grey-browns. His name was Shazoo, and there wasn't a thought behind his black beady eyes as it squawked out to nobody in particular. The day went on fairly quickly this time, and being actively a part of the team that patrolled the area around the caravan proved to be a very good way to help whittle the minutes away. As lunch rolled around, Ferodius found himself riding along with various carts and wagons, checking in with everyone while passing out sandwiches that those in the larder wagon had made for everyone else. Once all the food had been passed out, Herodias noticed that there wasn't any food left for him in the basket that he'd been handed. At first, he was disappointed. That was until he spotted Tori waving him over from the back of the larder wagon, quickly making his way over until he was riding along beside the wagon. Tori held out a cloth-wrapped bundle, reaching out with one arm while hanging off the back of the wagon as Herodias leaned over to meet her, taking up the bundle with a curious expression on his face. "What's this?" he asked, though he could already smell the bread, dried meat, and freshly sliced vegetables within the bundle. Tori flashed a smile as she leaned back into the wagon, sitting along the edge of it as she watched him ride along. "Your lunch. I made it special for you," she explained with an almost mischievous look on her face. Herodias couldn't help but smile in response, though he curiously sniffed the sandwich and quirked a brow at Tori. "Oh, what's special about it?" he asked as he gave the sandwich another sniff before unwrapping it. Tori chuckled softly as she watched him before speaking up. "It's made special with an excuse so we can talk a little bit," she mused before covering one side of her mouth with her hand as if to hide her words. "Also, I added a few extra slices of meat. I keep that between us," she mentioned playfully. Herodias' ears waggled with delight as he nodded before taking a bite of the sandwich and chewing, though he swallowed soon enough, washing it down with some water before looking over at Tori. "So, how have you been handling all of this? Are you okay?" he asked, taking another bite of the sandwich, but savoring it more as he listened to what she had to say. She hummed thoughtfully, taking a moment to consider her words before nodding to herself. I think I'm doing okay," she said, a smile on her lips and her eyes as she watched Herodias. "I'm in a better place because of you and yours, and I won't have any scarring for long-lasting injuries on my body thanks to how skilled Regan is. Besides all that, this experience has been very illuminating, and I believe I have a few ideas for my R&D team to look into for new products," she explained with obvious enthusiasm. Herodias swallowed before tilting his head curiously. "Oh, what is an R&D team?" he asked, his ears perked with curiosity as he took another bite of the sandwich. For some reason, it seemed to taste better than most sandwiches he's had before, and he briefly wondered if it was due to the idea that she made it for him. She looked momentarily surprised by the question before smiling as she scratched her cheek. "It means research and development. I have quite a few ideas for various goods and products, and it's up to them to figure out if the idea is practical or financially sound enough to invest in," she explained as best she could. Herodias looked more than intrigued as his tail curled and swayed behind him. "I see. A novel idea in itself," he said as he nodded with approval before considering something else. "So I take it you have your own business? I remember you mentioning how you said you proved to your father that you were worth investing in. Is that where you put the money you earned?" Tori nodded intently, looking out at the tree line as the wagon rolled along. "I have a few general goods stores around the kingdom, and while I do personally sell a lot of my own ideas, most of my money comes from selling the ideas to other companies and businesses that are better geared for producing the things that I come up with, and taking a percentage of the sales via royalties," she explained, seeming more than happy to talk about business as she turned to watch Herodias again. Herodias nodded intently, clearly impressed as he swallowed another bite that he'd been working on. "That sounds pretty lucrative. I quite like the idea of making money off my thoughts," Herodias mused kindly. It was certainly an interesting idea, but he couldn't talk down on it at all if it works for her. Besides, he was pretty sure that he could recall something about laws regarding patents and selling other ideas during his studies. Tori could see where he was going with that comment and smirked a bit before shaking her head. "It's not all about coming up with off-the-wall idea and making others figure it out. I still have to research and test things on my own so that I can send my R&D team down the right path. Like, I can't say I want a handheld black mirror that lets me talk to people on the other side of the country. I need to figure out how it should work and why it should work before my team can start effectively going down that path." Herodias chuckled softly at that before nodding intently. I see. Well, if you ever come up with one of those mirrors, I want to be one of the first ones to have one," he mused with a waggle of his ears. Tori winked playfully at that. "You'll be the first one I call," she mused. Before Herodias could say anything else, one of the other guards whistled and made a gesture for Herodias once he looked over. He then shot Tori a glance and smiled a little more. "Duty calls. Talk later?" he asked, and once Tori nodded, he hurried off after the other guard to scout around some more. Later that day, they once again came to a stop. Herodias ended up riding further ahead with some of the guards to another village, this village being larger and significantly more developed. Perhaps it was due to the fact that they were only a day away from the city, or any number of other reasons. Regardless, the guards in Herodias were simply there to inform the village head of this community that their caravan was half a mile up the road, so they wouldn't have to be wary of any campfires in the distance. Ultimately, Herodias got the impression that it was just the neighborly thing to do, since it seemed the people of this village at least recognized the guards of the other village and were warm enough upon their arrival. On their way out, Herodias couldn't help but get a familiar sinking feeling in his heart. He didn't know what it was, but it was a sensation that hadn't driven him wrong yet. Almost absently, he glanced around as they passed through the village gates, but nothing out of the ordinary caught his eyes as the village guards rode up beside him. For now, he would just remain vigilant until the feeling passes. By the time they got back to the caravan's camp, the feeling had only worsened as he looked over the surroundings. Everything seemed normal at the camp. His party was clustered together at the edge of the camp, chatting away about something. All the others were just talking as well. The smell of food in the air as Tori and some of the others were at work preparing dinner for the rest of the camp. After dropping off Shazoo with the other warblers, Herodias made his way around to his party, settling between Danica and Brazel as he looked among them with a strained smile. "So, what did I miss?" he asked. Regan seemed to notice Herodias' distress, though Basil was quick to speak up as he flashed a brief smile.
"Regan was just talking about recruiting others to our party. I, for one, am hurt," he mused with an exaggerated amount of distress and siphoning. "Wasn't I enough for you?" he asked as he wiped the non-existent tears before throwing himself back into Herodias' lap and reaching up to clutch at Herodias' tunic. "Don't leave me behind, Rhodey. I promise I'll be good," he mused, shaking the feline before dramatically going limp. After a few seconds, he went back to normal, though remained sprawled out over Herodias' lap. "Meh. Oh, I'm over it. So, are we going to get more porcelains or irons? Or are you aiming a little higher?" he asked curiously as he looked at Herodias from where he lay. Herodias couldn't help but smile at the young half-orc, some of his stress fading away at his antics as he hummed thoughtfully. "I'm not exactly sure. It would be easy just to pick up some competent-looking irons or promising porcelains, but I think we should get the guild involved to match us with other adventurers close to our rank and experience levels who are also looking to join a party or a bigger party. We'll also need to see how things go down once we turn in the bug hunt and explain the situation to the ladies and the caravan escort," he explained as he looked amongst the others. Monty nodded intently. "Right. Do you think we'll be able to go up for promotion?" he wondered, looking rather eager at the idea. "Between being vouched for by a caravan of 2 villagers and 3 ladies, I'm sure that we'll be able to meet the requirements." He then glanced over at Regan as he looked back at the others while gesturing at him. "At least Regan here needs to be re-evaluated. He took down a massive group of bandits and overwhelmed 3 other mages at once," he mentioned with a grin on his face. Though at that, Brazel spoke up, raising a finger in the air while insisting on remaining on Herodias' lap. "Excuse me, he only overwhelmed 2 mages," he corrected before tapping a thumb against his own chest, looking rather smug. "I took down the 3rd one." Regan smirked at that before nodding as he watched Basil. "Yes, you did, and it was an impressive shot as well," he expressed with only a slight amount of sass. Brazel looked proud enough as Danica spoke up while leaning forward with a hammer. "I just can't wait for the payout," she said with a smile. "Gonna see if I get myself a strong brew, or perhaps upgrading some of my kit." She then looked back over at Herodias and looked rather mischievous. "Though I am more interested in the compensation the Count's daughter has been promising you. Will I need to start calling you Count Rhodey before the week is out?" she teased while stroking her glorious goatee. Herodias' ears waggled, but he mostly maintained his composure as he averted his gaze. "Oh, come now, that's not how it works, and you know it," he said with a vaguely annoyed huff, though Brazel was full-on snickering at his expense. Danica quirked a brow, still looking rather amused as she twirled the end of her goatee around her index finger as she watched Herodias for another moment before speaking up. "No, I really don't. But how are you so adamant and sure of how it is?" she asked curiously. Herodias glanced over at her as his tail curled and flickered.
It's because my father works with nobles. I have experience being around them, he explained, not lying but not telling the whole truth. Danica merely shrugged, seeming appeased by the explanation as she toyed with her beard. Perhaps that may be, but it's not like it'll be your choice. If that lady really wants you, and you want her back, then I'm sure she'll find a way for both of you to be together, she considered as she draped her arm around Monty and pulled him close, the young man's cheeks flushing faintly, but not moving from where he ended up. Maybe we should get our own wagon, Basil piped up from nowhere, a smile growing on his face. What if I'm hearing is right, we can expect a lot of coin coming our way, and I think that we should get a wagon, he expressed excitedly. Regan considered the suggestion and shrugged a bit. That's actually not as bad of an idea, especially if we're going to be traveling with more people and trying to our hand at taking on more complex and dangerous jobs. It'll definitely increase our overall range and mobility, as well as how much equipment that we can put together, or even the spoils that we can bring back. Sure, I'll look into it, Regan offered with a nod, which earned an enthusiastic fist bump from Basil. Before they could chat for a while longer, the smell of food had gotten stronger and closer. Ferodius's ears twitched as he heard Tori approaching with bowls of stew made with some fire-grilled meats from yesterday's kill. Hope you all enjoy it, she said rather charmingly, holding down a tray as everyone took the bowls. Danica was first to take a drink of the piping hot stew as Tori left, the lady smiling at Ferodius as he took up his own bowl before making her way back to the others. As Monty went to drink from his bowl, Danica looked away from him before looking over at Ferodius and speaking soft enough under her breath for him to hear. Don't! It's poisoned, she warned, eyeing the bowl of stew she already drank from. Ferodius's back tensed as she took Basil's bowl before the half-orc could drink from it and tapped at Regan with his tail to get his attention. Looking over at Danica, with the worried expression, he whispered back, What is it? Oh, will you be fine? He asked. Danica smiled a bit as she took another sip of the stew, swirling it around thoughtfully before looking over at Ferodius. I'm glad to see you care, she teased slightly before looking at the stew again. I recognize the taste, but don't worry, it's not lethal, nor is it nearly strong enough to take down a dwarf like myself, she explained with a gentle smile, though she narrowed her gaze and looked amongst the others in the camp. It's a knockout drug of some kind, though I have had bad feeling that we're not the direct targets, she mentioned, spotting Lady Historietta starting to come back towards their group after a couple of minutes. She was all smiles, though she looked to be unsteady on her feet as she came up behind Ferodius, draping her arms around him as she pulled him close, his shoulders against her chest while she nuzzled into his chin against the top of his head. I've been poisoned, and I'm not strong enough to resist it. Please help, she whispered desperately into his ear while being overly affectionate. Ferodius went stiff at the display, cursing himself for enjoying the moment despite the direness of the situation. We know, he whispered back, bringing up a hand to cradle her cheek, which she leaned into. He flashed an overly charming smile to his party as he started to stand, supporting Tori as he held her close with one arm. Spread out amongst the camp and pretend that you've eaten the soup. Drop when others start to drop, he instructed softly, before walking off with Tori, the lady keeping her act up as she draped both arms around his neck, allowing herself to be half carried while he held her close at the hip. You're gonna be okay. I'll protect you, he whispered back to her. His ears twitched as he could sense the camp starting to go quiet as people succumbed to the poison. Just barely reaching his tent, Tori went completely slack, forcing him to take a dive as he went limp halfway into his tent. He landed with a dull thud, doing his best to take the brunt of the fall to protect Tori in her unconscious state. Laying still, all he could hear at first was Tori's soft breath at his ear, though before long, he heard the sound of grass crunching beneath the feet of others. He could sense someone nearly atop of him. His body tensed until he suddenly heard the deep thwum of Basil's bow. End of chapter. Chapter 90. Ferodius' point of view 10 years earlier. Ferodius carefully shifted around the once he heard everyone outside moving to react to a body impacting a tree after the distinct sound of Basil's bow firing an arrow. Once he was out from Tori, he carefully pulled her the rest of the way into the tent as a bright flash illuminated the sky. The light persisted as it hung in the air as bright as the sun. Stepping out from the tent with his sword and shield drawn, he looked around to see 4 hooded individuals scattered around the camp, with a 5th
having been impaled to a tree by an oversized arrow through their shoulder. Regan had just finished casting the light spell and pulled the crystal from his robes before dropping it to the ground with a smashing it with his staff and a wave of magic pulsing from it. The hooded figures simultaneously drew their own crystals, breaking them as they tensed, though nothing happened, as Monty closed the distance on one of them, driving his spear through their left calf and pushing them to their knees as he followed up with an elbow to the jaw, knocking them unconscious. "Scatter!" one of the hooded people called out, turning to run before tripping as Danica swept their legs with her hammer from where she had been laying in the dirt. The hooded figure rolled to react as Danica slammed her hammer into the ground. The ground close around her, rumbling and cracking as the hooded figure's arm slipped into the shifting and cracking earth as it got crushed and trapped them. Barodius was quick to cut off the one who had been closest to his tent, pursuing the hooded figure who moved with magically enhanced speed, though it was nothing when faced with the speed Barodius cultivated as he shoulder-checked the hooded figure. This hooded person grunted as they fell, but they were especially quick and got back to their feet as they looked straight at Barodius. Despite the bright ball and light directly above them, Barodius could not make out any details about their face. He could only guess that their clothes, or more specifically their hoods, were enchanted with some kind of shadow magic to conceal their identities. "Surrender, and you'll live to see the morning sun," he ordered as he bared his teeth with a vicious snarl. With a quick glance around, Barodius could see that Brazel had another arrow notched and aimed at one of the two remaining hooded people, who was also currently held in a bloody spear point by Monty. Danica had a firm foot pressed against the wrist of the free arm of the figure who had their arm currently crushed by the ground itself. The final hooded figure surrendered and was held at staff point by Regan, at the end of his staff glowing a fiery red. Barodius looked back to the hooded figure that he'd cornered as he let out another snarling hiss before speaking up. "Come on then, this is just business for you, isn't it? Surrender, and we might be able to tend to that tree ornament before they bleed out," he offered, his voice unwavering as he stared down the shadowy abyss of where the face should be on the hooded person. The hooded person hesitated, their posture still low, and looking ready to book it if they could. However, they looked from side to side at the companions before staring down at Barodius. "What sort of guarantee do I have that you'll let us live?" a feminine voice called out from the shadows of the hood. Barodius looked over at Regan and tilted his head before looking at the hooded woman. Regan disengaged the hooded person at the end of his staff, only for Brazel to turn his bow on them and make sure that they stayed where they were. "We'll form a pact if you tell us exactly who hired you and how you managed to poison dinner. If you are telling the truth, I'll have our mage heal your injuries, and I'll even pay you for your cooperation," Barodius offered as Regan came up beside him, holding his hand out, palm up, as a pale blue magic sphere with runes was conjured up. Barodius reached his hand into the sphere, waiting for the hooded figure to come and meet his hand to initiate the pact. "If any of your people so much as harm a person in the next 2 days, you'll lose your arm. If I go back on my word and my people harm you or any of the 4 others that are here now within the next 2 days, I'll lose my arm. Do you agree to these terms?" he asked, his voice now cool and calm as he had hooded people at a disadvantage. The hooded woman seemed to consider the situation she found herself in, before taking a step forward and meeting Barodius's hands in a firm handshake. "Fine, I agree," she said as the orb of light flashed and broke, then 2 magical bands of blue light enveloped their arms all the way up to their shoulder, before sealing into their skin and fur. She pulled away, rolling up her sleeves as she looked at her arm, her olive-toned skin marked with the symbol of the pact. She sighed and rolled her sleeve back down. Barodius relaxed a little bit before looking at his party. "All right, guys, stand out. Brazel, get that poor bastard off the tree," he ordered, as he shared a look with Regan. The half-elf nodded as he set about treating everyone's injuries. Barodius then looked at the hooded woman and tilted his head a bit. "All right. So how'd you do it?" he asked as he sheathed his sword. "Do what?" she asked with some defiance in her voice as she crossed her arms. Barodius bared his fangs with a low hiss of warning before continuing. "How did you get poison in the soup?" he clarified as he looked her over. The hooded woman sighed a bit as she rubbed the back of her head. "We cornered one of the guards during your little visit to the village up the road. Told him to pour the poison into the soup so that we could take the girl without a fuss. And if he didn't do it, any blood would be on his hands," she explained as she uncrossed her arms. "It was supposed to be a quick job, in and out, no contract, no blood.
No trace beyond the one coward who never saw our faces. She looked back at her people before looking at Ferodius' party, and then back to Ferodius himself. We weren't told that the adventurers were going to be with the caravan, let alone a dwarf, she mentioned bitterly, earning an amused snort from Danica as she was helping herself to a bowl of the poisoned soup. Ferodius nodded intently, not finding any faults or obvious deceptions in her story. All right, and who hired you? And I don't just mean the middleman, Ferodius stated, as his tail curled and lashed behind him. The hooded woman shifted around before glancing at her people again, watching as Regan actually went about mending her people's wounds, putting together the hooded individual's arm that was crushed by the ground. Turning to look back at Ferodius, she spoke up. Hoseris Carlson is the one who hired us, using a handler who we regularly have contact with, she stated simply, though as Ferodius' ears twitched expectantly, she continued. Our handler did have some background information on the guy. He's an ore merchant, tends to scalp as much as he can from various mines, and sells them out of the kingdom, she explained further. Ferodius seemed appeased, and he nodded once more. Do you even know who you're here for? He asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. The hooded woman seemed to watch him for a moment before slowly reaching into her other sleeve and procuring a rolled-up piece of parchment, showing it to him. On it was a detailed drawing of Tori. We were told to grab her and make sure she stays alive. Figured that she has a daughter of a rival of some kind, she expressed rather plainly as she rolled up the parchment. Ferodius scoffed a bit before actually laughing with amusement as he covered his mouth. A rival, you say? By the gods, you have no idea who you were trying to cross, he mused. He could tell that the hooded woman seemed to feel indignant at his laughing, as he decided to paint the rest of the picture for her. Forget rival merchants. You were about to abduct a lady, the Count's daughter of all things. I'm starting to think that you may have been underpaid for this little job of yours, he said, noting how the hooded woman seemed to shift with surprise at the revelation. She had just escaped being kidnapped with 2 other noble ladies from your employer's previous hirelings, and it looks like you were being used to quickly fix their mistake. Ferodius could see that the hooded woman's fingers flex and tighten as she clenched her fist, though she remained silent for a while, considering her words and circumstance. At least that bastard paid her half up front, she finally said before looking Ferodius over. If I never see you again, it'll be too soon, she said simply as she turned to look at her people again, and shot Ferodius another glance as he walked up and held up 5 gold coins. The feeling is mutual. Now move along. See if you can't do us a favor and get any future attackers off our tail until the merchant is dealt with, he said with a bit of a smile. The hooded woman looked between Ferodius and the coin before taking them up and bouncing them on her palm. Between this and the healer's fee, I suppose I could make an effort, she considered before tucking the coin away. Let's get going, she called out to her people as they gathered and followed after the woman, one of them having been half carried by another as their leg was still weak from being pierced through by Monty. Regan came up beside Ferodius, looking after the hooded people as they disappeared into the night before looking over at Ferodius. I know we all took them alive because we wanted answers, but why did you let them go? He asked as he leaned on his staff. Ferodius stared into the shadows for a while longer before looking back over at Regan. They used non-lethal methods, he said before looking back out to the woods. I had a good feeling about it. They have some kind of honor and look out for each other. I figured I could make use of that, and my hunch succeeded. I fulfilled my end of the bargain, and my mercy and trust were rewarded with information and a temporary ally, he explained as he then looked among the camp. Let's get these people on their sides and start cleaning up. We don't want anyone choking or getting hurt due to how they've collapsed, he mentioned as Regan nodded and the party set to work. It wasn't much longer until some of the guards from the village up the road had come out to see what the commotion was about, having seen Regan's magical light clearly illuminate the night sky. After Ferodius explained the situation, more guards and villagers made their way over to the campsite, helping the unconscious villagers and guards into the carts and wagons, before escorting them to the village so they could spend the night behind the safety of their walls. They were halfway to the village when the caravan started to wake up from the drunk state, and Ferodius was once more with the task of explaining almost everything that happened while they were unconscious. It also didn't take long for the guards to deduce who amongst them had poisoned the others. There were mixed feelings all around, though, as a man was essentially family and lifelong friends with these people, their motives for poisoning the others were far from malicious, but were without a doubt cowardly. At first, they tried to pass the verdict off to Tori as to what should be done with the man, but she turned down the suggestion, stating
that this should be handled impartially by a judicial system within the city. The villagers deferred to her suggestion, and thus the man was stripped of his arms and armor and was bound with rope for the time being. The man in question did not resist any of this, though the despair was plain on his face. As everyone was once again settling in for the night after the villagers had generously shared their own food for the night's dinner, Tori made her way over to Ferodius and smiled, her cheeks flushing faintly as she looked up at him.
"It looks like I'm owing you more and more with each passing day. To think you'd managed to even get the name of the person who was targeting me so quickly," she said as she brushed some hair out of her face. "I'll be sure to file a report and get a bounty on that man once we're in the city. Maybe then I'll have an uneventful journey back home," she considered as she looked out to the villagers as they set up their tents in the village square. Ferodius nodded intently, watching her as one of his ears waggled. "Well, I'll make sure that trip is uneventful, if you'll let me," he offered as he flashed a smile when she looked back up at him. Tori looked pleasantly surprised by that, but smiled a little more as she pretended to look thoughtful while tapping her chin. Are you certain? I'm surely hope that you're not just trying to get me to owe you more," she mused lightly.
Ferodius chuckled a bit as his tail swished from side to side. "Getting to escort a lady is lovely issue. I'd pay for the opportunity," he replied with a toothy smile before sheepishly scratching his cheek. "Besides, Brazel's got his heart set on getting a wagon, and I'm sure he'd be happy if our first job was making sure you got home safe." Tori hummed for a moment, watching Ferodius as she stepped closer, getting to her toes as she leaned over and gently kissed his jawline.
"Now think about it,"
she whispered softly against his cheek before stepping away, walking with a small sway in her stride as her dress swished with each step. Ferodius was left with a lingering warmth at his cheek as his ears waggled some more. Gods, what a woman! End of chapter. Bit boring point of view. The walk through the woods was rather quiet and a peaceful affair. The sounds of birdsong in the air as the voices of Jack's crewbirds intermingled with the calls of the truly wild birds. It wasn't long until I could hear the distinct burbling of the river I had seen so long ago, and soon we found ourselves in a clearing that had signs of heavy traffic coming through here. Footprints of all sorts wander over the clearing, coming and going from various patches of brush and clearly handmade traps that had been set up in the water. Revia had taken a moment to look around before nodding to herself as she looked over at me and flashed a smile.
"All right, this looks good enough,"
she said simply before walking towards the center of the clearing and sitting down cross-legged, beckoning me to join her as she rolled her shoulders to settle in. "So, how are we going about this?" I asked as I made my way over, sitting just a few feet away in similar cross-legged style while facing her. Revia hummed in consideration, tilting her head from side to side, before flashing a sheepish smile.
"Honestly, I'm not too sure where to begin for you. You've already performed considerable feats of mana control with almost contemptuous ease," she said as she tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Maybe we should actually just see about getting you a spell focus. I don't need one anymore, thanks to you, but with that in mind, you probably don't need one either since the vessel within your avatar is already a spell focus for you."
She pondered before snapping her fingers and nodding to herself.
"Show me how you gather mana, and we'll see how we should move on from here,"
she said as she watched me expectantly. I tilted my head in consideration as I had to think for a moment about how I gather mana. It's been a while since I had to actively do that, though, if I remember correctly, it all started when I tried a breathing exercise to clear the musty air in my cave. "Sure, let's see," I replied as I shifted around, shutting my eyes and lowering my head. Taking a slow, deep breath, I exhaled slowly before starting to breathe in a steady, calming rhythm. Without actually needing to breathe, it was an odd sensation to actually focus on and intentionally do. But things were happening, and I could feel the air coursing into my body and out through the wooden skin and mouth. More than that, I managed to replicate what I did all those weeks ago, as I could feel the natural mana in the air around me start to circulate through my vessel. However, it felt more like filling a cup that was already full instead of increasing and developing my current mana capacity. I could feel Revi's eyes focusing on me rather intently, studying my breathing before speaking up after a couple minutes.
"If I didn't know better, I would have insisted your world had some kind of magic. That breathing technique of yours is one of the better methods that I've seen for mana recovery and stimulation. Not the best, mind you, but it's rather effective for a technique developed in a world without magic, she enthused warmly. I couldn't help but flash a bit of a smile as I stopped the breathing exercise and shrugged a bit.
Maybe there was some kind of magic somewhere. There were people who pushed their bodies to the extreme in ways that normal people never could. The world was a big place after all, and there were no doubt countless secrets, I considered before scratching my cheek. So, what now?
Ravine nodded after another moment of thought. Let's start small. I want you to create a small flame, no bigger than your index finger, she requested as she sat a little straighter, watching me closely and studying what I'm doing before speaking up once more. Actually, could you share your thoughts with me? I want to follow your thought process as you try this.
Sure, I don't mind, I reply as I mentally reach out to her, tapping into our bond with relative ease. I then set about considering how to make it flame. There were many mundane methods on how to make fire without many different effects. Should I try to vibrate the air until it ignites? Perhaps if I snap my fingers, I can use the friction combined with the mana to create a sparkle.
Stop, Ravine said simply as she shook her head. You're thinking too much. In battle, you won't have the time to think about all these things in the heat of the moment. You just need to do it. It's as simple as that for someone with such a high affinity with flames, she explained, though she looked thoughtful as she decided to approach this from a different angle. I've seen you manipulate the dirt and stone with ease, creating staircases that trailed along your mountain within seconds. What were you thinking about when you were doing all of that? I blinked a couple times, as I had to consider that, reflecting on what I had already done.
I just wanted dirt and stone to take the shape that I wanted, and willed my mana to manipulate the materials to take the shape as if I were using my hands to make it happen. I've also done this for ores now that I think about it, I mentioned as I looked over at her. I used my mana to clean up unrefined ores before causing them to vibrate until they glowed and reshaped them into ingots for later.
Ravine nodded intently. Well, that is indeed a valid, if not overly complicated method for heating something up. It's not what we're looking for. As I said, you don't have time for such complicated methods if you're in combat. Think about what you did when you shaped the stone and how you willed your mana to affect the world. In practice, you should be able to conjure stone from your mana itself, though manipulating existing stone is a valid and thrifty alternative, she explained, as she offered a bit of a reassuring smile. Just will the flame into existence.
That's easy to say. However, if what she is saying is right, then it should be really easy as that. I go ahead and bring up my right hand, staring down into it as I focus. I picture a flame, a small, innocuous thing. A candlelight inviting glow and warmth in the palm of my hand. It takes a minute, but almost as if a match was struck, a small flame suddenly ignited in the air. I'm briefly consumed by childlike wonder. Despite everything I've done already, the mere act of creating a flame from nothing just delighted me for some reason. I can't really explain it, but a smile was playing on my face as I looked at Ravine, who smiled as well. I did it, I say, with a hushed excitement, as if my very breath would put out the magical fire floating above my palm. Ravine beamed with obvious pride, though I could sense she was amused by my reaction. I couldn't fault her for that. I must look like a fool getting excited about something like this. But I also don't really care. Good work, Woodmori. Now let's move to the next step and try to make a second flame and then make them both bigger, she suggested as she watched closely. I nodded in understanding, holding up my other palm, and began to focus on conjuring a second flame. Rita, point of view. Rita found herself in a small clearing a little ways from the haven, practicing her own spell slinging as she retrained herself. Between her newfound freedom and additional mannering, she had to rediscover her limits and figure out just how precise she can be with her lightning and wind. Energy crackled in the air as she launched sparks and bolts of lightning into a tree trunk, while being mindful of snuffing out any flames and embers using controlled bursts of wind. As she finished up her routine, she flared out her wings and flapped them hard, riding the gust of wind that she just conjured. Taken to the skies, she hovered above the ruined tree that she used for target practice and caught down a powerful bolt of lightning, which raced straight down and caused the tree to catch fire from inside. Ah, crap, she murmured to herself, only realizing she got carried away after she launched the lightning bolt. Descending and carefully touching down, she conjured a massive ball of air around the smoldering tree and did her level best to suffocate the flames before they got too out of control. That was until the ball of air got hijacked, much to her confusion, as swirls of water were mixed into it, dousing the flames for greater effect. She looked around for a moment before spotting Jack swooping in and touching down in a nearby tree, accompanied by a few of his screwbirds. "Weren't you taught not to play with fire?" he asked, a tone of vague amusement in his voice as he flitted down and landed before her. Rita's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she brought one of her wings out in front of her, clutching it as she fiddled with the other feathers. It got carried away," she admitted, before sighing and releasing her wing. "Thanks, Jack. I appreciate the help," she said as she respectfully lowered her head in appreciation. "Think nothing of it, lass. It's only my job," he tweeted amicably as he looked back over at the now waterlogged and charred tree before looking up at Rita. "And we'll have to say that's a mighty powerful dose of lightning that you were throwing out just now. All I ask of you is to try not burn the forest down when you practice next," he mused mischievously. Rita chuckled sheepishly as she sat down beside Jack, hugging her knees and watching the oversized sparrow. "I'll do my best. It's just it's been a long while since I've used my magic without restraint, and now I'm even more powerful than I was before. I suppose it just quickly went to my head," she considered as she flexed her wings. Jack bobbed his head thoughtfully. "Understandable. You'll have the judgment from me about any of that. From one bird to another, a sense of freedom is something that's intrinsic to us. It's a part of our souls to be able to be what we want when we want," he expressed as he started slowly sauntering about. Rita smiled a bit, though she then glanced at the ring of green under his wing and then looked at her own mark on her shoulder feathers before looking back at him. "You say that, yet you serve at Mori. Aren't you trapped in his control, doing whatever he wants?" Jack stopped his pacing and looked up at her before chuckling a bit. "Oh, I'm not trapped in his control. He's my boss, sure, but I do whatever I want. All he asks is if I protect his forest and his people. How I do so and what I do when I'm not doing that is entirely up to me. He treats me with respect and genuinely cares for me and my well-being. He's someone I'm happy to work for because he makes it worthwhile to work with him," he enthused, though he tilted his head thoughtfully. "I don't think he actually gave me a choice when he brought me back from the dead, but that was probably more out of necessity. He needed someone like me and was very generous with his manner when he brought me into the service," he considered as he bobbed his head before looking up at her. Rita smiled a bit as she watched him before sighing softly. "I suppose you have a point, and the first thing he offered me was independence and a means to go wherever I wanted to go. I don't know. I guess I'm just anxious about the future, and I didn't think that I would really have one after so long," she admitted as she flared her wings out before looking back at them with a smile. Jack tweeted cheerfully enough, "The future is what you make of it. All you have to do is open your wings and ride the wind." Rita nodded some more before moving to stand. "You're right. I'll just have to keep a more open mind. Thanks for the talk, Jack." Before Jack could respond, a massive burst of fire illuminated the evening horizon. "Well then, looks like the boss is getting the swing of things," he chirped with surprise. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Vidmori Point of View. There was a bit of a disconnect between what just happened and what I experienced. I was expecting to be momentarily blinded by the brightness of the fire that erupted from my hands, or perhaps physically stunned by the blast back of the explosive power that knocked me to the ground. Yet, I was perfectly fine, and my vision was wholly unaffected. In fact, the only reason I was delayed in immediately reacting was due to the lack of things affecting me. After a good 3 or more seconds, I sat up to look around, spotting Revire safely behind a barrier of ice magic that she had prepared before I started increasing the output of the mana into 2 flames that I had within my hands. Her eyes were wide with worry, though I could sense her immediate relief when she saw me moving again. "Well then, that was quite the display, wasn't it?" I mused before checking myself over. My poncho was definitely singed, and patches were still smouldering as I went about patting myself out. Revire dispelled her barrier as she made her way closer, looking me over as her eyes wandered my body, looking for damage. But when she saw none, she frowned a bit. "Looks like the illusion around your body isn't showing the damage you just sustained. Could you will it off for a little while?" she asked as she took a knee beside me. I flashed another smile as I moved to stand. "Sure, but how about we put out the fire first?" I suggested as I pointed up to the tree line. Thankfully, most of the trees weren't really affected due to the fact that they were in the middle of a clearing, but some trees along the edges were smoldering from singed leaves and branches, while others were actively burning. They could possibly go out on their own, but why leave it to chance? I could sense Revia felt guilty about something, though she nodded as she looked up at the tree line and held out her hand. In the next moment, a stream of white flew from her palm, dispersing into a powdery snow that coated the trees and smothered the flames of the smoldering leaves. "There, now please, let me see the damage," she insisted, worry plain in her face. All right, let me see," I replied, looking myself over, closing my eyes. It takes more than a few moments, but I'm able to make out the intricate runes that define the illusion that makes up my physical appearance within my vessel. After a few more moments, I figure out how to suppress the effects by temporarily cutting the flow of mana that maintains it. My flesh-toned skin fading as I appear to look more wooden man than I am. Looking myself over again, my hands, arms, chest, and face appear to be blackened and singed, though even as I looked over the damage, the wood seemed to be repairing itself as my charred wood flesh reverted back to normal, slowly, looking as if it had never been burned. As Revia grabs me by the right arm and looks over the damage, I could sense some of her guilt fading, only to be replaced by confusion as she examines the blackened fingers. Watching as the char recedes as if it was never there in the first place. "This is strange," she finally said as she furrowed her brow in thought. I couldn't help but chuckle a bit, gently rubbing the back of my head with my free hand. "Isn't that the status quo for me?" I mused as I looked over my arm again, though I let her handle my hand until she was satisfied. She managed to smile for a moment before making me clench and unclench my fist. "Well, that may be the case. What's odd is how little damage you took, and the fact that you are repairing yourself without actively willing it." She then curiously tapped the wood with her finger before quirking an eyebrow. "Your wood. It's, well, alive," she said with more than a little uncertainty. I nodded intently, thinking about what I should address first. "All right, so, my wood. Why is it so surprising that it's alive?" I asked as I watched her. Revia hummed in thought before releasing my hand as she stroked her chin. "Well, the wood your body is made of is older than most elves, not even considering how old the tree it originally came from would have been. It's been dead for centuries, yet in less than a day since you've occupied this avatar, the wood has been revitalized to the point of living once again," she explained as she started walking a circle around me. "So, what does that mean?" I asked once more, my curiosity piqued as I looked at my hand again, the remaining char along my fingers receding to my fingertips before disappearing altogether. Revia stops her pacing, standing before me again before just shrugging. "I have absolutely no idea," she said simply as she scratched the back of her head. "I know that those who specialize in life magic tend to have a greater vitality than most," she mentioned before her cheeks started to flush a bit, and I could sense that she had a thought as she cleared her throat while glancing over at me, though she mentally waved away whatever thought it was before I could get a clearer picture. "Likely your life magic is so potent it brought life to the ancient wood your body is made of, though what that entails and what happens next, I'm not sure," she explained as she took my arm again and looked over where the damage used to be. "The other thing I'm curious about is how little damage you took after being blown up by your own wild flames. I was almost certain you accidentally reduced yourself to ashes, and I would need to rebuild you a new body. But you were mostly fine." "Well, didn't you say that my affinity with fire was so high that you would have thought that I was a dragon or what did you call it again?" I asked. The other thing that she called me was not coming to mind as she clearly released my arm. "A fire elemental," she clarified before taking a step back and stroking her chin again. "I suppose that could be the case. Elemental beings tend to be able to resist or even ignore the effects of their own elements being used against them. I just didn't realize that your resistance would be so potent as to affect even a wooden body while you're not consciously trying to resist the damage with the use of a barrier or your own mana heart," she explained as she sighed with a bit before shrugging. "Regardless, as you said, this is likely going to be the status quo for you. You're just weird," she mused with a small smile as she chuckled a bit at my expense. "Let's try your hand at some of the other primal magics and see how you can handle the related hybrid branches." I smiled in response, flexing my hand again before releasing the suppressing effect that I had on the illusion runes in my vessel, the illusion of my skin returning to my avatar as I looked back over at Revia. "All right, let's do it." Isak point of view. Panting hotly and heavily, Isak finds himself lying in the dirt once again, mud clinging to his skin as sweat mixes with the dirt and grass beneath him. He rolled onto his back before looking up at Jody,
the brown-skinned half-elf flashing a charming smile down at him as she gave a little wave. "Done catching your breath?" she asked a little too cheerfully for Isak's taste. He sighed a bit as he moved to sit. "Why is it that I'm always on the ground after sparring matches?" he said, feeling rather exasperated as he huffed, staying seated in the dirt as he supported himself by propping his hands on his knees. Jolie smiled kindly as she tilted her head at him. "Well, I don't know about any of your previous sparring matches, but it's likely because you're outclassed in both strength and stamina, amongst other things," she explained rather bluntly. Though as Isak scowled, she quickly continued, "I mean no offense by it, but sincerely, you are weak, as are most people in the world. But we're going to change that," she said as she tried her best to be encouraging. Isak looked more than a little confused as he looked between her and the pair of drakes that were sitting closely together. Between them were 3 eggs that had been carefully wrapped up in blankets and dried grass. The other Drake Warden had gone off somewhere else at some point, leaving him alone with Jolie. "And how are we going to accomplish that? By beating me up?" he asked, skeptical yet curious, as he pushed off the ground and got to his feet. Jolie smiled some more as he got up. "By pushing your body to the limits, we have to get you ready for the initiation ritual, and by exhausting you, you'll be more receptive to the effects." Isak looked confused by the mention of a ritual, not having thought that they were serious at first. "Wait, you mean like an actual ritual, not just some form of hazing?" he asked, as he noticed how dirty he was and made an attempt to dust himself off. Jolie chuckled a bit and nodded. "Yeah. How else do you think you're going to get eyes like owls?" she mused, as she gestured to her eyes, one of her fingers tapping at the bottom eyelid as Isak got a closer look, having not noticed that they were any different at first. Upon closer inspection, he saw that her pupils were vertical slits, almost like a cat, or rather, like their drakes. "There are other side effects and physical features that you could adopt aside from the eyes, but they're the most common amongst the Drake Wardens. Besides that, you're already a month behind this current batch of apprentices. That's why Tobias left me and Lars to jumpstart your training. Well, that and other reasons," she mentioned cheerfully. Isak blinked with surprise, not having expected any of that, as he opened and closed his mouth a couple times to try and find his words. Jolie just smiled as she clapped her hands together before he spoke. "Now then, you've rested long enough, start running laps around the clearing, and don't stop, even when your legs want to give out and your lungs start to burn," she instructed, with an unnerving cheerfulness. Isak hesitated for a moment before doing as he was told, starting his run as he did laps around the clearing. The drakes were watching as he passed by them, and time again. Hours went by as the evening sun dipped below the horizon, the stars and moon illuminating the forest. Isak was soaked thoroughly with his own sweat, still at least making the attempt to jog as he repeatedly wiped his eyes with his arm to keep his vision clear. Jolie sat with a pair of drakes, reading a book beside a lit lantern, all while seemingly waiting for something. Eventually, Lars returned, the young human man looking over what was going on before him. "All right, Isak, you can stop running now. Come over here and sit on your knees. Do your best not to collapse," he instructed with a sympathetic smile. Jolie snapped her book shut upon seeing Lars and sat up, grabbing a lantern as she walked up beside him. "You sure took your time. Did you have any issues?" she asked curiously. Lars smiled sheepishly, before shrugging as he procured a vial that contained a viscous dark red liquid. "Yeah, this place doesn't exactly have the best facilities for alchemy, but between the herbalist helping me improvise some brewing equipment and the cooks lending me an open flame stove, I managed to make do," he explained, as Isak managed to almost crawl over and kneel down in front of Jolie and Lars. Lars then held out the vial in his hand before looking at Isak. "Listen, Isak, are you absolutely sure you want to commit to being a Drake Warden?" he asked once more. They've talked about this before, but this was the last chance Isak had to back out. Isak huffed heavily, wiping some more sweat off his face as he looked between the two people before him and nodded. "I want this. I want to be strong. I want to protect those I care for," he said in between breaths. Jolie smiled before looking at Lars. "All right, let's get on with it," she said, as Lars held up the vial in his hand, Jolie placing both of her hands around his and closing her eyes, Lars doing the same as Isak watched on curiously. "Blood of the drakes, freely given, refined by the partner and ally under watchful eye," she called out, and her hands began to glow as she ran her mana through the vial. Lars speaks up next, eyes still closed as he lowers his head. "We welcome the next generation, willing to enter the service, to
to stand for those who cannot stand for themselves. May this blood, freely and willingly given, grant him strength." With that, he began running his mana through the vial as well. After a few seconds, the vial began to glow as the red liquid suddenly became blue. Jolie took up the vial and held it out to Isak as she got down to her knees, now eye level with him. "Drink, apprentice, and do not resist. Let the power wash through you." Isak hesitated, but after another moment he took up the vial and looked into it before drowning the contents. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen as he shuddered at the taste. Then suddenly, he began to convulse as his body heated up almost unbearably. The last thing he saw was Jolie and Lars stepping towards him, as well as the lingering sensation of 2 hands being pressed against his upper back. End of chapter. Chapter 93. Sylvia Point of View. Sylvia had settled rather comfortably in the dining hall, enjoying some of the kind herbal tea that Vertisa had gathered the other day. The smell of food in the air as Remy, Luna, and Mina worked on getting breakfast put together for the group. The sound of chatting people and children playing amongst themselves filled the air, though as Sylvia sipped some more of her tea, she was approached by Miriam, who had worried expression on her face. With a curiosity piqued, she spoke up before Miriam had a chance to get a word out. "What's the matter? You look concerned," she said plainly as she set her cup down. Miriam settled at the table beside Sylvia as she looked around the longhouse before looking outside where she sat. After not finding what she was looking for, she sighed and looked over at Sylvia. "I haven't seen Isak since we measured Vitmori for his clothes and equipment." Sylvia looked vaguely surprised by that as she looked around curiously from where they were sitting before looking back over at Miriam. "Now that you mention it, Tricia didn't come back last night either." She considered as she took up a cup of coffee and sipped at it. "I'm sure they're fine. Those 3 Quartans disappeared as well yesterday, so it shouldn't be too much of a reach to think that Isak was with them right now," she reasoned, yawning quietly before setting her cup down again. Miriam had to concede that at least, as she appeared to relax a little. "I suppose that makes sense," she said as she ran her fingers through her hair, getting a few strands out from in front of her face. "So how's Vidmori's armor coming along? Have you gotten started on the leather?" Sylvia smirked at the question, snickering to herself as she remembered the conversation she had with the man. "Nope, apparently he had it in his head that the leather would be ready in a couple weeks, so I told him I'd prepare something else." Miriam couldn't help but smile a little bit in amusement as she'd listened. "I see. So what are you making for him?" Sylvia tilted her head a bit as she considered what she started already. "I'm preparing a black gambeson for him, using all the black fabric he left behind, though I'm going to be lining it with some of the red fabric from the wolves brought us," she explained, taking another sip of her tea before continuing. "I be still deciding whether or not I should take the time to prepare him chainmail shirt, or if he should line up a gambeson with some tiles of metal." Miriam nodded intently as she looked at her hands, massaging a thumb into the palm of her other hand before looking back over at Sylvia. "Sounds like you're on top of it. Did you even sleep last night, or are you really just that fast a worker?" she asked curiously. Sylvia looked over at Miriam, wondering what she was getting at, before smiling kindly. "Don't worry about taking your time. I've got decades of experience on you, and a dwarf at work cannot be matched. Besides that, I suppose I did manage to squeeze in a couple of hours before the sun came up," she mused cheerfully enough. Miriam smiled, though before she could speak, she suddenly looked horrified by something approaching. "Oh, gods," she said softly, while getting to her feet and making her way over to the longhouse entrance, where the Drake Wardens were half dragging, half walking Isak inside. "Oh, what happened to him? Is he okay? Where have you all been all night?" she asked, struggling to remain calm as she looked over Isak. The young man was utterly drenched in water, his eyes wrapped up with multiple layers of cloth, and his ears and nose plugged up with some sort of wax. He looked ragged and exhausted, unable to properly stand on his own 2 feet. Jolie pulled away to address Miriam as Lars finished dragging Isak over to a table, propping him down along a bench as the teen slumped over with exhaustion. "He's fine," she stated simply. "Well, I can't tell you how we did what we did to him. I can tell you he'll be fine. He's just undergoing some changes right now and is extremely sensitive to a lot of things. In fact," she mentioned as her eyes narrowed at Miriam, taking a sniff in the air and glancing over at Isak before shaking her head,
You especially need to keep your distance for his sake, Jody said firmly, circling around Miriam to stand between her and Isaac as she crossed her arms. Sylvia watched on curiously, looking over at Isaac, who had been plopped down beside her. He looked like a wreck, but on a closer inspection, his stature and overall build had slightly improved. He was a little bigger, and his shoulders were more defined than yesterday. She was definitely going to need to take his measurements again, and Miriam was going to need to resize his clothes. She watched the Drake Warden, known as Lars, go off and start talking with Remy and Luna about something, before turning her attention back over to Miriam and Jody. Miriam, looking rather flabbergasted by what Jody just said. What? Why? Why do I have to stay away from him? Miriam asked defensively, not getting what was going on. Jody kept a firm stance, looking down at the teen girl, before tilting her head a bit as she flashed a mischievous smile. It's because his senses are all hyperactive right now, and he can smell you, even with his nose all blocked up like that. His body is developing and changing because of what happened, and if you're around, he's going to get far too excited when he needs to be resting, she explained, looking far too pleased with herself as she watched Miriam. Miriam, for her part, was rather red in the face at that explanation, at first thinking she smelt bad perhaps, but as Jolie explained further, she quickly understood what she meant. I see, as that's all she could get out before taking a few steps back and hurrying out of the longhouse, surprising some of the others as they were making their way inside for breakfast. Jolie looked over at Sylvia and smiled a bit. Do you mind telling me where I can get some spare clothes for Isaac here? She asked pleasantly. Sylvia nodded intently. Yeah, he's set up near the entrance of the men's sleeping area. Bottom bunk. He'll have a crate with his name scratched into it, she explained before looking over at Isaac, the teen human, currently fast asleep against the table. So, what's the plan with him? She asked as she looked back over at Jolie. Jolie thinks about it for a few moments before jutting a thumb over at Lars while he speaks with Luna in particular, getting bundles of grains and meats from her. We just brought him over to get some of his things and some food for the day. He's going to need to be isolated for a couple of days after this, at least until his body settles, she explained before running her fingers through her hair. Do you happen to know where we can find good cave? It's not necessary, but it is helpful for the process. Sylvia smirked a bit as she tilted her head. You're asking me when you've got a man around here who is also the nearby mountain. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Jolie looked confused for a moment before chuckling. Ah, that's right. I suppose I'll have to go ask him then. Well, thanks for your help, she said politely, bobbing her head before stepping away towards the men's sleeping area. Soon enough, she returns with a bundle of clothes, packing them into her bag before taking on foodstuffs that Lars gathered. Lars then comes over to collect Isaac as the trio makes their way out of the longhouse. After breakfast, Sylvia gets Remy to pack some food to go, along with a skin of water. Making her way out of the longhouse, she spots Zassita, who spotted her in turn as she approached. Good morning, shepherd, she said politely. Zassita flashed a fang smile, bobbing his head at her. Good morning, Sylvia. Are you heading out? He asked curiously, as he noted the bundles of what he had smelled was food. Yes, I'm going to go check up on Trisha. It seems she never returned from her new forge last night. I'm just making sure that she doesn't forget to eat, she explained as she lifted a bundle to emphasize her point. Would you like an escort? He asked politely, knowing that she was stronger than him, but simply being polite. The dwarven woman flashed a grin as she shook her head. I don't think I need one, no. Besides, with Jack's birds flying around, I have no doubt I'll be safe regardless, she enthused cheerfully. I'll see you later, shepherd, she said pleasantly before dismissing herself. Zassita watched her go off as she crossed the tree line. It was the first time Sylvia actually left the clearing of the haven, not having any real need to go beyond the safety of the longhouse. Yet here she was, pushing herself to do just that. It was nice and almost relaxing as she listened to the bird song. She did nearly jump with surprise as she came across one of the spitter wolves during their patrol, and after casually sniffing at her and eyeing the food bundle for a moment, it quickly made its way without bothering her much more than that. A few of the birds here and there also approached her, flittering close and then watching her curiously. Amongst them were an indigo swan and a rather homely and old-looking owl. She was vaguely disappointed she didn't get to see Jack, but before she knew it, she had ended up at the base of the mountain. Taking a few more moments to look around, she eventually came across a rather well-built staircase, much to her surprise. She had heard Zassita talk about the system of staircases that littered the mountain,
But to actually see it was a different story as she started to ascend the winding path. She spotted a trail of smoke along the way, following the staircase that seemed to be heading in that direction. After a few more moments, she came across the mouth of a distinctly carved open cave, and within she could hear the rhythmic thrum of metal on metal and smell the intoxicating scent of mana-enhanced forge flames. Almost excitedly, she picked up the pace, making her way inside as she spotted Trisha hard at work. The teen blacksmith wore a heavy apron along with thick blackened gloves that went up to her elbow. Her hair was tightly tied back in a ponytail, which was then tucked under a bandana that she'd tied over her head. Another bandana was then tied over her mouth and nose, accompanied by an odd-looking pair of tinted goggles with lenses too big for use by flyers. As Sylvia looked around, she soon spotted Heftio dozing nearby on a workstation, sleeping soundly despite the sounds of the forge. Despite herself, Sylvia ended up waiting patiently as she watched Trisha work the forge. The dedication and focus she displayed were almost dwarven in their intensity, and Sylvia wouldn't dream of doing anything to disrupt an artist in their flow. Several more hours passed as Trisha meticulously folded and drew out wicked-looking dagger with a wavy blade, finally quenching the dagger as she drew it back and out, looking it over in the forge light. Trisha turned to take the blade over to her whetstone at her workstation, only to notice Sylvia standing there for who knows how long, letting out a surprising shrill shriek as she jumped upon seeing the dwarf. "Sylvia! How long have you been there?" she asked, curiosity plain in her voice, as she then looked into an equally startled Heftio who had woken up thanks to Trisha. Sylvia chuckled a bit as she held out the now very cold bundle of food. "A few hours, perhaps. I came by to bring you breakfast, though I'm thinking it's closer to lunch now," she mused as she stepped closer, while Trisha made her way to her workstation, laying the unpolished and unsharpened blade by the already set-up whetstone. "Wait, breakfast?" Trisha asked after taking a moment to take off her goggles and putting down the bandana that she had wrapped around her mouth. "What time is it?" Sylvia walked over, carefully setting the food bundle down on Trisha's workstation. "It's the next day. You've been up here nearly 24 hours, maybe a little less," she mentioned almost cheerfully, as she took another look at Trisha and smiled a bit more. "You've got a stronger man of art now, don't you?" she said, more than she asked as she looked up at Trisha. Trisha looked vaguely surprised by how long she'd been working, looking herself over before flashing a bit of a smile as she looked over at Sylvia. "I've actually got a mana ring now." Sylvia let out a low whistle, looking genuinely impressed. "That's how you managed to work for so long without feeling the effects of hunger or sleep. All that mana is sustaining you, not to mention you're working within such mana-rich environment," she mentioned as she gave a look around the cave, as if that would make her point before looking back to Trisha. "You need to learn to manage yourself a little more, but you can afford to be careless with your time. Just make sure to pace yourself. Your body is still young and no doubt adjusting to newfound power. So remember to eat and drink at least half as often as you used to." Trisha looked both proud yet mildly embarrassed at the realization that so much time had passed without her noticing as she took up Heftio after pulling off her gloves, cradling the red prowler in her arms while tickling his throat. "All right, I'll keep that in mind, thanks," she said with a smile. Sylvia flashed a toothy grin, clasping her hands in each other and rubbing them together. "Now then, 24 hours of non-stop smithing. Show me what you have to show for it." Trisha grinned in response as she set Heftio down. "Of course. Take a look," Trisha enthused as she led Sylvia down the hall to the storeroom. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Trisha Point of View. The mere fact that Trisha had been working her new forge for 24 hours without feeling the need for sleep or food had excited her. Between the power coursing through her veins with each swing of her hammer and the invigorating heat of the forge, she had never felt this good before. As she walked down the hall, leading Sylvia to the storeroom, she felt a mixture of emotions whirling around her mind. Working the forge again after so long brought a fulfilling sense of happiness that she hadn't felt in quite a while. Yet she couldn't help but think back to her father and the amazing things he had forged without the benefit of a mana heart like hers. The sorts of people he equipped and those who sought him out for what he could do. Yet he still found the time to do work for the community, sharpening knives and fixing pans. She missed her father and wished that she could see him again, to work beside him once more would be a dream, but those thoughts are simply idle fantasies. She soon focused on the moment as she entered the magically illuminated storeroom, leading Sylvia inside as she looked among the materials, all sorts of wood, stone, ores, ingots of various metals, bones, and even gems organized neatly in an array of stone shelves. Tricia made her way to a couple of cloth-wrapped bundles, taking up one as she revealed a set of brown throwing knives in a pouch of barbed black arrowheads. Sylvia, for her part, was looking over the eclectic array of materials, taking up a few ingots of iron before setting them back down as Tricia came over with the fruits of her labor. My, these are some fine pieces. Though, are you sure you want to put so much effort into what will likely be disposable pieces of equipment? She asked leadingly, while taking up one of the throwing knives, carefully appraising the meticulously sharpened edge before looking up at Tricia. Tricia smiled with vague amusement, plucking up one of the barbed arrows and looking it over for herself. My father taught me that you put yourself out into the world with each thing you make. It doesn't matter if it'll be used once or 100 times. If you don't put your best into the things you make, you'll never be better than second rate, she said, with a small smile on her face as she gazes into the middle distance, staring past the arrowhead. Sylvia nodded silently. Spoken like a true master smith, your father must be an excellent teacher, she mentioned cheerfully as she sent the throwing knife back with the others. Her cheery mood falls when she notices the expression Tricia is making. Tricia merely offered a somewhat pained smile before letting out a soft sigh. Yes, he was. She took a moment to just collect herself before looking back down at Sylvia. I still have a lot to learn, though with W.R.E giving me an entire forge to myself and all the materials I could ever need, I'm sure I'll have many opportunities to keep practicing, she said, offering a more genuine smile at that thought as she looked around the storeroom. Sylvia gently pats Tricia's shoulder arm as she offers a small smile. That's the spirit. You're gonna do great. With that, Sylvia pulled away before looking around the storeroom and stroking her chin. Do you mind if I borrow your smelter so I can prepare some tiles for W.R.E's armor? She asked, acting a little more cheerful to help raise Tricia's spirits. Tricia nodded intently as she gestured over at the shelves full of ores. Sure, help yourself, she said simply, turning to step out of the storeroom before coming face to face with a wolfkin man that she did not recognize. Not having heard him approach or even sensed him at first, she was startled for a moment, his intense demeanor unsettling her until she seemed to get the sensation through the connection that they shared through W.R.E. Hello, how may I help you? She asked, leadingly hoping for him to introduce himself. The man seemed to watch her for a few moments before speaking.
Sorry for startling you. My name is Dredd, W.R.E's Paladin and Blade. I was hoping to request a commission from you, as you're also in W.R.E's service. I'm sure he believes you to be an exceptional in skill, he explained respectfully, lowering his head as he introduced himself before standing tall again, his furred ears perked at attention. W.R.E has a paladin? Sylvia asked curiously, the word paladin feeling sour on her tongue after everything she'd gone through. Dredd nodded his head. Paladins, and yes, he does. He barely clarified, his face and voice passive and devoid of emotion besides a stern focus and measured politeness. Since when? Sylvia pressed. In the last couple of months since they ended up here, she had never heard of any other people besides the slavers that came to buy them and the people who brought them here. Since he killed us and liberated you all, he said plainly, apparently having guessed what she was fishing for. This set Sylvia on edge, taking a step back as she reached out and took up a particularly large-looking bone off the shelf, wielding it like a club as her manor heart started to pound with vigor. Though Dredd doesn't react, not showing any signs of moving to attack or even defend himself from Sylvia's display. Tricia was nervous for a moment, but thanks to her shared connection with W.R.E, she could sense that Dredd was legitimately no threat to them as she glanced between him and Sylvia. But wait a minute, you're one of the paladins that were escorting us, but you're a beastskin. No, not to mention, you just said you died. Dredd nodded intently, turning to look at Tricia and maintaining some rather prolonged eye contact. Yes, but as W.R.E puts it, we got better, he said without an ounce of amusement. But Maury brought new life to our bodies and brought us into his service. We have been training and working within his mountain ever since, with little reason to leave. However, he has since restored the memories of who we used to be, and thus became more than who we used to be before and after entering with Maury's service, he explained, finally breaking eye contact as he looked between Sylvia and Tricia. Sylvia was still on edge, though she had at least lowered the bone as she was wielding for the moment. Tricia spoke up once Dredd finished his explanation.
So wait, you're both the new person and the person who was part of the whole thing with selling us as slaves? She asked, owning a nod from Dredd.
Tricia needed a moment to think about that before glancing at Sylvia and then back at Dredd.
What's your name? It can't just be Dredd, can it? She asked curiously.
That got Dredd to flick one of his ears as he looked at Tricia. I abandoned my old name. That man no longer exists. I am someone different. Someone who would tear down everything the old me served to build, he said with a harder edge to his voice. At that, Sylvia finally relaxed as she put the bone back where she found it. Now that's something I can get behind, she said with a smirk, nodding with approval at his words. Tricia nods at her words before looking back up to Dredd curiously.
You said that you had a commission for me. What did you need?
Dredd regarded Tricia for a moment before shrugging the shield off his back and pulling his sword from his hip while it was still in his sheath before presenting them to her. But Maury has returned the equipment we collected from us. However, I have no desire to keep these as I am no longer a servant of the guy in church, nor pretending to be one, he explained as Tricia took out the freshly shined and rather ornate yet battle-tested equipment. I want you to destroy them, melt them down, do whatever you like afterward. If you could please prepare me another sword and shield. You may decide on the style, material, and build. Tricia considered the sword and shield, almost feeling that it would be a shame to destroy such well-made pieces. But ultimately, it wasn't her place to argue the point. She looked up at Dredd and quirked a brow at him.
What do I get out of this? You said this is a commission after all. We may both work for the same boss, but Maury is the one I'm in direct contract with, not you, she explained simply. All business now that Dredd had made his request. Dredd momentarily looked surprised, his brows raising as his ears flicked. He then furrowed his brows in thought before shaking his head. I am afraid that I do not have any money. Perhaps I can get you something to repay you with once I return from the theocracy, he offered, sounding rather unsure of himself and almost regretful for being so presumptuous. Tricia looked vaguely surprised that he was going back to the theocracy, considering something before looking back up at Dredd. I'll give you the details later, but there's something I want you to get from my father's smithy. There's a lockbox of stuff underneath the floorboards. It's just a few personal effects that I didn't dare pawn off. But as long as you promise to bring it that back, I'll get started on your stuff soon, she said, offering a bit of a smile. Dredd's ears perked, though he bobbed his head once. Very well, I promise to retrieve this lockbox before I return, he said rather resolutely. If you'll excuse me, I must get back to my training, he expressed politely, getting a nod from Tricia as he then dismissed himself and made his way off. Tricia watched as Dredd left, peeking after him once he made his way into the hall before looking back at Sylvia as she regarded the sword and shield in her arms. Well then, I suppose that Maury has plenty of his own secrets. Sylvia nodded as she went about collecting the ore she wanted to refine for Vidmori's armor. And I have a feeling that he has a lot more. But, she shrugged a bit as she plucked another ore off the shelf, as Zassada says, he hasn't given us any reason not to trust him. He's done right by us. If he wants to have secrets, fine by me, as long as they don't put Organ or any of the others in harm's way. She then looked over at Tricia and flashed a bit of a grin. Let's get to work. With that, Tricia nods intently, though as they stepped into the hall, she looked after where Dredd had walked off to, wondering what to make of a man she saw die, now walking among them again. Vidmori point of view. After spending the rest of the day and evening training my magic, I felt I had a much better handle when it came to actually manipulating my mana more efficiently and had a much easier time visualizing what I wanted to do. Of course, I'm barely beyond throwing primal elements around when it comes to actual combat, but I'm just barely getting started. However, with that much progress in controlling my magic, I knew I needed to jumpstart my training in actually using my body. After seeing Ravaya back to Haven, I made my way back to my mountain and scaled it for the second time today.
I made my way up to the peak, approaching the entryway to my chamber for the first time in a physical body. It's an odd sensation, to say the least, like déjà vu. It felt familiar to see, but I had never seen it with my own 2 eyes. Lingering by the entrance for another moment, I stepped closer and looked inside, seeing the glow of my core illuminating the chamber. That's me right there, yet I am also standing right here, watching the glowing green rock that makes up the entirety of me as I am in this world. I make my way in, the sound of my wooden feet clacking against the stone with every step. Once again, I was totally alone, as it was just me and myself in my chamber. I never realized how unbearable the silence could be up here, since I didn't have the benefit of sound of my own heartbeat or even breath. Now, standing before my pedestal, I reach out and touch my core. I was warm. Something about that manages to make me smile as I gaze into the glimmering swirls of mana rings as they slowly whirled around. Despite the smile on my face, I can't help but realize that I'm really not a human anymore. I'm just a thing, an object that can have thoughts and feelings and hopes and dreams. I can pretend to be the person that's almost like everyone else. But at the end of the day, as long as this glorified rock exists, I probably won't ever die. I won't ever be truly flesh and blood again. I can inhabit bodies like this wooden puppet, but ultimately, that's all I'll ever do. Inhabit, live in, and borrow, but I'll never just be a human again. I will always just be this thing, no matter what. I go to touch my cheek, pulling away as my finger comes back dry. I don't know why I expected anything else. Taking a pointless deep breath, I sighed and scratched the back of my head. All right, old-timer, that's enough for now, I tell myself, as I look around my chamber some more before settling down on top of my pedestal. Looking out in the entrance of my chamber, I shut my eyes, and after a few moments, I find that I've managed to separate myself from my avatar. My wooden body went slack and laid limply against my pedestal, the illusion of skin fading back to wood underneath. Oddly enough, I do notice that the intangible thread that connected my avatar to my core was still there. Maybe I'll try disconnecting and reconnecting to my avatar while I'm outside of my bubble next time. Instead of being alone with my thoughts, I decide to keep myself busy as I shift my perspective down below my mountain. There's so much potential space to work with down there. What used to be an impressive underground complex now turned into nothing but filled-up stone rooms. After some time considering what I could do, I think I found my answer in regards to getting used to my new body. It was an obvious solution, to say the least. Well, something like me, that is. To sum it up, I carved out an atrium the size of a city block, and just around 60 feet tall, and used all the stone to rebuild the spot I knew by memory. A certain street in the old Bouquet community, including a rooftop I had not seen in many years. I then filled the space with all sorts of obstacles, ramps, and passageways that were on my own design, making a playground out of a shell of my old home. I do my best to recreate what I remembered, though. At the same time, I made sure to keep everything as bare bones as possible, making the whole place more reminiscent of some warehouse mock-up of a combat zone rather than a place that people once lived. All in all, I was able to consume myself in my work, and before I knew it, I had guests in my core chamber. Making my way up, I came to find out that it was well into the morning, which means that I was very successful in my goal to distract myself. Returning to my chamber, I come to find Jolie kneeling beside my avatar while gently poking its cheeks, her face carrying an expression of concern as she looked it over. "But Maury, are you okay? Hello?" I couldn't help but smile a bit, and while I briefly consider scaring her a little bit by suddenly taking control of my body, I decided to be nice and create an orb of green light to represent where I am before speaking out to her. "Sorry about worrying you. I was distracted elsewhere. Did you need something?" She still jumps a little while mid-poke before looking up at the ball of light and standing. "Ah, it's okay, Maury. Sorry to interrupt whatever it was that you were doing, but we just needed a little bit of help." I coaxed the ball of light to go into the core so I don't need to bother maintaining it, letting it look at my core itself before responding to her. "Don't worry about it. I need it to be interrupted. How can I help you?" I offer as pleasantly as I can manage. Jolie smiles as she clasps her hands together. "Well, that's a relief," she muses for a moment, before continuing. "We need a cave for Isaac so that he can be isolated for the next couple of days at least.
We also need to begin his training while we're at it, so that we can make sure that he's on par with the other apprentices that we're bringing here."
I couldn't help but mentally grin to myself as I considered her request. "A cave for isolation and training, you say? Well, you're in luck. I have just the place." End of chapter. Chapter 95. Vidmori Point of View. Back below my mountain, I watched as Lars half-dragged, half-walked Isak down the stairs with Jody following behind them, carrying a couple of packs of equipment and other goods. Isak looked rough, but taking a closer look at him, I could tell that he was just exhausted, and nothing was actually wrong with him. Actually, he seemed to be stronger than when I saw him yesterday. He's even got a mana heart now. That's interesting. I didn't think that it could be developed so fast without something like me making it happen. Seeing Lars looking around the room I had just carved out of the staircase in order to make a new floor between Frisbee's old chamber and the slime spring room, he gave a nod of approval at what he saw. "This is a nice little cave. A bit of a walk, but it's good enough." I couldn't help but chuckle softly as I shook my head. "Oh, this isn't the cave I was talking about. This is just a foyer, essentially," I mused as I walked over to the far wall, deciding to be rather showy as I pressed my hand up to the wall and made the stone slowly vanish, pulling the wall into my storage and revealing the training room I'd spent all night building. Stepping aside, I glanced over at Lars and Jolie as they looked around the recreation of my long-lost home. Even if I wasn't doing all this for them, their expressions were well worth all the effort I put into this place. I wasn't aware that there were ruins down here, but by the gods, how old could this place be? Lars wondered aloud, shouldering most of Isak's weight, as Jolie pulled away to get a closer look at one of the buildings. They must be hundreds of years old, at least. Just look at this. Enough space for a whole community, all of which was lost to time, Jolie wondered aloud, as she walked up to the steps towards the entryway with no doors, peering at the empty space inside before stepping back. I had a hard time maintaining my composure, though I at least managed to keep a casual expression as I spoke up, interrupting their musings. "It's actually only a day old. Well, a night old. I just finished making all of this on a whim for my own trading. But you all are free to use it," I explained as I walked past them before looking at their faces again and flashing a small smile. Jody was stunned and silent for a moment, looking over the entire room at the similar-looking buildings around her. Lars found his words first, looking around in a similar state of disbelief as Jolie. You built this in a night? Truly, all of this? You could house that whole community in just one of these buildings. Hell, you could probably house the whole order down here and then some," he considered aloud. I took a moment to chew on that comment. I could definitely house everyone here, though it certainly wouldn't be all that comfortable without some real work being put into this place. Ultimately, I wouldn't want to drag anyone to live underground if they didn't have to. But who knows? This place could certainly be useful as a sort of shelter or bunker in case the haven needs to be evacuated for any sort of reason. Instead of explaining myself, I decided to just move the topic along. "Perhaps, but this is not a place designed to be lived in. It is a training room, and you are here for training, right?" Lars nodded as he looked around, and I could tell he was lost on where to go. Though it was around then that Jolie found her words as she started walking up towards me. "Vidmori, what is this place? I don't mean the training room as it is, but what is it supposed to look like?" she asked curiously. I blinked with vague surprise at the question and took a moment to consider an answer. "This place is a recreation of my old home. At the very least, a street that I was around rather often," I started to explain as I looked further up the road to a certain rooftop. "This street in particular was part of the residential district, so people lived in most of these buildings, while a couple of them were used as local storage lots and trading hubs for the few traveling merchants." I then point around the building up ahead of us. "That one over there had a pretty good diner on the second floor. The owner and head cook there was a Cuban man who could work miracles with just meat and rice," I mentioned with a bit of a smile, looking around the street as I walked a few more steps down the sidewalk. "This building over here served as the main trading hub for this part of the neighborhood. Most people had some sort of trade after so many years and would make things we needed for the day-to-day. Most people traded bullets, although knives, nails, and various odds and ends could be traded for all sorts of creature comforts, like cookies or bars of scented soap amongst other things. I could see Jolie was following closely behind me, listening intently to what I had to say as I rambled on, even if there were few things she didn't understand. Lars, on the other hand, found a bench to lay Isak down on, the teen sleeping soundly once again after being made to walk so far while being blinded and deafened. Once Isak was as comfortable as he was going to get, Lars walked over and spoke up. "So how many nobles were in your village? All these manors with shops and restaurants built within them. They must have been rather influential and wealthy," he considered as he looked amongst the buildings around them. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. The idea of nobility being anywhere within the apocalypse just felt rather absurd to me. There were no nobles, in fact. The practice of nobles and nobility had been out of style for just over a couple centuries in my country. There were landlords for these buildings, but that practice also dead by the time we set up here. I glanced at Lars, flashing an amused smile. The closest thing any sort of nobility would be the council members who ran the day-to-day of the home front. Though it was my family who settled the community and had executive power during the emergencies due to our influence. Just about everyone who lived here had been helped by my family and our people in one way or another. So we had earned the privilege of that authority, I explained before looking over the buildings once again. Also, these aren't manors. These are apartment buildings. A couple of them are office buildings, but most of them are apartments. This community was built out of a small but urban town. It took a lot of effort to clear and secure, but the infrastructure that was already in place was invaluable and well worth the effort to further fortify and defend. Jolie and Lars shared a look, taking a moment to digest what they understood, before Jolie piped up, stepping closer.
"So you didn't build the original version of this place? You came in and occupied it like some kind of invading force?" She didn't sound accusatory, and I couldn't sense any malice in her words, just simple curiosity. I flashed a bit of a smile. They didn't know. They couldn't have known, since I didn't tell them about what my homeworld was like. We did move in and occupy the place, yes, but not as an invading force. You see, my world was already over by that point. Monsters, in the shape of roaming corpses, decimated the world. This place was an abandoned ruin by the time we arrived and set to work rebuilding it. At that, their eyes widened, Jolie and Lars sharing another look, though before they could speak up, I answered the question I guessed was on their mind. Davy and I are from different worlds, so his home didn't follow the same path as mine, as far as I know at least. Thank you for that, Lars said with a sheepish smile as he scratched his cheek before looking at one of the buildings around them. Do you have anywhere for us to be in particular? Nowhere really, though I'd be happy to advise you on where to go and maybe even assist you if you can tell me what you're trying to do, I offer, not minding the opportunity to see this place getting some use. Jody spoke up at that. Well, we need Isak to rest for a while longer. After he wakes up, he'll be fed with a few pounds of unseasoned fire-grilled meat and bowls of plain oatmeal so he can fill up, she explained, though she continued before I could speak, seeing the question on my face. The reason we are feeding him such bland foodstuffs is due to the heightened sensitivity to his senses. Both taste and smell would overwhelm him if he were to try and eat regular food during the first couple of days. After his first meal, we're going to teach him one of our mana refinement and recovery techniques before forcing him to spar and move around while actively exerting his new mana heart. I see. Would you mind if I sat in on those lessons? I've yet to learn how to actually use my own mana heart while moving around. Well, I could still certainly talk with Rionim later about how he uses his mana heart. Based on what Revire said, I'd probably be better off getting this possibly simplified newbie crash course on how to use a mana heart. Jolie and Lars shared another look. I could sense their hesitation. They actually took a moment to quietly discuss what they should do, and I decided not to actively eavesdrop and waited patiently. After a couple of minutes, they came back as Jody spoke up. I'm afraid you cannot sit in during this isolation and teaching of the mana refinement and recovery techniques, though we have no problems if you joining in the mana heart exercises, she explained, while being sincerely apologetic. I suppose that's fair enough. They have their own tradition and practices, and while I could insist, it's not something worth arguing or fighting over. Very well. If you could just collect me when you're ready for the mana heart exercises, I'll be waiting. Feel free to use any of the buildings, but if you want to be as isolated as possible, then try that building, I suggested while pointing at one further up the road. That one has a staircase leading down into a basement. You won't get more isolated than that. Lars flashed a smile as he went to collect Isak,
slinging the tin over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "Thanks, Mori. We'll make sure to come and find you once Isaac is ready," he said cheerfully enough before the trio made their way off. Once they were out of sight, the motivation I had to train by myself was all but gone, as it would be a day or two for them to do whatever they needed to do to get Isaac acclimated to his new self. I had all the time I could want again, and now needed something different to occupy myself. Making my way back and crossing through the splitter wolf den, I nearly make my way up before spotting Jack, Lugosi, and Ururu all gathered up in the map room, standing around the table as Jack walks across the magical sand display.
"And here, this is the main gang Squirrels is based out of, and where the big boss is located. We strike here, and the rest of the faction is scattered," he exclaimed confidently as he cut his wing through the air. I couldn't help but smile as I watched Jack saunter around while managing to hold the complete attention of his two much more massive peers. I listen in for a few more moments and figure out what Jack is trying to propose a plan to attack, and with the aid of Lugosi's spitter wolves, all the while Ururu pokes in the holes in Jack's plan and offers his advice on how to better handle the various things. After a few more minutes, I decide to make myself known as I step into the room. "So you're finally taking the fight to the Squirrels. What's changed?" I asked curiously, walking up to the table and leaning against it.
"Boss, it's a pleasure to see you." Jack chirps pleasantly, Lugosi smiling cheerfully at my arrival, while Ururu bobbed his head in respect. Jack then looked over the map before hopping over to the simulated mountain and perching atop of it as he turned to look at me. "It's nothing, big boss. I just have other plans in mind, and I don't want to give my full attention to them until those squirrely bastards are handled," he explained, appearing rather confident in himself as he remained perched on the mountain and surveyed the simulated forest. I nodded in understanding as I looked things over before looking at Ururu. He was currently wearing a long blue poncho that draped over most of his torso, though he still wore a battle skirt underneath. Overall, he looked pretty good for a snake who recently became a person. "What do you think?" Ururu flicked his tongue thoughtfully, sitting in a coil of himself while wringing the end of his tail in his hands. I could tell that this act wasn't done out of anxiety, but more along the lines of contemplation. "It's not a bad plan altogether, but while we may not have the numerical advantage, we do have more overall power and even size on them. All in all, it should not be a difficult fight," he said, Jack flapping his wings with excitement. But before he could say anything, Ururu continued, "But the problem we'll have is having to face their numbers, as well as the fact that we should be meeting them in their home territory. The Squirrels have the advantage of knowing that locale section of the woods, as well as the overall mobility within the cover of the tree branches, which Jack's birds would not be able to easily access from above, and would put themselves at a much greater risk of attack or even crashing if they attacked from below the tree line." Lugosi just looked between Jack and Ururu, listening intently. As clever as he is, he still wasn't too sure if he fit in all of this besides just attacking, and I could see that he was just waiting to be given any kind of instruction once the decisions were made. Jack deflated a little bit, hopping down from the sand mountain and approaching Ururu. "Is there nothing that we can do?" he asks curiously, not liking the balance of the current advantages and disadvantages that were listed at this point. Ururu glanced between me, Jack, and Lugosi, the gears whirring as he thought about how to solve this particular dilemma. He turned to watch Lugosi again for a few more moments, and I could sense something snapping into place in his mind as he had a thought. "Perhaps we could have your birds ride along the backs of Lugosi's wolves. The birds could focus on using their magics to attack, while the wolves focus on staying on the move and keeping any attackers away, using their venom and generally more combat-capable bodies," he offered as he looked between Jack and Lugosi.
"Sounds good to me,"
Lugosi said with an eager bob of his head. Jack fluttered his wings excitedly as he hopped around the table.
"Excellent! When can we get started?"
he asked eagerly. Though at the question, Ururu looked over at me expectantly, which I appreciated, as I looked over the map and at everyone else.
Well, before we go off looking for a fight, do we know why the squirrels are attacking us to begin with? Is there any chance that we can possibly negotiate with them and recruit them to our team? I asked as I looked amongst them. Though, at that question, I could sense Jack getting nervous as he did his best to stare at one of the walls. Jack, do you happen to know why they're attacking us? Jack sunk into himself, glancing back at me with one eye before chirping out an imitation of a cough. After a few more moments of silence and nervous wing flapping from Jack, his nerves finally got to him as he sighed and looked away. I may or may not have found a stash of overripe berries, and I may or may not have eaten them all and got really drunk. I then may or may not have splashed a certain boss squirrel with water when she found me in her stash and made my escape. I couldn't help but sigh as I pinched the bridge of my nose. Jack, don't tell me you were the one who initiated all of this. At that, Jack bobbed his head. All right, I won't. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Remy Point of View. Remy was currently going over Haven's food stores, which were surprisingly plentiful. Despite Cinco taking it easy after accidentally impaling himself on his own arrow, the community as a whole has been able to successfully bring in a constant amount of food, along with the occasional surplus, thanks to a mix of fish traps and foraging for wild foodstuffs. Ultimately, with what they have now, he figures they would have more than enough to eat comfortably for the next couple of weeks, without tightening the belts all too much. But they would need to either double their efforts to prepare for winter, or find a way to get a merchant out here with the delivery of food and supplies before the winter was fully on them. Alone in the privacy of the walk-in pantry, Remy could feel his anxiety simmer as he considered the encroaching winter. Even in the capital, there were a few deaths here and there in the outer districts and the slums, and that's with the donations the clerics and acolytes of the church, as well as some more affluent churchgoers. But out here, all they have is themselves, while there may not be as many people they need to gather supplies for. He wasn't looking forward to having to deal with the untamed feet of snow that were in their near future. Fully immersed in his thoughts, Remy failed to realize that he was no longer alone. A finger tentatively poking his back and startling him as he jumped and looked around, startling Mina, who had come across him and eeped anxiously as his sudden movement. Sorry for disturbing you, Remy. I tried calling your name, but you weren't responding, she quickly explained, stammering at first while her ears twitched. Remy quickly collected himself as he smiled sheepishly down at Mina, his own ears absently flicking as he spoke up. It's fine, Mina. Did you need something? Mina watched him curiously, concern plain on her face as she wrung her hands together. Luna asked me to check in on you and get some rice and beans for tonight's dinner, she said, and pointed to the bags of dried foodstuffs beside him. Remy turned to look, only to realize that he had been holding the tuber of some kind for a while now, likely what he'd been staring at without realizing before Mina found him. He casually placed it back in a basket with the other dirt-coated tubers, before flashing a small smile as he grabbed some nearby bowls that had been using to scoop out food from the bags without having to take the whole bag. Gotcha, we shouldn't keep her waiting then, now should we? He mused while putting on a false smile, doing his best to reassure Mina as he took a knee and started filling the 2 bowls with beans and rice. Would you like to pull on my ears? Mina asked, stammering a little at the offer, as she brought her hands up to gesture at both her rounded ears at once. Sufficiently blindsided by the offer, Remy turned to stand and look at her, only to hit his head with one of the shells, which caused him to drop the bowls of rice and beans as they clattered to the ground, and scattering the precious foodstuffs while he clutched his head. Quietly hissing from the pain and rubbing his head, he turned to properly look at Mina, who seemed to be on the verge of tears as she stared down at the floor and wasted food. Why would I want to pull on your ears? He asked, sighing and moving to properly stand while rubbing his head some more. Mina, for her part, had dropped to her hands and knees and began to meticulously collect every single bean and grain of rice and putting them into the individual bowls. She started murmuring to herself, sounding rather distressed as she seemed to beg for forgiveness. Remy sighed once more, rubbing his head a little more before getting down to his knees and joining her as they collected the spilled foodstuff. After several minutes, and once they were nearly done, Mina had seemingly mostly recovered from her fit as she plucked out yet another bean before speaking up softly. You
You seem stressed and upset, she said, glancing over at Remy, ears flicking once more as she avoided eye contact with him, focusing on her task of collecting the rice and beans. Mistress, Diarosa, she said, correcting herself for a moment as she appeared uncertain of even saying that woman's name without the title. She would often pull on my ears whenever she was upset. It hurt so much, but she would always thank me for helping her distress. I thought if it really helps, that you could do it too, to feel better, she explained, trading off near the end. Remy was taken aback by the revelation, and he could feel bile rising up in his throat at the thought of the years of that sort of abuse she would have had to endure to even consider it normal and comforting act for others. He did his best to keep his composure as he sighed and shook his head. I appreciate the offer, Mina, but this isn't something that you should be offering, he explained, sitting up and dropping the last few beans into the bowl before turning to watch her. To handle someone else's ears is a rather intimate act. It is really only meant to be done between family, close friends, or lovers. What you experienced is nothing short of cruel abuse, and it would not bring me any kind of good feelings to do something like that to you. His voice was undeniably somber as he watched her gather the last grains of rice. Mina's ears twitched and waggled in thought as she nodded slowly, picking up the balls of beans and holding it close to her chest. I see. Thank you for telling me, she said softly, before moving to stand by the door and waiting for Remy. Remy stood after her, taking up a bowl of rice as he offered her a small smile. No problem. Now come on, I'm sure Luna has waited long enough, he mentioned before stepping out of the pantry. Glancing back at Mina, he did vaguely regret not taking the chance to at least mess or touch her ears since she had offered. They looked so soft and cute. Softer than his ears for sure. But considering what he learned and her overall naivety, he would have definitely regretted it later if he had acted upon his impulse. Mina seemed to be slightly better spirits as far as she could tell, offering him a small smile when their eyes met. He made sure to return her before looking ahead as they made their way into the kitchen space and to Luna as she worked on deboning one of the several good-sized river fish. She flashed a wolfish smile at their approach and set her knife aside and took a moment to pull her hide gloves off. Well, the two of you took your time. I hope you didn't get lost on your way to and from the pantry, she mused mischievously. Remy just rolled his eyes as he set the bowl of rice down on the container, taking up Mina's bowl and setting it on the counter as well. That was my bad. I made a bit of a mess, he said while gesturing to the bowls. Mina stood quietly to the side, clearly still feeling guilty about what had happened for no good reason. Luna looked between them, one of her ears perking curiously, before looking to Mina as she procured a rather large grass-weave bowl and poured the 2 bowls of rice and beans into it, ruining the duo's hard work. Mina, could you go and rinse these? They need to be cleaned anyway. Afterwards, put them to soak until we need them, she instructed. The Ratkin girl nodded dutifully and picked up the larger bowl before hurrying off, leaving Luna and Remy alone. Luna then looked over to Remy, her tail slowly swaying behind her as she turned her body to face him before leaning back against the counter. So, what happened? Remy looked away, scratching the back of his ear before sighing a bit. I was, zoned out of my thoughts when you sent Mina. She must have noticed that I was stressed or something and asked if I wanted to abuse her to get my spirits up or something, he explained, just shaking his head at the idea. At that, both of Luna's brows raised and her ears perked before just shaking her head as well. Woof, that's rough, buddy, she said simply as she rubbed the back of her neck. Remy nodded while looking over what Luna had set out before speaking up again. Yeah, I was so surprised at the offer that I ended up hitting my head, spilling all the food on the floor. We just finished picking up everything again before I explained to her why what she said was not good. He then sighed again and crossed his arms. It just really hits home how horrible her childhood was, and how horrible our lives could have been if it weren't for Revire, Rionum, and Vidmori. Luna nods intently, turning back around towards the counter before putting her gloves back on. Well, get to work and tell me what was on your mind. It must have been something, if even Mina noticed, she said simply, as she brought another fish over to her cutting board. Remy nodded in response, taking a moment to go wash his hands in a nearby basin, using some kind of herbal paste that Vertissa had made for them. Returning to their workstation, he said about peeling some tubers as he considered what he should say. After a couple minutes, he decided to cut to the bone of his worries.
I'm worried that a lot of us are going to die once winter hits, sir. We aren't nearly as well supplied as the capital city, and people still die there every winter. How well do you think we're going to fare on our own like this? He asked, not really expecting an answer, but simply putting his thoughts out in the open. Luna nodded intently, letting the question hang for another few minutes before speaking up with her own thoughts. We should be slaves right now, facing some of the worst circumstances and being treated as nothing more than cattle or pieces of meat. We should be dead right now, or dying very soon to some sort of monster or mana beast. We should be struggling to stay warm and desperately build some kind of shelter, or lost trekking through the wilds to find some sort of civilization. She then shrugs a bit as she adds another fishbone to a growing pile of bones beside the cutting board. A lot of things could have happened, and we should have been worse off for it. But we have been protected and delivered from the worst possibilities of what could have been. Maybe not by Gaia, as it was a clergy who likely did this to us, but perhaps another one of the gods is watching over us. Everything is not hopeless, and we are in a relatively good place. She then smiled a bit, looking over at Remy before looking back down at the fish that she was working on. Have faith, and keep doing all that you can do. If you can look back on the day and feel good about what you have accomplished, then you should hold no regrets as we face the trials of the next day, whatever they may be. Remy's ears twitched thoughtfully before he sighed and picked up another tuber. I suppose you have a point. I'll do my best to keep all that in mind, he said with a hint of a smile. Luna nodded once again as she looked back over at Remy. You also probably shouldn't be too alone with your thoughts. I'm sure Mina would be glad to keep you company if you let her, she mused lightly. Remy smiled a little, but he shook his head at the thought. No, she's a nice girl, and I do mean she's very nice and thoughtful, but I shouldn't burden her with my troubles. She needs time to recover after what she's gone through, and to be able to discover who she is now that she's free. It wouldn't be fair to her to pressure her with my feelings. You're no burden, Mina spoke up, having seemingly been standing in the doorway for the last few moments, carrying the now somewhat heavier bowl of beans and rice over to the counter and looking over at Remy as she dried off her hands and her apron before putting her hands on her hips and attempting to puff herself up. You've been nothing but kind and supportive to me. All of you have, she said while looking over at Luna, as well as looking up at Remy once more. I may be lacking right now, but I'm sure that with your help and kindness the others have shown for me, that I'll soon be a proper person and can be relied on, just like you, she enthused with a genuine little smile as she stepped closer and placed a hand on Remy's arm. Remy could feel his face warm up, though he couldn't help but smile a bit when gazing down into Mina's vibrant pink eyes and nodded a bit. I'll be looking forward to it, and I suppose I'll be troubling you for the foreseeable future. Mina smiled cheerfully before going back to work with the rice and beans, pouring them into a pot that she'll fill with water later to start soaking them. Though after a few more minutes to cheerfully quiet working, someone had walked into the kitchen area of the longhouse, tapping their knuckles against the wall and briefly startling Remy and the others since they didn't even hear them walk in. Turning to look, they spotted Vitmori standing there with Seka sprawled over his shoulders as he flashed a bit of a smile. Hey there, sorry to bother you, but can you all give me a bottle of wine? He asked rather politely. To the surprise of seeing Vitmori quickly past as Mina got rather cheerful, stepping away from the counter and offering Vitmori a polite curtsy. No, of course I'll greet Vitmori. I'll be just a moment, she enthused reverently before hurrying off. Remy watched her go before turning to look at Vitmori. I don't mean to pry, but what do you need a bottle of wine for? Vitmori chuckled a bit while looking over at Seka, reaching up and affectionately tickling her throat before looking over at Remy. I've got to go make some peace with some squirrels, he said simply, not adding anything else to that statement, as Mina soon returned with a large bottle of relatively good wine and offered it up to Vitmori. Many thanks, sir. Have a good day now, he said cheerfully enough, turning to leave as quickly as he arrived as Mina happily went back to work. Remy couldn't help but feel confused by what he just heard as he turned to look over at Luna and cocked a brow. Squirrels? End of chapter. Chapter 97. Vitmori point of view. So, are you sure we're going the right way? I asked, glancing over at Jack, who was perched on my shoulder. I'd been jogging for some time, making my way deeper into the woods and going quite a ways away from Haven. It was time for the birds and squirrels to settle their differences and stop fighting a pointless battle. More to the point, It was time for Jack to beg for the squirrel boss's forgiveness, since Jack was the one in the wrong here, and we were the ones who initiated the whole conflict. Jack, for his part, was rather sullen as he bobbed his head. "Yes, boss, we're nearly there. The squirrels should be home by now, since they usually only hunt for a morning until afternoon." Well, I did feel a little bad for Jack. His current mood came from the dressing down I gave him after I realized he provoked a fight and did nothing to correct it, causing needless deaths. It might seem strange to hold value in the life of a mere squirrel, but I can't help but see them as people, or at least potential people. It's clear to me that not all animals have the possibility of becoming as intelligent as Basti and the others, not without a lot of effort and influence on my part, at least, but the possibility is there for quite a few of them. I don't intend on becoming any kind of steadfast defender of all life. People die. Some people need to die. And ultimately, people and animals dying is just the way of the world. What I won't stand for is needless death. Killing for the sake of killing is wasteful and pointless, especially in the apocalypse when almost every life is needed for the sake of the future. I may no longer be in the midst of an apocalypse, but I do feel that the values I developed still hold true in a world filled with different kinds of monsters and beasts than the ones I knew. My musings are interrupted when I start feeling a rather large number of eyes focusing on me, whereas moments before I could feel the eyes of random creatures on me as I passed. Now it feels like many eyes with semblance of intelligence were intentionally focusing on me as I made my way deeper through the woods. I slowed to a stop once I sensed that I had been fully surrounded, and I could tell that Jack was feeling rather uncomfortable and how outnumbered we were at this point. I couldn't blame him. He was the only one actually at risk here, considering my physical body was back up in my mountain, especially considering just how many of these squirrels around us actually have a manor heart, proving themselves to be proper manor beasts. Under the watchful gaze of the squirrels, I pour out a pile of stones from my inventory and go about shaping a round table with a chair for myself. Upon taking a seat at the bench, I shape a stone perch for the tabletop for Jack to rest on, before creating a much smaller bench and a smaller table atop the table so that Jack and whoever the boss squirrel is would sit across from each other. Finally, I pull out a bottle of wine from my inventory and gently set the heavy bottle down on the table before looking along the trees. "Squirrels, I have come to parley. I would like to speak to whoever is in charge here," I called out. I feel just a little silly talking to the squirrels like this, but then again, these squirrels have the possibility to be people just like the rest of my manor beasts, and it would be better to talk to them directly as people instead of being condescending and talking to them as if they were animals. The squirrels began chattering amongst themselves after I spoke, and I briefly wondered if they were able to even understand me. I've gotten so used to talking to animals that I don't really have a reason to think that they wouldn't, but then again, I've been connected to all the animals I've spoken to up till now. After a couple minutes, the biggest squirrel that I'd ever seen had hopped down from a tree and scampered over to the table. The phrase, "a unit of a squirrel," came to mind as it climbed up one of the table legs and scrambled a bit to get on the tabletop. The squirrel in question was easily just over 1.5 feet long, even without considering this particularly bushy tail. Once they were atop the table, they scampered over to sit in front of me before sitting on the hind legs and staring intently at me. After a few more quiet minutes, they reached behind them and pulled out 2 squirrel kits from their bushy tail and placed them on my arm before scurrying off to the other end of the table. It was at that moment I could sense all the squirrel gazes becoming dramatically more intense as they seemed to scrutinize my every move. I wasn't sure what to do, glancing over at Jack, who looked amongst the squirrels in the trees before looking at me, regarding me with a simple sense of curiosity, but not saying a word. It was at that point that the squirrel kits began mewling and whimpering, and the gaze of the adult squirrels only intensified. Taking a moment to collect myself, I do my best to comfort the squirrel kits, gingerly plucking them up and holding them to my chest. It was only then that I realized that I was lacking both the warmth of a living thing and the heartbeat to soothe them as squirrel kits mewled and shifted against me, still sounding rather distressed and upset. I looked over to Jack, meeting his gaze as I suddenly had an idea and flashed a small smile. "Jack, get over here," I ordered, as I tore off a piece of my poncho, carefully moving the squirrel kits before swaddling the 2 of them in their own piece of fabric, being mindful of their tails as the kits continued to squirm, but not as much. What is it, boss?" Jack asked as he flitted over, landing before me as he tilted his head curiously. After another moment of thought, I decided to pull my poncho off outright, folding it as best as I could in one hand before gently laying the squirrel kits in the center of the pile of fabric. I then looked back at Jack and gestured over the bundle. "I need you to sit on these squirrels and share your warmth with them." Jack squawked with surprise, glancing between me and the still mewling squirrel kits in the bundle of cloth. "What? Boss, please, no. No, I can't make me do this. I've never brooded anything before. I've never even had eggs with anyone," he explained in a desperate whisper, sounding rather frantic. I simply shook my head at him. "Well, you're brooding these squirrels. After all, you're the one who instigated all of this. We have to earn their trust if we want the fighting to stop," I explained in an equally hushed whisper. "Besides, you're good with kids. I'm sure you'll be a natural," I mentioned, flashing a bit of a smile at that. Jack whistled miserably, glancing over at the large squirrel who brought the kits over, who stared at both of us with the most intensity out of all the gathered squirrels. With an unconscious flap of a wing, he meandered over to the bundle of cloth with the swaddled squirrel kits, shooting me another glance before carefully stepping between the kits as he started doing his best to settle in. It takes more than a couple of minutes, but before long, he settled down with the kits on either side of him, his wings outstretched over the two as the squirrel kits eventually quiet and relax. "See, you're doing great," I mused with a bit of a smile, earning an indignant look from Jack as he sighed. Though once the kits settled down, I could feel the intense gazes of the squirrels around us start to relax, as they just now watched with intent curiosity. The unit of a squirrel approached Jack, slowly scampering over before using their hands to dig through the cloth to peer under Jack to personally check the squirrel kits. After a few moments, I sensed that it was satisfied with what it saw before making its way back across the table, looking out at the trees and the other squirrels. It chatted out something, and a few moments later, another squirrel came scampering over, climbing up the table leg and scrambling up over the stone table. The squirrel was somewhat smaller than the first, but that wasn't saying much. It shared a look with the first squirrel before looking over at me, and I could immediately recognize that it had a semblance of intelligence. Clearly smarter than the rest of its kind, that's for sure. "Ah, you must be the boss here. It is a pleasure to meet you," I say as politely as I can manage, gesturing to the small bench in front of me of the small table in the middle of the bigger table that I was sitting at. The boss squirrel looked at me, sniffing the air curiously before looking over at the bench, table, and then back at me as they started scampering closer and peering over the edge of the table. I could feel its eyes trading over me and observing how I sat, before making their way over to the small table. At first, it climbs onto the little stone bench, standing on it, before scooching around and actually sitting on it like a person. It looked at me again, then over at Jack when it sensed the spark of anger within it as they recognized Jack. I spoke up before it could act, procuring another stone from my inventory, shaping it into a stone shot glass and setting it before the boss squirrel on the small table. The clanking of stone on stone distracted them momentarily as they looked between me and the stone cup. "It has come to my attention that my subordinate has crossed you, drawing your ire and bringing conflict between our two groups. On behalf of Jack, I offer my apologies and present you with what I hope will be a suitable peace offering," I say as I take up the bottle of wine, swirling its contents around audibly. To say that the boss squirrel seemed intrigued was an understatement. I wasn't sure if it recognized what kind of bottle this is, or if they could smell the wine despite the bottle having never been opened. Regardless, when I pulled the cork into my inventory, I watched the boss squirrel's nose twitch with excitement as they sniffed at the air. I go about carefully pouring the small splash of wine into the stone shot glass before pulling the bottle away and corking it again. The boss squirrel lifting the stone cup with both hands and drinking down the red wine with a clear eagerness, as their fluffy tail twitched and flicked with obvious delight. Even the unit squirrel was intrigued, sniffing at the cup, but not daring to cross its boss, as it stayed where it was behind the boss squirrel and waited patiently. As the boss squirrel finished what it had in its cup, it pointed to the bottle with one hand before holding the cup back up with both hands, demanding a refill. I smile a bit and shake my head as I set the bottle of wine down. "Sorry, but not yet. I need you to be sober for what comes next." At that, the boss squirrel seemed annoyed but understanding, as it settled down on the bench again before bringing the stone cup back to its mouth to drink the last few drops they had. "I want to have a proper discussion with you, if that's all right. Will you allow me to grant you some of my mana in order to raise your awareness of what's going on?" The squirrel boss looked rather thoughtful. tapping their stone cup against the table before giving a rather distinct nod. With that, I slowly reach out and gently tap on the top of their head. Being very careful, I go about swirling a small dose of my mana through them. It takes a few minutes, but before long, I've managed to enhance them to the point where the sapience and self-awareness that most of my mana beasts have already reached. Putting away, I could already see the change in the squirrel boss's expression as they looked around before looking over at me once more. "Well, ain't that the neat little trick?" she said in a feminine voice, the squirrel boss turning out to be a girl boss of all things. "All right, so your bird killed some of my squirrels, and my squirrels killed some of your birds. Now you want peace. Why?" she asked, shifting in her seat as she sat a little straighter. "You are strong enough to make me better, and you are strong enough to kill me as well. Why go out of your way for peace?" I smiled a bit, not necessarily a happy smile, but I am pleased to have a proper dialogue now. "Because we were in the wrong. You didn't start this fight, and you shouldn't have to be the one to try and end it." I then shrugged a bit and uncorked the wine again, refilling her cup before settling the bottle down, leaving it open this time. "I also find pointless killing to be wasteful. There's no reason for this fight to continue, as it started because a fool got carried away. Now blood has been traded, and I'd rather no more be spilled because of a grudge." The squirrel boss nodded intently, sniffing at the wine some more and taking another sip, pacing herself this time as she looked back up to me while setting the cup down. "That sounds like a good enough reason for me. But with winter coming, I'll need every paw and claw that I can get." "That's another thing. After peace, I would like to achieve cooperation," I mentioned with a more genuine smile. "I'd like for you to work for me, protect the forest and its occupants, and I'll give you even more power. Through this power, you won't need to eat as much and even develop to become more powerful versions of yourself." The squirrel boss looked even more intrigued by the idea than when she saw the bottle of wine, looking over to the unit squirrel and chattering to them, the big squirrel chattering back to her before making their way over to Jack. The poor bird in question had remained indignantly silent this entire time in order to not wake the squirrel kits. Peeking under Jack's wings, they chattered back into the squirrel boss, who nodded intently and looked over at Jack and held up a cup. "Help us finish this bottle tonight, and I'll think about your offer in the morning," she mused with a toothy smile and a flick of her tail. At that, Jack immediately perked up as his little low whistle. "Mind if I bring a few friends?" he asked almost mischievously. The squirrel boss chuckled softly and said, "Sure, let us celebrate our new peace." She enthused as she stood, holding up a stone cup with both hands above her head, causing all the surrounding squirrels to chatter and cheer with delight. End of chapter. Chapter 98. W.R.E. Point of View. It wasn't long until the birds had gathered where the squirrels were. Things were tense at first, but the birds and squirrels quickly got over it once I began pouring more drinks. I'm not sure how I ended up becoming the bartender, but it's probably due to the fact that I'm the only one with hands big enough to even handle the bottle, and I couldn't even drink if I wanted to. To help spread the wine amongst many birds and squirrels, I went about creating little basins all around the clearing, pouring out stones with my inventory, and shaping the shallow bowls for the birds and squirrels to drink out of them as small groups. I also came to realize that even though this bottle of wine was fairly larger than most bottles I'm used to, there was absolutely no way there would be enough to get through the night, at least not on its own. So to stretch out while the wine a bit more, I diluted each basin with 2 parts water and 1 part wine. At first, I am briefly worried that either of the groups would perhaps complain about the taste, but my fears are quickly squashed as both of the squirrels and birds happily and excitedly drink from the bowls. Right, the only experience most of these critters have with alcohol is fermented berries. Likely, this wine, even while watered down, is better than anything they've had before. Turning my attention back to Jack and the squirrel boss, I watched as Jack sent away some birds with a bandana, while a group of squirrels was scampering off in different directions. The unit squirrel then went about collecting the swallowed squirrel kits and taking them away to a certain tree that was nearby. Taking my seat back at the bench, I looked between the two while flashing a bit of a smile. "So, what was all that about?" Jack hopped up into the perch I made for him before looking over to address me with a bob of his head. "Oh, I just sent some of the crew out to bring in some snacks and foodstuffs. We can't celebrate in an empty stomach after all, and the alcohol always makes food taste better." He whistled cheerfully at that, before leaning over to the small bowl I made at the end of his perch and sipping at the undiluted wine. Looking over at the squirrel boss, she smiled a bit, though I could tell that she was already rather tipsy from the first couple of cups of undiluted wine that she downed at this point.
I sent some of mine off to make sure the kits are all put down for the night.
She then looked up and met my eyes as she swirled around her stone cup, nursing her wine before speaking up once more.
And if what you say is true, then we won't need to worry as much about food this winter. So they'll be breaking into some of our stashes and bringing other sorts of foods for us to eat.
Oh! So you are already considering joining us? I asked with a pleasant smile before taking up a bottle of wine and topping her off with another splash, then doing the same for Jack as the duo eagerly drinks it down. The squirrel boss squeaks out a hiccup before chuckling with delight.
I don't see any reason not to. What you offered us brings a lot of benefits, and not to mention you handled our young with genuine care and gentleness. Someone who wasn't sincerely wanting to end the conflict would not have been as kind as you have been. Even that dumbass over there showed kindness to our young, even if he was hesitant, she mused as she gestured over to Jack with a cup before taking another deep drink from it. Looking over at Jack, it looked like he wanted to say something about her comment, but I could sense that he didn't have a good point to argue back about. So instead, he dunked his beak into the wine to drink some more, before sitting upright and letting out a low whistle. The boss treats us pretty well, and the people in his care are all good, especially the kids,
Jack mused, as he very slightly sways on his perch, before dunking his beak into the wine again, looking very similar to those drinking bird toys back home. The squirrel boss nodded intently, looking fairly thoughtful.
That's good to hear. Are you expecting us to move or live closer to these people in town of yours?
She asked while setting the stone cup down and leaning forward on the table before her. Now, that was a good question. Do you all actually have a home you all work around? I was somewhat under the impression that most squirrels just move from place to place, I countered in response, deciding to hear what she has to say first before I answer her question. The squirrel boss takes another drink from her cup before shrugging her little shoulders.
We move around when the weather changes, following the food and all that, she explained before looking a little ways behind her. But this is where we settle for the winter. Beech trees are far the warmest for us to offer the most space for our food and for us to huddle together for warmth.
I see. So it's not a matter of not wanting to move, rather, they're staying here for the sheer practicality and reliable comfort of it. Well, if that's the case, then I have someone you should meet. His name is Woody, and he can show you a way to make your trees even warmer and more comfortable. At that, the squirrel boss's tail flicked and twitched behind her as she tilted her head.
Really? Just like that? Is it some sort of power?
She asked, gesturing to her chest. It takes me a moment to figure out what she means, though it soon clicks as I smile a bit. Nope, no magic needed. I mused before considering it a bit more. Well, maybe some water magic might help. Basically, he will show you how to make some kind of special plaster using a mix of dry grass, clay, and water. That'll help keep in the warmth. I don't actually know how to properly make it myself, but Woody seemed pretty confident when he told me about it, so it shouldn't be too hard to learn and teach. I could sense that the squirrel boss's intrigue was palpable, despite being more than buzzed on the red wine as she took another long drink before gesturing for me to refill her cup.
That does sound rather useful. Perhaps we won't lose anyone to the frost this winter, she mentioned, sounding rather delighted before licking her lips as they went about pouring another splash of wine for her. Before anything else could be said, the birds and squirrels that had been sent off had just returned. Jack's birds setting down a bandana full of nuts and fruits, along with quite a few good-sized bugs and a few rodents here and there. The squirrels, for their part, bring their own haul of nuts and berries, with quite a few overripe berries mixed in. At first, I'm surprised to see that meat had been brought to the party. But as the birds and squirrels that brought the food started passing it out to the various groups around the few basins of watered-down wine, I watched both birds and squirrels tear apart the various rodents and bugs before chowing down with gusto. Sensing the lull in conversation as Jack and the squirrel boss started digging into their share of food, I decided to fill my self-imposed role of bartender, going around to the various basins and topping them off with only 1 part water to 1 part wine this time. By the time I got back to the table, the two were talking once again about something or another. It's gonna be a shame to lose them, but not a lot of birds are suited for trying to weather this winter,
Jack said with a whistling sigh as he proceeded to dunk his beak into the wine. Who are you losing? My curiosity got the better of me as I settled on the bench. If it's a matter of the weather, I'm sure I could figure out something to prevent anyone from dying from exposure. Jack whistled pleasantly as he looked up at me, seemingly sensing my concern. Don't worry, Vidmore, I'm not losing anyone like that. It's just a lot of my crew are getting ready to head north for the winter. It's just nature. Most of them aren't hardy enough to survive and thrive in the winter like myself, and the others who are sticking around. I don't blame them, but I'll be making patrolling harder for sure. He considered, before absently flapping one of his wings. I could feel the squirrel boss watch me as I spoke with Jack, a smile playing on her face as she chewed through the hard shell of a nut, spitting some of the shell out before digging into the fruit of the nut with her teeth. After another moment, she washed down what she had in her mouth with a gulp of wine before speaking up. If it's a matter of making sure your territory is secured, my squirrels should be able to pick up the slack, especially if we're all going to be stronger, as you say, she says while setting down her cup and looking at me in particular. Well, if you're so curious as to whether or not I'm telling the truth, how about we find out? I mused to her. Holding up the bottle of wine, I swirled around what little remained at the bottom of the bottle. At that, the boss squirrel smiles back at what she had left in her cup before setting it down as she tapped it against the table. Pouring out the final splash of wine, she holds up the cup before looking between me and Jack. I suppose a deal is a deal, she mused cheerfully, bringing the cup to her mouth and steadily draining it to the last drop before flinging it over the edge of the table and wiping her mouth with her arm, looking more than satisfied as she let out a delighted sigh. All right, Vidmore, I'll join you. What do I have to do? She asked, placing both of her hands down on the small stone table before her to keep her balance, her tail flicking and swaying behind her. I couldn't help but smile with amusement at her gusto, glancing over at Jack before offering my hand. Well, first, I've got to give you a name. From there, we'll get a large chunk of my mana, and then all you've got to do is share that mana amongst your squirrels. She curiously sniffs at my hand before reaching out and holding the end of it. A name? Sounds neat. I hope you don't name me something stupid like Stripe or Fluffy, she mused almost mischievously, before hiccuping and steadying herself. I chuckled softly at that before shaking my head. I'll do my best. How does, Dynaiba sound? I offer, and at that, I could feel the surge of mana flowing from my mana core all the way down to me, but the mana doesn't go into the squirrel boss just yet, as if she was still deciding. She looked thoughtful, even as she swayed while standing in place, my hand being the only thing keeping her properly upright at this point. After a pregnant pause, she hiccuped before smiling cheerfully up at me. You know what? I like it, sure. With that, the mana began coursing into her, flooding her little body as I watched her twitch and convulse. Her mana heart fled from the overflow of mana. I quickly get to work on stabilizing her, following the example I had seen from both Rita and Revia. My free hand goes around to the back as I do my very best to swirl the mana within her and around her mana heart, grabbing all the strands of overflowing mana and forming a ring. Eventually, I am gradually able to pull my second hand away, her body stabilizing after a tense few minutes, though I leave her in my other hand to keep her upright as I watched her curiously. Dynaiba, how are you doing? I ask her as gently as I could manage. She pulls away after a few moments, still shaky on her own 2 feet, before walking over to the edge of the table. She looks amongst the birds and squirrels, all of which had gone completely silent after she had been named. She took another moment before raising both her arms up in the air. From now on, you shall know me as Dynaiba. Under Vidmore we shall be strong, and under Vidmore we shall not only survive this winter, we shall thrive. Now, let's celebrate, she cries out with an enthusiastic grin before falling back onto her fluffy tail and falling right to sleep. The squirrels and birds all let out their own form of cheering as they hoot and holler in celebration, going back to their food and watered-down wine. Jack whistles out with amusement as he looked over at me. Looks like we're going to be just fine this year, don't you think, boss? I chuckled a bit, gently picking up Dynaiba and moving her away from the edge of the table. I think you might be right. Just try not to provoke any more fights with other woodland critters, I mused before draping my poncho over Dynaiba once it became obvious that she didn't plan on waking up any time soon. Jack couldn't help but chirp out a chuckle as he stretched and flapped his wings. Why not? It turned out pretty well this time, though that earned a half-hearted glare from me as he averted his gaze. Hi, boss. End of chapter. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 99. Isuk Point of View. Hungry. He's so hungry. How long has it been? He's not even sure he's actually awake yet. or if it's just some kind of dream. He tries to open his eyes, yet he's only greeted by more darkness. Is he blind? What's going on? His limbs feel so heavy, and he's having trouble breathing. Wait, no. His nose is just blocked up for some reason. He can breathe just fine through his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he quickly realizes how thirsty he is as well. His mouth unbearably dry for some reason. Trying to move around, he's suddenly aware of some faint breathing nearby. A heartbeat, the turning of a page in a book, and a distinct scent of a candle burning nearby, despite his nose being blocked up. "Hey, you're finally awake," said a voice that sounded as if it were whispered, yet to him it was almost as if she was speaking in his ear. It took him a moment, but Isak soon realized it was Jodie. He felt her footfalls as they distinctly thudded against the stone floor, and before long she was right beside him. "You need to try and stay relaxed. Your senses are hyperactive right now, and it's going to take some time and practice before you're able to handle day-to-day stimulus," she explained, in what sounded like a voice barely louder than a breath. Yet it reached his ears clearly and distinctly, as if she were talking normally. What?" he started to say in a normal voice, before clutching his ears and crying out in pain. His own voice sounded like thunder, and his own sound of pain crashed into his senses as he shuddered and panted, writhing on the floor before a powerful hand clamped down on his mouth, shutting him up. His ears were still ringing, and now he couldn't breathe at all. Keep your mouth shut. Don't even say a word. I haven't even removed your earplugs yet, and I'm barely whispering. Your own voice is going to break you as you are now," she warned, with a harsh whisper before pulling away once he managed to collect himself, taking a slow, deep breath once he was able to. He heard Jodie shifting around, water sloshing around in a water skin, and a cork being pulled. "Open up, let's get the thirst slaked, and then we'll see about getting you some food." With that, he opened his mouth wide, and in moments water started trickling down. Even the noise of the water filling his mouth was uncomfortable as he eagerly drank, panting as softly as he could manage, while being all too aware of the sound of his own lungs and heartbeat. Once the water stopped, he could hear Jodie stepping away and moving around. "I'm going to get you something to eat. Work on sitting upright and stretching. I want you mobile enough to feed yourself," she said, before walking further away. The sound of her steps heading away before ascending some kind of staircase. Straining his ears, he could hear and almost feel her footsteps somewhere above him before they headed further away. Isak took another slow breath, trying his hardest to not even breathe too hard as he soundlessly worked on pushing himself up off the ground. His muscles were unbearably stiff, but he pushed through it and got himself into a seated position. He feels bigger. His clothes don't fit quite right anymore, and his body just feels different than he remembered. Before he could lose himself in his own thoughts, he figured out he ought to do as Jodie ordered and got to stretching, rolling his shoulders and twisting around as he popped his back. The disgustingly brutal sound of cracks and pops he heard coming from himself nearly deafened him, and he was briefly worried that he broke something. Before the resounding relief he felt moments after he popped his back, he couldn't find any noticeable damage to his body. Isak must have lost track of time at some point, feeling the sound of Jodie's steps above him, returning in what felt like only seconds since she left. The smell of food reaching his nose in the next few seconds despite being plugged up, causing his stomach to let out a thundering rumble as he was reminded of the sensation of hunger that woke him up in the first place. "All right, Isak, eat up," she said simply, placing a bowl in his hands before taking a step back. "And no, there aren't any utensils, just drink and chew," she ordered, before making her way back to where he heard her sitting earlier. Unsure of what was in the bowl, he brought it up to his nose, trying to get a sense of what it was while slowly shaking the bowl to listen to it. Whatever it was, it sloshed around like some kind of chunky sludge. He could smell a faint hint of cooked meat, smoked, and a vaguely savory scent of boiled grains mixed with animal fat. It took everything to stop himself from outright asking what was in the bowl as he brought it to his lips and took a drink. Almost immediately, he gagged at the sensation of the thick slurry flowing into his mouth, but managed to keep from puking on himself as he swallowed it down and felt it trail down his throat. Jodie snickered softly at his expense as she watched him eat. "Sucks, I know. Don't worry. You'll only have to put up with it for a couple days. Then we can see about reintroducing normal foods to you," she whispered before collecting her book. the fluttering sound of flipping pages filling his ears until she found the page that she was at before. With that, Isak just sighed silently and continued to quietly drink down the slurry of shredded meat and boiled grains. But Maury point of view. The morning came and went as I watched over the hungover birds and squirrels. It was a miserable sight, to be sure. After making sure they all got a good drink of water, they began to disperse to get on with their day, as Dionyba and Jack led their respective groups into the day's tasks. Left to my own devices, I decided to head for my mountain and check in with the Sinners and Basti. It isn't long before I'm in the training room following the trail of self-sustaining magic lights to maintain the training area. Once there, I spot both Ururu and Basti with the Sinners and Frisbee standing around them in a wide circle. The two of them are, well, they're juggling rocks for some reason. Basti seems to be having fun with it, while Ururu's desperately focusing on the task at hand. The Sinners, for their part, seemed to be having fun as they enjoyed the show, while occasionally passing over another round stone or for Ururu and Basti to juggle, altogether appearing more animated and lively like normal people, instead of the imitation of people they used to be. Looking around, I spot Dredd standing off to the side, observing the whole affair quietly, and with a rather stern expression on his face. "Oh, what's going on?" I asked as I approach. Despite not really trying to disguise my presence, I could sense I startled him as his ears perked at my words, though he plays it impressively relaxed as he looked over at me and lowered his head in respect. "Creator, you honor me with your presence." With that, he raised his head and turned to look at the others. "The executioner and tactician are currently undergoing the final test as imposed by the others. If they can both reach 10 stones, then they'll be deemed sufficiently coordinated enough to pass as people," he explained before looking back at me, feeling satisfied with the summary he presented. Well, that's certainly an interesting metric to go by. Most people would be hard-pressed to juggle 2 things, let alone 10. But if that's the bar that was set, then more power to them. I glanced over at Dredd, and I could tell that he was, not exactly happy, but content to be around me, though he quickly averted his gaze once he caught himself staring at me. "Is everything all right? You also don't have to keep calling me Creator. I didn't make you. You existed, and you exist again. Sure, you're not exactly the same as you were previously, but I can't take credit for making you." He maintained the stoic expression, but his ears betrayed him as they drooped at my words. Looking back over at me, I could tell that he was really considering his words before speaking up. "The man who I was before all of this is dead and gone. I am no longer the person who was raised up and shaped to be a weapon of the apostates who wear a mask of the church. My soul has been remained by your touch, my body irreversibly redesigned by your will, and my perspective on life itself made new by you." He reached out, gently touching my shoulder and holding my gaze. "To me, you are my creator. Your actions and will have made it so." I'm more than a little disturbed by his words. If I didn't know better, this would look like he was professing his love for me. But love is not the right word for this. It's devotion. The way he speaks about what I have done to him, the reverence in his words and gaze, it only confirms to me that what I have done and can do have already placed me beyond the definition of humanity, and it scares me. I did it all so casually, too, with barely any thought and primarily on whims. I do my best to squash these feelings away and just offer Dredd a small smile. "If you feel so strongly about it, then I suppose I won't stop you from addressing me as you wish." He doesn't sense my concern or just how much he disturbed me. His ears perking up as he pulled away and offered a rare smile. "Thank you, Creator," he stated respectfully, bowing his head before turning to look at the others once more. "After this, they plan on heading out to the theocracy, and the executioner will be taking Diarosa back to the hegemony to begin your plans of sowing discord between the 2 factions." So soon? I didn't realize. Taking another look at the group, Basti finally spots me, flashing a toothy grin before focusing back on the task at hand. I looked back at Dredd and quirked my brow at him. "And what about you? What are you up to?" Dredd stood a little straighter before speaking. "Since I am unable to convincingly return to my posting within the church, I intend on tracking down the Imperial spies that are set up within the theocracy, and aiding them by offering all the information I can about the activities the apostates are involved with. Everything from dirty guards, lending groups, city officials, church officials, compromised orphanages. everything," he stated resolutely, the fur on his cheeks and ears starting to bristle with anger as he reflected on all the things he knew of. "However, I am not leaving with the others. I must wait for your blacksmiths to finish preparing my new equipment." "I see. And what was wrong with your old sword and shield?" They were quality pieces after all, though perhaps a little dirty when I returned them to him. Dredd paused for a bit, gathering his words before glancing over at me. "Would you like to hear the practical reason or the personal reason?" I took a moment to consider his question before bobbing my head a bit. "Let's go with the practical first." With that, Dredd nodded. "The sword and shield were obviously those of holy knights of the church. As I am a beastkin now, having those would only draw unwanted attention from all the wrong sorts." "Ah, of course. I didn't consider that." I have to admit, that particular detail slipped my mind. "Now, what is the personal reason?" Dredd hesitated, looking away and looking at the others as they clapped for Basti and Ururu, the duo getting close to reaching 10 stones each. "Those weapons were stained with the innocent blood, and I couldn't continue to wield them in a good conscience. You may think of me as a coward for it, but I'd rather they be destroyed, to never be used again to harm anyone or anything." He's really thought about this, hasn't he? I reach out and gently pat his back. "I don't think you're a coward. Your thoughts and feelings are valid, and if you find comfort in casting away the sword and shield, then nobody can judge you for it. Just remember what you're fighting for, or rather, you should figure that out for yourself," I say as I offer a small smile. "As your creator, I should let you grow and find your own path. So think on it. For what purpose do you raise your blade? For what or who do you fight for?" I could sense my words having an impact on Dredd as he regarded me once more before nodding to himself. "I thank you for your guidance. I shall properly reflect on this later." Suddenly, the cheers were much louder as both Basti and Ururu had managed to catch and maintain their juggling with the 10th stone. They then steadily start dropping the stones as they finish their display. Looking back over at Dredd, I flash a small smile and gesture for him to follow. "If you need it, we can talk later. For now, there's something we've got to discuss with everyone." With that, I approach the others and clap my hands together. "All right, everyone, gather around. I've got something for you all before you go." End of chapter. Chapter 100. But Mori point of view. Once everyone had gathered, I reached into my storage space and pulled out a small chest. Eyebrows raised with curiosity as I could sense everyone recognizing the box, though they were still uncertain as to what I intended to do next. "Since you are all going so far away from my territory, I'm not sure if you'll be able to reach out to me if anything happens. So, with that in mind, I want you all to take a slate so that you can all communicate with me, or each other if you need to." With that said, I opened the small chest, revealing the remaining 5 slates that were inside. The sinners all looked rather intrigued, though Pride spoke up, appearing uncertain about something. "Well, I certainly appreciate the offer, but Mori, are you sure it is wise to simply give us such a precious magic tools? We are able to communicate telepathically with each other through the bond we share with you. I wouldn't want you to waste these on us." She was sincere in her worries, though I could sense that she was rather interested in using the magic tool in question. "I don't know about the rest of you all, but I, for one, welcome the opportunity to use such a rare magic tool." Lust enthused as he flashed a toothy smirk, reaching over and gently plucking a slate from the chest, looking it over with gluttony. This earned a glare from Pride, but she didn't move to stop Lust or take it back from him, instead looking over at me expectantly. I chuckled softly at the exchange before shaking my head a bit. "Well, that may be the case. I don't want you to rely solely on that ability. It's always good to have alternatives in case anything were to happen." I then hold the chest up to Pride and offer a kind smile. "Besides, you are my people, and these things are just tools. Tools are replaceable and are meant to be used. People are not. Take it, please." I could sense her hesitation even now, but I feel that my words had struck an odd chord with her as she took another moment before plucking the slate from the chest and looking it over. Very well, thank you, but Mori," she said as she lowered her head for a moment.
Now, as you can all obviously see, there won't be enough slates for all of you to have one. Considering your various objectives, one slate shall go with pride and wrath, while one will go with sloth and envy, and another slate will go with greed, lust, and gluttony. Turning to look at Dread and Basti, I offer them the remaining 2 slates. Finally, you two will get your own, since you'll be operating separately from everyone else. Their intrigue and curiosity were palpable. Even Wrath was peering over Pride's shoulder to watch as they activated the slate and tested out their functions. Before long, all the slates were synced to each other, and soft trills were heard as messages were sent from one slate to another. At first I was worried about the noise, but luckily it seemed Tori had thought about that, and there was a vibrate and silent modes available on the slates. As their interest started to wane, I spoke up once more, procuring several pouches filled with copper and silver coins and passing them out. You're also probably going to need some spending money, now that I think about it. I made sure to sort out the coin you all originally had, along with some extra from Diarosa. Though once the coins were passed out, I pulled out the diamonds I made from Dahlia. They were a mix of black, clear, and blue diamonds. Once I had finished showing off the chunky gems, I made a show of crushing them against each other until they were much smaller. The gems now looked more like a centerpiece of a ring rather than some sort of crowned jewel. I could feel the shock and dismay from Dread and the Sinners as they watched the gems be shattered. It's likely they recognized the possible value of the gems, the size of grapes and plums, but ultimately, these gems would have no real immediate value to me. Considering the reaction and the compensation I received from the Empire with the gems I made last time, any gems I produce that don't get sized down like this would most likely be much harder to sell at normal pawn shops or retailers. I go about handing everyone several shards of diamonds before stashing the rest away. Use these to grease palms or to trade and buy things where coin won't suffice, especially if you're dealing with shady individuals or making any sort of black market deals. Valuable goods will get you somewhere faster than just plain coin. Looking amongst them, I could sense that only Dread, Basti, and Envy clearly understood what I was getting at, but they all sort of grasped the idea I presented to them. I can't help but wonder what else I could give them to prepare them for their journey. It's not like this world is actively set to kill them, but they are all in danger, one way or another. I know logically that they are all capable adults who are more than able to fend for themselves if push comes to shove, but I can't help but be reminded of all the young men and women that I've picked up and trained, seeing them go off, and sometimes never seeing them again for one reason or another. My concern must have been apparent on my face as Pride offers a small smile at me, stepping closer and poking my shoulder. Did you know that your right brow always twitches a little when you're worrying about something? Even in a wooden body, your tells and habits seem to carry over. I quirked a brow curiously at that, looking between her and the others. What are you getting at? I have a slight, sinking feeling that I know what she's about to say, but I'll wait for her response. Envy is the one to speak up, flashing a bit of a smirk as he looks over at me. What she is saying is that we know a lot about you and what we've seen in your memories. To be exact, Sloth and I have seen your memories before you returned ours back to us, and then once the others redeveloped their mana rings, we shared what we learned about you through our dreams, he explained, chuckling softly at my expense, which earned a very slight smack upside the back of his head as Sloth just shook her head at Envy's explanation. You didn't have to be so blunt, she said, gently scolding her friend before looking up at me. The point I feel Pride and Envy is trying to make is that we understand you. We understand why you did what you did and how you are trying to process our world. Pride pitched in, shrugging as she pulled away. I will admit that morning after we received our memories back, we had some hard feelings about what was done to us and the other people that were with us the day that we were attacked. But after going through your memories that our shells had processed and spending the last several days discussing it, we've come to the consensus that while you may be cruel and brutal at times, we see you for what you are, a good man who has lost much and suffered greatly. You also had a very impressive, honorable death, Wrath said simply, murmurs of agreement coming from the others as they nodded intently at the comment. Mortally wounded and at the point in your life where you thought you genuinely stopped caring about others. When faced with your imminent demise, you chose to use your final moments in saving complete strangers, at which point you managed to stand and face your last few seconds in the world, fighting
to the bitter end. I only hope that I have a final death as impressive as yours, she said, sounding rather genuine at that final comment.
You're like that crazy badass grandpa I never had, Greed mused, flashing a roguish grin and chuckling as he crossed his arms across his chest. That earned him a look from Pride, but she smiled after a moment before looking back at me.
After you left us alone that first morning when we got our memories back, we originally planned on never returning after we achieved our goals of vengeance. But after getting to know you through wholly honest and unfiltered means, we decided that we would like to come back to your service. If you'll have us, she asked, sounding fairly sheepish at the end.
Before I could get a word in, Envy piped up.
It's also not like we have anywhere else to go, and once we started burning bridges, our whole lives revolve around the theocracy, and I'd rather not stick around once the deed has been done.
This earned Envy another gentle smack of admonishment from Sloth, but then Greed pitched in rather quickly.
Speak for yourself. I've got family and friends in the theocracy. A nice little guild hall, too,
he mused with a smirk. But then he flashed a more genuine smile, and he scratched the back of his head.
But I'd rather move them out through the shithole once it's all said and done, and it sounds like there'll be plenty of space to move into here thanks to the Drake Wardens.
I'm honestly not sure how to really react. Their candor as a whole, and not being what I expected from them. The more worrisome fact is that they had unfiltered access to my memories, just like Revire and Zassita, now that I think about it. Does everyone get to see them? Is it streamed into their minds like a movie, or how else are they getting access? I know Revire said mages could dreamwalk if they're talented enough, but the number of people seeing my memories has gotten to double digits at this point. I mean, I suppose it's only fair. I got to see all their memories after they died, and I've got them stored away in the back of my mind for me to review and study. But there's got to be a way to prevent this from happening. Breach of privacy aside, I've both seen and done some pretty horrible things, and nobody should have to see them if they don't have to. I squash away my worries and emotions once more as I offer a smile, looking amongst the sinners as they crowd around me. You all will always have a place here. With that, I take a step back and pull the magically sealed chest out from my storage and offer it up to Pride and Wrath. I need you two to be especially careful with this chest. Do your best to follow this chest after handing it over. It's likely whoever the intended recipient for this is a major player in everything that's wrong with the theocracy. The duo nods intently at my words, though once Wrath takes it up, I look between them again. Even though I told you to keep a close eye on what happens to this chest, if you ever feel that you're in actual danger or that you've been compromised, don't hesitate to retreat. We can always try again later. Your lives aren't worth risking for a little bit of information. Taking a step away, I look at the others, meeting their gaze. This goes for you all. Be careful and don't take unnecessary risks. There's always another chance. Toppling an organization takes time. It's not something you can rush if you want it to be done right.
Understood, old-timer. See you later, Greed mused as he started heading out of the training room, giving a wave of his hand as he smiled back at me over his shoulder. The other sinners followed suit until there was just me, Dread, Basti, Ururu, and Frisbee. For some reason, as I watch them leave, I'm overwhelmed with a strange array of emotions, almost fatherly in a sense. Then it clicks for me. The sinners in Dread are all in the late 20s, maybe early 30s. If I had a traditional life and had kids around the same time my parents had me, I probably would have had children around their age by now, with grandkids on the way. They probably don't see it like that, though, and it's likely I'm just getting sentimental in my old age. I should find something to go busy myself with again. Before I could retreat into my mind again, Basti grabs my attention by tugging at my poncho. Let's take a walk,
she said, simply while flashing a toothy smile, not even waiting for a reply as she looped her arm around mine and started walking me out. Yeah, sure. Well, I don't exactly have a reason not to go with her. I still feel a little uncomfortable by her use of Dahlia's face. That's not fair to her, though, so I just grin and bear it. As we leave the training room, we make our way up to the core chamber and across the stone path to my core itself. We just stand there for a time, watching my core, staring as the rings of light swirl and pulse within me. After a few minutes, Basti's hand slides into mine, our fingers interlocking.
I'm going to miss you. I know you're going to follow me soon, but I never really thought that I would ever leave this place. This is my home. My home is with you and our cubs." She leans in closer, her head laying against my chest as she nuzzles into me. Once again, a sense of unease travels up my artificial spine. The face of a cruel, sadistic bitch is leaning into me in such a loving fashion. But this is not her. That woman is dead and gone, and the woman before me is genuinely cares for and wants to be around me. I pull my arm away from her grasp, only to drape them both around her. "I'll miss you too. Tell you what, once I catch up, let's go on a date. Maybe do some shopping and have dinner somewhere." I felt her start rumbling in response as she embraced me with a surprisingly strong hug. Though after a few seconds, she pulled away, being engulfed by my shadows as she shifted into her bestial form. I should go before I get too carried away," she said almost sheepishly, as her ears wiggle and twitch. I could sense that she was excited by the idea of spending time together as people, though I can only hope that she doesn't expect too much. It's not like I have a lot of practice with dates in the last couple of decades, so it'll be a novel experience for both of us. Gathering my thoughts, I came up beside her and affectionately massaged one of her ears. "I'll see you soon, and please, stay safe." She doesn't respond to that, instead just leaning into my touch before pulling away and making her way down the mountain. Once again, left to my own devices, I turned to look at my core and watched the light swirling within. Am I doing the right thing here? Should I just keep to myself like before? How many more will die because of things I've set in motion today? I reached out, placing my wooden hand against my core as I felt the warmth pulsing from the glowing green rock. On the other hand, how many would have died if I didn't do anything? If I didn't do anything, would anyone else have done something in my place? Or would anyone even try to change things? I look up from my core, sighing for the sake of sighing. My eyes go to the murals I carved, all my new family and friends that have joined me since I woke up here. If I didn't do anything, then I would have never gotten the chance to meet them as they are now. As my mind wanders to the idea of friends, I pull my slate out of my inventory and stare down at the polished black surface. Gazing upon my own reflection, I go about turning it on and tapping the screen before sending a message to Tori. Hey, got some time to talk? Though as soon as I send off the message, I begin to regret it. What kind of man am I to burn a younger woman with my issues? I shouldn't have done that. Why did I have to do that? The troll came from the slate within a minute, and I'm soon greeted by a simple smiley face emoji and a response. For you, I've got all the time in the world, matchstick man. I couldn't help but smile, but a bit as I sighed. This was the only other person in the world who could probably even come close to understanding how I feel. I think it'll be okay for me to rely on her, if only a little bit. Before I could type out a response, the slate began trilling some more as a contact came up. It looked like she wants to talk even more than me. With a comfortable, real smile on my face, I go ahead and answer. Hey there! End of chapter. Chapter 101. Survivor Point of View. The air is heavy with the scent of fresh blood. The sharp tang of iron settling on my tongue and making my stomach turn with unease. With my sidearm drawn, I push forward further into the lobby, stepping around shattered glassware and sidestepping fallen luggage carts. I rise up from a crouched stance to take a better look at my surroundings. Outside, there are more of the mad freaks rushing back and forth through the streets, chasing after random people who were still on the streets. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem like they're interested in trying to get inside the hotel. As I watched the scene unfolding before me, a rasping wheeze pricks my ears. It's a terribly sickening sound that made my throat tighten with distress out of sympathy. Before I make my way over, I go to the bloodied revolving doors and look at them for a moment until I find what I was searching for. It was the manual lock, a simple but sturdy locking latch to keep the door from revolving anymore. With a satisfying click, I turned my attention to the crunching and shuddering wheezing that came from behind the bloody receptionist desk. I carefully crossed the lobby, making my way around the receptionist desk as whoever was there was desperately tried to draw a slow breath with a sickening amount of effort that sounded like it was barely doing enough. Coming around to look, I spot the corpse of a person. At least, there used to be enough for it to be a person. It's still breathing. Their limbs have been strewn about in a mangled mess.
the splattering array of bloody chunks of meat looking almost as if a dog had grabbed a torn pillow and shook it violently. The torso was half stripped of almost all of its skin and meat, the ribs cracking and one of its lungs collapsed from the puncture or rip at some point. The head lolled to the side, its teeth gnashing in a shuddering sort of way between breaths. Their face was featureless and splotched with sparse chunks of flesh and bloody hair which clung to it. The next thing I knew, the bile was rising up in my throat before I doubled over and emptied my guts into the bloodied tile. No matter how much actual death I had seen until now, the methodical examination of rotted corpses and so many autopsies, nothing could have prepared me for this. The sour taste of vomit clung to my tongue and breath as I did my best to recover while wiping my mouth with my free hand. It was at that moment that I heard the living corpse start to draw a deeper, more painful, gut-wrenching wheeze. Turning to look at it, I suddenly realized that it was staring right at me with its one still intact eye, its gaze cloudy and milky looking with a distinct green hue. Before I could even register the fact that it was making eye contact, it let out an unholy screeching howl, sounding very much like a desperate death throes of a feral beast. My senses overwhelmed from the shock of the ear-piercing shriek. I was almost stunned outright before I managed to snap my sidearm at the screaming corpse and fire once, sending out its brains onto the floor in a slurry of grey slush. With my ears still ringing and tears running in my eyes from when I puked, I do my best to connect myself as I search for the casing of the shot I just fired. Just trying to focus on my training and making sure to collect my brass once the encounter was over. It was only then that I hear the burbling growls and snarls from what sounded like the other end of the lobby and around the corner. Heavy footsteps sounding out against the tile as they start closing whatever distance was between me and it. With only a moment to think, I ducked down behind the receptionist's counter, with the freshly silenced scrap of meat only inches away from me. Without realizing it, I held my breath as a disgusting stench of blood and bile assaulted my nose. The heavy thuds sounded like they were getting closer, as the sounds of a sloshing, gurgling gut rumbled over the ringing that lingered in my ears. I'm scared. I can't help but shut my eyes as I waited and listened more, the ringing slowly fading as the footsteps slowed to a stop. That's when I heard it take a slow, shaky breath riddled with burps and soft gagging rumbles. I stayed still for what felt like an eternity. But after a few seconds, I forced myself to peek over the receptionist's counter. For an almost instant, what I'm looking at appears to be a simple, somewhat overweight man in a vibrant pink polo and khaki cargo shorts. Though, in the next moment, the illusion was shattered as it turned to look at the revolving door, and I got to see its profile. The poor bastard's maw was coated in a dark, chunky viscera that spilled all over their neck, chest, and gut. The gut itself was engorged unnaturally like a fleshy water balloon, gurgling and sloshing with each lumbering step. This was probably the guy that ate the receptionist next to me, and probably a couple others from the looks of him. Ducking back down behind the receptionist's counter, I do my best to take a silent breath as I could manage, steadying myself before holstering my sidearm and drawing my knife. This is so stupid, but I don't think I can afford to make any more noise, and who knows if I'll need the bullets later. Taking another peek out, I grab the stapler from the desk and fling it down at the other end of the lobby, the metal clanging noisily against the tile and skittering along the floor for a couple feet. The glutton whirls around scarily fast, its heavy feet thudding against the tile as the gurgling snarl bubbles up its throat. This was the moment. With his back to me, I stepped out from behind the desk and quickly closed the distance. However, with my focus squarely on the big guy, I stepped on a clump of viscera that fell off of him, causing me to slip for a split second as my shoes make a painfully distinct and audible squeak. Even though I recover in that instant, quickly swinging my knife to plunge it into the throat and slicing clean through, the freak doesn't go down or even flinch as it swung its meaty arms around while whirling around on me. Their fists clubbed into my chest and sent me sprawling back as I collided into the pillar in the middle of the lobby. I gasped hard, my breath completely knocked out of me as my back ached and throbbed from the impact. I only had the briefest of moments to even acknowledge the mound of psychotic flesh lunging for me, and in that split second I managed to get my arm between its outstretched maw and myself. In that instant, I'm satisfied to learn that the impromptu armor I bound my arms held true. Though that's little consolation when the bastard starts shaking its head violently, earnestly attempting to rip my arm from its socket. Despite myself, the panic starts to set in as I desperately reach for my sidearm. But between the fact that it's holstered on my other hip and the blood just spewing from its sliced open throat, I'm unable to get a hold of anything at all. Just then, a shot rings out from somewhere else, hitting the engorged freak in his stomach, which causes it to burst like a bloated garbage bag. Blood, guts, and all sorts of black and brown gunk spilling out of it. Even that didn't put it down for good. But the sudden change in body mass was all I needed to manage to use the now very slick floors to flip the biter onto its back while I got to my knees. Even then, its maw refused to release my arm as I started slamming its head into the floor. Again and again and again until all that remained was a pulpy mess of squishy bones and meat and teeth. I couldn't feel my arm. The whole thing was numb, and I couldn't even do all that much with it beyond keeping a fist clenched as I managed to hold onto my knife throughout that whole ordeal. As I'm catching my breath, a flash of realization struck me as I realized that someone had shot a gun, which meant that I probably wasn't alone anymore. Turning to look, I spotted a hooded person wearing a very baggy hoodie, with very shaky hands aiming a gun in my general direction. Looking like I should count myself lucky they didn't actually shoot me instead. Glancing down at myself, I realized that I looked like some sort of final girl at the end of a particularly bloody slasher flick. Dark reds and browns and black chunks of meat and bloody viscera absolutely coated my entire body, save for my head and half of my neck. Moving as slowly as I could, I turned to face the hooded person, raising my one hand and making an effort to unclench my other hand to drop the knife. Hey, thanks for the assist, I started with, before clearing my throat. I know I look pretty bad, but I swear it didn't get me. Will you let me show you? The hooded person didn't lower the gun, and the hands then stopped shaking, but they nodded their consent. With that, I reached over with my good hand, rolling up the sleeve coated in blood to reveal the paper armor I'd bound around my arms, before going a step further and pulling off the tape which held it in place. See? No bites. That's how they turn you as far as I've seen. The hooded person finally lowers their gun, but their shaking doesn't stop as I watch their head turn to look between me and the gluttonous pool of meat next to me. We should probably get moving. I don't know if there are any more running around the place, but we're better off getting into our room, I suggested. No, as I looked between them and the stairs I took to get down here, I got the feeling that I shouldn't leave them alone, even if it's smarter to operate alone until I reunite with my folks. They saved my life, and it wouldn't sit right if I left them to fend for themselves. You should come with me. I've got more equipment and goods in my room, and a crack shot like you around will help keep us both safer, I say as I offer them a sheepish smile, not knowing why I said a stupid line like that. That actually managed to get a smile from them, though, as they nodded at my words. Okay, lead the way then, she said as she stepped closer in my general direction. Oh, so there is she. All right then. I take a moment to collect my fallen knife, grunting from the pain throughout before starting to slowly walk towards the stairs. Damn, these are gonna suck when the adrenaline wears off, I muse, offering a bit of a smile as I glance back at her. She just nods along for her part. Yeah, they look pretty bad. Are you sure you'll be okay? She asked, striding past me and opening the door to the stairs. I offer a shrug with one good shoulder as I do my best to offer a smile. Probably not. But I've been through worse. As long as nothing's broken, it's nothing that a couple of narcotic-grade painkillers and a good attitude won't help me ignore. That somehow actually got a small smile from her. So, what's your name? I asked to fill the silence as we ascend the stairs. It's Skylar. What about you? She asked as she looked back at me. Huh. She had red eyes. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize at first, but I was actually distracted enough that I forgot to answer her right away, flashing at her a sheepish smile despite myself. Oh, right. Sorry, my name is... Rita, point of view. Rita wakes with a start, cold sweat clinging to her skin as she pants heavily. She had been aware of Vitmori's memories, how close they were to her in a dreamscape, and how easily they could access them through her bond with him. It was as if he left the door wide open for her to go in and see. At first, she had ignored them, not particularly interested in seeing the memories. But after speaking with Jack and curiosity got the better of her, and she took a peek in order to try and understand the odd dungeon core. What she did not expect were visions of another world, a world filled with humans and magic tools that weren't really magic. Before now, all she had seen in his life was him growing up, experiencing the world at large, and training to be a warrior in his family's mercenary guild. But that all changed today. The world she had seen through his eyes began to collapse, and she witnessed mass death like she could have never imagined. She could still feel where his shoulder had nearly been pulled from its socket, the throbbing tightness in her back where she crashed against the stone column, her forearm still aching from the memory of the teeth crunching down on his slightly armored arm. After a few more minutes had passed, she managed to get herself out of the bed and took a moment to fix up her hair and feathers with wind magic before making her way out to the women's communal quarters. It was only then that she realized she had slept through the majority of the day, much to her own embarrassment, as she could see the sun was already in the latter half of the sky. "Good morning, or perhaps afternoon, for you," Mina called out gently, coming up behind Rita before offering a roll-up flatbread and held some slices of smoked meat and pieces of leafy vegetables. Rita couldn't help but offer a pleasant smile while taking up the food Mina brought for her. "How did you know to make food so quickly?" she asked, tilting her head slightly with this question before biting into the wrap. Mina's ears twitched at the crunch of leafy greens, smiling up a bit sheepishly at Rita. "I was checking in on you when you looked like you woke up from some kind of nightmare. I figured you would be hungry, not to mention use a little company after that." Rita chewed on that thought and the food for a little while longer, though she flared out on one of her wings and draped it around Mina, coaxing her closer with a winged hug. "Thank you, Mina. I appreciate it," Rita said, after swallowing before taking another bite. Mina leaned into the embrace, hugging Rita in return, as she enjoyed the novel experience of being embraced by a wing. The duo stood there for a time as Rita ate, though after another couple minutes, Mina spoke up once more. "Do you want to talk about it?" Rita didn't respond right away, swallowing down what she had in her mouth before looking at Mina. "Talk about what?" Mina shrugged a little, still hugging and leaning into Rita. "Whatever you want. Why you came back really late last night, what your nightmare was about, or anything else you want to talk about." Rita considered what to say, finishing the last of her wrap in silence before finally speaking up. I lost track of time while training last night and ended up running through most of my mana before I realized it. I had to walk back to the haven due to how exhausted I was." Mina nodded into Rita's side before looking up at her. "Is using magic really that fun?" she wondered curiously. Rita scoffed at the question, as if the notion that magic could be anything but fun was ridiculous, though she figured she ought to give the proper answer. "Sure, magic can be used for cruel and terrible things, but magic, at its most basic, to harness the elements to bend nature to your very will. There is nothing more exhilarating. The feeling itself is almost as liberating as flying amongst the clouds," she expressed before sighing with a delight at the thought of magic and flight. "I wish I could fly. It sounds rather delightful," Mina admitted, watching Rita's face and admiring just how delighted she looked at the mere thought of magic and flight. Rita considered something before looking down at Mina and flashing a small smile. "I know of a spell that can make you as light as a feather. If you'd like, I could take you for a fly around later." At that, Mina's vibrant pink eyes seemed to almost sparkle with delight, her rounded ears twitching in anticipation, though she then became more and more reserved and hesitant. I wouldn't want to impose. You said you exhausted your mana earlier. I don't want you straining yourself." Rita smirked with amusement as she flared both her wings, giving them a weighty flap that caused the air around them to whoosh and swirl, momentarily startling Mina as the ratkin let out an eep. "Flying with a thin little lady like you will hardly be an effort for a winged mage like myself. I'm confident that I could fly you around even without making you lighter with magic. But it's good practice for me to fly and use magic at the same time, so don't worry about it," she expressed, with an exaggerated bravado. She wasn't about to let Mina stop herself from having some fun by being overly polite and differential. Mina seemed anxious for another moment, but managed a genuine smile as she leaned into Rita again and gave her another hug. "Well, all right then, if you insist," she said softly, before pulling back, her ears waggling with barely contained excitement. Rita smiled and patted the top of the ratkin's head before pulling back. "I gotta go, see you later." With that, she made her way out to the longhouse and looked around. At first, she was hoping to spot Ravaya to speak to her about her experiences with dreamwalking. However, she found herself rather distracted with the unbridled fury as she spotted Dahlia beside a pen of Cuevas steeds, speaking with Zasita while surrounded by prowler clubs. With her wings fled, she found herself launching off the ground and speeding towards Dahlia, a ball of lightning forming in her palm, though in the next instant she found herself engulfed in shadows and spinning uncontrollably until she landed face first in the dirt. Her spell had been interrupted before it could properly be shaped, which caused it to plume into harmless sparks against the ground. When Rita looked up, she was face to face with Basti, the massive prowler showing off a toothy smile as she snickered at Rita's expense.
If I'd even you fooled, then I must have been more convincing than I thought.
She rumbled and out and almost playfully as she pulled away and sat back.
What? Wait. What happened? Where's Dahlia? Wait. You can talk.
Question after question rushed through her mind as she pushed up off the ground, looking between the powerful prowler and the shepherd curiously. The shepherd looked more concerned than startled by the display, but he managed to offer a smile before gesturing to Basti. Basti has become able to shapeshift, though she is currently borrowing the form of that wretched woman you know as Dahlia, and will be going to the hegemony with Diarosa. He explained as thoroughly as he could, having just had the situation explained to him by Basti herself. At that, Basti shifted once more, engulfing herself in shadow before emerging as an exact copy of Dahlia, even standing in a relaxed pose in the way that Dahlia would often take up. The similarities were disturbing enough to cause Rita's feathers to unconsciously poof up as she looked Basti up and down.
I see, she said after another moment, blaring her wings out and flapping them once more to try and settle her feathers. I wasn't aware that Diarosa was still alive. Is Dahlia? She started to ask before trading off.
Basti flashed a fang smile, showing off Dahlia's pearly white teeth.
No, she's dead and gone. I ripped out her throat myself.
She mused rather cheerfully.
With Vidmori's help, I absorbed all of her memories and trained myself to get used to moving like a person. For all intents and purposes, I am Dahlia in every way. I even smell like her, she explained, as she stepped closer, offering Rita a hand as if to let her check for herself. Rita couldn't help but flinch as she watched Basti reach out for her with Dahlia's face. Several years of trauma bubbling up to the surface despite herself. She did her best to swallow her nerves and reminded herself to just be glad that Mina wasn't here to see this. She reached out, taking Basti's risk and closing her eyes. Instead of just checking her scent, she delved deeper and tapped into the little bit of soul magic she knew to examine Basti in a way only a mage could. She pulled back, fear striking her again as she released Basti's wrist. The soul she saw was almost certainly that of Dahlia. Just seeing it again drove shivers down her spine. Are you sure that's just shapeshifting? Basti seemed intrigued by the various reactions that she'd gotten out of Rita, her ears waggling thoughtfully as she glanced between her hand and Rita. I'm not sure of anything at all. I'm still learning about what I can do. It's not like I've had this particular ability for long. Why do you ask? Rita was unsure how to properly broach the subject, but after glancing between Zasita and Basti, she decided just to come out and say it. Your soul looked like Dahlia's for some reason. I'm not sure how else to say it, and I have no explanation for how it could be. Basti blinked with surprise, not particularly shocked or disturbed, but curious as she looked herself over. Zasita regarded Basti as well before looking over to Rita and speaking up. Forgive me for my ignorance, but is that a bad thing? Would others be able to detect any anomalies in her soul? Rita was silent for a moment longer, considering the question and what she saw. No, I don't think so. The only reason I was able to sense that it felt and looked like Dahlia's soul is due to the mere fact that I've had the displeasure of regularly checking her soul for curses or damage over the years. She then looked over at Basti, considering her some more. So you shouldn't encounter any problems in the day-to-day. Even then, you somehow managed to imitate the shape and feel of her soul. That alone should fool anyone who remotely knows her and decides to check your soul for any reason. Not like that'll ever be a common occurrence. Before anything else could be said, Lugosi emerged from the tree line with an unconscious Diarosa on his back. The massive Spitterwolf came up beside the group as he regarded everyone with a wolfish grin. One prisoner delivered for Basti, only lightly damaged, he mused as he sat back, letting the woman roll off of him and flop to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Rita could only look on with contempt as she stared at the woman who caused most of the suffering that she'd gone through over the years, though she didn't say a word, watching Basti curiously to see what she was going to do. Basti looked over at the discarded woman before turning to her cubs. That's my cue to leave. Be good and take care of each other, my darlings. I promise I won't be gone long." She engulfed herself in shadows once more, shifting back into the beast before affectionately nuzzling each one. She then regarded Basmori, reaching out with a paw before gently pushing him over to his back. "Don't you even think about following me, my little shadow," she mused almost mischievously. With that, she shifted back into looking like Dahlia, grabbing Diarosa by the collar of her dress and laying her across the back of a shiver steed. She then followed her up, climbing onto the mount before looking at Zasta with a grin. "Thanks again for letting me take one. I dreaded having to deal with this brat and being forced to walk all the way back to civilization."
Zasta bobbed his head before chuckling. "Think nothing of it, Basti. Safe travels." Basti then looked at the shiver steed and patted on its neck.
"Onwards, and make sure you behave yourself if you know what's good for you,"
she warned almost teasingly, though the shiver steed looked sufficiently intimidated as they meekly brayed and started trotting forward, making their way out of the clearing and away from the haven. Rita couldn't help but watch as Basti left with Diarosa, not exactly sure of how she felt at this moment, though instead of addressing her feelings, she turned to Zasta and did her best to offer her a smile.
"Excuse me, Shepherd. Are you able to point me to Revire? I have something I need to discuss with her."
Zasta smiled a bit, looking a little confused by the question, though after a moment he points towards the tree line. "She's off in that direction with Rionum. The two of them are sparring, so do be mindful to announce your presence. Do not get caught up in the crossfire." Rita hesitantly smiled as she glanced between the tree line and Zasta. Something about the way he looked at her just now bothered her for some reason.
"Why did you look at me like that?"
she decided to ask outright. "Like what?" Zasta asked, not sure what she was getting at as he tilted his head curiously.
"Just now, when I asked if you knew where Revire was, you looked at me like I was stupid," she accused, now feeling more than a little irritated by his act of ignorance as her feathers visibly ruffled up.
At that, a look of understanding came over Zasta as he shook his head, holding up his hands in a placating manner. "Oh, not at all. I was merely confused at why you were asking. I was under the impression that you already knew how to locate others who share the bond with Vitmori." Once Zasta clarified what happened, Rita felt more than a little shamed. Her face visibly reddened in embarrassment at the imagined insult that she had accused the man of. Almost immediately, she lowered her head in shame.
I'm sorry, but please forgive me for the accusation. I have no excuse for my attitude just now."
Zasta smirked kindly, reaching out and gently patting Rita's shoulder. "All is good. I'm just glad we cleared up this as quickly as we could. I hope you have a good day now," he expressed cheerfully, before pulling away and leaving her to it. Rita sighed softly from the lingering embarrassment, finding herself alone as the prowler cubs had dispersed at some point, whereas Lugosi had left soon after delivering Diarosa to Basti. With nothing else to do here, Rita takes flight and starts heading off into the direction Zasta had pointed her towards. After a few minutes of flight, having put quite some distance between herself and Haven, Rita couldn't help but feeling that she might have strayed from the direction Zasta set her on. That was until she was blasted by a whirlwind of almost unbearably cold gusts of wind. The chill stunned Rita so much that it knocked her out of the air, forcing her to flare out her wings and call upon her control of the winds to try and stabilize herself and slow her descent. Despite this, the landing was still very rough as she crashed through the tree line, her vision fading to black. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Revire Point of View. The winds howled around Revire as every swing of Rionum's greatsword. Despite the heavy, repeated impacts against her barrier of ice, she felt that she could withstand the onslaught for a good while longer. Revire and Rionum had been training for the better half of the day, properly testing the limits of their mana hearts and Revire's mana rings. By now, they were measuring the extent of Rionum's endurance as he actively maintained his stone-skinned barrier, as well as imbuing his blade with his wind magic, all while actively attacking a hard target without stopping. Suffice to say, despite having expended a considerable amount of mana with all the other training they did today, he managed to already exceed his previous limits while putting out greater efforts by a good 2 minutes. While Rionum was already showing signs of tiring, Revire couldn't wait to see how he fares next time when he's at full strength instead of when he's already exhausted. "All right, Rionum, that's enough. You performed wonderfully today," she thought to him through their bond, knowing audible words wouldn't reach him with all the wind he was throwing around. With that, Rionum stopped on his backswing on his next strike, relaxing as he stabbed the blade into the ground with a huff and a satisfied grin.
How was that? I lost track of time, but that felt longer than usual, though,
he asked excitedly, watching as Revire dispelled her ice barrier. Revire made her way over, reaching up and patting his arm with a proud smile on her face, noting how he still radiated heat from his muscles despite how extra chilly their immediate area was thanks to their training. Yes, you managed to go past your previous limit of 5 minutes when exerting everything at once, though I suspect you might be able to do even more than that. We'll test you again when you're better rested, she enthused proudly as she pulled away, noting all the frost had built up in the small clearing around them. Rhiannon flashed a cheery smile despite his exhaustion, lifting and sheathing his blade when he felt a tapping on his leg. Turning to look, he spotted a particularly buff-looking squirrel trying to get his attention. At that moment he recognized that they shared a bond through Vidmori, and thus took a knee and held out his hand for the squirrel, at which the squirrel climbed on as Rhiannon stood up once more. The squirrel chattled and squeaked at him, and though it took a moment, he understood the gist as he looked over at Revire.
This squirrel wants us to follow it. Apparently, there's somebody hurt nearby.
Revire looked mildly surprised by that comment, but when she looked at the squirrel in question, she understood how and why the squirrel would be talking to Rhiannon. Very well, let's see what we can do to help, she'd said as Rhiannon set the squirrel back down on the ground. The squirrel then scampered off towards the tree line, making sure not to go too fast so as to not lose the duo. It took over a minute of walking, but once they rounded some brush, they spotted and recognized Rita sprawled out in the tall grass, along with a small array of squirrels and birds looking her over, before they scampered and fluttered away to give Revire some room as she hurried over to check on the half-elf birdkin. Looking Rita over, Revire noted a bleeding gash on the side of her head, which didn't bleed nearly as much as the head wound should have. Once Revire touched Rita, she quickly realized that her skin was very cold to the touch, but Revire could sense that she was still alive, thankfully enough. Working quickly, Revire pulled a healing potion from her bag, uncorking it as she poured a little of the potion over the head wound and then carefully went about making Rita drink down the rest. Putting back, Revire then pulled off her robes as she looked at Rhiannon. She's cold to the touch. I need you to pick her up and hold her close to your chest, she ordered as she then draped her robes around Rita.
Okay,
he responded, not entirely sure why he was being told to do this, but not doubting her intention as he carefully scooped Rita up, holding the comparatively small woman close to him as her head laid against his chest, her wings hanging limply behind her, but not dragging on the floor thanks to Rhiannon's height. Despite only following orders, he could feel himself heat up more out of the mild embarrassment due to the sheer fact that he's little experience with women beyond interacting professionally with maids, warriors, adventurers, or soldiers. Revire paid no mind to Rhiannon's current emotional state, instead focusing on Rita as she reached out and placed a hand on her back, using what she knew of life magic to stimulate Rita's mana and boost the effects of the potion that was used on her. Once she was satisfied that there was nothing else that could be done to improve her current state, she turned her attention to the squirrels and birds around them. Does anyone here know what happened to her? She asked curiously. In response, the birds and squirrels chattered amongst themselves before a different squirrel scampered over, getting on a low branch close to Revire. It chatted out an explanation of what they collectively knew, how they were watching their training, enduring the icy gales of wind that were created while Rhiannon was striking at Revire's barrier, and how after one of these bursts of wind, they noticed Rita fall out of the sky and crash land. Revire sighed softly as she pinched the bridge of her nose before nodding in understanding. I see. Thank you very much for the information. She then looked amongst the others and lowered her head for a moment. Thank you for looking after her. With that, a number of the squawks and squeaks and chattering were heard as most of the birds and squirrels dispersed, though a few lingered around. Revire turned to look at Rhiannon and gestured for him to follow. Looks like we accidentally knocked her out of the air while we were training. Here, I thought that we went far enough away from Haven to avoid that, she considered with a soft sigh. Let's move away from here and set up a fireplace. I don't want to walk around too much with her still recovering like this. Rhiannon nods intently, following after Revire while carefully adjusting his grip on Rita, being very mindful of where his hands were as well as making sure not to let her wings touch the floor.
Is she going to be okay?
He asked curiously as they walked along. Revire nodded after a moment. She was knocked unconscious after hitting her head on a tree branch, if the splinters are anything to go by.
But between the potion, her own mana, and the healing magic, it's only a matter of time before she wakes up. It could have been worse, but thanks to her being so cold, she didn't lose nearly as much blood as she could have. They walked for a while more until the air warmed up, thanks to the distance they put between themselves and where they'd been training. All right, sit here and keep holding on to her. I'm going to get a fire started and let V.R.E know what happened, she explained as she started gathering wood for the fire, not bothering with any sort of kindling or even stones as she went about piling old branches together near Rernum. Holding her hands out, she used her earth magic to create a raising ring of dirt around the wood before igniting it with a spark of fire magic. Rernum, for his part, had to take a minute to figure out how to sit down, carefully shifting Rita around as he brought his arm around her wings and gently closed them on her back before slowly lowering himself down to the seated position as he tried hard not to jostle the young mage around. This time, Revia seemed to notice how extra careful he seemed to be handling Rita, looking on curiously before flashing a kind smile. "You okay over there, big guy?" she asked, settling down on the dirt across the fire from him as she let herself relax. Rernum blinked with confusion, looking over at Revia as he still cradled Rita, not having set her down on his lap at this point since he was instructed to hold her to his chest. "Yes, sir. She's very light, so I can probably hold her for a very long time." Revia just shook her head, looking vaguely amused before speaking up once more. "That's not what I meant." "Never mind. You're doing great," she offered kindly before closing her eyes. "Give me a bit. I'm going to reach out to V.R.E." After a grunt of confirmation from Rernum, she focused fully on the bond with V.R.E. She could sense that he was a little busy at first, but after a few seconds, she could feel him reach out through the bond and make a connection. "Hey there, Revia. Everything all right?" "Yes and no," she admitted before continuing. "Rernum and I were sparring deep in the woods, making sure to keep ourselves isolated so nobody got hurt. Well, somehow, it seems we managed to knock Rita out of the air, which caused her to crash land and knock herself out." She could sense a spike in alarm from him, though he seemed to calm himself down as he responded. "So I take it you've already stabilized her to the best of your ability. Is there anything you need me to do?" Revia smiled to herself, appreciating the trust he had in her. "Yes, V.R.E, she's stable now. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the situation. We're just waiting for her to wake up." She felt him thinking a little while longer before responding. "All right. Let me know when she wakes up. I want to make sure she doesn't have a concussion." She could understand the words he said, but she didn't really know what he meant by it. "The concussion? What's that?" she asked, hoping that he could clarify. You don't know what a concussion is?" he asked after several moments of silence, and when she came up blank, he seemed to consider it some more before continuing. "It's a type of condition that happens after a serious head injury. If she has one, I'll tell you more," he explained simply. "Is there anything else?" "No, V.R.E. We'll let you know when she..." Though, as she was thinking, she heard Rita start to stir in Rernum's arms. "Ah, she's up now." "All right. I'll be on my way over then. Stay where you are." With that, she could feel the connection wane, and her thoughts were her own once more as Revia looked over to the others. Rernum had wide eyes, not sure what to do now as he looked between Revia and Rita. It's one thing to be sharing body warmth with an unconscious person who needs it, and it's a whole other thing to be cradling a woman you barely know. Revia, for her part, felt a mixture of pity and amusement for the young bullkin man as she stood and made her way around to them, gently tapping Rita's shoulder. "Rita, can you hear my voice? How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere?" At that, Rita stirred more, shivering, as she snuggled into Rernum. No, not yet. Too cold," she mumbled under her breath. This only caused Rernum to stiffen more as he hesitated to even breathe now that Rita was at least half awake. Revia couldn't help but chuckle a little bit at his expense, but doubled down on her efforts as she tried to wake Rita properly, shaking her shoulder as she spoke out. "Rita, you need to wake up now. You suffered a blast from a very powerful combo of ice and wind magic and crashed. Not to mention you're making Rernum heat up more than he needs to warm you up," she mused while pulling away once more. Rita's eyes fluttered open once Revia said all that, her eyes darting around curiously before looking up to meet Rernum's eyes, her cheeks starting to heat up as she quickly realized that she had been snuggling into, "Hey?" Rernum swallowed anxiously, but was at least polite enough to respond. "Hey!" Revia smiled, looking between the two youngsters as she chuckled a bit. "Oh, look at that. It seems Rita managed to warm up nicely. Go ahead and set her down, Rernum."
she mused as she made her way around the fire and settled down again. Rhiannon obliged, carefully maneuvering Rita around to set her down while Rita helped herself to do the same, attempting to flare her wings before realizing that she'd been wrapped up in some robes. All in all, she looked very confused, still trying her best to remember everything that happened.
You said, I crashed, right? Why,
Revia piped up as she tilted her head a little while looking Rita over.
Your body was also freezing, cold to the touch.
Rhiannon here is a great heat source, so between him, my robes, and the fire, we helped you warm up. Oh, and as for your injuries, it wasn't anything a potion of some life magic couldn't handle, she explained helpfully.
I see.
Thanks, Rita replied slowly, gently rubbing her head where the gash had been. Blinking a few more times, it looked as if she was still waking up as she glanced between Rhiannon and Revia.
Ah, that's right, she exclaimed suddenly before addressing Revia. I came to look for you. I need your advice and perhaps some tutoring if it isn't too much trouble.
Revia wasn't expecting that, but smiled kindly as she nodded a bit.
Well, it's been a century since I've actively taught magic to another mage, but, well, no, that's a lie. I did teach Vidmori some of the basics the other day, and I'll likely keep teaching him more.
She shrugged a bit before regarding Rita.
I'd be happy to offer any assistance or advice she might need.
Rita nodded intently, having taken off the robe by now that she was carefully folding it up before passing it over to Rhiannon, who quietly took it from her hands.
I'd like to learn more about dreamwalking and how to safely navigate dreams while you're not fully immersing yourself in the viewer's perspective.
Revia considered this before having a realization and offering Rita a pitying look.
So, you've reached day 1 of the apocalypse of Vidmori's world? She asked knowingly, though she then considered something.
I would have thought that he'd be more mindful of his memories by now. Rita nodded intently as Revia spoke.
Yes, I suppose the curiosity got the better of me as I spoke to Jack. I could tell Vidmori was an odd one, though I never expected just how right that description was. It's one thing to hear that he was from a different world, but another to get to experience it, she explained with a clear awe in her voice. Her expression fell as she considered what she saw. I never thought things would get that bad. But you just called it an apocalypse, didn't you? Was it truly the end of that world?
Revia tilted her head from side to side in consideration.
Well, do you intend on seeing the rest of his memories?
Rita blinked at that before nodding after a moment.
Yes. Despite the harrowing experience I witnessed, I would like to see how things go.
Revia smiled at that before nodding at her.
Then all I have to say to that is,
she brought her finger to her own lips and made a soft shushing sound.
Spoilers,
she mused kindly before chuckling a bit. But in regard to your request, I'll be happy to teach you more about dreamwalking tonight, if you're up for it. Up for what? Vidmori asked, startling everyone there as they turned to see him come into view as he passed through some brush. It was vaguely unnerving, to say the least, at his sudden appearance. Revia knew just what his body could theoretically be capable of, and what he was capable of before even having magic. But considering he likely came from the mountain when he told her he was on the way, and now he was here, looking only mildly disheveled and otherwise fine and not without breath, well, the idea of it all only stoked her ego at how well her creation was performing.
Dreamwalking practice,
Revia said with a kind smile as she regarded him.
Rita recently began walking your memories and wanted to know how to do so more safely.
Safely? Are there risks and dangers to such things? Vidmori asked curiously, looking genuinely concerned by the notion as he walked over towards Rita and began looking her over with a vague intensity.
As with all things with magic, it all depends on the will of the user, as well as a number of other parts that come with understanding and experience,
Revia readily explained.
Dreamwalking poses quite a few risks, especially for those just learning, but it can harm even the most experienced of dreamwalkers. There are levels to dreamwalking, and the first and easiest to achieve is by placing yourself directly in the place of the dreamer and experiencing what they experience firsthand.
I see, Vidmori murmured as he took a knee. Rita, please look into my eyes, he instructed, before speaking up once more. By the way, you've been calling it dreamwalking this whole time, but isn't it more like some kind of memory magic? He asked while continuing his examination of Rita.
Of course. But as I'm sure even you know, dreams are just memories mixed with imagination, viewed through the eyes of a drunk,
she mused almost mischievously.
Or something like that anyways. Another reason it's called dreamwalking, as it is a form of magic that can be willfully done while sleeping, and can be used for many things beyond wandering the memories of another.
Vidmore hummed in consideration before putting away from Rita and offering a smile. "It looks like you're going to be fine," he mentioned as he stood and sat by the fire between Rhiannon and Revire, looking amongst everyone there. "So why the sudden interest in dreamwalking?" Revire gestured to Rita. "It seems she's been exploring your memories while using the most direct form of dreamwalking. The trouble is that she reached the day, Revire hesitated, scratching her cheek as she glanced over at Vidmore. "The day when things started falling apart." Vidmore looked, it was difficult for Revire to place his expression, but it was a mix of many things. He offered a simple nod before looking over at Rita. "I'm sorry that you had to see that," he said before looking over at Revire. "I actually wanted to ask you about that. Just about everyone with Mana Ring has seen my memories, though even Zassita, with just a Mana Heart, has seen at least some of my memories. I would like for you to teach me how to prevent it," he asked with a rather heavy heart. "As I'm sure you and a few others know, I've seen terrible things, and I've done even worse things to others that I wouldn't wish to be in the minds and memories of my worst enemies. So before the children in my care become powerful enough to access my memories, I want to be sure I can keep them from it so they don't burden them with those images." Revire knew exactly what he was talking about, turning to regard Rita before looking out to Vidmore once more. "Now, of course, Vidmore, I understand. I shall do my best to teach you. If it's okay with you, do you mind waiting until tonight before we start?" Vidmore offered a small smile and nodded. "Sure, I don't mind." He then looked over at Rita curiously. "If you still want to learn about my past, despite what I just said, well, you're a grown woman. I won't stop you if you're truly interested." Rita blinked with surprise, but nodded slowly. It was clear to Revire that her curiosity only grew more intense after hearing what he had to say. She couldn't blame her, but that only meant she needed to make sure to train Rita properly before she started venturing too far into his memories on her own. End of chapter. Chapter 103. Vidmore Point of View. I made my way back to my call chamber after escorting the others back to the haven, deciding to bide my time alone until tonight in order to learn the streamwalking magic. Overall, I really don't know what to do with myself. I didn't want to start anything in particular on this off chance that I get too distracted or reach a point I'm unable to properly stop. In the end, I find myself fortifying and cleaning up my pedestal. Really, just taking my time with it, since I wasn't making anyone wait as Zassita had originally been when I made the pedestal in the first place. I went about smoothing everything down, making the surface on the pedestal faces look like one solid piece. Though, once that was done, I got the feeling that the pedestal looked rather plain, so I decided to carve a family rose into the front of the face of the pedestal. If it was good enough to go on an empress, then I figured it would be good enough to use for my pedestal. Before I knew it, the cubs were clambering over me, freely, and Basmori scaling my back to cling to my shoulders, their claws digging into my wooden flesh painlessly to keep themselves steady. Sekka forced her way into my lap while Hefito was curiously studying what I had done to my pedestal. I didn't even sense them coming in, or rather, I think I zoned out enough that I didn't register that they were here until they were literally right on top of me.
Hi.
Freyla cheerfully meeped out once she was settled and balanced on my shoulder. A smile was already on my face once I realized it was them, leaning in and nuzzling Freyla and Basmori with my chin before bringing my hand around to stroke Sekka's back, and using my right hand to scratch Heftio's chin. "Hey guys, what's up?" I asked as I looked around at them. While Freyla doesn't verbally respond this time, I get the impression that they were missing Basti and wanted to spend the night with me tonight. At first, I'm not sure what to do to help them, but then I remembered that I at least had a physical body to keep them company until they dozed off. "Of course you kids can stay the night. You don't even need to ask." With that said, I can feel a mixed joy and relief bubbling over within them. Before I got too distracted by their good mood, I looked over at my pedestal and checked out my handiwork. What I saw was a single rose surrounded by a ring of thorny vines. It looked nice, if I do say so myself, but I can't help but feel like something was missing from it. Right, there used to be a name written around this symbol, but for the life of me, I can't remember it. Maybe it had something to do with these roses. If it was my family name, if I remember anything about it correctly. I don't know why it's bothering me so much, but maybe it's because it's right here in front of me. A last name that had something to do with roses. But what was it again? What was my old name? What? What was I thinking about again? Ah, right. The symbol looks incomplete, but I suppose I can always add some more to it later. I feel a paw pressing against my cheek, and suddenly I am reminded I've got 4 cubs waiting patiently for bedtime as they lounge around on my seated figure. All right, I get the hint. Time for bed, kiddos, I muse to them while I'm moving to stand, scooping up Seka off my lap and walking carefully as Basmori and Fraley remain perched on my shoulders, with Heftio following along on foot. I walked up to Basty's sleeping area, figuring it was the only bed up here big enough for all of us. After a moment of thought, I took a knee, gently setting Seka down before helping Basmori and Fraley get down as well. Once I'm free of cubs, I step into their deer-skin-lined bed and settle in, laying flat on my back and settling my head down on my right arm to use it as a kind of pillow. Once I stopped moving, the cubs took it as their cue to rush me, the quartet shoving each other around as they collectively find places to settle on me. By the time things quiet down, Fraley and Seka have cuddled around each other on my chest and stomach. Heftio scooted himself between my chest and my left arm, and finally Basmori settled along my right side, laying his head against my right arm while cuddling up to my face. I can feel their warmth, the air slowly inhaled and exhaled from their small bodies, the little shifting and squirming they do as they gradually get more comfortable and relaxed. Before long, I can sense that they're sound asleep, and I find myself being rather jealous of them, if I'm being honest. I miss sleep, if only as a means to simply pass the time. Ever since I came to this world, I've always been awake, every single second and minute since I died to that swarm. Even as I lay there in what is most likely a safest and most comfortable place that almost anyone on my old world would envy, I'm as relaxed as I could possibly be, as still as wooden a body would allow, and far away from any sort of stress. Despite this, I'm unable to just close my eyes and fall into sleep, being forced to be ever present and aware of my surroundings despite myself. The closest thing to sleep that I've gotten are the few moments where I can just lose myself to my work, zoning out on a task that can keep me busy for hours and hours on end. I wonder what I miss more, eating a hot meal, drinking with a friend, or sleeping. Before I can ponder the desires of a body I no longer have, I'm suddenly aware of a couple pairs of eyes watching me, and a mental voice echoing in my mind.
Is now a bad time?
Asks Ravaya as she stands at the entrance to my chamber with Rita, offering me a small smile as she watches me lay with the kids in their mother's bed. I couldn't help but smile, squashing away my musings as I thought back to her. Go ahead and come in, just don't be too loud, they only just dozed off. With the go-ahead in place, Ravaya waves along Rita as they cross into the chamber, stepping into the stone sand instead of the path before sitting beside my core. I go ahead and separate myself from my avatar, deciding to make a small show of it as I conjure a green ball of light to rise up from my avatar's chest, before making it float through the air and into the light of my core. So, how does all the stream walking stuff work? I asked, speaking into both of them at once. I watched as Ravaya goes to speak, opening her mouth before thinking better of it, as she glances at the cubs. In the next moment, her thoughts come through, and I can sense her using our bond to speak both to me and Rita.
I had to do some thinking on that with Mori, as I said. This magic can willfully be done in one's sleep. But that is, of course, not the only way to dreamwalk. As you can imagine, a magic where you can require to be asleep would be rather inconvenient. So there are alternative methods that don't require the user to be asleep, she readily explained. Though as she did, I could sense Rita wondering why Ravaya was explaining something she thought was rather basic for any mage to know, but opted to not interrupt Ravaya as she was here to learn more about dreamwalking as well. Ravaya then adopted a more unsure expression as she tilts her head side to side. With that in mind, the problem we're facing now is how we're going to help you access your own memories, as usually, one can only access their own memories while they're asleep. But I do believe that I've come up with a workaround for that.
All of this is still Greek to me, which admittedly I know decently well, but the phrase still stands since I have no real frame of reference to how difficult certain magics are, or what can and can't be done, but it sounds like Ravaya has put a lot of thought into this. All right, so how are we doing this? I asked, encouraging her to expand on her thoughts. Ravaya nods intently, looking between my core and Rita before continuing.
Through our bond with you, we seem to be able to easily access and view your memories. The idea that we're able to easily do so with little to no difficulty, or the fact that you are not aware of the repeated access of your mind is troubling. At the very least, it would be if it were a human mind, she explained, taking a moment for the idea to sink in before continuing. Despite you originally being a human, W.R.E, it should be more than clear that you are much more than that now, and you are likely work in ways that we won't ever fully comprehend, despite the years of research we have done on dungeon cores in general.
Okay, great. All that is fascinating, but what's your solution? I pressed. I've already had the whole I'm no longer human, what am I philosophical debate and a mental breakdown, and I'll likely have it again when I'm alone with my thoughts once more. But for now, I want solutions. I only realized a moment later that I may have been a little too impatient as I watched Revi's cheek flush with mild embarrassment. She takes a moment to mentally collect herself before continuing.
What I suggest is that we access your memories in our sleep. More specifically, we shall have Rita fall asleep, and I'll guide you in accessing Rita's mind while she sleeps. I believe that while Rita actively dreamwalks in your memories, we'll be able to see what she sees and access your mind in an admittedly roundabout way, she explains, maintaining a more proud and confident expression on her face as she managed to properly voice her idea. Rita maintained her silence throughout all that, glancing between me and Revi, and I could tell that she was struggling with comprehending that whole concept. Something about something or the other doesn't really click, but in the end she settles with trusting the mage who has centuries of experience on her.
Okay, so all I need to do is sleep and dreamwalk in W.R.E's memories. Anything else?
She asked, an edge of uncertainty in her mental voice as she looked between Revi and my core. Revi seems to sense Rita's unease through our shared bond, and offered a kind smile before thinking aloud to us.
Yes, that's all you need to do. Let me worry about the tricky parts.
With that, Rita nods before looking at the stony sand and moving to lay on her side, doing her level best to try to rest despite the audience. Revi looked back at my core and smiled a little once more.
All right, W.R.E, let's try that breathing exercise you showed me the other day. We're going to need to center ourselves and reach out with our minds to connect to Rita. Luckily enough, the hard part of actually forming the connection is taken care of due to our bond. However, it's better to start from the beginning without skipping any steps, especially as you've never done this before.
Sounds good to me. I think back to her before focusing on my breathing, even if I don't actually breathe. I have a feeling it's a process of clearing the mind and focusing that she wants me to achieve, so I do my best to do just that, focusing on the idea of breathing in and breathing out, slowly getting into a rhythm, even as I hear Revi's mental words echoing vaguely in my mind. I gradually feel myself growing distant from even my own thoughts, and before long, it feels like I'm floating on my back in the middle of a still ocean. My vision starts to fill with green glow of my own light, until it suddenly fades to black. End of chapter. Chapter 104. Survivor Point of View. The smell of wood smoke hits my nose, and I'm suddenly reminded to tend the fire. The crackling embers pricked my ears as I grabbed another log and carefully leaned it into the rest of the burning wood. I could vaguely smell the food being cooked in flames, from the potatoes wrapped in foil and a pair of Dutch ovens with charcoal laid over the lids. Using a nearby stick, I pointlessly poke at the fire before setting the stick aside, and my eyes begin to wander. I spot several similar-looking fireplaces, the others in the caravan tending to their fires as the night goes on. I see smiles on faces here and there. They are relaxed, calm, and almost happy despite everything that's happened in the last week. There are too many people. We have too many vehicles as well, and a caravan this big can't reliably be protected. We are only fortunate enough to have come this far as we have thanks to the combined efforts of my family's private security team, along with some able soldiers that we came across and let join us. We've been sticking to the back roads and countryside to avoid crossing too many other people and avoid coming across more than of those freaks. So far, we've been successful in both endeavors. But all these vehicles need fuel, and we're going to need to hit up a gas station or two real soon if we intend on keeping all these vehicles going. Most of these people haven't seen what the rest of us have seen, and despite being a week into the apocalypse, over half of these people have yet to even hold a gun in self-defense. I doubt most of them could be relied on to pull the trigger if the crap hit the fan. I pity them. All these adults, people twice my age, and most of them can't be trusted to save their own lives, let alone the lives of their own families and those around them. Do you regret saving them, putting your own life on the line so that they can still smile? Of course not. I made my choice, and I'm going to stand by it. Even in practice, it would be better for me to work alone or in a small group. I was in a place where I could do something to help, so I did. Am I stressing about what needs to be done now that I've made the choice? Sure. But I don't regret it, I reply, without really thinking about it too much. Wait a minute. I don't think I recognize that feminine voice, now that I think about it. I don't think I even heard the voice speak out loud, funnily enough. I focus more on the moment, looking around only to find that I'm alone. Did I imagine it? Or am I trying to rationalize and justify my actions to myself? Do I just need some sleep? Yeah, that's likely. Before I can think about it too much, I hear footsteps crunching through the dirt and patches of grass nearby. Looking over, I spot a pair of women I don't think I'd recognize. They look like they just stepped off a movie set, with all those weird special effects, makeup, and costumes. I mean, one of them is wearing robes, not to mention the funny-looking ears. Though, that's not even considering the other woman with that over-the-top feather effect and wings. That's all a bit much, don't you think? It's hardly time to be playing with makeup and costumes. The women smile and chuckle a bit as they join me by the fire. The one with wings sitting on a stool that was left by one of the others, while the woman with the robes took a seat in the fold-out chair that was across from me on the other end of the fire. The winged woman spoke up. You're a hard man to find, Vidmore. I know this is your mind, but please take it easier on us, she mused kindly, offering me a smile as she picked up my stick and used it to poke at the fire. Well, it is his very first dream walk, not to mention he's viewing his own mind. Let's just be grateful we found him in the timely fashion, the other woman with the odd ears said, before looking over at me. It seems you're still not aware of yourself, Vidmore. You need to focus. This is a memory. You've already lived this before. What sort of crap are you spouting, miss? I may be tired in hearing voices, but I know for a fact that I'm awake. If not a bit tired, I admit, glancing between the two of them. I am awake, right? I mean, I don't think I recognize either of these women. They seem to know me by name after all. My name. But Maury, was that the name I've always had? It sure is an odd-sounding name, but I do think it's mine. The woman with the odd ears looks at me curiously before sharing a look with the woman with wings. After another moment, she looked back at me again and seemed to try and find her words before speaking up. You're hearing voices, but in this memory, you're left alone with your thoughts for at least another 20 minutes, and then your parents come over to speak to you about the plan for the next town over to get fuel and more food. You don't say a word. You don't speak to anyone. You were just thinking about how you pity the others who don't know how to defend themselves, and when you were going to think about how hungry you are and wonder when the food was going to be done, she explained rather methodically. Now that you mention it, I am rather hungry. I wonder when the... Wait a minute. I can't help but scowl a bit as I look between the two women sitting up in my seat. Now I don't know what sort of tricks you're pulling, but I don't quite appreciate your brand of humor. The winged woman looked over to the woman with odd ears before glancing back at me. I think he's too tied into this moment. What should we do? I moved to stand. Something about these women feel odd. I mean, I know them, don't I? But at the same time, it feels like something isn't right. Something feels wrong, and my head is starting to throb. As I moved, the woman with the odd ears seemed to vanish before appearing right next to me and grabbing my shoulder, pushing me back into my seat. Vidmore, you must not leave this spot. You're not in control of your frame of mind. If you try to act beyond the scope of this current memory while you're not fully aware of yourself, you might lose the memory outright, or not. I must admit I'm still uncertain in regards to how all of this affects dungeon calls. Once I sat back down, the headache seemed to fade almost immediately. Taking a moment to consider how I'm feeling, I glanced between the two women before sighing softly. Okay, let's say I believe you. What do I need to do? The woman with the odd ears smiled with relief as she pulled away and tapped her chin thoughtfully before snapping her fingers with a smile. I need you to focus on a different memory, something stronger and more distinct than this random point in your life. Random? This is the second time that we've been able to properly rest ever since we got out of Seattle. I hardly think this is just a random point in my life. I can't help but feel more than a little indignant by her comment. Sure, I may have watched her teleport before my very eyes, but this is my life. The woman with the odd ears sighed softly before shaking her head. But Maury, in the scope of the myriad of experiences you've gone through,
The many lives that you've changed for the better and for the worse. The lives that you've saved and the lives that you've ended. This very moment of you poking potatoes wrapped in foil with a half-burnt stick is very much just a random point. Ah, well, when she puts it like that, she says it's all with such certainty, too. Do I really affect so many people? Isn't it bad luck or a paradox to tell me this? Won't it change the future now that I know some of it? The woman with the wings chuckles at me, speaking out as she flashes a smile. It's not like we can change anything about your life. Again, you've already lived all of this. This is merely a memory. At that moment, the woman with odd ears nods in agreement, before looking me over again. We had an unfortunate encounter with an awfully emotional memory of yours. You should know the one I speak of. You retreated into your mind after the experience, and it took us quite some time to try and find you again. We're doing our utmost to safely navigate you through all of this, but you must work with us. You have to be the one to walk out of your own mind with us, she explained with such profound somberness, her blue and green eyes gazing deep into my eyes. All right. You said I need to focus on a memory. What should I focus on? Something about what they're saying is starting to make some sort of strange sense, and I get the feeling that I can trust these women despite how odd they look. These two women share a look, though the one with the odd ears has a pained expression as she then looks back at me. We need you to face the memory that caused you to retreat so far back into your mind. You were strong enough to live through it before, and I'm sure you can do it again, she expressed, as gentle as she could. I looked between the two again, and I couldn't help but chuckle a bit, as my nerves started to get to me. What sort of horrible thing could it have been? Was I tortured or something? See some sort of messed up, gruesome gore and death? Did I torture someone? Honestly, you're making it sound like this was some awful thing that ruined me. Was it my parents? Were they killed in some sort of brutal way, perhaps? I couldn't think of anything worse. What could it have possibly been that could make me regress or whatever? Once again, the two women shared a look, and the woman with the odd ears spoke up once more. You killed your beloved, she said after a few moments, letting that statement hang in the air. My beloved? Me? I fell in love with someone and then killed them. That's what traumatized me so much I retreated into my mind. What sort of wimp am I? That's ridiculous. Who did I fall in love with? I can't believe that I would waste time with something like love when the world is going to shit like this. I scoffed at the notion of that. The woman with the odd ears only smiles at that. You truly used to be rather closed-hearted and emotionally detached, but even then, you still put your neck out and helped others despite yourself. She then leaned back in the fold-out chair as she watched the winged woman poke the fire some more. You fell in love with Skylar. It was a slow process at first, and ultimately you became the best of friends. She was your confidant, and one person in the whole world you truly trusted with everything. Your deepest thoughts and fears, your hopes and plans for the future. She knew you for who you truly were, and not the front you put up for the others who looked at you for guidance and protection. Skylar! That albino tomboy. I mean, she's cute and all, but that's ridiculous. Again, I don't have the time for something like love. But, why do I believe you? Just thinking about the girl again is causing my chest to hurt, and not just this quick spike of pain, but a sort of deep, dull throbbing that weighs heavily on me. You killed her, and afterward you stopped caring whether or not you lived or died. You took on some more risks, did more dangerous work, and became even more cruel to those who crossed you, she explained. And I could tell that she was being as honest with me as she could, a sentiment that I could appreciate. My chest still hurts, and I take my time in trying to gather my thoughts. Why is this happening? What was I doing in my memories? If everything I've heard is true and none of this is real, then what am I doing here? The winged woman piped up at that. You were worried about how open your memories were to others, so she was teaching you how to make your mind more secure to those bound to you, and I was practicing a more advanced form of dreamwalking using your mind, with your permission, of course. The woman with odd ears nodded and continued down the thread. We were following your experiences from before you died. You saw Skylar again, and while you were able to keep moving on without lingering on your memories of her, that all changed when we came across the day of Skylar's death. Despite all the things you did after that day, it was that experience that affected you the most. Your heart wasn't ready to see that day again, and I don't believe that you've ever really processed it in the first place.
Am I really that pathetic of a man?
I don't believe that I could ever be that weak. I've already seen so much death and tragedy. I've already had to kill people who didn't deserve it. To think that I couldn't recover after killing someone else, and that would affect me so much. The woman with the odd ears shook her head at that. Vedmari, you are far from being a pathetic man. You may not remember it now, but you are one of the strongest humans I know. You've suffered greatly, yet you still show compassion despite your broken heart. You won't be alone this time. We are here to help you. Just think of Skylar, and your mind will lead you back to that memory. Close your eyes and listen to my voice. I do as I'm told. Something about this feels familiar, and even as the woman speaks, I can feel her growing more distant and faint. Vedmari point of view. My eyes opened, and I find myself in a forest. The smell of grass and trees tickle my nose as I take in a deep breath of refreshing scent. Looking myself over, I feel myself again as my eyes wander the tree line. Damn, that was something, I say to nobody in particular as I start walking forward, doing my best to collect my thoughts until I spotted a doorway standing in the middle of a clearing. I walk around it, looking it over. It's just a plain wooden door with a frame, a handle, and hinges. Despite that, I can feel my stomach turning in knots at what I know lies behind it. Before I can linger on my nerves for too long, I hear the crunching of grass and leaves coming from behind me, and I immediately know who it is. Hey, you two! Thanks for your help earlier, I say as I looked over at Revire and Rita, flashing them a small, if not sheepish, smile. Rita, for her part, looks rather worn out, though Revire appeared no worse for wear as she bobbed her head in response. You're welcome, Vedmari. We're glad to see that you've managed to make it back here. How do you feel? She asked as she came up beside me, placing a hand on my shoulder while looking me over. I don't know how I feel. I don't think I'm ready to face what's on the other side of this door, I admit as I glanced at the door handle, my hand twitching at the thought of grabbing it. I'm doing all right too, just in case anyone cares, Rita mentions while she flares her wings while stretching before she's sighing softly. Glancing between the two of them, I get the feeling that I'm missing something here. Are you two all right? I ask, hoping for some clarification. Revire simply smiled a bit more as she nodded again. Yes, we're doing all right. I believe Rita may not be as used to dream-walking for as long as we have been at this point. Then raised some alarms as I stood a little straighter. Wait, how long have we been dream-walking? Revire appeared thoughtful for that before speaking up. In the waking world, we have perhaps been dream-walking for around an hour now. Not all that long, to be honest. However, your mind and memories have been warped due to your emotional duress. We've been wandering for close to 3 months now, exploring the interconnected paths and corridors through your memories and dreamscape to try and find you as you are now. Again, not all that long for someone as experienced as I am, though Rita is not as experienced. But don't worry, I've been ensuring the strain has not been as taxing as it could have been for her. And if you're able to face this memory of yours, we should be able to exit and wake up safely. I see. So, no pressure, I say softly before looking over at Rita. Sorry about all of this. Despite her irritated and tired expression, Rita manages to flash a small smile. Don't worry about it. It was my choice to explore your memories, and I knew the risks involved with dreamwalking. It may have been easier to explore your memories in the way you were doing it now, but it was also a more dangerous endeavor. This method is much safer, though generally more difficult to maintain. She then chuckled softly as she rubbed her neck. Though I think I'm done with dreamwalking for a long while after this. I've had my fill for now, she mused tiredly. Okay. I think I'm ready now. Hesitating another moment, I take the door by the handle and step into the darkness within. My eyes open to the view of a serene lake, the familiar scent of pine hitting my nose once more as I sighed softly. Turning to look to my left, I see my beloved Skylar, her head resting on my shoulder as we sit at the roots of a tree, her fingers interlocking with mine as we sit in silence. In her other hand was an open bottle of water with only a single drink taken from it. One last drink. I look to my right hand, and I can still feel the warmth of her breath against my palm. The white residue of those old pills linger on my skin. We knew they still worked, despite their expiration date. Of course they still worked. Why did they have to work? No. I'm glad they still worked, at least for her sake.
This way was preferable to the alternative. Even if I had gotten more time with her, that wouldn't have been any sort of life for her to struggle through. How? She's been struggling for months without telling me. At least this way, we can share one last moment. I can feel her breathing start to slow. Her hand slacken mine as I only tighten my grip. The minutes drag into eternity as I close my eyes and listen to every single breath she makes, until it becomes one slow exhale. My cheeks start to burn as my vision blurs, my chest aching as I struggle to take a breath. It feels as if part of my heart is just gone, and the world is all the darker for it. I don't think I can go on. I don't think I want to go on in a world without her. My eyes close as I reach behind me, a familiar weight in my hand as I clench my fingers around the grip. My mouth opens, and I can taste the tang of metal on my tongue. It would be so easy. It would be so easy to join her and be done with this awful world. To finally rest and end my struggles. My hands shake, and the weight almost becomes unbearable. I can't do it. I'm too much of a coward to do it. The taste of metal leaves my mouth as I cast the weight away into the dirt. My arms go around the still warm figure of my beloved, my chin resting on the top of her head as she limply accepted my embrace. She wanted me to live. She told me as much. She was so selfish for that request, and I was so ready to follow her. But she told me that I still have a life to live, and asked me to be patient before joining her on the other side. But I guess she's still going to have to wait a while longer now.
Why? Why didn't you end it? For what reason do you keep living despite the world you live in?
There's that feminine voice again. I don't remember hearing that voice last time, but my mouth opens to reply to her. It's because she asked me to. She made me promise not to follow her, and I hate her for it. Just because people are waiting for me back home. Just because someone is expecting me to return. But what do I care? I don't owe them anything. But I don't care about anything anymore now that you won't be here waiting for me. But I'm too much of a coward to break a promise, to go back on my word no matter how desperately I want to.
I see. I'll continue to monitor your progress, candidate.
With that, the feminine voice faded, and I could feel myself forgetting about even speaking in that moment. Odd. Seconds later, I can hear the grass crunching and my hand coming to my shoulder as Revia spoke.
Vidmari, your mind is settled. I'm sorry you had to live through this again, but we can leave now.
I nodded tensely, my arms still draped around my beloved. As I moved to stand, I saw myself still sitting under that tree, mourning her in unbearable silence. Looking back over to Revia, I feel the weight of my heart start to lift, if only just a little. Say, did you hear a voice just now? I heard it again, like that time back at the campsite. Revia looked concerned for me, but adopted a thoughtful expression as I mentioned that voice again. She glanced over at Rita, who stood nearby, and she just shrugged.
No, I don't think so. It was just you here now.
I also heard myself talking again, but I think you're right. I don't remember talking to anyone last time I was here. I took another look behind me, spotting the memory of myself locked in one last embrace with Skylar. It's not important right now. I would like to move on from this place, I asked, doing my best to hide the tightness in my throat as I looked back at Revia. She bobbed her head once, and she held out her hand, a new door materializing before us.
Yes, I think it's about time that we all wake up now.
End of chapter.